1. Reborn in the College Entrance Exam Hall. This is the 2052 National College Entrance Examination, Chinese subject. Su Tingyu never thought she would have the chance to sit in the exam hall again. In her previous life, she had been the top scorer in the national exam. Tempted by the 1 million yuan appearance fee offered by a school, she reluctantly spent 3,000 yuan to rent a formal dress. To keep the dress clean, she even spent 20 yuan on a taxi to the celebration banquet. Unexpectedly, a runaway truck crashed into them on the way. She never received the 1 million and the driver never got the 20 yuan. She didn't know what happened to the driver, but she herself was clearly not fine because when she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting in the exam hall again, hearing the broadcast echoing in her ears. A flood of memories rushed into her mind. The original owner of this body was also named Su Tingyu, the daughter of the richest man in Harbor City. She studied at Harbor City No. 1 High School, the best school in the city. It wasn't because of her grades, but because her father had donated a building to the school. Simply put, money talks. This world was based on an early romantic novel. The male lead, Qiao Luyun, and the female lead, Jiang Tiantian, were childhood friends who grew up next door to her grandmother's house. Su Tingyu was the jealous supporting character who adored the male lead, gave him money and resources, and tried to make trouble for the heroine, only to push the couple closer together. Although Su Tingyu's mind was in chaos, her body and instincts quickly took over, and she began answering the exam questions swiftly. When she finished the last line of her essay, she noticed that the invigilator had somehow walked up beside her. At first, the teacher had only stopped to admire her neat handwriting, but soon became absorbed in the content of her essay, standing there for 40 minutes, watching her write. Ahem. Realizing Su Tingyu had noticed, the teacher coughed twice to hide the awkwardness. Su Tingyu didn't mind. She calmly packed her things, stood up, and handed in her paper early. She was the first to walk out of the exam hall. When she came out, many reporters surrounded her. "Miss Su, did you finish so quickly because you couldn't answer the questions? Miss Su, could you describe this year's exam for us? Miss Su, did you come out first to get attention from the exam's popularity?
Miss Su."
By the way, the original girl had liked her neighbor's older brother since childhood, the male lead, Qiao Luyun. Qiao Luyun was 5 years older than her and had already become a famous actor at a young age. Because of that, the original girl insisted on joining the entertainment industry too. As a supporting character, she naturally became a contrast to the male and female leads. Although she had some fans who liked her for her looks, she had far more critics. From the reporters' questions, Su Tingyu could sense their hostility. "It's simple. I think I can get a perfect score," Su Tingyu said, taking off her mask and showing a bright, confident smile to the female reporter in front. Her beautiful face appeared clearly before them, and the reporter's heart skipped a beat. The sharp questions she had prepared suddenly felt impossible to ask. It had to be said, Su Tingyu was truly beautiful. She had a perfect oval face, fair skin that seemed to glow, and delicate features that looked both pure and striking at the same time. Su Tingyu silently thanked the author. To highlight the deep love between the main couple, this so-called villainous supporting girl had been given everything: the best family background, the best looks, the best of everything. But what use was a man's love? The only things that would never betray her were the money in her wallet and the knowledge in her mind. Without waiting for more questions, Su Tingyu put her mask back on and walked straight out of the exam area. Following the original girl's memories, she found the Cayenne parked by the road. When she opened the back door and got in, her easygoing father, Su Minghan, was dozing off against the steering wheel, while her beautiful mother, Yao Yushu, was touching up her makeup in the passenger seat. "You're out so early?" her mother asked. "Mom thought you didn't hear what she said this morning." Yao Yushu capped her lipstick, admired her reflection with satisfaction, then turned to speak to her daughter. Yao Yushu was very beautiful, a classic, striking woman with almond-shaped eyes, a high-nose bridge, full red lips, and wavy hair. Just one glance made Su Tingyu unable to look away. "Finished your exams?" Su Minghan, who had been dozing off against the steering wheel, sat up and looked at his daughter in the back seat with his wife. At nearly 40, the man sitting in the driver's seat looked, in Su Tingyu's eyes, more like a young college student being supported by her glamorous mother. She didn't mean her beautiful mother looked old, just that her mother seemed far too wealthy and elegant. "Let's go eat," Su Minghan said as he started the car, then casually asked, "How did the exam go?" "I think I can get a perfect score," Su Tingyu replied, leaning back in her seat after putting down her bag. "What?" Su Minghan stopped the car in surprise and turned around, staring at his daughter as if he had seen a ghost. His shock was understandable. The original Su Tingyu had always been lazy and carefree. She never went to school, never took exams, and only cared about spending money for love, even entering the entertainment industry and enduring criticism without defending herself, just to protect someone else's reputation. To Su Minghan and Yao Yushu, their daughter only needed to be happy. As their only child, she never had to worry about anything except how to enjoy life. So when she said something like that, they thought she was just upset about what had been said that morning. "Yu, did what Mom said this morning upset you?" Yao Yushu asked gently, her earlier confidence replaced by concern. Su Tingyu searched her mind for the memory of that morning. "Sweetheart, if you can't finish early, come out soon, or we'll get stuck in traffic. The restaurant I booked just had your favorite blue lobster flown in this morning." Her mother's voice echoed in her ears. "Mom didn't mean it that way. Our Yu just isn't very good at studying. Your dad and I can take care of you for life, we just want you to be happy." When her daughter didn't respond, Yao Yushu took out her phone and started tapping on it. A second later, Su Tingyu's phone lit up. A message popped up from Alipay. Dear Mom had transferred 10 million yuan to her. "Good girl, you finished one exam, so here's 10 million as a reward. You've worked hard, my sweet Yu." Yao Yushu said, patting Su Minghan's hand. "Dad will reward you too." Su Minghan smiled, took out his phone, and after a few taps, another 10 million appeared in Su Tingyu's account. Su Tingyu was stunned. She wasn't silent because she was upset, but because the sudden happiness left her speechless. In her past life, she had studied tirelessly, burning the midnight oil, working harder than anyone else, and all she earned for her efforts was just 1 million. But in her parents' eyes, 10 million was nothing more than pocket money to make their daughter smile. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Su Tingyu said dryly, staring at the long string of zeros in her balance, still not used to suddenly becoming a rich heiress. "Let's go eat lobster." Seeing his daughter finally speak, Su Minghan happily started the car and even helped his wife raise the window to block the sunlight. The 3 days of exams passed quickly. Except for the first test, which she finished early, Su Tingyu stayed until the end for all the others. She didn't want to leave early and get interviewed by reporters. "Su Tingyu." Just as she walked out of the exam hall, she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw a girl with a high ponytail and 2 dimples when she smiled. Searching through the original host's memories, she realized the girl calling her was the heroine of this world, Tiantian. "What is it?" Su Tingyu asked politely. Even though she didn't really want to talk to this sweet, innocent girl, she still stopped out of courtesy. "Tingyu, you hardly ever came to school in high school. Are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Don't you think it'll be hard?" Tiantian ran up in her white sneakers, pretending to ask innocently. "First, don't call me Tingyu. We're not that close." Su Tingyu stopped and looked at Tiantian, who was half a head shorter. "Second, my family is rich. I have private tutors. Third, whether it's hard or not has nothing to do with you. If you work hard, maybe one day you can earn money for my company." Every word Su Tingyu said was sharp enough to sting. In just 3 days, she had quickly adapted to the life of a spoiled heiress. She felt no sympathy for Tiantian now. "How can you say that to me?" Tiantian's eyes turned red, and tears quickly filled them. Su Tingyu clicked her tongue. No wonder. In the original story, Tiantian could rise so fast in the entertainment industry. Crying on cue like this, few could match her acting. Su Tingyu silently counted in her head. Sure enough, when she reached 1, a deep male voice came from the hallway. "Su Tingyu, you're bullying Tiantian again." With the sound of leather shoes tapping the floor, Qiao Luyun walked up, standing in front of Jiang Tiantian to block Su Tingyu's view. "TSK, I knew it. She suddenly came to talk to me, just to put on a show." Su Tingyu sneered and took a step back, widening the distance between them. Seeing her step back, Qiao Luyun froze for a moment, looking surprised. "Let me make this clear. I'm not interested in you anymore. And please keep your little flirtations under control. Stop treating me like your imaginary rival and quit acting everywhere you go." Without waiting for him to respond, Su Tingyu rolled her eyes, threw out the words, and turned to leave. "Brother Luyun, Jiang Tiantian clenched her palms as she watched Su Tingyu's back. She realized that because of Su Tingyu's words, Qiao Luyun was stunned, and hadn't rushed to comfort her this time. "It's okay, I trust you." Qiao Luyun pulled himself out of his thoughts, turned around, and looked at Jiang Tiantian with gentle affection. "I knew you were the best, Brother Luyun." Jiang Tiantian stopped crying, smiled, and threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I've already contacted some reporters. Didn't you say you wanted to enter the entertainment industry? I'll help you get some attention today." Qiao Luyun gently patted her head as he spoke. "Really?" Jiang Tiantian stepped back from his embrace, her face full of excitement. "Of course." Qiao Luyun nodded. "Thank you, Brother Luyun. I knew you were always the nicest to me." Jiang Tiantian quickly stood on tiptoe and gave him a light kiss on the cheek, then lowered her head, blushing. When Su Tingyu got home, she curled up on her bed and started scrolling through her phone. Her easygoing dad and beautiful mom had gone on a trip, leaving her alone in a 30-acre estate. Just kidding, there were still countless servants around. A replay of a live stream caught her attention. The video showed a man who looked like the famous actor Qiao Luyun, wearing a mask, holding hands with a girl in a white dress and white shoes, her long black hair falling straight down her back, as they walked out of Harbor City No. 1 high school. The comment section was clearly filled with hired accounts controlling the discussion. Most comments said things like they look perfect together or mentioned that Qiao Luyun had once talked about someone who supported him through tough times. Su Tingyu scrolled through the comments and noticed that any posts suggesting it was just a publicity stunt were quickly deleted. Later that night, when she opened Weibo again, several hashtags were already trending. Actor Qiao Luyun's rumored relationship exposed. Qiao Luyun and his childhood sweetheart, beautiful schoolgirl and top actor, all the hidden confessions of Qiao Luyun. Su Tingyu casually browsed through them, but didn't have time to click before she received a message from her agent. Sisterly, Yu, there's a dating show inviting you to join. The director is the very popular director Liu. Only then did Su Tingyu remember that she was still a celebrity. After thinking for a moment, she replied to the message. Su Tingyu, sisterly, please help me write a statement to quit the industry. After sending it, she waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply. The chat box on the other side kept showing typing, yet no message came through. Just as she was about to put down her phone, Sister Li's message finally arrived. Sisterly, Tingyu, this show is invested in by President Su, and also, actor Qiao will be there. Sister Li had always known that Su Tingyu liked Qiao Luyun, which was why she had asked if Tingyu wanted to join the show. Su Tingyu suddenly became interested. She remembered that both the male and female leads would appear on this show, where they would act jealous of each other and later use the show to announce their relationship, gaining popularity and building their public image. The female lead had gained many fans because of this show, but Su Tingyu had found it too silly and hadn't watched it carefully, so she didn't know the details. When people plan something mischievous, they don't mind a little trouble. She wondered if, with her joining, the two leads could still act as sweetly and smoothly as before. So Su Tingyu quickly replied to Sister Li. Su Tingyu, I'll go. Definitely going. Sister Li sighed helplessly when she saw the message. Sister Li, the show will be filmed inland, and the first episode starts in 2 weeks. Su Tingyu, okay. After chatting a bit more about daily life, Su Tingyu found an excuse to end the conversation. When she opened Weibo again, the top trending topic had changed to actor Qiao Luyun's response explodes. She clicked in and saw that Qiao Luyun had responded to the video at 8:30 p.m. His reply was only 2 simple words. It's me. That was basically an indirect confirmation of his relationship with Jiang Tiantian. Scrolling through the comments, among all the excited fans praising how responsible he was, Su Tingyu noticed one comment that stood out. The account that posted the comment had a black profile picture, a randomly generated ID, no followers, no following, and no posts. It only had one reply to Xiao Liyun, just two simple words, pretending. The comment quickly rose to the top. Some of Xiao Liyun's fans liked it, while curious onlookers and marketing accounts took screenshots and reposted it to attract attention. No matter how many supportive or angry comments appeared under the post, the original poster never replied to anyone again. Su Tingyu found it a bit funny, gave the comment a like, then put down her phone, and went to sleep. Reading guide. The female lead is the top scorer in the college entrance exam, and the male lead is an outstanding Ivy League graduate. The female lead's family is wealthier than the male lead's. Both leads are emotionally pure, and their relationship is full of tension and chemistry. The female lead never lets herself be wronged. She always fights back immediately and confidently, a must-read for anyone who wants to learn how to stand up for themselves. In the first episode of the show, the female lead sets up a plan that causes the original main couple to leave the stage. Details will be explained later by the author. Yu Bao is smart, not naive or spoiled. The story takes place in a fictional world, not the real one. Please don't compare it to real life. A super satisfying story. Enjoy reading. If it's not your style, just skip it. Hope everyone finds a story they love. 3. Don't like Xiao Liyun, that kind of dependent man. Su Tingyu was woken up by the sound of constant message alerts. Hello? She answered sleepily. Su Tingyu, what did you do last night? Came Li Jie's furious voice from the other end.
Huh?
Su Tingyu hadn't even opened her eyes yet. She tried to recall what she had done but couldn't think of anything unusual. You like the comment that insulted Xiao Liyun? Li Jie's frustrated voice came from outside. Oh, so what? I was just telling the truth. Su Tingyu turned over lazily, stretched, and finally opened her eyes, sounding completely indifferent. What do you mean? Did you two argue? Li Jie noticed something unusual in Su Tingyu's tone. Normally, she never spoke this way when it came to Xiao Liyun. Thinking of the posts Su Tingyu had liked, Li Jie guessed that Xiao Liyun's response must have upset her. No, we didn't. I just don't like him anymore. I don't like him now, and I won't like him in the future. Whatever happens to him has nothing to do with me. Maybe because everyone knew how much Su Tingyu used to like Xiao Liyun, Li Jie found it hard to believe. Really? Just a few days ago, you asked me to get you into the same production as him. I was foolish back then, Su Tingyu said sharply, not sparing herself. I don't like weak people, but I'm not someone who can't handle losing. The resources I gave him before, consider them a gift. But as for the interest, I'll collect it myself. From the original memories, Su Tingyu realized that she had once asked her parents to give the then-unknown Xiao Liyun many opportunities and support. His success was almost entirely thanks to her.
Ah, okay.
Li Jie was stunned for a moment, then quickly agreed. Over the years, she had helped Xiao Liyun clean up countless messes, bad behavior, poor acting, and endless PR issues. Without the Su family's money, he would never have come this far. Now that Su Tingyu had spoken, Li Jie couldn't wait to send him a termination letter. Alright, that's it. Make sure the trending topic is taken down, and handle the PR properly. Li Jie, I'm hanging up. Su Tingyu didn't want to hear anything more about Xiao Liyun. She had made her position clear, and Li Jie would know exactly what to do. Liking Xiao Liyun was something the author arranged for the character, but she herself wasn't just a figure on paper. She came from another world, a top student who had studied hard for 12 years to become the top scorer in the college entrance exam. She was definitely not the kind of weak person who would sacrifice herself for a man. Whether in her past life or now, she would never be interested in someone like Xiao Liyun, who relied on others and acted pretentious. Hearing the busy tone after the call ended, Sister Li quickly washed her face to make sure she wasn't dreaming. The young lady had finally opened her eyes. In the past, to protect Xiao Liyun's pride, no one in the circle knew that Su Tingyu was the daughter of the richest family in Harbor City. People used to bully her and spread rumors about her. But now, it seemed that Su Tingyu was finally ready to stand tall. When Su Tingyu came downstairs after washing up, breakfast was already set on the table. "Miss, my daughter's due date is coming soon. I'd like to take some time off to help her," said Aunt Chen, an old servant of the estate whom Su Tingyu remembered well. "Go ahead," Su Tingyu nodded, then turned and said, "Congratulations, Aunt Chen. Butler Zhao, please prepare a red envelope for her later. It's my small gift for the baby." Butler Zhao froze for a moment, then quickly nudged Aunt Chen and said, "Hurry and thank the young lady." Su Tingyu smiled and said nothing more. After finishing breakfast, she went upstairs. She watched a few of the dramas the original person had paid to act in and could only describe them with 4 words: truly unbearable. The original actress's roles were stiff and expressionless. The only decent one was a short-lived, gentle character who appeared for just 10 minutes, wearing a white dress and holding a book with a soft smile. That role unexpectedly earned her quite a few fans for her looks. 2 weeks passed quickly. On the night before the dating show's recording, the housekeeper had already packed Su Tingyu's luggage. Lying on her bed, holding her phone and scrolling through social media, Su Tingyu suddenly received a message that made her very unhappy. "Xiao Liyun, I heard you're joining the dating show tomorrow too.
Don't bully Tiantian."
Su Tingyu frowned and was about to reply with something sharp when another message came through. "Xiao Liyun, and don't expect to be in the same group as me. Let's just pretend we don't know each other, okay?" Su Tingyu couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. How could someone be so shameless? Was her eye roll that day not obvious enough? When Su Tingyu didn't reply, Xiao Liyun frowned. Normally, she answered his messages right away. Thinking for a moment, Su Tingyu deleted a bunch of polite words she had typed, then sent a message to her best friend, Lin Shuangxue. "Su Tingyu, Xue, when you finish dancing later, use your backup account to send Xiao Liyun a few angry messages for me. Then delete the account right after. I just want him to be annoyed with no way to respond." After sending the message, Su Tingyu happily blocked and deleted all of Xiao Liyun's contacts. She wasn't foolish enough to use her own account to argue with him. If she did, that self-centered guy would probably start another long speech that would make her lose patience. Lin Shuangxue usually finished dancing around 4 or 5 in the morning. That would be the perfect time to send the message, late enough for Xiao Liyun to see it, but not so early that it would get buried. Letting that arrogant man take a silent loss would be the most satisfying thing. An hour later, Su Tingyu received a simple done from Lin Shuangxue. Feeling pleased, she turned off her phone and went to sleep. The next morning was the first day of filming. It was director Lu's first time producing a dating show, and all the participants were popular celebrities. As soon as the live broadcast started, a huge number of viewers joined, and the comments scrolled by at lightning speed.
"Ah,
Our movie King Chiao is finally on a variety show, and it's a dating one. Don't tell me he's not secretly in love already. Our sweet Tiantian is amazing too. I heard she was a top student at Harbor City High. No way. Even Lulu is joining the dating show? My heart is breaking. Wow, our Baijin is only 20 and already at the age for blind dates? Why is Su Tingyu, that drama queen, one of the guests? Whoever gets paired with her is in trouble. I heard there's a mysterious big investor joining, not from the entertainment industry but someone who funds it. No way. Is this a matchmaking show or what? 4. The classic sweet romance scene. Jiang Tiantian was the first to appear on the live broadcast. She's so beautiful. This is exactly how I want it to look. Our sweet girl is so adorable. Jiang Tiantian wore a light blue pleated skirt, her hair tied into 2 low buns with a few loose strands framing her face. When she smiled at the camera, her eyes curved gently. Her eyes naturally tilted downward, giving her a soft, shy look. Her nose was small and delicate, and her lips were a light pink. When she spoke, her voice was as soft as a feather, and even her smile carried a gentle curve. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Tiantian. I hope you like me. Her name suited her perfectly. Her smile was sweet and warm, like the friendly girl next door. The first episode was filmed in Jushi Village, a peaceful place surrounded by mountains and rivers. Most villagers were honest farmers. They agreed to let the show film there after hearing it could help promote their local products and increase their income. Heartbeat Moment was a major production, backed by several investors. The crew had been preparing for a year, even paying to repair the village's dirt roads to make travel easier for both residents and guests. They also built a large villa with a garden for the participants to stay in. In the living room, a huge screen displayed live comments from viewers. At that moment, Tiantian sat on the sofa, occasionally reading out messages praising her beauty and kindness, then pretending to be shy as she lowered her head. No wonder actor Qiao likes our Tiantian. She's just too sweet. Tiantian casually read the comment out loud, then blushed and quickly explained, "No, there's nothing between me and actor Qiao. We're just friends. I'm younger, and he just looks after me a bit."
Please don't misunderstand.
Everyone knew that Xiao Liyun was famous in the industry for being distant. So even though Tiantian's words sounded like a clarification, they only made people believe there was something special between them. A moment later, a business van stopped in front of the villa.
Ah.
It's our Jin. I can't believe Jin is joining the dating show too. Taking Jin home. A young man in a black tracksuit stepped out of the van. "Hello everyone, I'm Bai Jin." He greeted the camera with a warm, confident smile. Jin is so sweet. Jin and Tiantian look great together. Taking Jin away, no one else come near. When Bai Jin entered the villa, he saw Tiantian sitting on the sofa, responding to the live comments.
Im Jiang Tian.
She stood up, smiling with curved eyes, and reached out her hand. "Bai Jin." He gave her a polite handshake, then quickly let go, and sat down on a single sofa. Tiantian's smile turned a little awkward, but she quickly adjusted and continued chatting with the viewers, occasionally trying to include Bai Jin in the conversation. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades filled the air outside. Both Tiantian and Bai Jin went out to look and saw a helicopter circling above the villa. Since the garden was too small, Director Liu instructed the helicopter to land on the roof. A helicopter? That's so fancy. Is it the big investor? I've never seen one up close before. The viewer's attention was completely drawn to the helicopter. Seeing that no one was chatting with her anymore, Tiantian lowered her head, hiding the brief flash of frustration in her eyes. Director Liu. A woman in a bright red dress stepped out of the helicopter. When she noticed the camera turning toward her, she calmly took off her sunglasses. "Qingji, just finished filming?" Director Liu smiled as he walked up to talk to Fu Qingji. "Yes, I was too tired, so I asked the helicopter to bring me here directly." Fu Qingji brushed her hair back, put her sunglasses in her bag, and looked at the staff and cameras on the rooftop with a satisfied smile. This time, she had really made a grand entrance.
"But
I thought helicopters needed to apply for a flight route in advance." Tiantian suddenly spoke, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing she might have said something wrong. "You really didn't have to say that. What are you trying to prove? That Fu planned this all along? If I were rich, I'd show off even more than her. Everyone knows our Princess Fu is loaded." After a brief silence, the live comments exploded, criticizing Tiantian. Fu Qingji was the daughter of a wealthy family, and her fans affectionately called her Princess Fu. Her public image matched that title perfectly. Tiantian's comment, though not ill-intentioned, upset Fu Qingji's fans. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Do you think you're being clever?" Fu Qingji's fans were fierce, and soon Tiantian was overwhelmed by their comments. Even the people who had praised her earlier now thought she had been careless, and no one stepped up to defend her. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way," Tiantian said nervously, shocked by how quickly the online crowd had turned against her. It wasn't really that they changed sides so fast. It was just that she was an ordinary person without a strong fan base like Fu Qingji's.
I'm sorry, Miss Fu.
"I'll apologize on Tiantian's behalf," said Xiao Liyun. He had planned to appear last, but seeing Tiantian in trouble, he stepped forward to help her.
"Ah.
Xiao, the movie star, is here. So handsome. I can't stop watching. Tell your Xiao Liyun to control his people." Stop trying to shape our Fufu's image. What do you mean by control his people? Actor Qiao and Jiang Tiantian are just friends. At most, she's like a younger sister who used to rely on him. Watch your words. The live chat was filled with arguments between Qiao Luyun's and Fu Qingji's fans. Not all of Qiao Luyun's fans could accept Jiang Tiantian. It's fine. When Fu Qingji saw Qiao Luyun, she forced a small smile. Her father had warned her not to offend him, as he had powerful connections. Tiantian apologized to Miss Fu, Qiao Luyun said. He knew that if Jiang Tiantian didn't apologize, Fu Qingji's fans would never let it go. Sister Qingji, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Jiang Tiantian wasn't very quick-witted, but she was obedient. As soon as Qiao Luyun told her to apologize, she stepped forward and bowed to Fu Qingji. Tiantian didn't mean it, right? Is no one in the industry allowed to speak honestly anymore? She just became an adult. It's understandable that she doesn't know much about social rules. Stop defending her. Don't try to get close to our Fu Bao. Some viewers started to side with Jiang Tiantian after her apology, but Fu Qingji's fans quickly scolded them back. Director Liu looked at the rapidly rising viewership numbers and couldn't stop smiling. Meanwhile, Su Tingyu watched the harsh comments about Jiang Tiantian in the live chat and sighed. Although Su Tingyu also thought Jiang Tiantian's way of thinking was strange, she found the forced naive girl and protective hero storyline ridiculous. Ridiculous, she muttered. Stop here, she told the driver after finishing her last bite of bread. Getting out of the car, Su Tingyu casually put on her sunglasses and mask, then pulled her suitcase toward the villa. Since everyone else was upstairs, no one noticed her arrival. 5. A stunning entrance, Su Tingyu entered the villa, dragging her suitcase up to the second floor. There were 4 rooms in total, all decorated in a feminine style, clearly meant for the female guests. Su Tingyu chose a room with a balcony that overlooked the entire garden because she thought it would be a good place to observe everything happening there. After putting away her luggage, she stepped out of the room and noticed that the 3 people who had been on the rooftop were now sitting on the sofa downstairs. Seeing this, Su Tingyu became curious. She leaned on the railing on the second floor, resting her chin on her hand, waiting to see how long it would take for them to notice her. Downstairs, Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian were sitting together on a 2-seater sofa, with Bai Jin and Fu Qingji nearby. Bai Jin seemed rather quiet. After introducing himself, he simply sat there, occasionally smiling and nodding along with the conversation. Fu Qingji, who had always been treated like a young lady, wasn't used to being offended. Even though she didn't want to argue with Jiang Tiantian for Qiao Luyun's sake, she also didn't feel like talking to her much. Jiang Tiantian, knowing she had caused trouble earlier, had also become much quieter. Before long, the whole living room fell into an awkward silence. Director Liu noticed this and gave Assistant Director Feng Qi a look. Feng Qi understood immediately and went outside with his phone. A few minutes later, the sound of a car engine came from outside the villa. This time, 2 people arrived together, the popular singer Qin Shuangliu and the well-known composer Zheng Wenxuan. Qin Shuangliu was very beautiful, with a kind of confident charm. Her eyes were slightly upturned, the color of warm amber, always carrying a hint of a smile. Her long lashes cast soft shadows when she blinked, adding to her graceful look. She wore a dark red dress with simple, elegant lines that showed her collarbone. As she moved, the dress swayed lightly, and her high heels made a crisp sound on the floor, drawing everyone's attention. Zheng Wenxuan wasn't particularly handsome. Compared with Bai Jin and Qiao Luyun, his looks were rather ordinary. He carried a quiet scholarly air that felt natural and pleasant, never stiff or dull. Behind his glasses, his eyes were gentle yet sharp, focused on people with calm seriousness rather than intensity. His hair was neatly trimmed, his posture upright, not from tension, but from long-term attentiveness that made his stance look naturally relaxed. Even when standing still, he gave off a sense of ease and confidence. The arrival of Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan broke the awkward silence, and the atmosphere among the guests became much more relaxed. However, the online comments didn't agree. Wait, everyone's already here. Why is Su Tingyu acting like a big star and making everyone wait? But hold on, didn't they say 9 o'clock? It's only 8:30, so she's not late yet. Jiang Tiantian knows she's not that famous, so she came early. Shouldn't Su Tingyu be more considerate? Just asking, Su Tingyu is pretty popular, right? Even controversial fame is still fame. Hey, how much for that comment? Share the deal, bro. The chat was full of arguments. At that moment, Jiang Tiantian happened to see one of the comments and asked Director Liu, Director, when will the other two guests arrive? Did something happen on the way? Maybe we should call and check. Her words sounded polite, as if she wasn't blaming Su Tingyu, but her tone subtly hinted that Su was acting like a diva. Just a moment, I'll make a call and check, Feng Qi said with a smile, trying to ease the tension. He took out his phone and was about to step outside to call Su Tingyu's manager. No need to go out. You can call here. We're all curious if something happened to them, Qiao Liyun said, stopping him. Hearing that, Feng Qi looked a bit uneasy. He glanced at Director Liu, and after getting his approval, he dialed Ms. Li's number. I heard that Su Tingyu used to like actor Qiao and followed him everywhere. No way, we don't want someone like that as our sister-in-law. But Su Tingyu is really beautiful. You can keep complaining, I'm a fan of her looks. I'm ready to admire her on screen. Most of Su Tingyu's fans liked her for her looks. When others criticized her personality or acting, they didn't argue back. After all, there wasn't much they could say. Her acting really wasn't good, and she was often rumored to act like a diva on set. Some people even thought she had invested in the production herself. In fact, Su Tingyu really had funded the project, but she never mentioned it, thinking it wasn't necessary. Still, since her fans mainly liked her appearance, even with poor acting, she still had quite a large fan base. After a few beeps, a voice came from Feng Qi's phone. It was Li Jie. Li Jie was a well-known agent in the industry, so Feng Qi spoke politely. Hello, Li Jie. This is Feng Qi from the Heartbeat Moment production team. Hello, Director Feng. What's the matter? Li Jie paused for a moment before asking. She had been busy with work and hadn't checked the live broadcast yet. Li Jie, where's Tingyu? She hasn't arrived yet. The other guests are eager to meet her, Feng Qi said with a forced smile.
Huh.
Li Jie looked at the message from the driver saying that Miss Su had already been dropped off and fell into thought. Maybe you could call her to check. Maybe something delayed her? Feng Qi's heart sank. This was a live broadcast, after all. As expected, the live chat was already full of angry comments, accusing Su Tingyu of acting like a diva. But her fans ignored the insults and just waited to see her appear. All right, please wait a moment. Tingyu might have been delayed by something. I'll call her now, Li Jie said before hanging up. She opened the live stream on her computer while dialing Su Tingyu's number. Su Tingyu stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor, thinking that if even one person had looked up, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Heart beating fast, love burning bright. Her phone ringtones suddenly broke the silence inside the villa. Everyone froze for a moment, then turned toward the sound. Light from the crystal chandelier poured down from the ceiling, scattering into shimmering reflections along the carved railing of the spiral staircase. Su Tingyu stood at the landing, one hand resting lightly on the cool iron railing, her fingers tapping unconsciously, while the other hand held the ringing phone. When she saw that everyone had finally noticed her, Su Tingyu smiled and greeted them. Hello everyone, I'm Su Tingyu. Her champagne-colored fishtail gown outlined her graceful figure, the hem glimmering softly as it fell. A light breeze lifted the sheer fabric on her shoulder, revealing her delicate collarbone. Xiao Liyun's sharp remark caught in her throat, and Jiang Tiantian clenched her fists. Why was Su Tingyu so beautiful? It must be because her dress and makeup were so expensive. If Su Tingyu knew what Jiang Tiantian was thinking, she would have happily said, "You're right, this dress cost 1.7 million. When no one spoke, Su Tingyu lifted her skirt slightly and began walking down the stairs, step by step. The live chat was already going wild. Tingyu baby, love you. How did she get even prettier in just a few days? Tingyu, I'm your little fan, look at me. Wow, her smile, her grace, so beautiful. Even fans from other groups who had planned to criticize her were stunned. Because at that moment, Tingyu was truly breathtaking, completely different from the heavily made-up image people had seen on TV or in unflattering photos online. Her makeup and styling this time were flawless, leaving no room for complaint. She wore only a light layer of foundation, letting her naturally smooth, fair skin shine through with a soft, natural glow. 6. First come, first served. Tiantian's smile was starting to fade. Fu Qingji kept staring at Tingyu's dress. She could tell it was designed by the famous international designer, Casey. Even if it was a casual style, the price would start at least in the millions. Qin Shuangliu and the other two were all experienced in the entertainment industry. They didn't show their thoughts on their faces. They simply smiled politely and gave a few compliments. Hey, who's the last guest? Tiantian quickly asked, not liking that everyone's attention was on Tingyu.
No idea.
Xiao Luyun leaned back on the sofa, resting his arm on the backrest. From Tingyu's angle, it looked as if he was holding Tiantian close. But Tingyu didn't even glance at them. She was also curious about who the final guest would be. Everyone, please wait a moment. The last guest will be here soon, Director Liu said cheerfully as he walked out. His shiny bald head made Tingyu want to laugh. Here they come, Feng Qi said as he looked toward the door. Everyone stood up and walked out, curious about the mystery guest. A young man wearing a mask parked a shared bike by the roadside and walked in. Hello, everyone.
I'm Meng Beizhou.
He took off his mask, revealing a striking face. His brow bones were high, his eyebrows sharp and slanting toward his temples, giving him a naturally confident look. His eyes were deep and dark, with a faint misty quality. When he looked at people casually, his gaze seemed cool and distant, yet full of quiet strength. Tingyu didn't remember this character being mentioned in the novel. But she couldn't understand how someone with such looks didn't even have a name in the story. Hello, I'm Fu Qingji. Fu Qingji greeted him first. She had originally planned to create buzz with Xiao Liyun, but now she felt that Meng Bio suited her taste much better. Didn't they say a big investor was coming? Why did he arrive on a shared bike? Maybe the rumors were wrong. After all, what kind of investor would join a dating show? Usually, it's the actresses who rush to be on it. Some people just see everything in a negative way. What a disappointment. But this new guest, why haven't I seen him before? He's really handsome, even making actor Qiao look a bit less impressive. Don't compare him to our actor Qiao, please. Never even heard of his name before. Probably just someone joining the show with money to get attention. Who cares? With a face like that, he'd be popular even without money. No need to be so petty. The live comments didn't show much support or dislike for Meng Baizhou's arrival. After all, no one wants to be rude to a good-looking person. Meng Baizhou nodded slightly, then looked towards Tingyu. Perfect timing, Director Liu said as he walked over, smiling so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. The show hadn't even started yet, but thanks to Tiantian and Tingyu trending twice online, they already had great publicity. If they edited some clips of Meng Baizhou later, it would attract even more viewers. Thinking of that, Director Liu's shiny head seemed to gleam brighter. For the first episode, our main goal is for everyone to get to know each other, so let's start by forming groups. He took out 8 boxes and handed one to each guest. Before the show, we asked everyone to prepare a small gift for another guest. Did you all get that ready? Tingyu's heart skipped a beat. Those arrangements had been handled by Sister Li and Butler Zhao. Hopefully, nothing went wrong. All right, please choose your rooms first, then put your gifts in the boxes and bring them downstairs to me, Director Liu said, pointing upstairs. Female guests will stay on the 2nd floor, and male guests on the 3rd. Hearing that, Fu Qingji picked up her suitcase and headed for the stairs. I'll help you, Qiao Liyun said, lifting Tiantian's luggage and quickly walking up to the 2nd floor. Tiantian blushed slightly, lowered her head, and softly said, "Thank you." Fu Qingji was halfway down the path with her suitcase when she looked up and saw Tiantian and Qiao Liyun flirting openly. Her hand went weak, and the suitcase slipped from her grasp. "Be careful." Before she could even gasp, a pleasant female voice sounded behind her. Turning around, she saw Su Tingyu smiling as she held her suitcase. Thanks, Fu Qingji said awkwardly. I'll carry it for you. Su Tingyu had grown up in an orphanage, so carrying a suitcase upstairs was nothing to her. Before Fu Qingji could respond, Su Tingyu had already run up the stairs with the suitcase. I'll help you too, Zheng Wenchuan said, picking up Qin Shuanglia's suitcase and carrying it to the second floor. Su Tingyu set the suitcase down and looked up, meeting Meng Baizhou's gaze as he came down from the third floor. You can choose first. I don't mind where I stay, Jiang Tiantian said with a gentle smile. Although she had brought her suitcase up first, she waited for the others to choose, hoping to leave a good impression. Sure enough, the live comments reacted warmly. Tiantian is so considerate, not fighting over anything. Is there even a need to fight? The rooms in this villa can't be that different. Thanks to Su Tingyu for helping our Qingji with her suitcase. Why didn't we see Su Tingyu or Meng Baizhou carrying their own luggage? Fu Qingji didn't hesitate. She opened the first bedroom door. I don't want to walk too far. I'll stay here. You two are younger, so you can choose first, Qin Shuanglia said casually to Su Tingyu and Jiang Tiantian. Jiang Tiantian walked toward the third bedroom and smiled shyly. Can I stay here? I like the view outside. Nope. Su Tingyu stepped forward, opened the door, and winked at her. First come, first served. Wait, what's Su Tingyu doing? Tiantian didn't want to choose before, but now that she did, Su Tingyu's taking it from her. Why else? She likes Qiao the actor, but he doesn't like her back. No wonder actor Qiao doesn't like her. And what's this about who came first? Isn't it obvious who did? Su Tingyu, what are you doing? Why do you always have to compete with Tiantian for everything? Xiao Lian stepped forward and stood protectively in front of Jiang Tiantian. It was clear he thought Su Tingyu was only targeting Jiang Tiantian because of him. Tiantian said, she wanted this room first. Really? So you agree that whoever comes first gets to choose? Su Tingyu nodded, ignoring his first two questions and throwing the last one back at him. Yes. Xiao Luyun felt something was off, but since he had already said it in front of the live audience, he couldn't take it back. Oh, that makes things easy then. Su Tingyu nodded again, opened the door, and said, I came this morning and already put my things inside. So, I guess I was here first, right?
7. Iceberg game figure folding Su Tingyu stipet asai.
Inside the room, her bedsheet was already spread out, and her stuffed toy was placed neatly on the bed. It was obvious she had arrived earlier than Jiang Tiantian. Even though I really like this room, I did come later, so I'll let Sister Tingyu have it. Jiang Tiantian's eyes turned red, but she held back her tears. Ah, Tiantian, don't cry. You're such a good girl. Our Tiantian has been through so much. What's wrong with wanting her own room? Can't she just let Tiantian have it? She wears such expensive clothes. Surely she stayed in better rooms before. Why fight over this one? Stop. Su Tingyu, clearly impatient, raised her hand to signal Jiang Tiantian to be quiet. First, you said you liked this room. So tell me, when you were the first to arrive at the villa, why didn't you choose it then? If you want to act generous, then stick with it, okay? Second, this room wasn't something you gave up for me. Don't make it sound like I took it from you. Xiao Luyun was the one who said first come, first served. If his words don't represent your thoughts, then why didn't you speak up earlier? Third, don't call me sister. You seem older than me. After Su Tingyu finished speaking, she closed the door in front of everyone. Yu is so cool, I can't stop watching. Wait, Su Tingyu is actually younger than Jiang Tiantian. Doesn't anyone think Jiang Tiantian's words sound a bit fake? It's not like she was the first one here. Stop blindly defending her, okay? Being nice doesn't mean being fake. Don't blame people who just want to please others. The comments were full of arguments, and Jiang Tiantian was stunned. When did Su Tingyu become so sharp with her words? She used to just get angry and act impulsively, but today she was calm. It's fine, there's still 2 rooms left. You can choose whichever you like, Qin Shuanglia said with a smile, brushing her hair back as she looked at Jiang Tiantian. Then, I'll take the one at the end, Jiang Tiantian said, meeting Qin Shuanglia's half-smiling gaze. A chill ran down her spine. Why did it feel like her little trick had been seen through? Alright, I'll go put my things away first. You should get settled too. Qin Shuanglia smiled again, patted Jiang Tiantian's shoulder, and walked into the second room. The male guests had no disagreements. Meng Baizhou chose the room above Su Tingyu's because he liked the view of the garden. Xiao Luyun stayed in the room above Jiang Tiantian's, and the viewers were thrilled about it. After a bit of polite back and forth, Bai Jin offered the first room to Zheng Wenxuan, who had more experience. Su Tingyu opened her suitcase and searched through it but couldn't find the gift she was supposed to have. So she called sisterly Yu, what's wrong? Did Jiang Tiantian upset you? I can replace her in the next episode, sisterly said. She was watching the live broadcast, but since the gift exchange was a secret part of the show, the cameras in the guest rooms were turned off. No, it's not that. I just wanted to ask what gift you prepared for me. I can't find it, Su Tingyu quickly explained. If Jiang Tiantian left, the show wouldn't be as interesting for her. She just wanted to know where the gift was. The gift?
Didn't Xiao Zhang give it to you?
Sisterly paused for a moment. Xiao Zhang was the driver who had picked her up that morning. Su Tingyu suddenly remembered that when she was watching the live stream that morning, Xiao Zhang had handed her a box, but she forgot to take it when she got out of the car. It's okay, sisterly. I just forgot to take it when I left this morning, Su Tingyu explained. She knew how hard it was for people who worked part-time and didn't want Xiao Zhang to get into trouble because of her. What will you do then? Sisterly asked over the phone. It's fine, I can handle it, Su Tingyu said before hanging up. Standing in front of her suitcase, Su Tingyu took out a white dress. These clothes were all new, just sent from Brand C's latest collection. Each piece cost over 100,000, so giving one as a gift was just right. 10 minutes later, the 8 guests came downstairs carrying their suitcases. All right, everyone, please hand your gifts to our staff, Feng Qi said, motioning for the guests to give him their boxes. Soon after, Director Liu returned to the living room. Let's start with an icebreaker game, he said with a smile. The game is called I Have, You Don't. Everyone uses 8 fingers, and after each round, the person who folds the most fingers gets to choose first, and so on. Choose what? Gifts or partners?
Su Tingyu asked.
You'll find out soon, the director replied cheerfully. Can I start first? Jiang Tiantian asked.
Sure.
No one objected. I have 2 sets of parents, Jiang Tiantian said after thinking for a moment. What do you mean? Fu Qingji frowned, not understanding. My parents got divorced. Later, my dad remarried and my mom did too. So now I have 2 dads and 2 moms, Jiang Tiantian said with a smile, though her eyes turned red. Ah, Tiantian is so pitiful. Having both a stepdad and a stepmom must be hard. She's been through so much and still stays strong. That's really admirable. Here we go again, trying to get sympathy. Although some people criticized Jiang Tiantian, there were still many who felt sorry for her. This move actually earned her quite a few mom fans.
6.
Fu Qingji folded down 1 finger. It's okay, Tiantian, you have me. Xiao Liyun gently patted Jiang Tiantian's head and folded down 1 finger too. Everyone folded 1 finger, except for Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. You too. Jiang Tiantian thought her answer would make everyone fold a finger, but she didn't expect Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou not to. She knew Su Tingyu's family wasn't divorced or anything like that. You have a stepdad and stepmom, and I have godparents, so I also have 2 sets of parents. Makes sense, right? Su Tingyu said confidently. Fine, what about you? Jiang Tiantian forced a smile and looked at Meng Baizhou. I'm the same as her. Meng Baizhou leaned back casually, looking relaxed and a bit mischievous. Why do I feel like Meng Baizhou was just waiting for Su Tingyu's answer, so he could copy her? Take out the feel like he definitely was. Ah, he's so handsome. Doesn't anyone else notice how cool that lean was? All the looks fans, please calm down. Ah, in that case, maybe I should. Fu Qingji tried to raise the finger she had folded down. Nope, once you fold a finger, you can't raise it again. You have to think carefully, Director Liu reminded her, and Fu Qingji had to keep her finger down. Then it's my turn, Qiao Lian said. Actor Qiao must have a lot to say. Looks like we'll all be folding our fingers, Zheng Wenxuan joked. At this rate, By the time it's my turn, I might only have 3 fingers left. 8. The person you had a crush on in high school. Zheng Wenxuan's words lightened the mood. I came here because of someone in this room, Qiaolian said, his eyes glancing subtly toward Jiang Tiantian. I can't believe this. The top movie star, and the girl he raised like a rose. I'm completely obsessed. Who understands? When he said he did it for someone, he was looking right at her. They're perfect together. It's like a real-life story of I stayed with you through the hard times, and you took me into the light. You upstairs, take this pen, and write the story yourself. After this moment, the number of fans supporting Jiang Tiantian and Qiaolian as a couple skyrocketed. Everyone, fold your fingers, Director Liu said happily. After all, the whole point of a dating show was to create romantic pairings. Su Tingyu frowned slightly, clearly deep in thought. Wait, what is Su Tingyu doing? Why isn't she folding her finger? Doesn't she like Qiaolian? It would make sense if she said she came here for him. No. We don't want her as part of this couple. But she looks so beautiful when she's thinking, wow. Su Tingyu's fans ignored the negative comments as usual and continued to admire her. Tingyu, are you also here for someone? Jiang Tiantian asked, noticing that everyone was watching Su Tingyu, waiting for her answer.
Yes.
Su Tingyu suddenly looked in Qiaolian's direction and nodded firmly. What is she doing? Qiaolian already made it clear he likes Tiantian. Is she trying to come between them? That's too much. Does she have her own problems? Why try to ruin someone else's happiness? Her action caused a wave of criticism. The other guests, seeing this, were about to fold their fingers. I came here for Director Liu, Su Tingyu suddenly said. Everyone then noticed that Director Liu and the camera crew were standing right behind Qiaolian. For me, Director Liu was stunned. I'm a married man, Su Tingyu.
What are you talking about?
The live comments exploded with criticism again, and even Zheng Wenxuan frowned slightly. What's with those looks? Su Tingyu asked, confused. Su Tingyu noticed the strange looks from everyone and said, Didn't you all get paid by Director Liu? Weren't you here for his show too? Ha ha ha, I can't stop laughing. How did I not realize before that her way of thinking is so unique? She's got the true spirit of a worker. If the director is the boss, then she's here for the boss. Makes sense. Others came for a dating show, but Su Tingyu came to work, huh? Haha, she's so funny. Uft, Meng Baizhou couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, Su Tingyu added, my family invested a lot of money in this show, so I came to make sure we don't lose it. But except for Qiaolian and Jiang Tiantian, everyone else thought she was just joking to lighten the mood.
I'm speechless.
Why is Su Tingyu still pretending? Her old, silly image didn't work, so now she's trying to act like a rich girl? But look at her outfit. It's a custom piece from Casey. She even loses money filming dramas. Maybe she really is a rich girl. If she's a rich girl, I'll eat my hat. Don't make empty promises, buddy. For once, her fans who liked her looks spoke up to defend her. Thanks to this show, she finally didn't say anything as clueless as before. For those who value appearance above all, as long as she wasn't being ridiculous, her looks made everything fine. Su Tingyu's reason applied to everyone, so no one lost this round. Next was Qin Shuangliu. When I was in high school, I had a crush on someone for 3 years. I knew him, but he didn't know me, Qin Shuangliu said. The live comments froze for a moment. Wait, what? My girl just dropped a huge secret out of nowhere. No way. With that face and that voice, you had a secret crush? Tell me this is scripted. Who's the guy she liked for 3 years? Can you tell us more? Director Liu quickly asked, seeing the live viewership skyrocket. There's not much to say. It was kind of dramatic. Back in high school, my grades weren't great, but people said I looked nice. Some girls from my class locked me in the equipment room, and a boy happened to rescue me, Qin Shuangliu said, a little embarrassed but still continuing. I was almost fainting at the time, but I remember he had an ugly little bear keychain on his backpack. Later, I saw him at school again, found out his class and name, and brought him breakfast for a while, Qin Shuangliu said with a laugh. But he only cared about studying. He turned me down right away and said he didn't even remember me. She spoke in a joking tone, as if the story wasn't about her at all.
I really feel that.
When Lulu talks about it so casually, it reminds me of how I describe my own high school crush. Who could hurt Lilio's heart like that? Lulu, if he saw how successful you are now, he'd definitely regret it. The comments were full of sympathy, and even Su Tingyu couldn't help glancing at Qin Shuanglia several times. In her past life, Su Tingyu never had time to experience the excitement of youth. She had to study and support herself, but that didn't mean she didn't understand such feelings. After all, she was an experienced reader of romance novels. Thinking of that, Su Tingyu bent one finger and said to Qin Shuangliu, drawing on her vast reading experience, maybe there was some misunderstanding? After all, he saved you in the equipment room. How could he not remember you? Su Tingyu only wanted to comfort the beautiful woman she had just met, not noticing that Zheng Wenxuan, standing nearby, had clenched his sleeve after hearing Qin Shuangliu's story. Haha. Thank you, Qin Shuangliu said, laughing at Su Tingyu's words. Her first impression of Su Tingyu was quite good. At least she didn't seem like the rumors said, arrogant, thoughtless, or overly dramatic. So, Sister Shuangliu, if someone already likes another person, do they not have to fold a finger, or do they have to be rejected first? Jiang Tiantian bit her lip, looking hesitant to speak. If you already like someone, you don't have to, Qin Shuangliu replied with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tingyu, Meng Baizhou, and Bai Jin all folded their fingers. When I like someone, I go after them. I don't do secret crushes, Fu Qingji said, crossing her legs and reluctantly folding her finger. Brother Zheng, did you have a crush in high school too? Xiao Lian asked in surprise when she saw Zheng Wenxuan hadn't folded his finger. 9. Purity is a man's best gift, yeah. Zheng Wenxuan didn't say more, clearly not wanting to continue the topic. Hearing that, Xiao Lian wisely stayed quiet. When I turned 18, my mom gave me a small island, Fu Qingji said proudly. It had even trended online back then. No one else had something like that. Everyone turned to Su Tingyu with curious eyes. An island, huh? Su Tingyu paused, searching her memory. Her generous dad and beautiful mom had given her so many things for her 18th birthday that she couldn't even remember if an island was one of them. Well, you definitely don't have one like that, Fu Qingji said proudly, lifting her chin like a peacock. Ah, our Fu really is a princess. Haters, say something now. Fu, please take care of me. Who still dares to say she's not a princess? Where's the person who said she was faking her image? Come out and apologize. Fu Qingji's fans were thrilled, flooding the screen with messages to defend her. I think I actually do have one, Su Tingyu said after a moment. She remembered that her dad had given her a small island too, not big, but very beautiful. It had recently become a tourist spot and was even named after her.
Fu Qingzi laughed.
A virtual island in a game doesn't count, you know. Yuzhou Island. Heard of it? It's near Haicheng. It's mine, Su Tingyu said calmly. Listen, Sister Fish. Even though you are very rich, the price of a small island is far beyond what you can imagine. Jiang Tiantian knew that Su Tingyu was wealthy, but she had no idea how rich she really was.
Ah, Fu Qingzi laughed without mercy.
Have you heard of Fish Continent Island? Su Tingyu was completely calm. It's a small island named after me by my mother. Fish Continent Island? Su Tingyu, don't joke. The annual net profit of that island is over $1 billion. It can't possibly belong to you. Qiao Liyun also didn't believe it. In his view, as Jiang Tiantian said, that was not a small amount of money. Director, how should we interpret this? Since Sister Tingyu mentioned it, I think we should believe her. Jiang Tiantian looked at Director Liu sincerely. No. Does Su Biao really want to join in? Does she even understand what a small island really means? Poor people really have no concept of money. Doesn't Sister's face deserve a small island? People with shallow looks get lost. Listen, Tingyu, do you have any way to prove that the island belongs to you? Director Liu liked this kind of scene and quickly added fuel to the fire. Yes. Su Tingyu nodded, then picked up her phone and seemed to be doing something. The cameraman wanted to point the camera at her phone, but was cleverly avoided. Wait a moment, Su Tingyu put down her phone and said, pretending to be innocent, but can't handle the situation now. I can tell at a glance whether she's a real princess or a fake one. This is hilarious. No wonder they didn't let her film. No wonder actor Xiao doesn't like her. What kind of polyethylene is that? So thick? The comments were full of criticism of Su Tingyu, but she paid no attention. It's my turn now. Bai Jin stepped forward to smooth things over, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head and said, "Before I became a crosstalk performer, I lived under a bridge and performed on the street." Living under a bridge? Su Tingyu had also lived there in her past life, but in this life, she had not. Xiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian, thanks to the help of their original owner, have never experienced living on the overpass. Everyone started to count on their fingers. Next is Meng Baizhou, who has never appeared in the entertainment industry before. He is completely unknown and suddenly becomes a guest on Director Liu's show. Some say he is well-connected. He arrived riding a small bicycle with a bag. If he isn't well-connected, then Director Liu's show, which many second-tier stars desperately want to join, surprisingly gave a spot to an ordinary person. But to be fair, this newcomer's face is really striking. Fu Qingji, sitting across from him, couldn't help but look at him several times. Who is this newcomer? I'm a bit afraid to criticize, worried he might be really wealthy. This makes me laugh. Cowardly guy, I dare to criticize. Are the people above having a private chat? A lawyer's letter warning was issued. Does anyone find Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu sitting together very eye-catching? People above, join us, the fans of good looks. The comments are mostly friendly, but occasionally a few fans of shipping pairings get scolded. I don't have a ex, Meng Baizhou said with a bright smile, showing his white teeth. Not a buddy, I find that hard to believe. Do you believe he's never been in love, or do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang? Are you saying your flirtations never worked out? The biggest lie of the century. I've never been in love. The comments are lively, but it's clear not many believe him. Really? Su Tingyu couldn't help but ask. Really, I'm still AC. Meng Baizhou's last words were cut off by Su Tingyu. This is a live broadcast. Su Tingyu withdrew his hand and proudly raised his finger. I've never been in love either. Did Meng Baizhou want to say something? Is it about the person I think it is? Chastity is a man's best dowry. I vote for Meng Baizhou. Ha ha, Su Tingyu is telling the truth. After all, Director Qiao has never agreed to him. Do you think it's true or false that Su Tingyu has never dated anyone? Who knows? Variety shows are scripted, so it's just for fun. So, everyone except Su Tingyu and Jiang Tiantian lowered their fingers. Xiao Luyun didn't want to lower his finger, but he was afraid. He worried that his high school ex might be revealed, and people would label him as irresponsible. Jiang Tiantian looked at Xiao Luyun in disbelief, and her eyes quickly turned red. They're still talking about shipping, pairing them, but she loved someone else long ago. Haven't you ever been in love? Isn't it normal for actors like Qiaoying to have loved someone during school? Why is everyone only criticizing Qiaoying? Why aren't you criticizing others? Because only the two of them have been shipping from the start. Other guests openly shared their past relationships, so don't get too attached. Actually, no matter what answer is given, there's nothing wrong with it. But Xiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian have been heavily involved in this drama lately. Xiao Luyun even mentioned Jiang Tiantian a few minutes ago. Now, if Xiao Luyun lowers his finger but Jiang Tiantian doesn't, people will think their ship isn't genuine and only Jiang Tiantian gets hurt. Su Tingyu is happy to see the scene. After all, Xiao Luyun previously flirted with the original host and made her do a lot for him. Su Tingyu plans to get back at him later. Haha, it looks like our Tiantian is waiting for someone, Director Liu said cheerfully, trying to smooth things over and shifting the question to Jiang Tiantian. Jiang Tiantian felt awkward. If she said yes, everyone would think she was waiting for Xiao Luyun, making her look bad. If she said no, all her previous topics about shipping would be wasted. Su Tingyu leaned on her chin, glancing at Director Liu and then at Jiang Tiantian, waiting for Xiao Luyun to come to her rescue. Sure enough, Xiao Luyun immediately responded. Tiantian is shy, so please don't tease her. After Xiao Luyun's words, the comments section started obsessively praising him and shipping the pair again. It's like a set program. Every time the male lead helps the female lead, the overexcited netizens rush out to praise love. Listen you, who are you waiting for? Jiang Tiantian feels this embarrassment can't be just hers. She wants to pull Su Tingyu into it. Sweet girl, she's waiting for her future boyfriend. Sweet and innocent, I feel sorry for her. No, doesn't anyone think she's a bit naive? Everyone knows Su Tingyu likes actor Qiao. Fans of Su Tingyu get lost. Director Liu, look at Weibo. Foam Chi's voice sounds a little anxious. Everyone quickly opens Weibo. They see a statement from the official account of Yuzhou Island Tourism. Yuzhou Island is a private island, owned entirely by Miss Su Tingyu. All explanations belong to Miss Su Tingyu. At actor Su Tingyu, this causes a huge stir.
What?
Is this real? Could it be someone pretending? Can't you see the verified badge? Wow, is Su Tingyu really a princess? I haven't heard about this before. Suddenly, I think actor Qiao might not be a good match for Su Tingyu, since money is the real thing. Fans of appearance get lost. Gold diggers get lost. Do you really have an island? Director Liu looks a bit stiff. Since Su Tingyu entered the entertainment industry, besides her face, everything else has been heavily criticized. She could easily have played a wealthy heiress like Fu Qingji, but she didn't. Most netizens and insiders think Su Tingyu is just a pretty face with no real background. After all, the dramas she's been in are mostly forgettable, not big productions. Su Tingyu wants to say that all of that was just to save face for Qiao Liyun, and she's not really interested in acting. She just wanted to get closer to Qiao Liyun through the same profession. But now, with Niuhua Lu Su Tingyu here, she won't miss this chance to make a splash. Yes, Yuzhou Island is very beautiful. You're all welcome to visit, Su Tingyu says with a professional fake smile. Darn it, I was caught pretending to be someone else. Darn it, what difference does it make if there are more rich people in the world? Same question 1,008,611. Seeing someone I dislike become rich is more upsetting than being hurt. My sister's proud and aloof look is also very beautiful, haha. The comments are still about myself, but the live stream gained more attention because of the official statement from the Fish Continent Island Tourism Board. Haha, I'd love to go to Fish Continent Island to film a show someday. I really like that place, Director Liu replied with a smile. I heard you can snorkel there, and they have a beautiful variety of fish, Qin Shuanglia said, looking excitedly at Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu thought for a moment it seemed true, so she said to Qin Shuanglia, if you want to go after the show, I'll take you. Qin Shuanglia loves these things the most. I've decided that if Su Tingyu really takes Qin Shuanglia there, I will fiercely confront Su Tingyu's online critics in the next episode. How selfish. Only taking one person. To the person above, go sit on the Les Han giant Buddha. They are welcoming everyone to visit after all. If my sister invites me to Fish Continent Island, I'd be willing to get slapped by her. Why is the person above talking about eating and taking things? Because of Qin Shuanglia's fans participating, the atmosphere in the live chat suddenly became very friendly. Sure. Qin Shuanglia agreed happily. All right, Tingyu, it's your turn to speak. Director Liu appeared at the right time to remind everyone to continue the game. Let me think. Su Tingyu rested her chin, pondering what she could say. I can finish solving a derivative problem in 20 minutes, Su Tingyu said brightly, as solving math problems is her strong suit. No, wait, is this fake? I just got called out. I don't dare to comment now. This sister must have been possessed. I watched her previous variety shows, and she wasn't like this at all. First, observe and stay calm. But you haven't really been going to school or taking exams during your 3 years at high school, Zhang Tiantian said with confusion before quickly covering her mouth. This made me laugh. Tiantian is so innocent. She directly made Su Biao lose face. If she had a lot of money, she would definitely go to school too. Isn't a private teacher better? Tiantian is from Gangqing No. 1 High School. You don't know how prestigious it is, one of the top 3 high schools in the country. If Su Tingyu really is a student at Gangqing No. 1 High School, she might really have that ability. I am from Gangqing No. 1 High School. Su Tingyu has never been to school or taken any exams. I don't even know if she went to college entrance exams. The comments were lively and heated. Su Tingyu took a sip of tea on the table and looked at Jiang Tiantian with a teasing expression. Jiang Tiantian, are you forgetful? I remember I already answered this question after the college entrance exams. I have a private teacher. And, do I need to remind you how you got into Gangcheng No. 1 high school? Su Tingyu looked at Jiang Tiantian with a half smile and added, Wow, is this a big scoop? Jiang Tiantian was just pretending to be a top student a few days ago. Does this mean there's some secret? Tell me more. This morning, I felt like a fox in a melon patch. What does this mean? Is Su Biao trying to attract Director Qiao's attention again and bullying Tiantian? The comments section was buzzing because of Su Tingyu's ambiguous words. Enough, Qiao Liyun said, looking at Su Tingyu with disgust. I told you before I don't like you. Don't threaten Tiantian. She hasn't done anything wrong. Wow, is this Qiao Yingshi officially responding to Su Biao liking him? Ah, Su Biao, stay away from our brother. We don't want such a wicked girl to be our sister-in-law. Qiao Liyun looked at Su Tingyu with a warning in his eyes. In the past, whenever he made this kind of expression, no matter how excessive his actions, Su Tingyu would always choose to tolerate it. Pfft. Su Tingyu laughed out loud, giving a contemptuous look that made Qiao Liyun feel uneasy. I said, a gold digger who relies on others to eat, and now she's bringing along another one? No wonder people are talking. Su Tingyu didn't directly accuse Qiao Liyun and Jiang Tiantian, but everyone could tell who she meant. Come out with me, Qiao Liyun said, trying to suppress his anger and ignoring the harsh comments and doubts from the comment section, hoping to pull Su Tingyu aside. Don't do this, brother Liyun. Su Tingyu just likes you too much, so she's saying these things about me. Jiang Tiantian quickly grabbed Qiao Liyun's sleeve, her eyes red as she shook her head at him. 11. Show your power. Live broadcast solving a calculus problem. Su Tingyu smiled, leaning back and looking at Qiao Liyun, who stood up, with a half-smile on her face. Why did the famous actor Qiao call Su Tingyu out? Is what she said true? Do you believe such a clumsy lie? Why didn't Su Tingyu say anything when she was criticized so harshly before? Our actor Qiao is kind-hearted. He doesn't want Su Tingyu to embarrass herself publicly. Come out, Qiao Liyun said again. Qiao Liyun, this is a show. Be careful with your words, Su Tingyu warned. She didn't plan to reveal Qiao Liyun's true face right now. After all, he hadn't earned enough money for her family yet, and she couldn't let the previous money go to waste on him. Why does my brother seem a little excited? Can't you be excited when your loved one is falsely accused? Tiantian is so happy. Su Tingyu felt that these NPC online commenters were full of a strong sense of artificiality. Sorry, I got a bit excited, Qiao Liyun said, glancing deeply at Su Tingyu. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and then sat back down. Su Tingyu, it's your turn to speak. Director Liu stepped in to smooth things over. Su Tingyu rolled her eyes internally. Director Liu really acted like a typical capitalist, always waiting for the situation to reach its peak before stepping in to calm things down. The comment section was filled with fans criticizing Su Tingyu, drowning out other fans' voices. I really dislike people who try to get attention like this. So shameless. Her brother was being polite, and she still pushed her luck? Does that woman think he gave in? He was just being a gentleman. When will Su Tingyu stop acting like this? Su Tingyu glanced at the comments, but didn't take the foolish words of these NPCs seriously. In the novel, these NPCs existed as part of the male lead setting, while programmed, stable supporters who would always accept and defend everything he did. When needed, they even helped move the romance between the main characters forward. Su Tingyu could only sigh. It really was different living inside a romantic fantasy novel. In her original world, if a top celebrity announced a relationship and used it to promote a newcomer, fans would quickly turn against him. How about this? Su Tingyu said. The viewers can give me a question, and I'll try to solve it within 15 minutes. Wait, is she serious? I still don't believe Su Tingyu is that good at studying. Give her a calculus problem, one that 99% of students would skip on the college exam. She's just pretending to be smart to get our idol Qiao's attention. A golden highlighted comment floated across the screen. No matter how hard you try, Su Tingyu, our Qiao will never like you. He only likes Tiantian. Alright, let's go with that one, Su Tingyu said to Director Liu. Let that viewer choose the question. She had seen that user's profile picture and ID many times before, always leaving harsh comments and supporting the Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian pairing. The golden font meant the account had spent a lot of money. It definitely wasn't a small one. Are you sure? Yes.
Su Tingyu not dead.
Director Liu opened the profile of the user named Turns Out Yun Yun Likes Me and sent a message from the show's official account, asking if she wanted to provide the question. That username looks familiar. I think she's one of Qiao's biggest fans. Upstairs, I saw the biggest fan of actor Qiao, who has edited many fan videos of him. She also has over 100,000 followers on her Weibo account. It's over. Su Biao is about to get into trouble. This fan is known for fiercely defending her idol and is very passionate. Just now, Su Biao publicly insulted actor Qiao. Haha, Su Biao probably didn't expect to be so unlucky, haha. Director Liu, has that netizen agreed? Su Tingyu asked. She deliberately chose this person so that other netizens would believe she didn't hire a fake supporter. He nodded. She said to wait a moment. She will send the questions. Meanwhile, news about Su Tingyu live streaming a high school math problem went viral on social media. Actress writing high school derivative problems live finishing a derivative problem in 20 minutes. Su Tingyu's college entrance exam interview. Is there a real genius in the entertainment industry? Su Tingyu claims she can get a perfect score on the exam. Do any of you want to try? Director Liu looked at the other guests. Su Tingyu's move was a clear challenge. Most celebrities in the entertainment industry have average grades, and very few are excellent. But someone who can finish a calculus problem in 20 minutes is almost non-existent. I want to try. I just finished my college entrance exams, so I might be a bit rusty, but I still want to give it a shot, Jiang Tiantian said hesitantly. She was betting that Su Tingyu, who is not very studious, probably couldn't solve the problem. Even if she couldn't finish or get it right, as long as she wrote more than Su Tingyu, she would be her competitor. The top student persona is something she has been building for a long time. Plus, the last day of the first episode coincided with the college entrance exam score release day, so this could be a way to set the stage. I'll try too, Meng Baizhou, who had been silent, finally spoke. Not sure if this is reasonable. This is the entertainment industry, not academia. Sweet is a top student. She once shared her practice exam scores, and she was already accepted into a prestigious university. Just a random person, I give Su Tingyu a top score of 985. Is no one curious why Meng Baizhou also wants to try? Let's submit our answers and get some paper and pens, Director Liu said as he approached. He showed the questions in front of the live audience and guests, then asked Feng Qi to bring paper and pens. Su Tingyu glanced at the questions, quickly recalled the formula she needed, and started writing. The live stream screen was divided into 4 parts, the questions and 3 guests' rough work. Wow, I feel like Su Tingyu really knows what she's doing. Her thinking is so clear. I estimate my score at 680, but she definitely has the ability to score over 700. Stop treating everyone like fools, you mindless fans. Why hasn't Meng Baizhou started yet? Probably just for the hype. Sweet is also very quick. 8 minutes passed, and Su Tingyu had finished 3 questions. She hesitated for just 0.01 seconds, then started writing again. Wait, hasn't she already finished? Can someone tell me if she's right? These are L'Hopital's rule, Lagrange's mean value theorem, and a few others I haven't learned. Wow, how many solutions is she planning to write? This looks like college calculus, right? The comments went wild, with many university students joining in. Su Tingyu kept writing rapidly, and in no time, she came up with a different solution, one that used college-level knowledge, unlike the first, which was high school level. Seeing Su Tingyu demonstrate her skills, the comments were overwhelmed. 12. Choosing a gift. Jiang Tiantian got stuck after the 3rd question. She could only solve half of it and didn't know how to proceed. Confidently, she looked up and saw that Su Tingyu had already filled 2 full pages of A4 paper. She panicked, looked up at the screen, and saw that her answers to the first 2 questions were the same as Su Tingyu's. She couldn't solve the 3rd question herself, but Su Tingyu had already done it. Everything Su Tingyu said was true. She really could get full marks. Su Tingyu had already finished but was still writing, using a different method. Tiantian regretted it so much.
Why?
Why does Su Tingyu have such good grades? Why is she so rich? And why is she so beautiful? But Su Tingyu liked Brother Liyun, who belonged to her. Thinking of this, Tiantian's uneasy feelings were somewhat eased. She glanced down and saw that Meng Bio still hadn't written anything. His paper was blank. Tiantian let out a breath of relief. Luckily, Meng Baizhou was covering for her. Before Tiantian could feel happy for long, Meng Bio suddenly started writing quickly. What does this mean? Am I going? Does Meng Bio also know how to do this? Is this really the entertainment industry? With such speed, did Meng Baizhou finish the problem in his mind before writing? Maybe you should go to school. Let me handle the entertainment industry. Hey, upstairs, this isn't a wishing pond. Tiantian's mind was in chaos. She clenched her pen so tightly that her knuckles turned white. It's okay, Tiantian. You're already very impressive, Qiao Lian said, looking worried. In his memory, Su Tingyu was a lazy rich kid who didn't study at all. Now she was so capable. Tiantian nodded, not noticing Qiao Lian's distracted look. Time was up. Director Liu spoke. At this moment, the barrage was scrolling at its fastest. Sister, please start a class. I really need it as a college student. Who is spreading the rumor that this sister is just a pretty face? If she doesn't enter the entertainment industry, she'll crush you all in the exam room. Do you think she won't beat us in the exam if she joins the entertainment industry? The popularity of the live stream attracted Chen Lao, a renowned mathematician who loved surfing the internet. A large, bold, bright red comment floats above the live stream. Miss Su Tingyu, are you interested in attending the National Defense University Junior Class interview? Old Chen just looked at Su Tingyu's problem-solving work. He is 100% sure that she is a talented math student. In 20 minutes, she used 4 different methods to solve a derivative problem. With proper training, her future is definitely bright. Wow, is that Old Chen? That's hilarious. Old Chen is always surfing the latest trends. Is this a boss recruitment site? Haha, stop talking, haters. Su Tingyu's fans, after recovering from surprise, are now laughing wildly. It's like scratching a lottery ticket everyone doubted and finally winning $1 billion when revealing the last number. Big sister is starting a class. I just followed your Weibo. Please share your notes. Same here, I followed you. From now on, I'll be your loyal fan, no, your learning buddy. Anyone who dares say our big sister is just a pretty face, please show us how you solve a derivative problem with 4 methods in 20 minutes. Behind Su Tingyu's fans' giggles are the fans of Qiao Liyun and Tiantian, who are not laughing. Sure enough, smiles only shift but don't disappear. Most of Qiao Liyun's fans have given up. Chinese people who spend their lives taking exams can criticize anything except their academic results. But some younger fans don't understand the value of this and still speak mindlessly. However, not many respond. Hello, Old Chen. I've heard of you for a long time. I want to wait until the results come out before deciding which school to apply to. Su Tingyu politely smiled at the screen, then took out her phone and followed Old Chen's Weibo in front of everyone. Hello, Old Chen. Could you please help check if Su Tingyu's answers are correct? Director Liu, seeing this kind of national-level figure for the first time, smiled and leaned closer to the camera, trying to stay a bit longer with Old Chen. Yes, they're correct. Old Chen outside the screen smiled gently, stroked his beard, and then looked at Meng Baizhou and Tiantian's answers. This boy is also right. Another girl only answered the first 2 questions, but her answers were correct. Old Mr. Chen is very good at understanding people and did not belittle Tiantian. After all, in the entertainment industry, he thinks reaching Tiantian's level is quite an achievement. After posting the comments, old Mr. Chen left the live stream. This round, only Meng Baizhou didn't need to fold his fingers. Tiantian felt very embarrassed, but when she looked at the comments, she saw no one was talking about her. Being ignored hurt her more than being mocked. It's obvious, isn't it? Su Tingyu glanced at Meng Baizhou's draft paper. Although there was only one solution, it was different from the 4 solutions Su Tingyu had written. You're too kind. Meng Baizhou smiled at Su Tingyu.
Ah.
Su Tingyu was internally screaming, "Mom, I want to support him," but outwardly, Su Tingyu kept a polite smile, saying, "No need to be modest. You all are so amazing, haha." Zheng Wenxuan was the last to speak. He mentioned something related to his profession. "This year, I created 12 original songs." "Zheng, you're incredible," Zhang Tiantian praised, then folded down a finger. Everyone echoed her, and also folded a finger. The game ended. Qiao Liyun, Fu Qingji, Bai Jin, and Qin Shuanglia each folded 6 fingers. Zheng Wenxuan folded 5. Zhang Tiantian and Meng Baishou each folded 4. Su Tingyu folded 2. Not fair. Su Biao actually won? I don't understand. It's disrespectful and exaggerated. But she did win, so it's not wrong. Mindless fans, get lost. Bring the gifts here. Director Liu asked the staff to bring everyone's gifts and place them on the table. Based on the number of fingers folded, Su Tingyu, you get to choose first. Director Liu waved at Su Tingyu. Is it a blind pick? Does the gift depend on the group? Su Tingyu asked. Of course not. It's not a blind pick. Director Liu opened each box one by one. If you pick each other's gifts, you form a team. That chance is very small, Fu Qingji said. Yes, so if you happen to choose each other, it's a great coincidence. Director Liu nodded. If 2 people can pick each other, it will be the highlight of this episode. It's okay if they don't pick each other. The audience now enjoys a lively mix of surprises. Listen, fish. Which one do you want? Su Tingyu looked at the row of gifts. One special gift caught her attention, a key. Is this key paired with anything else? Fu Qingzi asked, curious. No, the guest didn't tell me what this key opens, Director Liu replied. I want this, Su Tingyu said, holding the key and turning it in her hand. Ha, who prepared this gift? A key. Is it a car key? That's interesting. I won't allow you to look down on my little electric scooter. Sweetie and Bai Shou have the same number of votes. Who will go first? Director Liu looked at Meng Baizhou and Zhang Tiantian. Lady first. Meng Baizhou politely raised his hand. Then I'll go first, Zhang Tiantian said, walking straight to the white dress. She loved wearing white dresses. This one must have been prepared by Brother Liu Yun. Just this one. Zhang Tiantian smiled at the director, then sat back on the sofa with the dress. Meng Baizhou stood up and chose a keychain. Next was Zheng Wenxuan. Zheng Wenxuan looked a bit hesitant, then his eyes landed on a big strawberry bear. I want this, Zheng Wenxuan said, carrying the half-human-sized strawberry bear back to his seat. Zheng Wenxuan chose what I thought he would never pick. Brother Wenxuan's contrast is so funny. He has a calm face, but secretly loves pink strawberry bears. There are 4 gifts remaining. Qiao Liyun and Bai Jin let the 2 girls choose first. Fu Qingji picked a 4-leaf clover bracelet, and Qin Shuanglia chose a pen. You go first, kids get priority, Qiao Liyun said to Bai Jin. Bai Jin, who used to be a comedy actor, is only 19 years old. Thanks, Brother Qiao, Bai Jin said, choosing a box of chocolates from the remaining gifts. The last gift was a wallet. It seems like the wallet is the most valuable, from C brand, probably prepared by Princess Fu. What if the key is the most valuable? The keychain looks like a limited edition collaboration. That dress is also from C brand, priced at 150,000 yuan on the official website. Then the cheapest might be that box of chocolates. Where did you put our keys? All right, now we will announce the only pair of guests who chose each other. Director Liu paused deliberately before speaking. It's Shuangliu and Teacher Zheng. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere in the room became strangely quiet. Everyone thought it would be Zhang Tiantian and Qiao Liyun. Zhang Tiantian looked upset and asked, Who prepared this dress? I did. Looks like you like it, Su Tingyu said, resting her chin on her hand and teasing Zhang Tiantian. Yes, I like it very much. It's beautiful. Thank you, Tingyu. Zhang Tiantian forced a smile. She couldn't hide her feelings well right now, and the limited high-end dress in her hands felt like a hot potato. Su Tingyu found it a bit funny. When she used her money before, she didn't feel embarrassed, but now she felt awkward. She didn't reply immediately, curious about who the key belonged to, and asked, What's this gift? Cough. I prepared it. Meng Baizhou cleared his throat and said, So, what's the key to? Su Tingyu fiddled with the key in her hand and looked at Meng Baizhou, waiting for his answer. It's the key to an apartment in Jinyu community. Meng Baizhou spoke. Is this the Jinyu community I know? A condo, is it a gift for Su Tingyu? If it's real, then they are really rich. The lowest price for a Jinyu condo is 3 million. Such a big gift for someone you just met. Are you giving this to me? Su Tingyu asked. Yes. Meng Baizhou nodded. When will you take me to transfer the ownership? Su Tingyu put the keys in her pocket and stared at Meng Baizhou with bright, unwavering eyes. After the show, Meng Baizhou looked at her, his eyes dark with emotion, but his face still wore a gentle smile. You're such a good person. Su Tingyu gave Meng Baizhou a big thumbs up. Even though she is now wealthy, who wouldn't like having more money? Haha, Fu Qingji couldn't hold back her laughter. A property worth a few million makes you so happy? So what? Don't you like money? Are you not interested in money? Say it. Do you believe it yourself? Su Tingyu shot back without hesitation. Let's just reveal everything now. Director Liu interrupted, stopping Fu Qingji from arguing further. Chocolate was prepared by Sweet Sweet, the keychain by Liu Yun, the wallet by Qingji, and the 4-leaf clover bracelet by Xiao Bai. Now, besides Teacher Zheng and Lulu, the remaining 6 players need to draw lots to form teams. Director Liu took out a box with an opening at the top. Each guest draws a slip of paper. Those with the same number will form a team. Girls go first. Lu Zhou placed the box on the table, signaling Su Tingyu and the others to pick. Fu Qingji was the first to take a slip without hesitation. Su Tingyu didn't move. She made a please gesture to Jiang Tiantian, indicating she should pick. After Jiang Tiantian finished, only one slip was left in the box, naturally belonging to Su Tingyu. I am number 2, Jiang Tiantian said. I am number 1. Fu Qingji waved her slip. I am number 3. Su Tingyu realized her words sounded a bit off after speaking, so she corrected herself, saying, my note is number 3. Haha, Su Tingyu is so funny. I didn't even react before she changed her answer. Knowing that Director Qiao likes sweet things, isn't she just trying to get close to number 3? It seems Su Tingyu has never openly admitted to liking Qiao Liyun, right? Is it hard to tell? That's what everyone online is saying. Alright, now it's the turn for the male guest, Director Liu said, asking the female guest to put her note back into the box and then shaking it. Then I'll go first. Qiao Liyun stood up and reached into the box. Su Tingyu knew without thinking that Qiao Liyun would definitely pick number 2 and be paired with Jiang Tiantian, since they are the main characters. Sure enough, in the next second, Su Tingyu heard Qiao Liyun say, I'm number 2, paired with Tiantian. The comments started again, showing fans' excitement. Ah, so sweet. I knew Director Qiao and Tiantian are a perfect match. So adorable, I love watching this. Who understands? I was so happy I rolled on my bed. Wow, Brother Liyun, I can't believe I get to be your partner. Jiang Tiantian said happily, and the two started exchanging meaningful looks without caring about others. You're younger, you go first, Meng Baizhou said to Bai Jin. Thanks, Brother Meng. Bai Jin stepped forward and took a note, but didn't open it. Meng Baizhou took the last note, and they unfolded them together. Oh, you're also number 3, Su Tingyu blurted out when she saw the writing on Meng Baizhou's note. Meng Baizhou? Haha, I can't take it anymore. Su Tingyu is so funny. Meng Baizhou, thanks for the invite. I haven't even been in a relationship, but I already got number 3. You're number 3 too, haha. Who understands my terrible sense of humor? Trying to be funny. So, are you also number 3? 14, strange couple, daydream fish. Thanks, I prefer to be the main partner, Meng Baizhou said through gritted teeth.
Oh hat, Su Tingyu not that lighty.
Meng Baizhou, 6, then Little White will be in the same group as Qingyi, Director Liu said. Hello, Sister Qingji. Please take care of us. Bai Jin smiled at Fu Qingji, showing a bright smile.
Hello, Fu Qingji nodded.
Our first task today is for the male and female guests to buy groceries together and cook lunch. Each group needs to prepare at least 2 dishes, Director Liu said, pulling out a small B-shaped device, sounding more confident. Can you cook? Su Tingyu nudged Meng Baizhou's arm. Not really. How about you? Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu's beautifully manicured hands with a blank expression, then turned away. Never mind, I'll do it, Su Tingyu agreed. Actually, she could cook and was quite good at it. In her past life, one of her sources of living expenses was helping her desk mate by bringing her lunch. Her desk mate was a very cute girl who thought her cooking was delicious and paid her a lot each month to bring her lunch every day. But clearly, in this world, Su Tingyu was not supposed to know how to cook. Each group has a budget of only 100 yuan. Director Liu smiled as he handed the money to the girls in each group, then added, "The order of eating and the quality of the food will affect the difficulty of the afternoon tasks. Now, everyone can go out. Be back at the villa before 10:30, Director Liu finished, organizing each group's filming plan, then left the villa temporarily. How are we supposed to get there? Before Fu Qingji could ask, Director Liu was already gone. The 8 of them left the villa, and the production team didn't provide any transportation. Call my assistant to pick me up. Fu Qingji took out her phone to call her assistant, but was stopped by Feng Qi. Miss Fu, you're not allowed to ask others for help, Feng Wan said with a smile similar to Director Liu's. Fu Qingji's face stiffened. Then how are we supposed to get there? The town is at least a few kilometers from the village, right? You can walk there or rent a car from the villagers, Feng Wan said. There is a shared bike here, Jiang Tiantian said happily, walking to a bike on the roadside. Although it's not electric, she thought she could pedal it herself. Tiantian is so clever, Qiao Lian said, walking up and affectionately patting Jiang Tiantian's head. Jiang Tiantian took out her phone to scan the QR code, but the page showed the bike was already in use.
Huh?
May I ask who from the crew is using it? Jiang Tiantian thought a crew member had ridden it, so she asked the staff. The staff looked at each other in silence. No one spoke. Sorry, I forgot. I came here riding the shared bike, Meng Baizhou said, walking forward and waving to Su Tingyu. Come on, let's ride together. Haha, I'm about to die laughing. No one remembers that this guy came on a bike. It's so funny, but how did he get the bike to the village? Luckily, it's a pedal bike. Any electric bike wouldn't make it to the village. The comments were full of laughter and no one paid attention to Jiang Tiantian's somewhat awkward expression. How are you two going to ride? Jiang Tiantian was determined to cause some trouble for Su Tingyu. Which side do you want to ride on? Su Tingyu ignored Jiang Tiantian and asked Meng Baizhou. I can do either, Meng Baizhou replied. Then you ride on the right. Su Tingyu nodded, crossing his hands on the handlebars with Meng Baizhou. Is it what I think? I dare not think. Coward, I dare to think. In front of everyone, Su Tingyu stepped onto the left pedal and Meng Baizhou onto the right. The two of them, in a very strange pose, somehow managed to ride the bike together. Everyone? Live viewers? Cameraman? Wait, what are they going to do? Boiling water is too hot for me to drink, and people's hearts are too cold for me to touch. Wait for me, said the teacher, holding a camera and ran after him. Shall we ask the nearby villagers? After smiling, Qin Shuangliu spoke. I'm fine with anything. I follow your lead, Zheng Wenxuan nodded, meeting Qin Shuangliu's gaze. Wait, why does this seem a bit sweet? It feels like an old-fashioned couple. Haha, you're so funny upstairs. No, don't you think Zheng Ji's look at Lulu is a bit strange? These two normal lines of dialogue were surprisingly interpreted by viewers as a cute couple. Big sister, I'll ask at the farmhouse. You wait here for me. Bai Jean volunteered, smiling like a puppy, planning to borrow a vehicle. Okay, Fu Qingji nodded coldly, pretending to be aloof. Sweetheart, you wait here too. Qiao Liyun gently rubbed Jiang Tiantian's head, who immediately looked down shyly. Meanwhile, Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou had started a separate live stream. Their fans, mostly pretty girls and a few couple fans, came to watch. The fans were relaxed, enjoying the stream, some admiring the screen, others joking about the couple. The comments in the chat felt strangely peaceful. Because of their funny bike riding style, villagers kept turning their heads to look. The teacher filming couldn't keep up and finally paid a villager to ride a motorcycle and follow Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Are you not afraid of losing followers with that move? Meng Baizhou asked. Do I still have followers to lose? Su Tingyu glanced at Meng Baizhou, showing a look that said, Do I look like I'm worried about losing followers? That makes sense. Meng Baizhou nodded, looking at Su Tingyu's face, which was flushed from the heat and exercise, but still beautiful and flawless. That's nonsense, no way. Su Tingyu snapped angrily. Only she can tease herself. No one else is allowed to do so. Meng Baizhou felt a bit confused, but Su Tingyu didn't even give him a glance anymore, so he had to silently shut his mouth. This scene made the few fans of the couple go crazy with excitement. Meng Baizhou, wife Mimi pouting, Su Tingyu. What do you mean? Do you also think I have no fans? Hilarious couple. I'm dying from the cuteness. From now on, I declare our couple name will be Daydream Fish. So spooky, the person above is already scared. The two quickly arrived at the town's vegetable market. Su Tingyu gasped for breath as she got off her bike. She had fallen asleep on the way here and didn't feel the road was bumpy, but several times she almost fell off the bike. But she could throw anything away, yet she couldn't lose face as a strong woman. So, Su Tingyu clenched her teeth, resisted the urge to ask Meng Baizhou to go slower, and rode to the market. 15. How much is your affection worth? What do you want to eat? Meng Baizhou asked Su Tingyu as they entered the market. I can eat anything, Su Tingyu said casually, but her eyes kept drifting toward the shrimp nearby. Are you sure? Meng Baizhou raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Not sure. Su Tingyu immediately turned to look at Meng Baizhou, then pointed at the shrimp in the pond beside them. I want to eat this. Okay. Meng Baizhou smiled, squatted down, and started choosing shrimp. Such a strong husband vibe. Feeling unexpectedly sweet help. The person above invites you to join our Daydream Fish family. Thanks for the invite, but I decline. Garlic vermicelli shrimp. Do you want some? Meng Baizhou finished choosing the shrimp, handed them to the vendor, then turned to call Su Tingyu. I don't have money. Come pay. Haha, young man. Are you a wife-controlled type? Wife-controlled is good. People who love their wives have a bright future, said the vendor, a middle-aged woman with a smile, teasing. Not. Su Tingyu wanted to argue, but Meng Baizhou interrupted her. Boss, my wife loves eating shrimp. Can you give us a discount? We'll come often. Meng Baizhou spoke casually, with no hint of dishonesty. Sure. The aunt was easy to talk to. Seeing this, she grabbed 2 shrimp and put them in a bag, handing it to Meng Baizhou. 44 yuan. Even if you pay 40, I'll give you 2 more shrimp. Thank you, boss. Meng Baizhou took the bag and then turned to Su Tingyu. Honey, go pay the bill quickly. No. Keep fangirling. Doesn't anyone think Meng Baizhou's voice is really nice? I don't understand why, when he calls her honey, I really feel like he and Su Tingyu are married. You're not alone. Su Tingyu originally wanted to reply, but seeing the boss really give 2 extra shrimp and weigh 4 yuan, she immediately smiled and stepped forward, handing over 100 yuan. She sweetly said, Thank you, auntie. We'll come often in the future. Such a handsome girl. You two are really a good match. The aunt looked at Su Tingyu and then at Meng Baizhou. There's no one quite like you in our village. Are you from outside? Yeah. Meng Baizhou nodded, took the extra cash from the aunt, and pulled Su Tingyu away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to say, Business is booming, boss. That's impressive. Outside the seafood section, Su Tingyu gave Meng Baizhou a big thumbs up. Let's go. We need to buy vermicelli and seasonings. Meng Baizhou carried a bag in his left hand, casually glancing at his right wrist holding Su Tingyu's hand, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He's happy now. Secretly happy, brother Meng Baizhou. Yu's wrist is so white and thin, and Meng Baizhou's hands are also very nice. Why do I feel like Meng Baizhou knew Su Tingyu before? What else do you want to eat? Meng Baizhou finished buying the seasonings for garlic vermicelli shrimp, with 48 yuan left in his hand. I don't know. You decide. Su Tingyu shook her head. Okay. Meng Baizhou went to the chicken stall and ordered 2 chicken legs and a chicken breast. What are you going to do? Su Tingyu asked as she carried her bag closer to Meng Baizhou after paying. I'm making lemon shredded chicken and curry potatoes with chicken, Meng Baizhou replied. Then I'll go buy lemons and curry powder, Su Tingyu said excitedly, volunteering to buy the ingredients. Okay, I'll wait for you here. While they were shopping, the camera operator didn't follow them closely but filmed from a distance. Fortunately, the picture quality was good, and their audio equipment worked well, so viewers could hear and see clearly. Such a classic old couple vibe. I really can't handle it. Did they really not know each other before? My goodness. So natural are they acting? Hey, my fishy has better acting skills than that. For a moment, I can't tell if you're a true fan or a hater. Let's go, we're heading back, Su Tingyu said happily, carrying lemons and other ingredients. All right, they left, hung the ingredients on the front of the car, and rode their bikes back in the same way. On the way, they met 6 other guests. The 6 sat on a bullock cart, watching Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu ride their bikes together. This is so funny, I might die laughing. A historic meeting. Lulu is so beautiful. Sitting on the bullock cart, she looks so fragile. Back at the villa, Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou immediately went into the kitchen. Peel out the shrimp's vein. Meng Baizhou handed a bag of live shrimp to Su Tingyu. Okay, Su Tingyu said, taking the shrimp and sitting on a small stool nearby. Meng Baizhou watched her skillful movements, his expression darkening. Why does Su Tingyu seem so experienced? Hey, you're not alone in thinking that. Seeing the young lady learn to cook makes me feel balanced. She does it as a hobby, but you do it for life. Upstairs, the road was busy with people arguing loudly. When Xiao Luyun and the others returned, Meng Baizhou had already prepared 3 dishes and set them on the table. You're so quick. Fu Qingji was a bit surprised because the dishes looked very appetizing, and as soon as she entered, she smelled the delicious aroma. All made by Meng Baizhou, Su Tingyu said, picking up a shrimp and putting it in her mouth. Meng Baizhou was joking when he said he wasn't very good at cooking. His food was actually very tasty. I left a portion for you in the kitchen, Meng Baizhou said, carrying 2 bowls of soup and smiling at everyone. Thanks for your effort, Qin Shuanglia said with a smile, then asked, did Director Liu say how they will judge the lunch quality? Not yet, Meng Baizhou replied. All right, you all eat quickly, Qin Shuanglia nodded and went into the kitchen with the ingredients. An hour later, the other 3 groups also finished preparing lunch. Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Luyun made simple egg fried rice with some ready-made pickled vegetables. Fu Qingji and Bai Jin made cabbage meatball soup and stir-fried pork, which looked pretty good. Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan made a big shrimp in soy sauce and tomato egg soup. Overall, the food from all 4 groups looked surprisingly good. Su Tingyu, do you want to try ours? Qin Shuangliu asked the 2 sitting on the sofa, playing on their phones, Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. No need. We're full. Su Tingyu waved her hand. She was really full. Meng Baizhou's cooking skills were no joke. His lie about not being good at cooking turned into a delicious meal. Su Tingyu looked very happy. Okay, Qin Shuanglia didn't insist, clearly thinking Meng Baizhou's food was the best. Why pretend? Invite her to eat with you, and then don't eat? Playing tricks with small tricks. Seemingly ungrateful. It's not too absurd. She's full, and she left good food for the other guests. What more do you want? Su Tingyu looked up just in time to see the comment claiming she was pretending. Really? Are there still people doing moral blackmail these days? Su Tingyu sat in front of the screen and started speaking loudly. Are you jealous because she invited me to eat together? Just say you want to eat. If there's leftover food later, I'll tell you where it went. Big tricks from a small player? I've had enough and don't want to eat anymore. If I'm just a small player, I don't mind showing you what small but powerful energy looks like. Seems ungrateful, pretending to be someone else. Can celebrities openly insult others now? How can you prove I'm insulting anyone? Please, Su Biao, mind your manners. I have no manners. What should I pay attention to? Do you think speaking like that will make more people like you? What do I care if you like me? How much is your liking worth? Su Tingyu was getting really angry. By the time Director Liu finished dinner and returned, the live stream was out of control. 16. Life is dull. Frog's commentary on humans in just one morning. Su Tingyu had already trended on the hot searches many times. Controversy over a popular female star's emotional breakdown and insults. Su Tingyu angrily responds to viewers during live show request for Su Tingyu's mouth link. Su Tingyu, how much is your liking worth? Close the live stream. My goodness. Director Liu entered the villa, hurriedly paused the stream and started emergency public relations. If Su Tingyu kept talking, the live stream might get shut down. When Qin Shuanglia heard the stream was ending, she immediately put down her chopsticks, ran over to Su Tingyu, and gave her a big thumbs up. "You're amazing, Tingyu. You're like my internet spokesperson." Some netizens always like to make choices for others, thinking they can judge others' actions just by watching from behind the screen. Qin Shuanglia looked at Su Tingyu with admiration. "That's too much praise." Su Tingyu pouted proudly. "But could this affect your future acting career?" Qin Shuanglia's expression turned worried. As a public figure responding to negative comments, she chose to go live, but she wasn't sure how many marketing accounts might maliciously edit her words. "Then I'll just go home and inherit the family business," Su Tingyu said casually, shrugging her shoulders. She came to this variety show mainly to cause trouble for Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian. After filming, she planned to leave the entertainment industry. Fine. Qin Shuanglia thought about Su Tingyu's small island and realized she was meddling too much. "Listen, Sister Tingyu, those netizens didn't mean to upset you. Don't be angry with them. I'll post a Weibo to clarify things," Jiang Tiantian said, walking over with her phone and speaking to Su Tingyu. "Wait, who is she helping?" "Clarify what?" "I don't need that." Su Tingyu refused immediately.
"But
I've already posted it." Jiang Tiantian's eyes turned red, as if she was very wronged. "Su Tingyu, don't be ungrateful. Tiantian is just trying to help." Qiao Luyun, the typical hero who appears immediately when the heroine cries, rushed over upon seeing Jiang Tiantian being rejected. "Why act? The live broadcast is over," Su Tingyu said impatiently, giving Qiao Luyun a dismissive look, then turned to Jiang Tiantian and said, "Delete it." There was no need to think about what Jiang Tiantian might post. It would probably be that Su Tingyu didn't mean to do it. She just forgot she was live. She usually speaks straightforwardly and couldn't help but curse at the netizens. It seemed like she was defending Su Tingyu, but it actually confirmed her reputation for having a bad temper, no star virtue, and low emotional intelligence. It also subtly implied that Su Tingyu's character was poor in private. Not deleting it, right? Seeing Jiang Tiantian just pretend to be mute and tear up, Su Tingyu took out her phone, edited a Weibo post, and sent it out. Su Tingyu's post, "Life is dull, frogs criticizing humans." She didn't specify whether she was replying to the netizens who insulted her or Jiang Tiantian, but everyone who had insulted her felt they were being indirectly criticized. How can you say I'm a frog?" Jiang Tiantian looked aggrieved, speaking with a hint of crying in her voice. "I did not mention or name you directly, but you on your Weibo are being sarcastic." Su Tingyu sarcastically glanced at Jiang Tiantian. "I am not being sarcastic, Brother Lian. I really am not," Jiang Tiantian denied, pulling at Qiao Luyun's sleeve and looking at him with tears in her eyes. Su Tingyu was speechless. Every time the original owner and Jiang Tiantian argued before, Jiang Tiantian would perform like a dramatic actor, acting hurt and quietly complaining to Qiao Luyun. "I know, Tiantian, it's not your fault. It's Su Tingyu's fault. I'll have her apologize to you." Two overlapping voices sounded. One was Qiao Luyun comforting Jiang Tiantian, and the other was Su Tingyu, standing nearby with her arms crossed, watching the scene. The whole villa fell into a deep silence. Meng Baizhou sat nearby, unable to hold back his laughter, then said to Su Tingyu, "Teacher Su, do you have mind-reading skills? You guessed everything perfectly. I really admire that." Meng Baizhou has a very handsome but aggressive face, but when he smiles, it looks a bit mischievous, especially now. Su Tingyu called this kind of smile a villain smile. "Everyone pay attention. I will restart the live broadcast soon." Director Liu had just posted a statement on the official account of Heartbeat Moment, saying the live stream equipment was broken and needed repairs, so it would be off for 5 minutes. Now the time is up and they need to start broadcasting quickly, or it will affect the viewership. Jiang Tiantian saw the screen light up again, and the comments started flying rapidly. She took a deep breath and said to Su Tingyu, "I know you've been targeting me because you like Brother Lian, but this is not my fault." Wow. The real girlfriend is fighting the third party? So explosive. This show feels like it might be cancelled tomorrow. So Su Tingyu is the third party? Zhang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun aren't together, right? Why is Su Tingyu the third party? The comments were noisy. Su Tingyu crossed her arms, watching Zhang Tiantian with a look of mockery almost spilling out of her eyes. I like Xiao Liyun, Su Tingyu sneered. What do I see in him? Is it because he has no money? Is it because he's old? Is it because he brought along his sister, who pretends to be a fake orthopedic doctor under the guise of sibling dependence? Su Tingyu kept talking, so much that Zhang Tiantian forgot to cry. Wait, what crazy thought just crossed my mind? I really laughed at the idea that he has no money, but compared to Sister Su, actor Qiao seems truly broke. His age? I really can't handle that. Fake orthopedic doctor? Su Tingyu, what kind of books do you usually read? What do you mean? Xiao Lian wanted to get angry, but since he was live streaming, Su Tingyu could quit this job, but he couldn't. Literally. If you don't understand, go back to compulsory education, Su Tingyu said bluntly. Zhang Tiantian just said that to try to ruin her reputation through public opinion. It doesn't matter. Su Tingyu might go crazy. But honestly, going crazy really works. The number of netizens criticizing her has clearly decreased. I feel like Su Tingyu is acting out my mental state. What is the person above talking about? You're just a worker, and Su Tingyu is a capitalist. Why is such a big capitalist being so miserable, getting criticized like this? From Su Tingyu's perspective, Zhang Tiantian really seems to be a troublemaker. People above, don't just donate your eyes. Then I wish you and Zhang Tiantian always be colleagues who, in front of the boss, casually reveal all your dark secrets. Director Liu didn't expect Zhang Tiantian to suddenly say that. His face darkened for the first time. Tiantian, don't talk nonsense, Director Liu warned. Sorry. Zhang Tiantian knew her plan had failed, so she lowered her head to hide her hatred for Su Tingyu in her eyes. I just posted a poll on the official website. Please vote for what you think is the tastiest lunch. The winner will be used as an additional scoring criterion, which will decide the tasks our guests face this afternoon, Director Liu said to the camera. Then, Feng Qi posted a poll on the official blog, with the deadline at noon. Now, the guests can rest in their rooms or start live streaming to chat with fans, Director Liu said, turning off the live broadcast on the first floor of the villa and speaking to everyone. 17, talented but choosing beauty instead, Su Tingyu returned to her room, changed into comfortable clothes, and started her live stream. There weren't many viewers in the stream. Most of her haters had gone to her main account stream, and no one was insulting her. Wow, Sister's beauty is stunning. She must be using beauty filters. Ignore the haters upstairs. Seeing these comments, Su Tingyu smiled and, in front of over 10,000 viewers, turned on her beauty filters one by one. Smoothing skin, whitening, slimming face, enlarging eyes. After turning them on, Su Tingyu dramatically transformed her appearance into a snake-like face. How about now? No beauty filters, she said, turning off each feature one by one. That scared me. Sister already looks perfect without filters. Wow, some people really look this beautiful without filters. I've never insulted Su Tingyu. If I had her face in my next life, I'd be happy. The comments were quite friendly, and Su Tingyu casually chatted with her fans. That morning, her Weibo followers increased from over 6 million to over 8 million. Sister, can you teach me how to do permutation and combination problems? I'll be in senior high next semester, and I still don't get it. Wait, the tone seems a bit off. Sister, please explain solid geometry. Sister, trigonometry. Sister, electromagnetism. Gradually, more and more comments appeared asking for help with high school subjects. Alright. Initially, Su Tingyu was a bit uninterested in chatting, but when it came to explaining topics, she became very energetic. After all, she had studied hard for many years just to impress during the college entrance exam. Even though she passed away in her past life, it didn't stop her from continuing to pretend in this life. Let's start with permutations and combinations this noon, Su Tingyu said, scrolling through the comments to find the first request. Soon, her fans noticed she was beginning to explain high school level problems. Let's look at some basic arrangements, like drawing balls from a box with or without replacement. Su Tingyu took out paper and pen from her drawer and started giving examples. Big sister. You are my only big sister. I want my parents and classmates to all follow you. Wow, I think I just understood how to use A and C in different problems. Please, XX number 1 middle school, hire Su Tingyu as my teacher. Suddenly, many high school students and college students interested in probability flooded into the live chat, nearly reaching 100,000 viewers. Su Tingyu once again trended on social media. Celebrity livestream explains high school math goes viral. Netizens ask schools to hire Su Tingyu as math teacher. Renowned actress. Su Tingyu goes viral, clearly talented, but relying on looks instead. Su Tingyu was unaware of these trends. She focused solely on sharing her knowledge, starting from the basics, with everyone in the live chat.
Mom.
I understand math now. When she looked up, she saw this comment float by. She replied, then you can tell your mom that if you stay in my live stream, you will also understand physics, chemistry, and biology. After all, her last tutoring class was worth 300 yuan. Soon, 2 hours passed and over 300,000 people were watching Su Tingyu's live stream, making her the second most popular after Qiao Liyun. Next time we meet, I'll teach you the basic question types. Su Tingyu waved at the camera before ending the stream and heading downstairs. Downstairs, Director Liu looked at the viewer numbers and was stunned. He, a well-known romance show director, was surprised that he had gained attention by having a guest teach math problems during a live stream. Meng Baizhou didn't go live because he had slept all afternoon. Su Tingyu was the first to come downstairs. Listinyu, this is a romance show. You should broadcast more about that, Director Liu said as he approached her. But what am I supposed to love alone? Su Tingyu asked back. Answer the fans' questions or flirt with Xiaomeng a bit, he suggested. I already answered. The fans in the live chat asked me to explain the problems, she said seriously while looking at Director Liu. Before he could reply, other guests started coming downstairs one after another. Listinyu, I heard you were explaining problems during your noon stream. Zhang Tiantian, dressed in sportswear and with a high ponytail, said, seeming to forget her earlier bad mood. That's because of you. Su Tingyu gave her a thumbs up. It's impressive that you still say hello to me first. Su Tingyu's blunt words made Zhang Tiantian feel awkward. She forced a smile and said, it was my fault this morning. I shouldn't have spoken so impulsively. I apologize. Can you forgive me, Listinyu? Su Tingyu admired her attitude. With this mindset, Zhang Tiantian would succeed in anything. Su Tingyu, do you not understand my warning? Qiao Liyun suddenly stepped forward to defend Zhang Tiantian. Can you say that differently? My ears are getting sore. Su Tingyu rolled her eyes and moved to sit on the farthest sofa. Meng Baizhou was the last to come down and naturally sat next to Su Tingyu. Director Liu opened the live stream. Now, we will announce the results of the audience voting. Lu Yun and Tiantian are in first place. Lu Lu and Teacher Zheng are in second place. Xiao Bai and Fu Fu are in third place. Listening Fish and Baizhou are in fourth place. Su Listening Fish wasn't surprised. After all, they are the main characters and the others are top influencers in their fields. Their fan support is strong, so it was natural that she and Meng Baizhou ended up at the bottom. Overall rankings are: first place Lu Lu and Teacher Zheng, second place Lu Yun and Tiantian, third place Listening Fish and Baizhou, fourth place Xiao Bai and Fu Fu. Director Liu took out the task cards and continued, now let's plan the tasks for the afternoon. The first place team will help villagers pick mangoes. Liu handed them a task card and added, you need to pick 200 mangoes. The second place team will help villagers catch fish at the pond. The third place team will sell mangoes and fish to villagers. The fourth place team will help villagers clean the stables. Any team that doesn't complete their task will not get dinner. After giving the task cards to each female guest, Director Liu announced the punishment. Once the tasks were assigned, the live stream exploded. Wait, are we really sending Fu Fu Princess to clean the horse stalls? Why are Listening Fish and the others' tasks so easy? Is it true that the first and second place tasks are harder than the third? Director, this is too unfair. Opening back doors everywhere. Su Listening Fish ignored the comments and looked at Director Liu. Director Liu, do you mean we have to wait for the first two teams to finish picking mangoes and catching fish before we can start our tasks? Yes, Liu nodded. Su, listening fish, was annoyed. What if Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Lu Yun keep delaying? That's entirely their doing. And what if the first two teams never finish? She asked. Then your team's task will automatically fail, he replied. Haters, listen up. Our sister Su's task is the hardest, okay? The fate is almost in the hands of the first two teams. 66666. The director team is really clever. If Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou want to complete their tasks, they first need to help the first two groups finish theirs. Suddenly, I feel like our Fu isn't that unlucky after all. I feel a little sorry for Sister Su and Brother Meng. 18. Helping farmers sell their produce? Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou exchange a quick look, both seeing a flash of cleverness in each other's eyes.
Okay, Su Tingyu agvet.
Director Liu and Qiao Liyun are both surprised. This clearly unfair and unreasonable plan. What's wrong with Su Tingyu? Why did she agree so quickly? Director Liu looks at Qiao Liyun. He's just trying to give the movie star face and make Su Tingyu feel a little uncomfortable. If she shows dissatisfaction, he might change the task. Xiao Meng, do you think it's okay too? Director Liu looks at Meng Baizhou, hoping he'll refuse. I'm fine with it, Meng Baizhou shrugs, with a carefree look on his handsome face. Wait, why do Director Liu and movie star Qiao look so suspicious? Honestly, it's pretty obvious who's targeting whom. Who told Su Tingyu to pick on Sweetie? Movie star Qiao is just protecting his wife, okay? And above, no one said this was your brother's fault. Why are you jumping in to defend him? The unfairness of the task is very obvious, and many viewers in the live stream are feeling a bit upset. Tingyu, look, I also think this task is a bit unfair. Should we change it? Director Liu quickly notices the comments and offers a way out. Director Liu, we're not afraid to play. It's fine, just this one. Su Tingyu smiles and then turns to Qin Shuangliu. Sister Lulu, let's help you pick mangoes first. So bold. She directly said Qiao Liyun and Jiang Tiantian can't handle it. Don't slander our movie star Qiao, okay? Su Biao is just Su Biao. Everyone upstairs, go see a neurologist. If you still can't see that this is targeting Su Tingyu, I really don't know how you grew up. Su Tingyu is just being blunt. What's wrong with movie star Qiao defending the people he likes? So, are you and actor Qiaoing and Jiang Tiantian not being rude? If you can't play, then just admit it and stop making excuses. The comments are divided into two groups. One is the mindless fans of Qiao Liyun, and the other is fans and viewers who think Qiao Liyun's behavior is inappropriate. But clearly, the author only designed Qiao Liyun to defend his fans, and he is not stronger than those viewers who are not part of the story. Su Tingyu also noticed this. It seems the story can be changed. Most people would think Qiao Liyun's actions are inappropriate. However, in sweet romance stories, the male lead's behavior becomes protective and caring, and the couple is very sweet, with the female antagonist being portrayed as a villain. But Su Tingyu is no longer just a background character in the story. Okay, Qin Shuangliu nodded. The four of them took their task cards and followed the staff to the mango grove in the back mountain. There is a large mango forest on the mountain, and the mangoes just started ripening at the end of June. Hello, I am the owner of this forest. My name is Li Fugui, said Li Fugui, a honest farmer. He looked a bit shy when he saw the four people and smiled, then reached out his hand. Hello. They all shook hands with Li Fugui. This is a basket and small knife for picking mangoes. Just cut the ripe mangoes and put them in the basket. The knife is sharp, so be careful not to hurt yourself, Li Fugui warned. Su Tingyu saw that Li Fugui's hands were covered with thick calluses and his fingers were dark, showing he worked hard for a long time. She felt mixed emotions. In her previous life, online sales were very popular, but many elderly people in rural areas didn't know how to run accounts or market their products, leading to serious sales problems. It's clear that this world also has this issue, but this time, she feels she might be able to make a difference. Okay, thank you, old sir, Su Tingyu said with a gentle smile, then started cutting mangoes with a sickle and basket. I realized that watching beautiful people do farm work is also a kind of appreciation. I can't share this, but I feel like the mangoes in the hands of these 4 people taste even better. I'm starting to crave some. What's going on? Upstairs 1008611 Su Tingyu picked a few mangoes and then asked Li Fugue, who was walking with them. Old sir, I'm a bit thirsty. Can I have 1 mango? No. What is Su Tingyu trying to do? You just praised him, and now he's acting up again? Why should he give you 1? Isn't that embarrassing? Sure, of course, Li Fugue quickly nodded. The situation with Su Tingyu attracted the other 3. Tingyu Yu. Qin Shuangliu already imagined how the viewers in the live stream would criticize Su Tingyu. Just as she was about to speak to advise him, Su Tingyu had already cut open the mango, revealing the bright orange flesh inside. Su Tingyu directly shoved the mango into his mouth. The soft, creamy flesh melted like whipped cream, and the perfect sweetness made his taste buds tingle. I can't help but think, why do I also want to eat when I see Su Tingyu eating? Ah, feed me into my mouth. Wow, such fresh mangoes. They look so delicious. What kind of poor quality ones have I been eating for 20 years? Is it tasty? Li Fugue asked carefully. It's so delicious. Old sir, do you sell your mangoes? I want to buy some to take home. Su Tingyu wiped her hands and looked at Li Fugue with bright eyes. Li Fugue felt a bit shy. The previous boss who came to buy the mangoes said they weren't very good quality, so he was worried Su Tingyu wouldn't be satisfied. I don't know, but if you want, I can give you some for free, Li Fugue thought for a moment and said. Old sir, I need quite a few. Can you give me a price? Su Tingyu refused Li Fugue's offer to give her some for free. Well, how about 1.50 yuan per jean? Li Fugue hesitated and pinched his hand. The previous buyers paid this price. The comment section exploded. Are you saying that the mangoes I bought at the fruit market cost 5 yuan per jean, are small and sour, while the farmer's mangoes are 1.5 yuan per jean, big and sweet? A little girl who loves mangoes was a bit upset. Li Fugue's mangoes look really good, they seem very sweet. Outside, similar ones would probably cost around 7 or 8 yuan per jean. Is there a middleman making a profit?
Haha.
Are there any ways to buy them directly? Hearing this, Su Tingyu shook her head at Li Fugue. Even if it's a bit cheaper. Li Fugue thought his price was too high and was about to speak, but Su Tingyu interrupted him. 3.5 yuan per jean. I will help you set up an online sales channel. I will send professionals to help with packing, shipping, and selling. We keep 28% of the profit, and you get 72%. How does that sound? What? Li Fugue was surprised by Su Tingyu's words and found it hard to believe. Even the viewers in the live stream were stunned. Isn't this different from the rumors about Su Tingyu being a mean girl? Who knows if she's just pretending? If she really can help Li Fugue sell his mangoes online, I would definitely buy. Plus, I also want to buy because I can't stand seeing hardworking people's efforts being undervalued. Are you willing? Su Tingyu looked at Li Fugue seriously. I am willing. Li Fugue quickly nodded. Okay. Su Tingyu put down her knife, took out her phone, and started messaging her pretty mom. Little fishy, mom, did you watch my live stream? I want to help Li Fugue sell mangoes.
Can you help me?
Mommy, sweetie, I'm outside with your dad now. I already told your uncle he will send someone to help you. Our fishy is so kind.
Mom and Dad support you. Kisses.
Just after Su Tingyu received this message, she also got a message from her uncle, Yao Yirwan. Uncle, fishy, are you and your friends recording a show in Jushi Village? Your uncle watched your show and immediately sent someone to leave now. They should arrive in about 3 hours. Xiao Yu. Thank you, uncle. Su Tingyu happily put away her phone. Although she doesn't really understand online marketing, she is a businesswoman. Be careful, Meng Baizhou suddenly rushed over, pulled Su Tingyu into his arms, and with a quick motion, cut a green snake in half. Oh my god, so dangerous. Why is there a snake? If Meng Baizhou hadn't reacted quickly, my fish would have been bitten. So scary, I'm really afraid of snakes. Me too. Just thinking about that slippery, cold thing gives me goosebumps. Others present, like the viewers in the comments, were also frightened. Qin Shuangliu saw the snake still wriggling on the ground and screamed instinctively, taking a few steps back, but she accidentally bumped into Zheng Wenxuan. Are you okay? Zheng Wenxuan also reached out to support her shoulder and softly comforted her. Although this couple is kind of cute. Old Zheng, you said you never touch female celebrities. Lu is a singer, not a star.
Just for safety, haha.
I ship them. But why was there a snake? Maybe Mango didn't spray pesticides, just joking. Thank you. Su Tingyu looked at the snake wriggling on the ground. It was Cui Qing. No problem. Meng Bio looked around to make sure there were no more snakes nearby before releasing Su Tingyu's hand. Meanwhile, after realizing there was a snake, Qin Shuangliu quickly stepped out of Zheng Wenxuan's arms, feeling a bit embarrassed. Director Liu, watching on the monitor, saw the snake and quickly ordered the crew to drive him over. Seeing that the guests were safe, Director Liu relaxed but immediately stopped filming and arranged for staff to bring equipment to check if there were any other snakes in the orchard. Does this mean our task has failed? Qin Shuangliu teased and looked at Director Liu. Well, Director Liu was unsure how to answer. Maybe you two can go help Lu Yun and Tiantian. Once you're done, it counts as completing your task, Director Liu suggested after some thought. Okay, Qin Shuangliu agreed quickly. After answering, he remembered to ask Zheng Wenxuan for his opinion, so he turned to him and asked, "What do you think?" "I'm fine with anything." "I'll follow your lead," Zheng Wenxuan replied. "Follow your lead? We rural folks wouldn't talk to colleagues like that." I just took a screenshot of Lu bumping into Zheng Wenxuan. Who wants to see? I want to see. How about you? Director Liu looked at Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. The two exchanged a glance and nodded. The group arrived at the fish pond and saw the pond owners demonstrating how to catch fish to Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liun. After putting on waterproof overalls provided by the staff, Su Tingyu and the others went down into the pond. Wait, why are they here? Su Tingyu, don't disturb our Jiaoyingdi and Tiantian on their date. I don't understand. How did their alone time turn into 6 people? Fans of Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun's live stream, who support their couple, started expressing dissatisfaction. They just wanted to see their idols being sweet and loving. Director, what's going on? Xiao Liyun asked, looking at Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan in waterproof suits. There's a snake in the orchard. For safety, we can't continue the task, Director Liu explained. A snake? I hate snakes the most. Jiang Tiantian quickly hid in Xiao Liyun's arms, looking scared. Ah, I love the size difference. Tiantian is so brave, haha. Xiaoyingdi is secretly happy. Ah, they're hugging. They're hugging. Fans in their live stream screamed with excitement. But in Qin Shuangliu and Su Tingyu's live streams, the scene was very different. Oh my, the performance looks very fake. Did she get scared just because she saw a snake? She can't even handle a small bump. Maybe she should eat something good. I suggest letting Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou perform an episode. I love watching their faces. Be careful, upstairs, or Xiao Liyun's fans might get mad at you. This isn't their live stream, so what's the big deal? Master Zhou, you go teach them. Lu Yun and I can handle it ourselves, Jiang Tiantian said to Zhou Guoqiang. Okay, Zhou Guoqiang said, walking to the riverbank, starting to teach a few how to catch fish. After half an hour, Su Tingyu had mostly learned how to catch fish and was heading toward the middle of the pond with a basket. Seeing this, Meng Bio followed. Only Zheng Wenxuan and Qin Shuangliu were still learning from Zhou Guoqiang. Jiang Tiantian moved carefully, worried about messing up her hair. Seeing Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou walk to the other side, Jiang Tiantian quickly thought of something. Tingyu, there are more fish here. Come over this way. Jiang Tiantian smiled and waved enthusiastically. The comment said, Tiantian is so kind, she's not arguing with Su Tingyu. Some said, Tiantian, you should just keep messing around and make Su Tingyu fail the task. Others supported this idea. Hearing this, Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou, who had been walking toward the other side, looked at each other and then turned around to go to Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun. Jiang Tiantian was stunned, and the comments were also surprised. Wait, they're coming so fast, it's like they're waiting for Jiang Tiantian to call them. Everyone figured out the truth. Su Tingyu approached Jiang Tiantian, smiled at the two, then bent down and slowly moved her hands under the water. People commented that Su Tingyu's smile looked a little creepy. Some thought Su Tingyu had a vengeful personality, and Jiang Tiantian might be in trouble. Others wondered if Su Tingyu was planning to deliberately tease Tiantian. If Su Tingyu could see the comments now, she would definitely like the one saying she's vengeful. Who can tolerate Jiang Tiantian's innocent girl image and Xiao Liyun's overconfident attitude? Jiang Tiantian watched Su Tingyu's movements and kept subtly leaning closer to her. Su Tingyu seemed to keep her eyes on the water, but in fact, she was secretly watching Jiang Tiantian's actions. Tingyu, can you help me? Just as Jiang Tiantian found a good angle to pretend to fall and frame Su Tingyu for sympathy, Su Tingyu suddenly crouched down and dipped her upper body into the water, splashing water everywhere. In the live stream, everyone saw that just as Jiang Tiantian was speaking, Su Tingyu suddenly crouched, revealing only a furry head. Jiang Tiantian behind her was fully exposed. At the same time, in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, Jiang Tiantian performed a fake fall and fell straight into the fish pond. Huh? No. Did anyone see how she fell? Not clearly, but if Su Tingyu hadn't crouched down, it looked like she was tripped by Su Tingyu. Is it really what I thought? This quickly drew the attention of the director team and Qin Shuangliu, and everyone nearby gathered around. When Jiang Tiantian was pulled out of the water by Xiao Liyun, her face was dirty, her eyes red, and her white top was all stained black. Water droplets dripped down her hair. Su Tingyu, why did you push me? 20. Sorry, I have to say, I am now a public figure. The surrounding was deadly silent. The live stream was also quiet. Tiantian, maybe you were too nervous and thought Su Tingyu pushed you? Or you just lost your balance. Director Liu winked at Jiang Tiantian. Director Liu, can you stop favoring Tingyu? I was standing steady, but she tripped me when she came over. Unfortunately, Jiang Tiantian didn't understand Liu's hint and insisted that Su Tingyu deliberately pushed her. Su Tingyu's head shifted from looking at the water surface to staring at Jiang Tiantian, and she asked with a puzzled tone, but I am still a bit far from you. How can I push you from a distance? Jiang Tiantian only then realized that Su Tingyu's posture was different from what she expected, but she still refused to admit it. Why won't you admit it? If you push me, just admit it. Just acknowledge your mistake and apologize to me. Why are you lying? Huh? Is Jiang Tiantian really naive or pretending to be? Oh my, does she not realize that Su Tingyu crouched quickly and caught all her falls? In just one morning, Jiang Tiantian's actions have completely ruined my good impression of her, who uses such clumsy tricks. Seeing everyone around her looking at her with hesitant expressions, Jiang Tiantian felt a bit nervous. She turned to Xiao Liyun and said, Brother Liyun, I really didn't lie. Wait a moment. Su Tingyu interrupted Jiang Tiantian. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Tingyu again. Suddenly, she stood up from the water, holding a small white fish in her palm. The fish's tail swung, splashing mud and water everywhere, some even splashing onto Jiang Tiantian's face. She shouted to Meng Baizhou nearby. Catch it! Meng Baizhou immediately reached out, caught the fish, and threw it into a bamboo basket. The bottom of the basket immediately made crackling sounds as the fish struggled. Su Tingyu shook her hand, then looked at the disheveled Jiang Tiantian with a look of disdain. Don't act cute so desperately. Your way of acting cute is a bit uncomfortable to watch. Xiao Liyun and Director Liu exchanged glances. Director Liu subtly pointed at the camera and then shook his head. You. Jiang Tiantian wanted to argue, but Xiao Liyun held her back. Tiantian, I just saw it. It was you who lost your footing, not Su Tingyu. You're not scared, are you? Xiao Liyun gently brushed Jiang Tiantian's hair and then spoke. But I want to see the replay. Jiang Tiantian still firmly believed her perspective was flawless.
Su Tingyu, sorry.
I apologize on behalf of Tiantian. She probably fell and was too scared, which made her nervous. Plus, there was some friction between you two this morning, so she thought you pushed her. Xiao Liyun said with a full face of apology, then gave a shy smile toward the live stream. At this point, Jiang Tiantian finally realized that Su Tingyu's position was enough to capture both of them in the shot. So, everyone in the live stream saw that it wasn't Su Tingyu who tripped her. Thinking of this, Jiang Tiantian's face turned pale. Su Tingyu, with her back to the camera, looked at Xiao Luyun with interest. It seems that the money spent on her over the years has paid off. Xiao Luyun is very skilled at turning black into white. Although Xiao Luyun's fans don't support Jiang Tiantian's personal actions, they support Xiao Luyun. Yet, people can react like that when they're scared. Why are they holding on to a young girl like that? Intentionally making Tiantian look bad. Luckily, Xiao Yingdi protected her. To the person above, your values.
Well,
I've learned from you. Su Tingyu didn't plan to crush Jiang Tiantian completely at once, since she is still the original heroine of the story. But Jiang Tiantian's every move was too old-fashioned and brainless. She could have guessed it with her toes. In just one day, Jiang Tiantian managed to do so many stupid things. Such stupidity is impressive, and Su Tingyu still admires it. Maybe because if Jiang Tiantian didn't cause trouble, Xiao Liyun wouldn't be able to protect her. Su Tingyu found a very reasonable excuse for Jiang Tiantian's behavior. Yeah, it's okay. I forgive you. Su Tingyu looked back and forth between Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun, then happily went to find Meng Baizhou. Awesome. Meng Baizhou gave Su Tingyu a thumbs up. You and Meng Baizhou are having fun? Is there anything our esteemed SVIP members are not allowed to listen to? That's so funny. After a busy afternoon, the three groups finally caught 3 baskets of fish. There was only 1 hour left before the end of the task at 6 o'clock. As soon as Su Tingyu reached the shore, he received a message from his uncle. Dear Uncle, Fish Treasure, the person I sent has helped Li Fugue set up a live stream for eggplants. They just started selling mangoes, and in 10 minutes, they sold 20,000 units. Little fish you. Uncle, I still need to sell fish. If I can't sell them tonight, I won't have dinner. Poor little dog. Dear Uncle, send me your location. I'll have someone coordinate with you. Little fish you. Sending location. Tingyu, how do you plan to sell? It's too late to go to the town now. Qin Shuanglia looked worriedly at Su Tingyu. It's okay, someone will come to help me soon. Su Tingyu waved his phone. What are you pretending for? Although, Su Tingyu said this afternoon that he would find someone to help Li Fugue with live selling mangoes, and now the live stream has started.
Really? Please tell me how.
Li Fugue's mangoes are cheap, and if they are bad, they can be returned and shipped free. Sure enough, after a while, a few people carrying bags arrived at the pond. Miss, who is the pond owner? Chun Firen stepped forward and asked Su Tingyu. It's me, Zhou Guoqiang said and stepped forward, shaking hands with Chun Firen.
Take a look at this contract.
We will help you register an account later, upload your products, and start streaming. It's the same time as Li Fugue at 28 minutes. If you agree, you can start broadcasting in half an hour. Chun Firen handed over a contract and spoke to Zhou Guoqiang. Let me see. Xiao Luyun stepped forward, seeming to doubt Su Tingyu's kindness. Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan also came over to look. After a few minutes, Xiao Luyun looked unhappy. Is there a problem? Zhou Guoqiang asked nervously. No, this contract is very good. Eggplant is the largest live streaming platform in the country. You can sign a 28 contract with them, and they even provide an operations team for you. Basically, they are helping you at a loss. Qin Shuangliu was also very surprised. The contract brought by Su Tingyu's people is completely charitable. That's good, that's good. Zhou Guoqiang bowed to Su Tingyu, and then carefully signed his name with a pen. Xiao Luyun stood nearby, without speaking. Su Tingyu used to be very kind only to him. Now, he was offering such generous terms to a stranger he had only met a few times. Xiao Luyun comforted himself internally, thinking Su Tingyu was just doing this to complete a task. Thinking of this, Xiao Luyun's originally gloomy face returned to normal. If Su Tingyu knew what Xiao Luyun was thinking right now, he would definitely tell him to buy a mirror and take a look. Tingyu, how come you suddenly have so many powerful connections? Jiang Tiantian came out again to seek attention. No choice. Sister is now capital, Su Tingyu said proudly, lifting her chin. Then she leaned over, supporting her knees, and made eye contact with Jiang Tiantian, who was half a head shorter than her. She said, You have no idea about the power of money. She said he was a soft eater, who hard eats. I'll cling to this big thigh. Qin Shuangliu stepped forward, took Su Tingyu's arm, and rubbed her shoulder. Doesn't anyone think Lu Lu and Su Tingyu are also very cute together? What about Meng Baizhou and Zheng Wenxuan? Forget it, I want to start shipping. Such a charming face. And there are actually 2 of them. Meanwhile, a group of people dressed in suits and carrying briefcases rushed over. The leader looked at his phone quickly and then left just as fast. It took no more than 3 minutes from appearing to leaving. Everyone found it strange. This leader seems to be the assistant general manager of Zhou Group. Is that real? Is it the Zhou I'm thinking of? That's the assistant general manager of a Fortune 100 company. How could he come to this place? The comments are analyzing the identity of the people just now. Su Tingyu quietly glanced at Meng Baizhou and then quickly looked away. Half an hour later, Zhou Guoqiang's live stream started. With Qin Firen's help, the fish caught by the guests were uploaded with links. Link 1. Fish caught by Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian. Link 2. Fish caught by Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan. Link 3. Fish caught by Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Each group has a large fan base. Since the price remained the same as normal fish, not increased because they were caught by stars, the fish sold out quickly as soon as they were listed. Everyone has finished their tasks. Let's go back and get ready for dinner, Director Lu said happily, waving to everyone. The group returned to the villa in a grand procession. Fu Qingji and Bai Jin were the first to finish and come back. Their task was just to clean the stables by sweeping out the horse manure and feeding the horses. Since Bai Jin didn't mind cleaning manure, this task, which is usually the hardest for stars, was completed the fastest. Dinner was prepared by the production team. Lulu, I heard from the comments that you guys saw a snake, Fu Qingji asked curiously. It was the fish that saw it, but luckily Baizhou was there and killed the snake, Qin Shuangliu said. What kind of snake was it? Bai Jin joined the conversation. It seems to be a green snake, Su Tingyu said. But I'm not sure, it probably was. Yes, it was a green snake. I raise snakes at home. I think you're covered in snakes right now. Wow, I got goosebumps, someone commented. Is the green snake venomous? Jiang Tiantian asked. It seems not, Qin Shuangliu replied.
No venom?
I thought it was a poisonous snake. Green snakes are quite cute, Jiang Tiantian said with a pout, sounding a little annoyed. The table fell silent for a moment. What is this woman talking about? When you see a snake, do you feel the urge to check if it is dangerous? That's crazy, talking about it so casually. I'm speechless. How can someone say such things? Snicker. Su Tingyu laughed without holding back. You really like snakes? Should I get you a couple? Su Tingyu tapped on the table and started searching on her phone. Corn snakes, pig-nosed snakes, and your favorite, emerald green ones. I don't want any. Jiang Tiantian's face turned pale, and she quickly stood up in fear. Given how wild Su Tingyu is today, she might really buy snakes and put them in her room. Why not? Aren't they cute? Don't worry, I have money. I'll buy the prettiest and safest ones. Su Tingyu kept tapping her phone, making Jiang Tiantian turn pale with worry. Snicker. Fu Qingji couldn't hold back her laughter. She had just glanced and saw that Su Tingyu hadn't even turned on her phone screen. What are you so afraid of? Su Tingyu flipped her phone onto the table, looking at Jiang Tiantian with interest. Tiantian, time to eat. Your favorite sweet and sour ribs will be gone soon. Qiao Liyun pulled Jiang Tiantian and used her chopsticks to pick a piece of rib for her. There's no ribs, but there's emerald green snake. Su Tingyu rolled her eyes. Not again. Why is Su Tingyu like this? Can't she just eat peacefully? Oh, you want to keep a snake too? Let Sister Su send you one. To the person above, I give you permission to join our fish pond. This time, Qiao Liyun was smarter and didn't argue with Su Tingyu anymore. He was afraid she might say something even more outrageous. After dinner, it was already dark outside, and it was time for the last activity of the day. Tonight's final activity, Director Lu took out some cards. King's Game. The rule is, whoever gets the king card can choose a number and ask that person to do something. Wow, playing such an exciting game on the first day. Looking forward to it. I hope Director Qiao and Tiantian make some progress, hee. The bowls are ready. When do we start eating? Can we have Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou kiss? The process doesn't matter. I just want to see their faces close together. Feng Qi stepped forward and handed each person a card. The first round's king was Fu Qingji. Number 3. Say 3 cheesy love lines to number 5. Fu Qingji thought for a moment and spoke. I'm number 5. Su Tingyu waved his card. Then I'm number 3. Qiao Lian looked a bit upset and laid his card on the table. Seeing this, Fu Qingji crossed his arms, looking like he was enjoying the show. Director, can we change the game? Qiao Liyun asked Lu Dao. Everyone thought she was about to refuse Qiao Liyun's idea, but Su Tingyu nodded in agreement. Director Lu, I agree. The dinner tonight was very good. I don't want to throw up. Su Tingyu looked serious. People teased. Is he just trying to make Qiao Yingdi look bad because he doesn't want to talk to her? Everyone knows you liked Qiao Yingdi before. That's just marketing. The main person has never admitted it. Isn't Qiao Liyun being rude? Always targeting you for no reason. That's not up to me. You should ask Qingji. Director Lu smiled, indicating he wouldn't join the game. Then, each of you say one flaw about the other. Fu Qingji said casually, changing the rule. Princess syndrome. Pretentious, no manners. Qiao Liyun said without hesitation. It feels like Qiao Liyun's carefully crafted high-emotion character has fallen apart today. No matter what, you shouldn't say that about a girl, right? Does anyone really think it's romantic to belittle another girl to make your crush look better? But before the comments could say more, Su Tingyu slightly smiled and then spoke, living off a woman. 22, but it's just a harsh comment. Wow, Su Tingyu's sharpness is as strong as ever. Could it be that Qiao Liyun really depends on others? After all, he came from a small village and became a top actor in just a few years. I'll only support you until Friday. You. Qiao Liyun looked at Su Tingyu, as if burning with anger. Am I wrong? Su Tingyu smiled faintly. Come on, Qiao actor. Can't handle a little joke? I only pointed out one of your flaws, and you pointed out 3 of mine. Shouldn't you be grateful for my generosity? Teacher Su, you're joking. It's just a game. Qiao Liyun adjusted his expression and put on a friendly, warm smile. Su Tingyu smiled silently, without replying. The next round of cards was dealt. This time, Meng Baizhou was the king. Number 1, walk around the living room carrying number 7. Meng Baizhou's request wasn't too strict. I'm number 1. Bai Jin stood up. I'm number 7. Jiang Tiantian shyly revealed her card. Bai Jin voluntarily moved to Jiang Tiantian's side and squatted down. Jiang Tiantian glanced at Qiao Liyun, then blushed and wrapped her arms around Bai Jin's neck. This pair seems a bit cute too. After all, they are about the same age. In a love variety show, it's all about chaos and fun. Su Tingyu rested his chin on his hand, suddenly remembering that Bai Jin, like the original protagonist, is a catalyst for the romantic feelings. But in the original story, Bai Jin was actually a gloomy villain because he was bullied in high school, so he used a sweet and shy appearance to hide his true self. Until she met Jiang Tiantian, who was like the sun, she took the initiative to talk to him and help him complete tasks. She fell hopelessly in love with Jiang Tiantian. She kept causing trouble for Qiao Liyun and teamed up with Su Tingyu to try to break them apart, but in the end, she ended up with a ruined future. However, Su Tingyu remembered Bai Jin's cold attitude that morning and felt that something was off. Lost in her thoughts, Su Tingyu didn't notice Meng Baizhou staring at her. Next round, Jiang Tiantian was the king. Well. Then, please players 4 and 5 form a pair and upload a 9-grid picture to Weibo, Jiang Tiantian said playfully with a smile. Ah, Tiantian is so cute. Tiantian has that mischievous look that can't hide when she wants to do something naughty. Haha. Can't hide it? I'll send you a live broadcast tonight. You met someone who hasn't even touched you yet and already fell down? Be honest. I'm number 4. Qin Shuangliu flipped over her card and asked, Who is number 5? It's me. Su Tingyu proudly turned her card over, then happily leaned her phone toward Qin Shuangliu. Snuggling close to the beautiful sister, both of their looks are very attractive, directly showing the original photos. Ah, I'm fangirling so hard. Girls should be with girls. I declare that the world cannot be without girls. Such a pretty face, so charming. Top-tier cuteness. Su Tingyu happily edited her Weibo post and added a caption, "So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant." This was a stark contrast to the sarcastic comment from the previous post about a toad. After finishing editing the Weibo post, Su Tingyu suddenly remembered that she had made Lin Shuangxue scold Xiao Liyun last night. Did Xiao Liyun see it? Just as she was thinking this, Su Tingyu received her cards for this round. Wow. It's her turn to be the king. I am the king. Su Tingyu placed her cards on the table and pretended to be modest. Well then, lots of players 5 and 2 read the first private message they received at 5 o'clock this morning. Such specific timing. It feels like there's some gossip. I feel the same. I'm number 5, said Xiao Liyun with a grim face, feeling that Su Tingyu was deliberately targeting her. I'm number 2. Zhang Tiantian also looked upset. Su Tingyu smiled happily, as expected. As a villainous female character, she could randomly assign roles to the main characters. Now, it all depended on how well she and Lin Shuangxue worked together. From Xiao Liyun's expression, it was clear she hadn't yet seen today's private message. The scene first showed Xiao Liyun's phone. Most messages were fans expressing love, with a few negative comments flashing by quickly. By 6 a.m., Xiao Liyun was a bit nervous, but still pretended to be calm. At 5 a.m., she only received private messages from 5 people. The first message was from an account named Xiao Liyun Soft F male sign. Xiao Liyun, it's over. Zhang Tiantian, it's over. Su Tingyu, we're safe. It seems Tiantian's luck isn't great. She got one of the few negative comments right away, Su Tingyu said exaggeratedly, unable to hide her glee. But luckily, it's you, Tiantian. If it were someone else, Teacher Qiao would definitely be angry and ask for a change, Su Tingyu quickly added, before Zhang Tiantian or Xiao Liyun could respond. She lifted Zhang Tiantian up. Hearing this, Xiao Liyun hesitated, wanting to change her task but feeling stuck. Haha, it's just a game. When we first started, we also faced a lot of negativity. Now, we prove ourselves with our skills. A single negative comment isn't a big deal. Zheng Wenxuan came out to smooth things over. Zhang Tiantian looked gratefully at Zheng Wenxuan and then opened her private message box. She saw a long message with many asterisks. Someone dared to insult our brother. We're going to go after this account. It seems they've already deactivated it. If you have the guts, don't delete your account. Wait, don't you think the insults are quite sophisticated? I want to learn every word. You have no shame. You debuted thanks to women spending money on you, then turned around and joined a dating show with a little white flower. I hope your acting is as poor as your money. You dislike material things, but you don't mind her spending money on you. You can delete the transfer records, delete the chat logs, but can I slap your face? Begging for money while standing. How embarrassing. Zhang Tiantian almost cried while reading, and Xiao Liyun's face darkened like a black pot. Who keeps calling our famous Xiao the soft rice man? Show some proof. If you really show proof, you'll be unhappy again. Can I say something? I think Xiao Liyun's acting is average, but the role suits him well. If the character was different, he'd be criticized. You're just jealous that our young Xiao has achieved so much at his age. Stop pretending. In the entertainment industry, without money or power, you won't get ahead. Do you think netizens believe that? Probably the rich woman behind Xiao Liyun is upset and wants to cause trouble for him. Su Tingyu silently liked this last comment. Zhang Tiantian stopped reading and handed her phone to Xiao Liyun. Her Weibo had few followers and comments, and the only private message was a harsh comment. Always talking about brother. People who don't know better might think you're about to lay an egg. This round, Zhang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun's faces turned various colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Su Tingyu helplessly spread her hands and looked at Xiao Liyun and Zhang Tiantian, who seemed ready to eat her alive. I was just reading the first private message. You can't blame me. After saying that, Su Tingyu sent a big red envelope to Lin Shuangxue. On the other side, Lin Shuangxue, sitting on the sofa eating chips and watching a live stream, received a transfer from her wealthy best friend and happily scolded Xiao Liyun over the comments more than 10 times. The last round was won by Xiao Liyun as the king. Su Tingyu secretly thought something was wrong. Let 3 and 6 help each other apply lipstick. Su Tingyu looked at the card in her hand marked number 3, feeling completely defeated. Who's number 3? Fu Qingji asked, clearly enjoying the drama. Su Tingyu didn't answer. She simply turned her card over. What a coincidence, Ms. Su, Meng Baizhou said as he flipped his own card, revealing a 6. Su Tingyu accepted the lip balm handed over by the production team. Holding Meng Baizhou's chin with one hand, she gently applied the balm to his lips with the other. Never mind, I won't say it. Meng Baizhou looks so charming. His lips are really nice. Can someone give them a script already? They don't even need to act, just stand there. Meng Baizhou smiled slightly, a playful look in his eyes. Your turn, Ms. Su. Let me help you. Su Tingyu suddenly felt intrigued. Well, looks like she had met her match. She handed the lip balm to Meng Baizhou and leaned forward, tilting her face up and staring straight at him without blinking. I wish I could switch places with Meng Baizhou. If someone that good-looking stood in front of me, I'd probably scream. Come on, just do it already. Don't move, Meng Baizhou said in a low, slightly husky voice. He took the lip balm from her hand, the metal cap making a soft click as he opened it. He gently held her cheeks, his warm palm supporting her chin, and carefully brought the lip balm toward her lips. His eyelashes were long, casting a faint shadow as he looked down. Su Tingyu thought, so handsome. Totally worth it. Just as the lip balm was about to touch her lips, she turned her head slightly. The pink balm brushed the corner of her mouth and left a small mark on his fingertip. Sorry, it tickled a bit, Su Tingyu said with a laugh, looking back at him. Where are the writers? Someone needs to turn this into a story. This is so sweet. I actually rolled over in bed. Now I finally understand, Su Tingyu's show really is a dating program. How did Meng Baizhou manage not to blush? Meng Baizhou paused briefly at the tip of his finger. When he looked up, his eyes darkened slightly, but he said nothing. Instead, he gently wiped away the small amount of cream on her lip corner with his fingertip. His fingertip was calloused, and when it touched her skin, it felt a little itchy. Su Tingyu couldn't help but shrink her neck. Seeing this, Qiao Luyun felt somewhat unhappy, for no clear reason. After Meng Baizhou finished applying lipstick to Su Tingyu, the shoot for today was over. That's all for today's filming. Thank you, everyone, Director Liu said, turning off the camera and clapping his hands. The crew will prepare fresh ingredients in the fridge tomorrow morning. You can wake up and make breakfast yourself. We will leave for the town at 10 o'clock. After speaking, Director Liu and the staff left. Come with me, Qiao Luyun said, noticing everyone else had gone upstairs. She grabbed Su Tingyu's hand and pulled her outside. What are you doing? Meng Baizhou stopped her other hand, giving Qiao Luyun a cold look. Her matters have nothing to do with you, Qiao Luyun said impatiently. She had already been embarrassed several times today, which was unusual for her. How can it have nothing to do with me? Meng Baizhou chuckled softly, then gently pulled Su Tingyu closer to him. Teacher Su and I are a team. You're openly pulling her around. Aren't you worried that Tiantian will get upset? He also glanced at Jiang Tiantian, who was standing nearby. Qiao Luyun finally remembered Jiang Tiantian. She turned around and saw her already crying with red eyes as she ran upstairs. Su Tingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Qiao Luyun didn't have time to argue with Su Tingyu. She quickly jogged after Jiang Tiantian, heading upstairs. Good job, Teacher Meng, Su Tingyu said happily, giving Meng Baizhou a thumbs up. Add me on WeChat? Teacher Su, Meng Baizhou held up his phone. Sure, Su Tingyu brought up her QR code for him to scan. Meng Baizhou chuckled softly, scanned her QR code, and sent a friend request. Su Tingyu's WeChat profile picture is a goldfish, while Meng Baizhou's is completely black. I'll go back to my room first. Good night, Teacher Meng, Su Tingyu said after sending a friend request, waving goodbye to Meng Baizhou before heading upstairs. Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu's WeChat profile on his phone, feeling happy as he put away his phone, and went upstairs. Meng Baizhou's WeChat name is AZ. Su Tingyu thought for a moment and sent a message to Meng Baizhou. Little fish swimming. Teacher Meng, are you also just an adult this year?
I am 21.
Little fish swimming, okay? Su Tingyu turned over in bed and then changed a note for Meng Baizhou, 185, white-skinned young man. Why 185? Because Meng Baizhou is taller than Qiao Luyun by a head, and Qiao Luyun is 180 centimeters tall. Su Tingyu firmly believes her eyes are as accurate as a ruler. After a while, Director Liu created a group chat for the guests. Adabu Liu. Thank you all for your hard work today during the recording. Rest well tonight. Smiling face emojis, Su Tingyu looked at the group members and noticed that Qiao Luyun's WeChat ID was not the one she had blocked. But she only glanced at it and didn't pay much attention, opening Qin Shuangliu's profile picture and sending a friend request. Qin Shuangliu almost instantly accepted. Bingo! I was just about to send you a friend request. Su Tingyu noticed that Qin Shuangliu's online name felt very different from her real personality. The beautiful woman's WeChat name is Bingo. Her profile picture is of a small, cute dog. Little fish swimming. Thank you today, cute kitten.jpg. Su Tingyu was referring to how Qin Shuangliu had spoken up for her several times. Bingo. Actually, you are very different from the online marketing accounts. Little fish swimming. How are we different? Bingo. You are much more beautiful than those marketing accounts. You are truly the most beautiful actress I have ever seen, and you are young and very fresh. Little fish you. Is it just about being pretty? Sad little dog.jpg. Jian Bingozi. Of course not. You're very kind, and you're not like those people who act difficult or spoiled. Actually, Su Tingyu knows that the original owner was indeed like that, but she has now traveled here. The current her is Su Nyo Hulu Tingyu. Little fish you. You're as beautiful and wonderful as the online descriptions say. After chatting with Qin Shuangliu for a few words, Su Tingyu realized she received a new verification message. It was from Qiao Luyun. Without thinking, she immediately declined. Qiao Luyun sent another request, along with a message. Let's talk about ending the contract. Qiao Luyun signed with Su Tingyu's company's name. He bet that she wouldn't want him to leave. Su Tingyu indeed didn't want him to leave, but only for now, because Qiao Luyun hasn't yet paid back the money she spent on him, including interest. 24. Tomato and egg noodles or a sandwich. Su Tingyu quickly accepted the friend request. Little fish you. Don't even think about it. Qiao Luyun. I knew you wouldn't want me to leave the company. If you don't want to end the contract, that's fine. Just stop targeting Tiantian and give her the same resources as me. Little fish you. Are you stupid? Want to end the contract? Did you earn enough money from the previous deal? Can you afford the penalty? Little fish you. Ugly and dreaming of being beautiful? Haven't I already told you off today? Little fish you. Your contract is for 10 years. The company invested in you with a small goal. If you end it early, you'll owe 3 times the compensation. You and Jiang Tiantian can't even cover that. Little fish you. Just be honest and make money for me, understand? Su Tingyu felt satisfied after saying that. The other side kept showing, typing, but no message came through. This feeling of being in control, right in front of the other person, was really satisfying. Su Tingyu didn't wait for Qiao Luyun to reply. She simply blocked him again. Qiao Luyun saw the news about Su Tingshuo and was so angry he almost dropped his phone. He deleted and retyped the message in the chat box several times, finally leaving a sentence he thought could threaten Su Tingshuo. I will never accept anything from you again, and don't bother sending me messages anymore. He clicked send, and a big red exclamation mark appeared in his eyes. He was blocked again. In disbelief, Qiao Luyun sent several question marks. As a result, his chat with Su Tingshuo was just a string of red exclamation marks. Su Tingshuo didn't know that Qiao Luyun was in his room smashing things out of anger, and she didn't care. After happily taking a shower, Su Tingshuo lay on her bed scrolling through Weibo. Her followers were growing quickly. She felt satisfied. Although some haters still criticized her, she didn't mind. They were just some NPCs in the story. The next morning, Su Tingshuo chose a light yellow casual outfit and put on light makeup. It was 6:30 a.m., and it was still not fully daylight. Director Liu and the filming crew quietly sneaked into the villa. Now it's 6:30 in the morning. Let's secretly set up some hidden cameras and see what our guests do when they wake up. Director Liu confirmed the positions for the hidden cameras, then started the live broadcast and quietly left with the crew. Su Tingshuo stood in the shadow at the corner of the stairs, staring at Meng Baizhou coming down from the third floor. Both of them exchanged glances silently, without speaking, then each returned to their rooms. By 8:30, guests started coming downstairs one after another. The first to come down was Jiang Tiantian.
Huh?
Has the crew not arrived yet? Jiang Tiantian looked at the dark living room with some confusion. It's okay. Let's make some breakfast first. Qiao Lian also came downstairs naturally, joining the conversation. Su Tingshuo glanced at the two of them and decided that next time she should be more dramatic, or else she could calm things down in one night. What do you want to eat? I'll cook, Jiang Tiantian offered eagerly. It's okay, let's do it together, everyone. Zhang Wenxuan rolled up his sleeves, smiled, and went downstairs. Although Chu Qingji was a bit reluctant, he nodded in agreement. I'll make sandwiches. Would you like to try my cooking? Jiang Tiantian nodded, then looked at Su Tingyu. Tingyu, I'll make it for you. Consider it my apology from yesterday. Su Tingyu squinted, wondering if Jiang Tiantian knew there were cameras here. But then he thought, with Qiao Luyun nearby, it was almost like having a camera watching. No need, I'll do it myself, Su Tingyu said, rolling up his sleeves. He quietly asked Meng Baizhou beside him, tomato and egg noodles, do you want some?
Yes.
Okay. Su Tingyu went into the kitchen, skillfully cracking eggs, boiling water, and preparing tomatoes, all in a smooth flow. Su Jie really doesn't seem like someone who can't cook. Her egg-cracking skills are so good, it's almost painful. Rich people also cook for themselves. I want to cook for myself too, so I guess that makes me rich. Wake up, upstairs. I think Tiantian's heart isn't bad. She even offered to make breakfast for Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu is really ungrateful. Jiang Tiantian took bread, bacon, cucumber, and tomatoes from the fridge, looking somewhat strangely upset. It's okay, Tiantian. You make it. I love your sandwiches the most. Qiao Liu noticed Jiang Tiantian's bad mood and quickly went to comfort him, even helping to cut the tomatoes. Su Tingyu didn't spare them a glance, instead quickly pouring the eggs, tomatoes, and seasonings into the pan in order. After a crackling sound, a rich aroma filled the air. The strong smell of tomato soup stimulated everyone's taste buds. Compared to that, Jiang Tiantian's sandwich looked a bit bland and tasteless. Want to eat together? Su Tingyu turned back to look at Qin Shuangliu and the others, smiling warmly and waving the bowl in his hand. I want to. Qin Shuangliu was the most eager. As soon as Su Tingyu finished speaking, she grabbed her bowl and rushed over. Although it looks really delicious. It's rare to see a dish that has both good taste and aroma, not just appearance. It makes me want to eat it too. The sweet sandwich also looks very tasty, right? Meng Baizhou has already cooked noodles in another pot nearby. Seeing this, he took Qin Shuangliu's bowl, filled it with noodles, and handed it to Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu scooped a generous amount of tomato and egg sauce over the noodles, sprinkled some chopped green onions, and handed it to Qin Shuangliu. It's even better when hot. Qin Shuangliu picked up the bowl, took a big bite, and her eyes lit up. It's so delicious. Listening fish, can I have a bowl too? Next time, I'll let you try my cooking. Zhang Wenxuan scratched his head shyly. Teacher Zheng, you're so kind. We all have some, Su Tingyu said happily, as she had already prepared enough for many people. Meanwhile, after Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Lian finished making their sandwiches and cut one into two, the rich aroma of tomato and egg noodles wafted into their noses. Qiao Lian couldn't help swallowing. Jiang Tiantian turned her head and saw that everyone else was happily eating a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, their smiles unable to hide. Su Tingyu noticed Jiang Tiantian's gaze, but didn't look up. Instead, she picked up another pair of chopsticks and ate more noodles, feeling confident about her cooking. Noticing this, some thought, is she really not going to share with Qiao Yingdi and Tiantian? Isn't it obvious? Another person said, Are you serious? Everyone said they have some, but Jiang Tiantian insisted on making sandwiches. Someone else laughed and said, If I were Qiao Liyun, I'd regret it. Sandwiches and tomato egg noodles are on the table, but the noodles win every time. Tomato egg noodles are the best, except for Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Everyone else didn't realize the live stream was still on. Jiang Tiantian looked at everyone with a sad face, tears almost falling. Does everyone not like the sandwiches I made? Everyone only likes Teacher Su. No, you said you could make sandwiches and asked if anyone wanted to try your skills, but no one paid attention to you, okay? Fu Qingji, who is quick to speak, added, "Isn't it obvious that adults don't respond when they refuse? She really hates this kind of innocent girl acting like the whole world is bullying her." So bold, Princess Fufu, YYDS. Yeah, who are you trying to impress with that look? There's hot tomato and egg noodles, but you prefer that cold, half-baked sandwich? Are you sick? Don't call me actor Qiaoing, you bunch of haters. I can't tell if you're enemies or friends upstairs. 25, is he also from a different story? Stop it, don't cry. I won't fall for your tricks. Seeing Jiang Tiantian with red eyes, Fu Qingji quickly moved her bowl a little farther away. If you want to eat, there's more in the pot. Su Tingyu took a big bite of noodles and pointed at the pot. Don't say I bully you. I made enough for all of you. Haha. Meng Baizhou laughed, and it was a loud, unkind laugh. Why are you laughing? Su Tingyu turned her head and glared at Meng Baizhou, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Meng Baizhou couldn't help but poke her. The world suddenly went quiet. Maybe I can. Oh my god, I've actually fallen for the most annoying celebrity and an ordinary person. Su Tingyu was so angry she laughed. How dare he flirt with her? Is this how they test officials? Officials can't handle the test. Ah, don't touch me. After staring at Meng Baizhou's face for a few seconds, Su Tingyu admitted defeat, turned her bowl, and ignored him. Xiao Luyun watched Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou's actions, feeling an inexplicable anger rise inside her. The sandwich, already unappetizing with the tomato and egg noodles, now tasted even worse. You know, I am also good at cooking noodles. Jiang Tiantian couldn't bear to see Xiao Luyun's gaze and thoughts being divided to Su Tingyu. Okay. Xiao Luyun patted Jiang Tiantian's head, but inside, he kept thinking about Meng Bai and Zhou Zhu poking Su Tingyu's face. The kitchen was cleaned up together by Zheng Wenxuan and by Jin. Just after finishing, Director Liu led a group of people into the villa. Good morning, everyone. Director Liu still smiled happily. The morning live broadcast went smoothly without any trouble, and he was very satisfied. Good morning, Director Liu. The guests also greeted Director Liu one after another. Today, we won't split into groups. Everyone will go to the town together, find the hidden task cards, and complete the tasks. Director Liu briefly explained the task before leading everyone out. Director Liu, if we don't finish the task, will there be any punishment? Bai Jin asked as they sat in the car heading to the town. Guests who don't complete the task will face questions from the audience. Director Liu, sitting in the front, turned around and answered. Where in such a big town can we find the task cards? Fu Qingji looked worried. She was not good at answering questions. In previous variety shows, there was a script, and she just had to memorize and respond. But obviously, there was no script this time. Here's a hint. Director Liu picked up his little bee. The person who keeps appearing in your view might be the key to holding the task card. Sweet Tiantian looks so adorable when she's dazed. Don't be fooled by Lulu's calm appearance. All the loyal fans know she's probably shouting for help inside. What is Su Tingyu spacing out for? She'll get upset if she can't finish the task later. The person upstairs was targeted yesterday, but didn't get angry. As long as all the guests gathered together, the comments would definitely be noisy. Su Tingyu subtly glanced at Bai Jin. Is the solo task because Bai Jin has fallen for Jiang Tiantian? Then she decided to go see for herself. However, Su Tingyu suddenly realized a problem. In the original story, there are more female guests than male guests. Bai Jin and the main character form an alliance to break up the main couple, so Fu Qingji ends up alone and often looks unfavorably at the main character. However, this time, because Meng Baizhou's sudden appearance, Fu Qingji and Su Tingyu do not have any conflicts. In the original story, the scene where Jiang Tiantian and Fu Qingji become friends because they share a common enemy, Su Tingyu, naturally disappears. TSK, Su Tingyu decides to follow Jiang Tiantian all day today. She wants to be right at the front line of the gossip. After getting off the car, except for Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun who leave together, the other 6 guests go their separate ways. On the surface, Su Tingyu doesn't choose the same path as Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun, but in reality, she rushes at full speed toward the path they will take. Fans in Su Tingyu's live stream are confused about what she is doing. What is Yu Bao doing? I don't know. Why did she suddenly stop here? It seems like Sister Yu's mental state is a bit ahead of everyone. Sister, you look beautiful wherever you squat. Su Tingyu squats down, brushes aside some grass nearby to hide herself, and then notices someone else squatting nearby. Such a coincidence, Teacher Su. Meng Baizhou grins widely and waves at Su Tingyu. Su Tingui. Behind the camera. Live stream viewers. I always thought Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu had very advanced mental states. Who understands the sense of redemption 2 people feel when squatting here? Can you even get tasks while squatting here? I think Director Liu is also quite eccentric. What's this? Su Tingyu looks at Meng Baizhou plucking grass from the roadside and sticking it into her hair, her smile a bit stiff. 2 sticks, don't be polite. Meng Baizhou plucks 2 more grass blades and sticks them into Su Tingyu's bun. He stares at her for a couple of seconds, ignoring her expression of speechlessness, looks around, then stands up, jogs a little, and picks a flower nearby to insert into her bun. Perfect. Meng Baizhou happily admired his masterpiece. Hello, are you being a bit too confident? With their faces, I could also stand my ground. But he only has grass on his head, yet he picked flowers for her. Amazing! Su Tingyu was about to say something when suddenly Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun appeared nearby.
Sure.
The 2 followers quietly followed Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou as they crouched in the grass. Brother Liyun, I can't tell whose hand is holding the task card, Jiang Tiantian said. No worries, we'll keep watching. The director said that people who appear repeatedly might have the task card. Xiao Liyun patiently comforted Jiang Tiantian. The 2 of them walked forward, without noticing the 4 people crouched by the side of the road. Come on, follow us. Seeing Jiang Tiantian and the others walk away, Su Tingyu stepped out of the grass, tugging gently on Meng Baizhou's sleeve, and followed at a moderate distance. Why are you thinking of following them? Su Tingyu asked in a quiet voice that only the 2 of them could hear. Just watching, Meng Baizhou replied. How do you know there's something to see if you follow them? Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou with suspicion. Since yesterday's meeting, Meng Baizhou's behavior has been very strange, especially his attitude toward Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun. It's odd, as if he already knew what was going to happen. Could he also be from another story? Don't stare at me like that. Meng Baizhou felt Su Tingyu's intense gaze fixed on his face, and even with a thick skin, he felt a little uncomfortable. Are you feeling shy? Su Tingyu patted Meng Baizhou on the shoulder and quickly hurried to catch up. Turning the corner of the alley, Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun entered a grain shop. Where is he? Su Tingyu looked at the busy street in front of her, but didn't see Jiang Tiantian or Xiao Liyun. Pretty sister, can you help me with something? Su Tingyu looked down and saw a small, white ball of a child grabbing her clothes. What's wrong? Su Tingyu crouched down, picked up the little girl, and gently pinched her chubby face. Sister, here, this is for you. The little girl took a crumpled card from her pocket, trying hard to unfold it with her chubby hands, and handed it to Su Tingyu. Me? Meng Baizhou looked at the task card in Su Tingyu's hand, surprised, and spun around her.
What?
It's become yours. Huh? What do you mean it's mine now? Su Tingyu found Meng Baizhou a bit confusing but quickly caught the key words in his words. Are you saying this task card originally didn't belong to me? No, Meng Baizhou smiled. I just think you're lucky. I've always been lucky. Su Tingyu glanced at Meng Baizhou, didn't ask further, and smiled as she picked up the task card to read. Task: help the guest find the lost little girl's parents. Your name is Xiaobao? Do you remember where you got separated from your parents? Su Tingyu put away the task card and gently bounced Xiaobao. In. Xiaobao's chubby hands pointed around confusedly. She only remembered she needed to find the prettiest sister to give her this card, and she couldn't remember anything else. Realizing she had forgotten her mother's instructions, Xiaobao pouted, tears falling from her big eyes. Su Tingyu didn't understand everything clearly. Maybe the director's team had told Xiaobao how to give clues to the guest, but obviously, Xiaobao had now forgotten. It's okay. Su Tingyu patted Xiaobao's back. Do you remember what your parents originally wanted to do with you when they took you out? Wow, my sister is so gentle. Fake kindness, not even close to our sweet sincerity. Then go to Tiantian's live stream, and don't come here to bother us. It seems like they're going to buy candied hawthorn. Little Treasure tries to remember, clutching Su Tingyu's sleeve tightly. Alright, Su Tingyu hugs Little Treasure, walks to the street vendor, squats down, and shows a bright smile. Miss, do you know where they sell candied hawthorn? The vendor looks at Su Tingyu and the camera behind her, feeling a bit nervous. She has heard that a celebrity is filming here, and now it seems true. Is she going to be on TV? If you walk straight down the street, there's an old man pushing a cart of candied hawthorn. He looks to be in his 60s or 70s. His shop makes the best candied hawthorn in town. The vendor quickly wipes her hands, smiles at Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou, then points the way.
Yes.
Grandpa Song's candied hawthorn is the best, Little Treasure says happily, kicking his legs. Su Tingyu, who is half-crouched, leans to one side, and Meng Baizhou quickly supports her. Are you okay? Thank you, I'm fine. Su Tingyu stands up, gently places the calm Little Treasure on the ground, and holds his hand. Let's go. I'll take you to find Mom and Dad. Meng Baizhou doesn't say anything, and just follows behind the two. It feels like Meng Baizhou's expression is a bit strange. It looks like a perfect family of three. I'll say it again. Beautiful women should be with handsome men.
Kappa, step back.
Su Tingyu is now sure that Meng Baizhou knows something, but now isn't the time to ask. Even if she asks, he might not tell her. Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Liyun come out of the shop, with Qiao Liyun carrying a bag of rice. Liyun Gij, let's go deliver this rice to Lin Chunqing. Jiang Tiantian raised her small face and looked at Qiao Liyun with a very serious expression. The boss said he sends a bag of rice to Lin Chunqing's family every 15th of the month. Since he didn't have time today, he asked us to go instead. We need to be quick. Okay. Qiao Liyun carried the rice and headed in the opposite direction from Tingyu and the others. Tingyu walked slowly, holding Little Bao's hand, searching for the Grandpa Song that Little Bao mentioned. Why are you following me? Shouldn't you be with Jiang Tiantian and the others? Tingyu slowed down and asked in a low voice as he walked alongside Meng Baizhou. I'm happy to follow. Meng Baizhou replied stiffly for a moment, then quickly adjusted his expression, still looking a bit careless and mischievous. He originally wanted to follow the main characters and enjoy some gossip, but somehow he ended up following this minor female character. Yes, Meng Baizhou also came from a book. He was a born in the womb character, with memories from his past life. He was a top student from Yale, showing incredible talent since childhood, helping the Meng family rise to their current status. Based on his knowledge of the main storyline, he had secretly assigned people to watch Jiang Tiantian, Qiao Liyun, and also Tingyu, the minor female character. But now he found something interesting. The seemingly brainless Tingyu, who used to just give resources to the main characters, seemed to have suddenly changed. Her teasing look at the main characters was completely different from the obsessive love and paranoia described in the book. In the show, Tingyu not only didn't get called out but even managed to turn the tables on the main characters. Now, the opportunity that originally belonged to Jiang Tiantian was also in her hands. Thinking of the old man selling candied hawthorn, Meng Baizhou curled his lips. He just wanted to see Old Man Song get embarrassed in front of Tingyu. After all, Tingyu was not like Jiang Tiantian. He doubted that as long as Old Man Song dared to act high and mighty, Tingyu would definitely pull off his wig. Yes, that's exactly it. It wasn't that he wanted to follow Tingyu. Seeing Meng Baizhou's mischievous look, Tingyu only looked at him with a hint of sympathy, then quickly pulled Little Bao and walked away. A comment from Su Tingyu lingered in the air. Such a young guy, and his mind is already gone. 27. Here's the money you asked for. Meng Baizhou watched Su Tingyu and Xiaobao's backs as he hurried to catch up. Half an hour later, Su Tingyu finally saw Song Lianming pushing a candied fruit cart around the corner. Under the old locust tree at the alley entrance, Candied Fruit Song was just an ordinary old man in the neighborhood. Su Tingyu didn't rush to talk to him, but quietly observed Song Lianming. He wore a faded blue cloth jacket with a cross collar, the cuffs frayed, and the ice sugar candied fruit sticks on his cart were taller than others. His voice, with a slightly hoarse Beijing accent, drifted slowly in the wind. Su Tingyu focused on his hand gripping the wooden stick, large knuckles, a faint white scar at the corner of his palm, a mark left after old calluses wore away. No wonder Meng Baizhou was surprised. Song Lianming was a high-ranking military officer from the capital. In the original story, Tiantian took this opportunity to be specially recruited into the National Defense University. Grandpa Song. Xiaobao let go of Su Tingyu's hand and ran towards Song Lianming, raising his hands to the sky, eagerly looking at him. The latter glanced lightly at Meng Baizhou behind Su Tingyu, then gently picked up Xiaobao, holding him securely in his arms. He then selected a large, round hawthorn skewer from the candied fruit stand and handed it to Xiaobao. "Thank you, Grandpa Song." Xiaobao happily took the candied fruit, thought for a moment, and handed it to Su Tingyu. "Sister, try a bite. Grandpa Song's candied fruit is really delicious." Song Lianming looked up and examined the girl in front of him. She wore no makeup, but her skin was naturally porcelain white. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains lightly sketched, her eyelashes long, and when she smiled, the corners of her eyes curved gently. Her face was as pure as fresh grass in the morning dew, giving her a transparent, lively aura that was more charming than heavy makeup. Her light yellow casual outfit complemented her skin tone. The loose fit of the clothes didn't look sloppy. The collar was casually folded over twice, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing slender, fair wrists. "Yesterday, I received praise from my friend Chen Lao for watching Su Tingyu's live lecture." Song Lianming then went online to watch the replay. Now, the young girl stands in front of him, her eyes fixed on the candied fruit on his car. She shows no sign of dislike or boredom, only a strong desire for the candied fruit. What a sincere child. No wonder Lao Chen only watched a little during the live broadcast and wanted the student. "Miss, what do you like to eat? Help yourself," Song Lianming said with a smile, pointing to the basket full of candied fruit. "Thank you, Grandpa Song." Su Tingyu's eyes lit up. Since she saw Song Lianming's stall, the sweet smell of the candied fruit had been filling her nose. Hearing this, she didn't hold back anymore and started carefully choosing her favorite. After happily taking a bite, Su Tingyu suddenly remembered her task. "Grandpa Song, do you know where Xiaobao's parents are?" she asked, swallowing the grapes in her mouth. "Xiaobao's parents? They came to find Xiaobao just now but couldn't find him. Luckily, you brought him here," Song Lianming replied according to the program's plan. "Okay, then it's hard for you, Grandpa Song, to take care of Xiaobao. Her parents should be here soon." Su Tingyu nodded, tossing the leftover candied fruit stick into the trash can nearby. Then she walked over to Xiaobao and patted her head. "I wonder if she still has time to pretend to be the gentle, caring older sister like Jiang Tiantian?" Sure enough, food got in the way again. "All right." Song Lianming turned around, took a small stool from beside the car, and placed it nearby for Xiaobao to sit on. He then smiled and started calling out again. Seeing that Song Lianming had no intention of talking more with her, she tactfully turned and left. "Let's go." Su Tingyu patted Meng Baizhou's arm softly and whispered, "Hurry up and find them or we'll miss a good show. We'll miss the exciting scene of Jiang Tiantian saving the hero." Meng Baizhou looked back and exchanged a subtle glance with Song Lianming, secretly glancing at Su Tingyu, who was hiding a gold bracelet under the candy stall cloth while Song Lianming turned away. "Hey, where should we go now to find Jiang Tiantian?" Su Tingyu nudged Meng Baizhou with her elbow. "I don't." Meng Baizhou was about to say he didn't know, but Su Tingyu interrupted him. "I'm not asking why you know. Just tell me where to find her. Aren't you being a bit unhelpful?" Su Tingyu raised an eyebrow and smiled slyly, seeming to scold Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou hesitated, silently retracting his comment that she wasn't a malicious, supporting character. Sure enough, Following Meng Baizhou, Su Tingyu soon saw Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun. Jiang Tiantian was standing at the door of an old, broken courtyard, while Xiao Liyun was holding a bag of rice. Tiantian, if you're really worried, we can wait until the show finishes filming and come to visit Lin Chunxing regularly. Xiao Liyun gently patted Jiang Tiantian's head, looking at her reddened eyes with concern. Ah, Tiantian is so kind. You protect the world, I protect you? Lin Chunxing has also met a kind benefactor.
No wonder actor Yao likes Tiantian.
She's so kind and pure. Who wouldn't like her? Thank you all. Thank you. Lin Chunxing, limping on one foot, gratefully held Jiang Tiantian's hand. Su Tingyu saw Jiang Tiantian's smile stiffen for a moment, then quickly adjusted her expression. Tears welled up and fell as she expressed sympathy and reassurance to Lin Chunxing. Su Tingyu leaned against a tree with her arms crossed, watching Jiang Tiantian with a teasing look that couldn't hide her sarcasm. In her previous life, because she was good at her studies, many wealthy people came to visit her, claiming to support talented poor children and pulling her in front of the camera to perform various acts. Money was handed to her in stacks. But in reality, very little of that money actually reached her hands. The children who couldn't be used for marketing, those with poor grades, could only eat a full meal on the day wealthy visitors came, then eagerly wait for the next kind donation. Looking at Jiang Tiantian, Su Tingyu sighed internally. She was still suited to be an actress. The ability to cry on command was second nature to her. No one would dare say she was second best, right? Some fans in Su Tingyu's live stream saw Jiang Tiantian crying for Lin Chunxing and felt moved. Was I too harsh on her before? She's just a girl who just finished high school. Yeah, maybe she's just innocent, kind, and good-hearted. No need to criticize her so harshly. Everyone upstairs, go to Jiang Tiantian's live stream. When you meet someone like that, you'll understand. Su Tingyu couldn't see the comments in the live chat, but Meng Baizhou turned to ask her, what do you think? At this moment, Xiao Liyun had already placed a bag of rice at Lin Chunxing's feet. Jiang Tiantian reluctantly started to say goodbye to Lin Chunxing and promised to come back and visit him. Fake, disgusting, stingy. Su Tingyu didn't bother to lower her voice. Even Jiang Tiantian and others heard her. Jiang Tiantian turned her head, her eyes red, looking a bit confused. Tingyu, are you talking about me? Jiang Tiantian saw the clear dislike in Su Tingyu's eyes, and her own eyes turned red again. Yes, Su Tingyu stepped forward, and the cameraman quickly followed. Suddenly, after a brief silence, the comments in the live chat started flooding in. Wait, is this sister losing her mind? Is she really targeting our Tiantian? Is Tiantian helping the poor, making this rich person sick? Or is it because you celebrities make money faster? Can you all just let Su Tingyu finish her words? Although Jiang Tiantian only brought the rice arranged by the director team, she didn't seem to have any intention of helping Lin Chunxing herself. Chen Lao and Song Lianming, who were watching the live stream, slightly frowned. In their view, Jiang Tiantian's actions were fine. Did I do anything wrong? Jiang Tiantian started to cry, her voice trembling, looking very pitiful. You're so fake, Su Tingyu said coldly, walking forward. She glared at Xiao Liyun and picked up the bag of rice from Lin Chunxing's feet, placing it in the corner of the yard near the stove. Don't say whether this bag of rice was paid for by you too. Why is it here? Are you waiting for him to move in himself? Are you afraid others won't see that you brought rice? Su Tingyu clapped her hands and then rolled up her sleeves. 3 gold bracelets appeared in the shot. Wow, all of these are from C brand. Sister, can you wear them? Or should I help you wear one? What is she doing? Showing off wealth? Isn't that disgusting? Su Tingyu ignored the various gazes around her, calmly took off the 3 bracelets, and handed them to Lin Chunxing. I don't have cash on me. I see your phone isn't a smartphone either. Take these bracelets and exchange them for some money. After that, Su Tingyu also took off her pearl earrings carefully and placed them into Lin Chunxing's stunned hand. These are Donghai pearls. You can exchange them for some money. Wow. Sister, I'm also poor. I want some too. Exactly. Jiang Tiantian only pretended to cry to create a character, but she didn't spend a penny. Does Tiantian have as much money as Su Biao? Jiang Tiantian isn't as rich, but Xiao Liyun is. Her earrings could also be exchanged for a lot of rice. On the comment section, the reputation of Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Lian started to decline rapidly. 28. Deviation from the main story. My home is very far from here. After going to college, I can't visit you often. Su Tingyu held Lin Chuanqing's stunned hand and put the bracelets and earrings into his chest pocket. But our family is helping villagers start a live streaming business here. At least for the next 5 years, the Su family will be here. If you need anything, you can ask them for help. Su Tingyu spoke seriously and took Lin Chuanqing's phone, saving her number and the number of the live streaming industry manager from yesterday. Wow, this is real action. Can the comments stop criticizing Su Tingyu now? A true gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. Jiang Tiantian's words are all talk. She might not even come back. Exactly. Su Tingyu hugged Lin Chuanqing and softly said in his ear, "If you ever want to leave, you can contact me anytime. You're not a burden. You have contributed to the country, and we, the future generations, should take care of your descendants." On her way here, Su Tingyu thought a lot. Why would a high-ranking military officer like Song Lianming appear in this small mountain village? Could Jiang Tiantian really get into the National Defense University just because of her supposed kindness and innocent appearance? It definitely couldn't be. The only possibility was that her connection to Song Lianming wasn't through Xiao Bao, but through another task. So, when she saw Lin Chuanqing and noticed the calluses on his hand that looked just like Song Lianming's, she understood everything. Helping Lin Chuanqing, she admits she had her own motives. But she had paid the money, made the promise, provided future support, and even gave Lin Chuanqing some heartfelt encouragement. No matter how you look at it, Su Tingyu's actions this time were flawless. Okay, Lin Chuanqing paused, finally nodding in response to Su Tingyu's hopeful gaze. Jiang Tiantian stood nearby, her face turning a bit green. Su Tingyu's move made her completely lose face. After completing the task and making Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Lian look bad, Su Tingyu happily returned to the villa and started the live stream. "Ah, sister, today I am also hit by your beauty. I've already prepared my notebook. What are we talking about today?" My mom originally didn't allow me to use my phone, but when I said I was listening to Su Tingyu talk about math, she gave me my phone. To the person above, please delete your comment. As soon as the stream started, the comments flooded the entire screen. Su Tingyu adjusted the camera angle, thought briefly, then quickly began writing formulas and deductions on paper, including related example problems. This time, only a few questioned her and were quickly scolded out of the live stream. The rest were either high school or college students frantically taking notes off screen, or fans eagerly sharing pictures. Director Liu looked at the live data and was already overwhelmed. He is on a variety show, and surprisingly, his most popular moment was when a guest went live to discuss topics. He ran out of ideas. 3 hours passed quickly. Su Tingyu's phone screen lit up. It was her alarm going off. After finishing the last topic, Su Tingyu said goodbye to her fans in the live stream and quickly ended the broadcast. Alright, time to watch the show. Because she finished her task early and didn't want to do other tasks to become the top scorer, she let the filming teacher leave early. Now, she went out with a secret plan. No one knew where she was going. She changed into a new outfit and headed toward the location given by Meng Baizhou. Yes, that's right. She was here to find out the latest news about Jiang Tiantian and Bai Jin. The location Meng Baizhou gave was at a lotus pond on the edge of the village. It was late June, the season for blooming lotuses, and many villagers brought their children here. "Hey, the top student, you're here?" Meng Baizhou saw Su Tingyu waving her phone, which showed a replay of her recent live stream. After finishing his task, Meng Baizhou also asked the director team to stop the live filming. So when they met, no one else knew about it. "Why are you pretending? Can't you tell?" Su Tingyu rolled her eyes at Meng Baizhou, recalling how easily he handled questions, and asked casually, "Did you just finish your college entrance exams?" "Not quite," Meng Baizhou smiled, showing his big white teeth. "I already graduated early from a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral program in Zurich."
Oh.
Actually, she didn't really want to know. She was just asking out of curiosity.
Who cares about this?
Does this person have no boundaries? Is it okay to ask and get an answer? Here, Meng Baizhou took off a baseball cap and placed it on Su Tingli's head, then handed her a white disposable mask. Without saying a word, Su Tingli quickly put on the mask. Bai Jin, as a comedy actor, could interact well with fans through a dark camera and occasionally drop funny lines, making fans outside the screen laugh loudly. Right now, he was standing by the pond, introducing something to the camera. Won't he fall in? Su Tingli looked at Bai Jin taking step by step backward and instinctively asked. Sure enough, the next second, Bai Jin missed his step and fell into the pond. The filming teacher was so scared that he almost dropped his camera. As everyone knows, Bai Jin can't swim. Su Tingli's silence was deafening. Is the original author not thinking clearly? Just to develop a romantic storyline between Bai Jin and Jiang Tiantian, they had someone who can't swim come to a village pond to find a task card? A few villagers nearby saw this and jumped into the water to try to save Bai Jin. But no matter what, whenever a few strong men who are good swimmers got close to Bai Jin, he would be pushed further away by the water. Watching Bai Jin cough and sputter in the water, unable to swim, the filming teacher was anxious and pacing on the shore, calling Director Liu. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Bai Jin's fans were going wild, participating in a love reality show, and now someone's life might be at risk. That's not right, Meng Baizhou suddenly said when he saw Bai Jin struggling less and less. Jiang Tiantian didn't come. Su Tingli also noticed something was wrong. She exchanged a quick look with Meng Baizhou, and both ran toward the pond without hesitation, jumping in. Huh? Something just went in? Help our Jin. What's going on with these villagers? No, Jin, stop struggling. You're only drifting further away. Hey? Those two behind look familiar. Ignore them, the director team is probably about to get upset. Su Tingli and Meng Baizhou each grabbed one of Bai Jin's hands. Don't move. Bai Jin, who is over 1.8 meters tall, struggled a bit in the water, but Su Tingli couldn't hold on. Hearing this command, Bai Jin's flailing hands and feet suddenly stopped as if by magic, and he allowed both of them to pull him to the shore. At this moment, Director Liu and others arrived. Pull him out first. Su Tingli refused Feng Qi, who reached out to help her, and handed Bai Jin's hand to him. A group of people hurriedly pulled Bai Jin ashore, and Meng Baizhou also climbed up with both hands. Give me your hand, Meng Baizhou said, finding a good angle to steady his leg, then turned and reached out to Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed Meng Baizhou's hand. She was really too weak to get ashore by herself. What happened? Jiang Tiantian asked in surprise, her face turning pale when she saw Bai Jin lying on the ground. We just finished a task. When we saw the fans' comments in the live chat, we saw that teacher Bai was in trouble. Xiao Luyun and I are good swimmers, so we rushed over. Luckily, teacher Bai is fine, said Xiao Luyun, watching Bai Jin cough out some water, his face gradually improving. Finished the task just now? Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou paused. Oh, right. They had taken the tasks originally assigned to Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Luyun. Jiang Tiantian couldn't complete her task on time, so she came here by chance and ended up saving Bai Jin. Guilt. Su Tingyu silently apologized to Bai Jin in her heart, lighting an incense stick. But now that she and Meng Baizhou had saved Bai Jin, perhaps their good deeds and mistakes balanced out? Thinking of this, the guilt in Su Tingyu's heart instantly disappeared. Meng Baizhou looked at Jiang Tiantian's confused face and at Su Tingyu, who was wet beside him. He felt that the story was already heading in a completely different direction from the original book. 29 Su Tingyu. A happy marriage? Cough. Bai Jin coughed painfully a few times, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. Thank you, Teacher Su and Teacher Meng, Bai Jin said gratefully, spotting Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou in the crowd. He didn't understand why, even though he was afraid of water, he instinctively came to the riverbank. It made no sense. Before Bai Jin could think more, the staff hurriedly carried him onto a car. Because of this small incident, Bai Jin's live broadcast was paused, and at the fans' request, he was sent to the city overnight for a full checkup. Everyone returned to the villa by 7 p.m., and surprisingly, All the guests had completed their tasks. Director Liu didn't make things difficult for everyone and prepared a hearty dinner. At the dining table, Tiantian and Xiao Luyun were happily sharing sweets, and the comments were quite friendly. So sweet, this is real romance. So beautiful, Lulu looks stunning. Ah, our Princess Fufu is so elegant even while eating. While fans cheered for their favorite stars, one comment caught everyone's attention. What is Su Tingyu's phone showing? The comments paused for a second. Then a flood of question marks appeared.
Oh!
No, sis, the live stream isn't over yet. Sis, please zoom in. I can't see clearly. Can someone insert an ad for a privacy screen protector? Please share the blogger's account. Tiantian, who was showing affection and reading comments, was the first to notice something strange. She looked at Su Tingyu with curiosity. What is she up to now? Seeing Tiantian's gaze, Su Tingyu looked up and finally noticed the camera pointing directly at her phone. She looked down again. In the dim light of her phone screen, the male host was pulling at his tie with one hand and touching his neck with the other. Oh no, it's over. Ha, I can't handle this. Su Tingyu, I hope it's just my imagination. I can't believe what I saw. But still, ha. Why did she have to remind her? I haven't finished watching. Su Tingyu awkwardly put away her phone under everyone's watchful eyes and decided to buy the most expensive privacy screen protector. This little incident made the male host popular, and he even posted a video thanking and tagging Su Tingyu. But that's a story for later. Although everyone finished their tasks, Director Liu still didn't give up on creating surprises. To prepare for tomorrow's event, let's do a small survey tonight. Sitting in the middle of the living room, Director Liu smiled warmly at everyone and added, "Tonight, please share your thoughts on marriage." Wow, marriage? Not even dating yet and you're talking about marriage? That's exciting. I heard that Tiantian and actor Qiao's family aren't complete. What does Director Liu mean? Why are you so sensitive upstairs? Isn't Tiantian and actor Qiao very happy together? Are you planning to date forever? Are you joking? After Director Liu finished speaking, everyone's expressions varied. Let me go first, Tiantian said bravely, looking like she had gathered a lot of courage. Okay, Tiantian, go ahead. Tiantian touched her clothes nervously and said, I think marriage is about having a sense of belonging in life, finding a steady partner, someone to eat and talk with, sharing life's risks, sharing emotions, and having your own children. Most importantly, in this dangerous world, you have someone who is yours. She looked at Xiao Luyun as she spoke. Thinking about it makes me feel so happy. Tiantian says actor Qiao is her belonging. I really ship them so much. I ship them now. Then I think marriage is about having someone to care for you when you're away working hard, and a light waiting for you at home. It's about warm meals on the table, matching clothes, and having the loved one by your side, Xiao Liyun continued after Tiantian. Maybe I just want to be her light, so she can rely on me. As he finished speaking, Su Tanyu frowned. He said, he wants to be her light. Love is about being someone's support. A light that shines for oneself every day, meals made for oneself, clothes matched for oneself. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Wait, what kind of expression is Su Biao making? Yes, there's no need to target her so much. It's a happy topic, and it's just disgusting. Su Tingyu didn't look at the comments but looked up at Tiantian, who looked very touched. He asked with confusion, are you saying that you worked hard to come out of your original family? After putting in so much effort, the final result is to serve a man and become his accessory, treating him as your light and support. Su Tingyu's words caused a strange silence in the room. The viewers, who initially thought that Xiao Luyun and Tiantian were very sweet together, suddenly stopped talking. After the college entrance exam, everyone learned about Tiantian's family background and gave her many labels of strength, resilience, and independence. But this kind of Tiantian believed that entrusting her future to someone else was a kind of happiness. Although, doesn't Xiao Luyun seem a bit chauvinistic? I was just about to say that but was afraid of being scolded. Doing cooking and laundry when he comes home, even a nanny can do these things. Isn't that happiness? Getting into a top university just to marry a better man and then continue being a housewife? Think about it carefully. Does Emperor Qiao have that intention? Su Biao only knows how to slander our Emperor Qiao, maybe just wanting to break him and Tiantian apart and take his place. After the silence, the comments exploded into even more intense arguments. Jiang Tiantian was also stunned. She had never thought about what Su Tingyu said. She only wanted to marry brother Lu Yun in the future, and just as he said, wait for him to come home, cook for him, and light a lamp for him. Jiang Tiantian opened her mouth, her big eyes full of confusion. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Enough, Su Tingyu. I didn't mean that. Don't interpret me so casually. If you want to break us up, no way. Qiao Liyun saw more comments accusing him of being chauvinistic and glared fiercely at Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu shrugged and said, "Didn't Director Lu say it? Share your opinion." "This is my view. All right, I want to see what you can say." If it weren't for the live broadcast right now, Qiao Liyun really would have lost her temper. "I think a happy marriage is like this. I wake up in the morning to find my husband has already prepared breakfast. My clothes are washed, neatly folded, and placed by the bed. Every noon, I receive a caring lunchbox from my husband at work. In the evening, my husband has finished the chores. There's hot food on the table, and he has helped the kids with their homework, so I don't have to worry. After dinner, I can take a warm shower and then lie in bed. After the kids sleep, I hug my husband, tell him he's worked hard, and give him a good night kiss. That's what I call happiness in marriage. My job can support my husband. Whether he works or not doesn't matter. My parents want to live with us. My husband loves me, so he also loves my parents because I am their only daughter. It would be great if my husband's parents could help take care of the kids, easing his burden. Then I would work hard and find time to take my husband on trips. If my husband's parents could help us financially or with our careers, that would be the best. If not, I won't insist. I will still send money to his parents every month for their retirement. I love my husband very much. It's his parents who brought such a good man into this world. Can I live off my husband? Why not?" Just after Su Tingyu finished speaking, Qiao Liyun couldn't help but reply. "Yeah, why not?" Su Tingyu spread her hands and looked at Qiao Liyun with a teasing expression. "You know why, right? Wow, no wonder men want to marry wives. I want that too. Looking for a marriage partner online. Monthly salary 20,000. I'll give you 5,000 a month and 2,000 to your parents. All I ask is for a marriage as happy as Su Tingyu's. Don't be ungrateful. To the sister above, 5,000 is already too much." Laughing out loud, those who just supported Qiao Liyun should quickly come and be good husbands to us strong women. Such happy days, and men have actually lived for 2,000 years?
You.
Qiao Liyun was speechless. She turned to ask Jiang Tiantian to help speak for her, but found her expression was a bit blank. At that moment, Meng Baizhou's voice sounded in the living room. "Teacher Su, is what you said true?" "I am willing." Meng Baizhou exaggeratedly stood up, covered his mouth, then grinned widely and spoke. The tense atmosphere in the scene and live stream eased a lot because of Meng Baizhou's move. "Teacher Qin, what about you?" Zheng Wenxuan rarely took the initiative to speak. Qin Shuangliu was a bit surprised but quickly smiled. "Getting married isn't the goal, happiness is." "What about you?" Zheng Wenxuan looked into Qin Shuangliu's eyes, smiled softly, and said, "Marriage needs to be worked on together. It requires tolerance, understanding, and compromise. In marriage, understanding is more important than love. It's about character, values, responsibility, and commitment. Very few people will love forever. After 3 or 5 years, it might just be about living together. Financial stability is important, but more important are a person's manners, sense of responsibility, emotional control, way of speaking, and attitude toward handling things." Wow, Zheng Wenxuan really is impressive. Coming from a well-educated family makes a difference. Compared to someone who treats a nanny or pet as just behavior, it's worlds apart. Be careful, the fans might ruin your account. It's true. If brainless fans like to treat someone as a nanny and think it's true love, I have nothing to say. Why do I feel like Zheng Wenxuan and Lulu have something going on? Let's just admire first. What? The haters are really here. Which words of our movie star husband made Jiang Tiantian think she's a nanny? He could have married movie star Qiao and been very happy, right? The comments kept arguing loudly. Meng Baizhou, watching the fun and not caring about trouble, cupped his hands toward Zheng Wenxuan. I understand, Teacher Zheng. Someone being happy naturally means someone else is unhappy. Over the past few days, Qiao Luyun has been feeling annoyed because Su Tingyu has been openly criticizing him in a hostile way. Isn't Su Tingyu usually obedient to him? What's going on? Could it be that he and Tiantian have been too close lately? Has that upset Su Tingyu? Thinking this, Qiao Luyun snorted coldly, but inside, he started planning how to balance the relationship between Jiang Tiantian and Su Tingyu. He likes Tiantian and plans to marry her in the future. Su Tingyu comes from a wealthy and powerful family, and he still needs her to get more top resources in the entertainment industry. So, he can't just let Su Tingyu go. Tiantian is so sensible. She should understand this, right? Su Tingyu doesn't know that Qiao Luyun is secretly planning how to keep himself as her loyal supporter. He just leans on his chin, looking at Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan with a flirtatious gaze, glancing back and forth. In the original story, these two are also a cute couple, but she hasn't finished reading, so she doesn't know if they end up together. My requirement for marriage is that the families are well matched. I won't support someone who can't support themselves, Fu Qingji snorted and said. Wait, why does everyone target our movie star Qiao? The person above can't tell if you're a hater or a true fan. We didn't name anyone specifically, so don't assume it's about someone. This is hilarious. Haha. Our star himself is a big deal, you know? Actually, Fu Qingji doesn't know that Qiao Luyun has been secretly relying on Su Tingyu for support. She just made this comment to express her basic opinion, but Qiao Luyun doesn't see it that way. He cast a cold, sharp look towards Su Tingyu and already believed that he was the one speaking. After all, a couple of years ago, to protect his reputation, Su Tingyu never publicly revealed that he was the investor, the sponsor. No one inside the circle knew, and outsiders definitely wouldn't find out. Now, Fu Qingji's words are blatantly insulting him. The movie star. How about you, Teacher Meng? Zheng Wenxuan saw everyone had finished speaking, so he looked at Meng Baizhou. Teacher Su, with my looks, do you think I could live off a rich partner? Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu's face and joked happily. Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou's handsome face, thought seriously for a few seconds, then nodded seriously. I think's possible. No one took the joke seriously, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. At this moment, the live broadcast suddenly ended. Su Tingyu watched Jiang Tiantian ignore Qiao Luyun and go upstairs alone, humming a little tune happily. The next morning, after breakfast, Director Liu took the guests to the town's Civil Affairs Bureau. Standing at the entrance, Director Liu took out his little bee. Good morning, everyone. Today, our task is to act as divorce mediators. Director Liu stepped aside, and several staff members from the bureau came out, shook hands with him, and greeted the guests. The leading staff member was named Wang Fugue. His words implied that the divorce rate was very high recently, and he hoped the show could help mediate. Isn't the dating show now quite forward-thinking? No wonder they asked the guests about their views on marriage last night. Director Liu is good at stirring things up. The comments about this scene were quite positive. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen. After Wang Fugue finished speaking, Director Liu said, "Today your task is to successfully mediate a couple. If you fail, you'll have to answer questions from the viewers at night." Entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, many couples were already waiting in line to get their divorce papers. The mediation room had 3 chairs, clearly with the middle seat empty. Su Tingyu randomly chose a mediation room and sat down right in the middle of the couple. Wait, Su Tingyu, are you really sitting in the middle of the couple? This is so funny. The middle chair looks shiny and reflective. Why do I feel like Su Tingyu isn't here to reconcile the couple? Ignore that feeling, everyone. Why did you two get divorced? Su Tingyu hesitated for a moment, then moved slightly toward the woman beside him and looked at the sharp-featured man next to her. He asked, was it because he's too ugly? Haha, the usually gloomy woman suddenly laughed out loud. No, what do you mean? What's it to you? The sharp-featured man stood up angrily, ready to make a move. Sorry, I accidentally said what I really think, Su Tingyu said with a fake apology, addressing the man. Before the man could reply, Su Tingyu put away his casual attitude and continued. I'm your divorce mediator. Please tell me the reasons for your divorce. Humph. The man snorted and raised his hand to point at the woman sitting beside him. Hey, I'm live streaming now, be polite, Su Tingyu said, pulling out a pen and tapping it on the man's finger, then pointing at the camera. That woman is too materialistic. Wait, Su Tingyu interrupted again, let's not talk about this and that. I don't need to know your names, but they must have names. My name is Yang Fengping. The woman looked at the camera, then looked up at the man and said, his name is Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai was about to speak, but a glance from Su Tingyu made him shut his mouth. Go on, Su Tingyu patted Yang Fengping's hand. We got married 2 years ago. After marrying him, he said I should focus on taking care of the family and quit my job, so he could support me, Yang Fengping said slowly. Not again, another wife giving up her career. I remembered an old friend from last night. The person upstairs, be brave and say it, there are no fans of the typical guys here. This made me laugh so hard. I said I would support you, but you shouldn't be so wasteful, Zhou Kai said, walking 2 steps in front of Yang Fengping and interrupting her with a contemptuous tone. I wasteful, Yang Fengping smirked with a teasing smile, stood up and looked at Zhou Kai. Tell me, how did I waste money? My monthly salary is 4,000 yuan and you want 2,000? Where does all that money go? Zhou Kai seemed to think he was right and raised his voice. 2,000 yuan? Your mother needs to eat well and take care of her health every day. Your father needs to buy good cigarettes. And you want to drink fine wine. Don't we need money for daily household expenses? Tell me, Yang Fengping said angrily. You don't buy toilet paper to wipe yourself? You don't use electricity or water at home. You just rinse with water when you shower? You just soak clothes in water? I'm going to laugh to death. No need to buy toilet paper to wipe after going to the bathroom, haha. Although the words are rough, the point is true. But this is too rough. 2,000 yuan and asking for so much. This man is really bold. Is 2,000 enough? Ladies, don't be too wasteful. 2,000 yuan isn't even enough to buy one of my bags. I'm dying of laughter, sisters. If you say things like that, some men might get defensive. Can't you spend less? Zhou Kai choked but still spoke firmly. Don't spend money on things you shouldn't. I married you so you wouldn't waste my money. Waste money? Do I want to drink iced tea? Yang Fengping seemed to think of something funny, and her sarcastic expression was clear. Is there no water for you to drink? Isn't my money my money? Why do you insist on iced tea? Zhou Kai crossed his arms, looking confident. Ladies, this is real advice. Oh my goodness, I told you not to spend the money of poor people. Doing laundry, cooking, taking care of the whole family, and still asking for so much. 2,000 a month isn't enough for some people to get married. No wonder everyone wants to marry. I'm laughing so hard. This is what men call, I will support you. I'm going to read books until they fall apart. Abandon. Ugh, such a ruthless business battle. Su Tingyu, who had been silent, finally spoke. She looked up at the camera and said, Ice red tea, you've been tricked by capital. Drinking a bottle of ice red tea for 450 has been labeled as wasteful. Making money isn't easy for me. If I don't earn, how can I? Zhou Kai stammered unusually when he heard this, then quickly rebutted. If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. Didn't you say you're supporting her? Su Tingyu rolled her eyes at Zhou Kai, stood up, picked up an unopened water bottle, and took a sip. Su Tingyu's action seems like a throat clearing before an argument. The people upstairs are probably laughing at what benefit I get from this. You're so thrifty. Why don't you tell your mom to eat less, or tell your dad to smoke less? Su Tingyu slammed the water bottle on the table, hands on her hips, and walked up to Zhou Kai. My parents. Zhou Kai, who is 165 centimeters tall, is half a head shorter than Su Tingyu, and his confidence suddenly weakens. Your parents raised you. That's not easy. Cut it out. Your parents aren't her parents. If your dad's life isn't going well, it's because he's not capable. If your mom's unhappy, it's because your dad isn't capable. If you're unhappy, it's because you're not capable. What does that have to do with your wife? Marrying you makes her your free housekeeper? That's funny. Su Tingyu's words came out like a barrage, leaving Zhou Kai speechless for a moment. Drinking a little ice red tea makes you wasteful? You're so thrifty. You probably won't buy a coffin when you die. Just toss your body into a mass grave. Even flies would praise your kindness. After saying this, Su Tingyu pulled Yang Fengping and headed outside. Lie, hurry up and divorce. What's with this stingy thing? 32. Is it only after you get married that your mom's life becomes difficult? Other guests gradually entered the mediation room, but Su Tingyu had already left. Facing the surrounding gazes, Su Tingyu pulled Yang Fengping to the staff and sat down. Lie, hurry up and handle it. Come on quick. You're so stingy. Do you need money for a divorce? Do you need money for a divorce certificate? I can help you with the travel expenses. Su Tingyu looked at Zhou Kai, who was lingering at the door of the mediation room, and frowned so hard she could squash a fly.
Huh?
Director Liu looked at Su Tingyu, who was happily watching Yang Fengping and Zhou Kai's divorce, and felt a bit confused. Listinyu, we're just here to mediate the divorce, not to encourage it, Director Liu said as he approached Su Tingyu, hesitating before speaking. Director Liu, do you only give your wife 2,000 yuan a month? Su Tingyu asked softly, looking at Liu with an expression that seemed to see through him. Of course not. Liu was a little uncomfortable under Su Tingyu's gaze and raised his voice. 2,000 yuan isn't enough for even one beauty treatment. I couldn't be that stingy. Everyone's attention was drawn to Liu. That's right. Su Tingyu nodded happily and patted Liu's shoulder like a wise teacher. But Liu saw Wang Fugui's angry look, like he was about to fight, and wanted to say something, but he saw Su Tingyu walking toward the next mediation room. What just happened? Why did they leave in 5 minutes? Did I miss something? Welcome everyone to Su Tingyu's live broadcast. Persuasion School. It's really interesting. Too bad you missed it. Big Sister Su is on the case. Clear channels. After this, many viewers who found other live streams boring or frustrating quickly joined Su Tingyu's broadcast. Inside the mediation room, Su Tingyu looked at the 3 people sitting there, her clever and pretty face showing confusion for the first time. Are your parents getting divorced and bringing such a big daughter along? Faced with their gazes, Su Tingyu finally thought of the most reasonable explanation for something that seemed unreasonable. The woman sitting in the middle looked downward with her eyes, her gaze sharp like ice shards. When she looked at Su Tingyu, she half closed her eyes and pursed her lips, showing a mix of scrutiny and disdain. No, the man sitting on the side opened his mouth. My name is Chunping. This is my mother, Lu Fong, and my wife, Wu Tsuyin. Chunping's face was a little red as he tugged at Lu Fong's sleeve, who was sitting in the middle. Lu Fong snorted coldly and looked up and down at Su Tingyu. Are you the divorce mediator or something? Su Tingyu wasn't angry. She nodded and then said, Sorry, I thought your son and you were a couple and the girl next to you is your daughter. I can't take it anymore. Su Tingyu is so sarcastic. Sister sarcasm is so charming. This is hilarious. Haha, this episode must be about a mama's boy. I know I look young and somewhat like my son, but you can't just say things randomly. The angry scene Lu Fong imagined didn't happen. Instead, she sounded a bit proud as she spoke in the empty room. Not only Su Tingyu, but even the viewers in the live stream became strangely quiet. No, by the time I realized what I heard, it was already too late. Have humans outside evolved to this level? Oh my god. Look at Wu Tsueyun's numb face. She must be like this at home with her mother-in-law. So disgusting. Say something. Su Tingyu took a deep breath, bypassed Lu Fong, and walked over to Wu Tsueyun to ask. It's not. Lu Fong was ignored and immediately jumped up, trying to pull Su Tingyu's clothes. My clothes cost 120,000. Su Tingyu didn't dodge but looked back at Lu Fong, her eyes saying, If you have the ability, try to pull. You'll end up losing everything. Why are your clothes so expensive? My son's clothes only cost a few hundred yuan each. A woman wearing such nice clothes. Lu Fong was embarrassed, but didn't dare to pull Su Tingyu's clothes again. She just kept talking without control. That's because you lack ability. My mom bought these for me. Why don't you buy clothes for your son? Su Tingyu didn't indulge Lu Fong. She turned and smiled sweetly at her. Could it be that you can't afford to buy for your son? Really? Really? I'm about to die from happiness. Exactly. Why don't you buy for your son? Can't afford it? Su Tingyu is basically my internet spokesperson. My son isn't that unfilial. He shouldn't spend my retirement money. Lu Fong choked but still insisted. My mom doesn't need me to support her. Su Tingyu imitated Lu Fong's tone, looking her up and down, then tooted twice. My mom spends $3,000 or $4,000 on a beauty treatment, so she still looks pretty young. I'm not thinking about retirement for now. Su Tingyu smiled and leaned in. Grandma, you and your son both don't take good care of yourselves. With all these wrinkles, I can see why I might mistake you. Haha, Wu Tsuyin laughed.
I'm Wu Kuyun.
We got married at the beginning of this year. Wu Tsuyin quickly spoke before Lu Fong or Su Tingyu could say anything else. Because he comes from a single-parent family after we married, I agreed to bring his mom to live with us. But every time we argue, he says his mom raised him hard and I should be more considerate of her. Wu Tsuyin got angrier as she spoke. I told him many times I'm allergic to seafood, but his mom still wants to eat it. She says she ate little when she was young, and now she wants to enjoy herself. I compromised and bought shrimp, but I told her I wouldn't eat it. She then chopped the shrimp into small pieces and mixed it into pork for dumplings, making me eat it and telling me there was no shrimp. Finally, I had a severe allergic reaction and had to go to the hospital. He still said his mom thought it was okay to eat a little, that shrimp is good, and she was just trying to look out for me. At this point, Wu Tsuyin's eyes turned red. No matter how unreasonable she is or what she says, he always says his mom raised him alone, and it wasn't easy. He tells me to be more patient. Why should I? Wow, does he treat his mother like his wife? Call the police. This is basically attempted murder, right? Unbelievable. I told him not to eat shrimp, and he still lied about not putting any in. Because I am his mother, Lu Fong said after listening, feeling upset. She stepped forward to pull Wu Tsuyin. Don't touch me. Wu Tsuyin pushed Lu Fong's hand away. Oh, wife hit her mother-in-law. Heizi, your wife hit your mother? Lu Fong staggered and sat on the ground, then started crying loudly while patting her thigh. So experienced. Is this how he usually bullies his daughter-in-law at home? Men like this shouldn't look for wives. Just stay with your mother, okay? How could you push my mom? Jinping quickly helped Lu Fong up and immediately started criticizing Wu Tsuyin. My mom raised me with difficulty. Your mom raised you with difficulty. Su Tingyu patted Wu Tsuyin's shoulder, then turned to walk a few steps toward Lu Fong and Jinping, forcing them to step back repeatedly. Your mom had a hard time. Did your mom only have a hard time after you got married? When she gets up to do laundry and cook, didn't you notice she's having a hard time? When you're busy playing games, your mom finishes work and has to tidy the house. When she washes dishes, didn't you notice she's having a hard time? Now that you have a wife, your mom is suddenly having a hard time. If you really think your mom is having a hard time, go earn more money, hire 8 or 9 caregivers for her. Those caregivers can even feed her meals. Now you say she's having a hard time? Who are you trying to morally pressure? Just pretending to be a filial son? After finishing the last word, Lu Fong and Jinping had already retreated to the door of the house. Su Tingyu reached out and opened the door, then pushed the two outside. He then waved at Wu Tsuyin. Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to leave for the new year? 33. Having a daughter is the true way to pass on the family line. As soon as they left the mediation room, Su Tingyu exchanged glances with Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou hurried over with a chubby man to the registration desk. Sign quickly, or I'll slap you. Go ahead, fill out the form. Su Tingyu also glared at Lu Fong and Jinping with a look of disdain. Wang Fugue looked unhappy. Not only did this star fail to mediate, but now they're forcing someone to divorce? No, you. Director Lu wanted to say something, but when he saw Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou's eyes, he awkwardly shut his mouth. He was afraid of being questioned about whether he only gave his wife 2,000 yuan a month. Maybe, seeing the two couples get their divorce certificates, Director Lu bravely stepped forward. You two go together and supervise each other. Our task is to mediate. Mediate. Su Tingyu seemed a bit unwilling, as someone else was affecting her performance. Meng Baizhou, on the other hand, was very interested. He smiled broadly at Su Tingyu. Then let's go together, Teacher Su. When they entered the mediation room, there were more people than before.
I'm Ren Katie.
This is my daughter, Su Pingping, her father, Su Tian, and her grandmother, Shin Mei. seeing people come in and knowing there would be a mediator and a live broadcast, Ren Kaidai took the initiative to introduce everyone present. Su Tingyu nodded and looked at Su Pingping, who was small and thin, in Ren Saitia's arms. Su Pingping looked about 4 or 5 years old, curled up in Ren Saitia's arms, with a shy look in her eyes. "How old is your daughter?" Su Tingyu crouched down, gently pinched Su Pingping's face and asked. "She is 7 years old," Ren Kaitai replied, patting Su Pingping's arm to comfort her. "Wow. She doesn't look 7 at all. This little girl's eyes look so pitiful. Su Pingping is so small and thin, clearly not getting enough food at home." Speechless. What era is this? "Why are you getting a divorce?" Su Tingyu stood up and looked between Su Tian and Su Pingping. "We've been married for 10 years, and we haven't had a son for our family, Su. What's the point of her being here?" Shinmei patted Su Tian's head and said, "Wow, so you're a woman?" A little joke, opening the sky's eye. "It doesn't matter. We just need to wait patiently for the strongest mouthpiece to step in for Sister Su."
Ready.
"So, what's the use of having a son, if you have one?" Su Tingyu spread her small hands and began to criticize sharply. "I bought my mom a big gold bracelet that's so heavy it makes her hand hurt. TSK. You had a son, that's impressive. What about your husband? Your son? Why are you still living this kind of life with such a powerful woman like you?" After criticizing Shinmei, Su Tingyu didn't wait for her to reply. She then looked at Su Tian and let out a louder sigh. "Basically, your mom is also a victim. But you, who benefit from this, why are you pretending to be silent? Didn't you go to school? How is that possible? You're just a girl who didn't go to school." "My son is." Shinmei got annoyed when she heard that. Su Tian is her only child. How could she not have sent him to school? If he hadn't gone to school, he'd be looked down on by his in-laws after he passed away. "So, your husband really died? You don't argue at all when I say that. You jump out immediately when I mention your son. Or is it only this one thing you can argue about?" Su Tingyu looked back at Shinmei. "You're talking nonsense." Shinmei rushed forward to push Su Tingyu, but Meng Baizhou stopped her. "Don't hit someone just because you're angry." Meng Baizhou loosened his grip on Shinmei's wrist and gave Su Tian a faint look. "I see why you're so tough. Turns out, you have a man." Shinmei covered her wrist and glared at Su Tingyu harshly, her words turning rude. "What does that mean?" "So disgusting, spreading rumors." "Sister Su, slap her." "Ah, you wicked woman. Who gave you permission to spread rumors?" Su Tingyu heard this and smiled. In her past life, she was an orphan and had been falsely accused many times. She was about to go crazy. Talking nonsense with your mouth and intestines, just opening your mouth and talking. "I'm tough because my mom is capable. My mom has money. I am the only descendant of our old Yao family and old Su family. So, what if I'm tough? If my family had a mine for me to inherit, what do you have? A broken thatched hut, pots and pans, faded gold bracelets." Humming Baizhou couldn't help but laugh. Then he added, "And your old Su family's height of 165 centimeters. Ha, help. Director Liu, you put 2 real fathers together. Does anyone have a recording of Meng Baizhou's last mediation session? Please share. I have it. I'll send it to you after the live broadcast ends." "I want one too." Meng Baizhou smirked and stepped in front of Su Tian, who had been silent the whole time. "Why are you acting like a scared turtle? You're a grown man and you're still letting your mom fight your battles. Why? Aren't you a woman? Weren't you born a woman? Were you born from your dad's behind?" Meng Baizhou didn't hold back or worry about politeness.
He spoke sharply.
"You." Shenmei's face turned red and white alternately. "What do you mean? Didn't you say your son went to school? Don't you know whether a boy or girl is decided by the man?" Su Tingyu reached out and gently brushed Shenmei's hand away. "I'm done. Su Tingyu, hurry up and get your mouth a little yellow car," I said. "I want to thank you." Meng Baizhou really starts fights right away. Meng Baizhou, loyal and brave. I didn't say I wouldn't support this girl. Having 2 kids, a boy and a girl, is a good thing, right? Shinmei puffed out her chest, trying to regain her confidence. "The daughter has always been supported with my own money. You and Su Tian haven't paid a single cent." Ren Kaidai stepped forward bravely. "Your money is still my son's money." Shinmei seemed to remember something unpleasant, and her face looked worse. Every day, you spend money on that girl, and your daughter-in-law's family gets subsidies.
But you?
You send money to your own family every day. This is my money. I can give it to whoever I want. Katie's eyes turned red. She wasn't good at arguing and was naturally soft, so Shinmei kept pushing her. Oh, so your family gets subsidies? Where are they? I haven't seen any. Meng Baizhou raised an eyebrow and said, Huh. Su Tingyu burst out laughing exaggeratedly, then looked at Su Tian with disdain. You really are born with a problem because your head got squished between your butt cheeks, huh? Wow, who can tell the difference between someone showing off and begging for help? Stealing a battery to support your wife, but it turns out you stole your wife's battery, right? Have you never cooked before? Su Tingyu said, glancing back at Ren Kaitai. Why didn't you throw him into the pot when you cooked? Or is it because he's so annoying? Why is your mouth so sharp, you brat? Her stomach isn't strong enough, so she just gave me a daughter? Neither I nor my son can show our faces outside. Shinmei was trembling with anger. Out in the world, your face is your own. If she can't do it, you can do it. You can hang yourself with a rope and call it a day. Su Tingyu stood in front of Ren Kaitai and gave Shinmei a thumbs up. People get old and forgetful, talking big, but when they walk 2 miles away, their mind is still stuck in the same place. Then, Su Tingyu turned to the camera and smiled. Teacher Su's biology class is starting now. Just to clarify, whether a baby is a boy or girl is decided by the father. Women have XX chromosomes, men have XY. Only men have the Y chromosome. Stop. Shinmei wanted to speak, but Su Tingyu covered her mouth with his hand. Also, girls are the ones who can truly pass on the family line because the mitochondria and DNA in female cells are stable and inherited. The mitochondrial DNA in maternal individuals is exactly the same, so the real inheritance is through women. Though it's funny, haha, I'm not used to such serious science explanations. Teacher Su is desperately pleading to teach genetics. Me too, Mendel and his peas are my lifelong mystery. Mendel's pea flower symbolism is 9331. A group of high school students flooded the comments, and several trending topics quickly topped Weibo's hot list. Teacher Su's biology class is starting. Exciting. Having a girl is truly passing on the family line. Exciting. The meaning behind pea flower symbolism. Exciting. Fruit fly hybrid. Exciting. A family with a genetic disorder. Exciting. 34 Su Tingyu. Hello everyone, I am Libala. While the mother and son were unaware, Su Tingyu turned around and looked at Su Tian's private area with a subtle smile. You must have superpowers. Everything is beyond your ability. Why didn't you have a son for your mom? I suggest you buy some useless things to keep at home, then you won't be the most useless. After saying this, she quickly pulled Ren Kaitai and left. Li, you too, leave. All of you leave. I give up, haha. Having 2 people together not only doesn't reduce divorce rates, but also speeds up divorce. If they can't finish, do they have to face punishment? Based on Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou's sharp words, the real person to worry about is the one asking questions. Yes, marriage is about mutual support. I wish you a happy life together, Zhang Tiantian said cheerfully as a couple came out of the mediation room. Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou looked over. The man was smiling, but the woman looked a bit forced, glancing at the camera and hesitating. Stay apart for now, I want to check something, Su Tingyu said, patting Su Pingping and Ren Saitia's hands, then walked toward Zhang Tiantian. Hey, don't go yet. Su Tingyu blocked the man and glanced at his grip on the woman's hand. Who are you? The man asked impatiently. You finally agreed not to divorce, and now someone else shows up? Su Tingyu raised an eyebrow, realizing she was too careless. He didn't recognize her as a guest mediator. We're staff here doing a follow-up. May I ask what made you change your mind about divorce? Meng Baizhou stepped forward and smiled at the man. The man looked at the 2 of them and then at the woman with a sincere expression. They were dressed in normal sports clothes, unlike the woman named Zhang Tiantian who just arrived, who didn't seem like a working person at all. Oh, it's nothing. My wife just can't bear to be apart from me, the man said with a big, fat smile that hid his eyes. Su Tingyu looked at the woman and asked, You can't bear to leave him? I can't give up my daughter. The woman replied softly, lowering her head so her hair covered her face, making her expression hard to see. My goodness, only the child can hold on to the mother. Can someone explain what happened earlier in Jiang Tiantian's live stream? The man is abusive, the woman has no job, and they separated, with the father getting custody of the daughter. No way, are they really trying to make peace? Is Jiang Tiantian crazy? She's doing anything to complete her task, even if it's wrong. What should they do? Give up the daughter. The comments were lively and noisy. Su Tingyu looked at the wound on the woman's hand, and her expression darkened. Is it about custody? Why? Su Tingyu asked, her eyes darker. I can't give up my daughter. The woman said nothing more, just pulled her sleeve to hide her wound. Are you giving up yourself for your daughter? Su Tingyu asked, confused. In her past life, her mother abandoned her, and her father later started a new family. She didn't blame her mother because she was an independent person and believed her mother should live for herself. But whenever she saw other children, she would feel jealous.
What?
Does Su Tingyu really mean she's going to give up her daughter? Are you all crazy? Isn't a mother a person too? Just so you know, a mother is also a person. She is first herself before being a mother. Finally, someone said it. I felt uncomfortable when Jiang Tiantian was trying to comfort Lin Ning. No way. Is this Jiang Tiantian's fault? She just doesn't want Lin Ning's daughter to have an unhappy family like hers. I don't have a job, and I can't get custody of my daughter. If I stay, I can protect her a little. Lin Ning said this with a self-deprecating smile. Then, seeming afraid of regretting her decision, she stepped to leave. Wait, Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou both spoke at the same time. Meng Baizhou looked deeply at Su Tingyu, then took a step back. I'll help you, Su Tingyu said, grabbing Lin Ning's other hand. Lin Ning turned her head and looked into the earnest, slightly pleading eyes of the young girl. I'll find you a job, help you with a legal case, fight for your daughter's custody, and help you divorce him. Wow, miss. Miss, I swear I will follow you forever.
Wow.
As long as Su Tingyu truly helps Lin Ning, I will be your most loyal fan from now on. 110086. Is what you're saying true? Lin Ning's voice was a little hoarse. Su Tingyu. Qiao Liyun came out of the mediation room and saw the scene of Su Tingyu persuading Lin Ning to divorce. Can you finish your task yourself? Or do you also want to ruin Tiantian's future? Qiao Liyun's voice was angry as she pulled Lin Ning back. So, does Director Qiao mean that Lin Ning and her daughter's future are less important than a task for Jiang Tiantian? Su Tingyu looked at her empty hands, then raised her head with a sneer in her eyes. Isn't Qiao Liyun being a bit unreasonable? I mean, the task she talks about is a lifetime commitment. It feels like you lost your life, but she lost love. No, does Director Qiao really think there's anything wrong with doing her job and completing her tasks? It seems that Qiao Liyun's fans are mostly young, with parents alive. I promise you, a lawyer will contact you soon. My company will provide you with a position, ensuring you can raise your daughter. While Qiao Liyun was stunned, Su Tingyu pulled Lin Ning aside. Qiao Liyun wanted to step forward, but Meng Baizhou calmly blocked her. Amid everyone's different gazes, Lin Ning slowly nodded. No, you this woman. The overweight man finally realized what was happening. He stepped forward to pull Lin Ning. Don't touch me. Lin Ning suddenly shook off the man's hand. Caught off guard, the man fell to the ground. Wang Fugui, didn't you say you'd persuade me and Lin Ning today? You took my money to hire people to cause trouble? The man sat on the ground, seeing Wang Fugui behind the crowd, and started shouting angrily. Haha. Fu Qingji came out of the room, arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. He glanced at Wang Fugui, then looked at Director Liu. I'm not doing this task anymore. My conscience will hurt. Me too. Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan also came out of the mediation room, both giving up their tasks. Woo-woo, it makes my eyes feel sore to watch. Me too. It would be great if every woman had the right to decide her own life. The guests are collectively protesting against the show. So cool, making history. Wow, these men really make my eyes go black and white. This episode should be called Encouraging Learning instead of Love Reality Show. Laughing so hard. Why aren't certain famous actors and their fans speaking? My brother is just dedicated. Director Liu couldn't do anything. The status of these guests wasn't something he could decide alone. Plus, if the men accused Wang Fugue of taking money, he would have to continue with this task, and his show might be over. Thinking of this, Director Liu decisively spoke. "You're right. I didn't think this through." He then bowed to the camera. Meanwhile, Lin Ning had already gone to the divorce registration office to fill out the forms. The other couples also queued up to fill out their paperwork. Divorce. All of you, divorce. Su Tingyu waved her hand and took the blank forms to give to them, laughing so hard. "Su Tingyu, you might as well just call yourself divorce." Although I was hesitant, I have already become a fan. Haha, don't you think Meng Bai's show is very interesting? Sorry, I was just admiring the screen. 35. Director Liu gets replaced. By the time the last couple finishes their divorce, it's already afternoon. Everyone returns to the villa for dinner and then sits in the living room to chat. Today, everyone performed very well and set a good example of marriage for our viewers, Director Liu says, holding a small bee figurine to make polite conversation. After creating a good atmosphere, they finally move on to tonight's main topic. Fans want to interact with us through comments, so tonight each guest will answer 3 questions from fans. I hope I get chosen. I must ask if my favorite couple is real. The person above, you're going to make me laugh. I want to ask Princess Fufu if she can give me some money. Then you should ask Su Tingyu. No, she has the same stingy personality as me. Comments are flying fast. Director Liu takes out a big die and places it in front of everyone. Let's go in order from smallest to largest number, the smallest first. Su Tingyu, sitting at the edge, rolls the die first, and a big number appears on the screen. Su Tingyu. Fans. Director Liu. Su Tingyu, you go first, Director Liu says awkwardly, surprised that she rolled a 1. How do I pick? Su Tingyu expected this. She can imagine how harsh the comments will be. Director Liu replies, the system randomly selects comments from the back end.
Okay, Su Tingyu note.
Soon, the first question from a netizen appears on the screen. Your high school grades were so bad you never went to school, and now you say you can get full marks just for attention? The first question is very sharp. But, TSK. Please, I have money. Why wouldn't I hire a private tutor for one-on-one lessons? And how do you know I can't score full marks? Su Tingyu leaned back, spread her hands, and spoke to the camera. What, do I need to prove my ability again? Su Tingyu didn't understand. She had been live streaming herself solving calculus problems in front of everyone, yet someone still doubted her. After finishing the first question, the screen quickly showed the second one. There's been a lot of talk about you pursuing Director Chiao. Why haven't you clarified? Is this variety show just for Director Chiao? Seeing this question, everyone instinctively looked at Director Chiao and Zhang Tiantian. Only Meng Baizhou was tapping his fingers absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on Su Tingyu's expression. Oh, I thought no fool would believe such rumors, so I didn't bother clarifying. Sorry, I forgot some people's IQ isn't high enough. Su Tingyu said this with a polite smile, clasping her hands and bowing slightly toward the camera. The screen scrolled again, revealing the third question. There are rumors that you bullied Zhang Tiantian at school. Should you apologize to her? This time, even the somewhat slow Fu Qingji frowned. Su Tingyu's fanbase is quite large. How could there be 3 such provocative comments in a row? The show crew was resorting to some questionable tactics for more viewers and topics. Seeing the questions and Director Liu behind the monitor, Su Tingyu smiled and took out her phone to type. Director Liu. Qin Shuangli wanted to speak up for Su Tingyu, but was stopped by her manager's gaze from nearby. Did I bully Zhang Tiantian? After hitting send, Su Tingyu raised her hand, her eyebrows slightly raised, with a playful tone. She looked at Zhang Tiantian. Did I bully you? Isn't this obvious manipulation? Look at Su Tingyu's expression. It's clearly a threat. Tiantian, be brave and speak up. Don't be afraid. Gingerly. Zhang Tiantian looked at Qiao Luyun and then at Su Tingyu, who was sitting with her legs crossed and chin resting on her hand, blinking at her. She bit her lip and said, No. Don't look at me like I'm threatening you. Su Tingyu smiled, then stood up and moved closer to Zhang Tiantian. Please, on the first day of the show, you said yourself that I wouldn't go to school in high school. What am I bullying you with? Am I bullying you from afar? Can you buy smarter fans? After speaking, Su Tingyu stood up, glanced at Director Liu, and said, "This kind of game is really boring. I don't have many fans, but not every comment is negative. If you can't play fair, then don't play. I don't know how to make a show, and I don't mind replacing someone." After that, Su Tingyu shot a look at Director Liu, who looked pale, and Jiang Tiantian, who looked upset, then turned and went upstairs. The live broadcast was cut off because the platform forced it to close. What's going on? Director Liu looked at the blocked live room, finally feeling a bit panicked. The platform, Chiezi, is the biggest in the country and works with many shows. Such a mistaken ban shouldn't happen. Unless the show offended the platform's top executives. He remembered what Su Tingyu had said, along with rumors about the big boss behind the scenes. But if Su Tingyu really had such a strong background, why is he being blacklisted in the entertainment industry, always used as a stepping stone for actor Qiaoing? Director Liu, the company's top executives are on the phone. Feng Qi handed him his phone, looking at him with pity. "You don't need to continue. A new director will come tomorrow," a furious male voice said on the other end. "President Chen, how could this happen? Didn't you say I should listen to actor Qiaoing?" Lu Dao held his phone, his voice trembling with fear. "People who want to support Qiao Liyun are not supporting him now, do you know that? You secretly manipulated things and offended the two biggest investors in the show. That's it, your career is over. Pack up and get out." As soon as the words finished, the call was hung up. Lu Dao sank to the ground, and the people present, seeing this, exchanged glances and left one after another. 1 hour later, the Heartbeat Moment show team posted a new announcement on Weibo. They announced that the director was replaced due to inappropriate behavior by Director Liu. The new director is Lin Xian, who is known for being honest in the industry. 36. Writing a letter. The person you most want to know about back in her room. Su Tingyu received a message from Yao Yushu. "Dear Mommy, Baby, I watched the show. I've already contacted the boss of Xinghui Entertainment. Don't feel wronged, my dear. Little fish you. Thank you, Mommy." Crying face. "Dear Mommy, if anything happens, talk to the adults at home. Don't try to handle everything alone, okay? Little fish you. Got it, Mommy." Kiss. Right after sending the message, Su Tingyu received a transfer from her dear Mommy. A long string of zeros eased all her worries from the day. "Little fish you. Mommy, I love you just like a mouse loves rice." Flying kiss. Happy, Su Tingyu turned over in bed, then remembered her promise to Lin Ning and quickly typed again. "Little fish you. Mommy, I want to start a support group to help women suffering from marriage problems. Pity puppy. Dear Mommy, my fish has grown up. Mommy supports you. Tomorrow, a professional team will go to Zhuxi village to draft a custody agreement for Lin Ning. The support group will be handled by your uncle." After finalizing some matters, Su Tingyu stretched lazily in bed. Since heaven gave her such a good identity, she decided to use it to do something meaningful. That way, she could also feel more at peace with her role. Thinking of this, Su Tingyu turned off her phone and fell into a sweet dream. The next morning, the guests, each with their own thoughts, went downstairs and saw Lin Xian standing in the middle of the living room. 50-year-old Lin Xian had a tall, straight figure and a proud posture. Even among the crowd, he looked particularly upright. His hair was slightly thinning, with a few silver strands, but it was neatly combed. "Good morning, everyone. I am Lin Xian, the new director of Heartbeat Moment." Lin Xian spoke in a calm and strong voice, with a moderate pace. Every word was clear and firm. Seeing Lin Xian, the guests' smiles became more genuine. After all, Lin Xian is known for being honest and fair. He doesn't favor any actor because of their status or for any other reason. He is a refreshing presence in the entertainment industry. With him as the director, there's no need to worry about any intentional targeting or embarrassing comments. Director Lin Xian is very kind. Qin Shuangliu quietly leaned closer to Su Tingyu and whispered in her ear, "Sorry I couldn't speak up for you last night." Su Tingyu waved her hand to show it was okay. The entertainment industry is complicated, and she was already surprised that Qin Shuangliu wanted to help her. Since this is a dating show, we should stick to its main purpose. Lin Xian took 7 envelopes from his assistant and handed one to each guest. Today's activity is simple. After 3 days of getting to know each other, everyone has a basic understanding. Please write a letter to the guest you want to know more about the most. The program team will collect all the letters tonight at 8 p.m. Is that all? Just that simple? Come on, they should give us some time to think. But there are fewer male guests than female guests, so it's a bit awkward. No worries, Bai Jin already posted on Weibo, and he's on his way back to the filming location. This part was straightforward, and fans didn't have many complaints. Back in her room, Su Tingyu opened her personal live stream. The past 3 days of trending topics had increased her followers quite a bit. As soon as she started streaming, thousands of fans flooded in. Yubao, who do you plan to write to? Yubao, honestly, are you the daughter of a big group? Same question. Director Liu was so domineering in the industry before, but he was replaced just because of your words yesterday. Yubao, I've been following you since I was young. Most of the viewers in the personal live stream are fans, and their comments and questions are very friendly. Yes, that's right. I have been reborn. Reborn as the daughter of a big business leader. This time, I will punish the bad men and expose the hypocrites. I swear to take back everything that belongs to me. Su Tingyu read the comments and then took a book from her suitcase titled Rebirth of the Vicious Female Side Character. She doesn't love him anymore, and held it up to the camera. Wait a moment, I need to check my revenge plan first, she said, opening the book and reading it quietly. Huh? No, sister, don't just skim through. Write a letter. Yubao, are you just pretending to work? But I also want to see the book Yubao is holding. Tiantian sat in front of the camera, with a lot of writing on the letter in front of her. How do you know I'm writing to brother Liu Yun? Tiantian blushed shyly when she saw the name Liu Yun flying across the comments. She covered the letter with her hand, her face slightly red, and spoke in a cute, teasing tone. Seeing that Tiantian didn't argue, the comments became even more excited. I knew Tiantian and Emperor Qiao are real. Mom, the CPI ship is real. The cool emperor and his little white bunny. I understand. They are just perfect together. Seeing the praise in the comments, Tiantian couldn't help but smile slightly, then she wrote even more diligently. While writing, she was also thinking about what Qiao Luyun might write to her. But Qiao Luyun hadn't started writing yet. His mind was more inclined to write to Su Tingyu. He had always known how powerful Su Tingyu's family was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to the role of the emperor so quickly despite having no money or background. Yesterday, Director Liu was blacklisted in the industry, and this morning, rumors about him flooded the internet, with penalties and breach of contract fees piling up. This must be Su Tingyu's doing. Could this be a warning to him? He didn't move, only targeting Director Liu. Could this be a sign of wanting to reconcile? Thinking of this, Qiao Luyun firmly decided to write a letter to Su Tingyu and immediately wrote her name at the beginning of the letter without hesitation. Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan did not go live, so their fans didn't know who the letters were for. Fu Qingji held the stationery in her hand, hesitating to write. In her opinion, Zheng Wenxuan was a senior. She had no other thoughts about him. Qiao Luyun was foolish and also had a macho attitude, so she couldn't consider her either. Meng Baizhou was handsome, looked a bit carefree at first, and talked like Su Tingyu, sometimes a bit eccentric, so he was not suitable either. Only Bai Jin remained. Fu Qingji felt a headache coming on. She didn't particularly like younger brothers, but right now Bai Jin was the most suitable person. So, Fu Qingji decided to write a letter to Bai Jin, asking about his injury. After Bai Jin returned to the villa, Lin Xian came to greet him alone and also told him about today's plans. When Lin Xian left the room, Bai Jin turned off all the cameras inside and didn't start the live broadcast. He held the blank sheet of paper in his hand, lost in thought. 37. Who should I write to? By the time Su Tingyu finished reading the novel, it was already 3 p.m. Her fans were very patient, admiring her beauty for 5 hours straight. When Su Tingyu closed the book, the comments on the screen started scrolling rapidly. Yubao, you're so beautiful even when reading. Yubao, if you don't write a letter now, it will be too late.
Yubao.
Everyone in the chat was urging Su Tingyu to write a letter. Su Tingyu stretched lazily, took out a blank sheet of paper, and after thinking for a while, she didn't know who to write to. Xiao Liyun was definitely out of the question, and Zheng Wenxuan too. Maybe Meng Baishou? Unconsciously biting her pen, her mind was filled with information about her uncle and his knowledge of the book's content. She quickly wrote a sentence on the paper. Before the viewers could see clearly, Su Tingyu quickly folded the letter and put it into an envelope.
Not?
I see now, you see us as outsiders. Upstairs, she probably doesn't see us as people. What is it that my noble SVAP can't watch?
Su Tingyu sợ mai Mitsuo.
You'll find out tonight. I opened Weibo and the top few posts still called Su Tingyu, Li Bala. I randomly clicked on one, and there were many comments below, all asking for help from various netizens. The treasure of the god of wealth. Help. My mother-in-law says that buying 3 gold items and copper symbolizes eternal love. What should I do? 2 minutes after the comment was posted, there were already many comments advising against marriage. Su Tingyu became interested. After a moment of thought, she typed a reply. Su Tingyu v. Little class of Su Tingyu is starting. Copper reacts with oxygen, carbon dioxide, and water vapor in the air to turn green. As long as your mother-in-law can accept that, it's fine. She clicked send, happily liked her own comment, and continued scrolling for the next help request. I have 6 kittens. My husband dislikes that I buy sanitary pads because they're expensive during my period. What should I do? Su Tingyu v. Give him a chance to find someone who doesn't have periods. Mud pillow. My mother-in-law keeps saying at home that after her son gets married, he won't listen to her anymore, and she causes trouble every day. Su Tingyu v. After all, you're the bride. Love from the heart. Satisfied, she logged out of that post and clicked on another one criticizing marriage pressure. What did I see? My sister. Aren't you going to delete your account? One person desperately begged their agent to take Su Tingyu's Weibo account away. You all pray first. I've already noted it in my little notebook. The comments on this post are even more interesting. Most are from elders urging marriage, asking for help. Su Tingyu looked at the latest comment. Shark. My family keeps pressuring me to get married. They keep asking what I'll do if I don't marry and get old. Su Tingyu. Just die when you're old. Netizen Shark replied instantly. What if others gossip about me? Su Tingyu v. Kill them at their door.
What?
Master, I understand now.
I'm exhausted. Ha ha ha.
I just said that when I went home for the New Year this year. The live stream's popularity is rising quickly. Many people are rushing to that post, asking for help, hoping to get a reply from the internet personality Su Tingyu. Sponge hug. My mom keeps telling me to go on blind dates. She says if I find someone suitable, we can take our time to develop feelings. Su Tingyu. Then ask your mom if it's okay to leave if you find someone unsuitable. Little Lemon. My mom says she can't sleep at night if I don't get married. Su Tingyu. Then call your mom late at night. If she doesn't answer, it means she's sleeping soundly. A ray of sunshine. Why don't young people want to get married? Su Tingyu. Because they're afraid of cheating. After surfing on Weibo for an hour, Su Tingyu's phone started ringing non-stop with calls from her manager, Sister Lee. As soon as she answered, before she could hide her big smile, Sister Lee's overwhelmed voice came through the line.
Su Tingyu.
What are you doing? Are you quitting? Are you retiring tomorrow? She moved the phone away slightly before speaking. Don't be mad, Sister Lee. Go delete all the comments you posted. Sister Lee took several deep breaths on the line to calm herself down. She decided to find someone to watch Su Tingyu's live streams because this person kept doing things that made her dizzy every day. It's too late now, Su Tingyu said weakly. Many marketing accounts had already posted a lot of videos. After this episode ends, you come back and hand over your Weibo account, Sister Lee said and quickly hung up.
Su Tingyu pouted, in die.
She still has a secondary account. Daddy, I understand. Don't nag me anymore. Meng Baizhou sat at the table, fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface, with a faint smile on his face, clearly in a good mood. Okay, I finished filming the show the day after tomorrow and will fly over. Don't worry, it's just a bidding competition. He glanced at his watch and stood up. I have to go now. I still have a task to complete. After hanging up, Meng Baizhou took out an envelope. His slender fingers held the paper, and his pen unconsciously tapped on the table. Who should I write to? After a brief hesitation, Meng Baizhou started writing a sentence on the letter, then sealed the envelope and went downstairs. During dinner, the crew still prepared a fairly rich meal. Tiantian, the high school exam results will be out tomorrow, right? Qiao Luyun, feeling guilty for not writing to Jiang Tiantian, wanted to find some attention for her. Oh, right. Tomorrow is the day the exam results come out. I remember Su Tingyu and Jiang Tiantian are in the same exam year. Maybe we'll see Su Biao get called out tomorrow. She said she could get a perfect score. Chinese language definitely won't be perfect. She's probably just arguing with some unscrupulous reporters. Can't you tell? Just so you know, don't be so curious about other people's lives. 38, is that a heartbeat? No, it's the sound of your heart racing. Su Tingyu, let's check our results together tomorrow. Jiang Tiantian put down her chopsticks and spoke to Su Tingyu. Sure. Su Tingyu supported her chin and nodded. The original owner invested a lot of money into this show to win Qiao Liyun's favor. Jiang Tiantian also gained some popularity by using the resources she got from Qiao Liyun through the original owner. As the main sponsor behind the show, the ratings were also her reward. Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Liyun wanted attention, and the traffic and money they generated would eventually benefit her. So, Su Tingyu was happy to help Jiang Tiantian. Are you so confident? Meng Baizhou turned his head, looking at Su Tingyu with interest. Traffic equals money, doesn't it, Mr. Meng? Su Tingyu deliberately emphasized the last two words. Behind the show, the two main sponsors are the Su family from Gangcheng and the Meng family, which rose to the top of the Kyoto elite circle within 5 years. Meng Baizhou, the 17-year-old head of the Meng family, took swift action to clean up internal family issues. He then used his sharp eye for business to enter emerging companies, turning the nearly dying Meng family into a powerful leader. Are you investigating me? Meng Baizhou's eyes darkened, but he still wore his usual carefree smile. Didn't you start investigating me first? Su Tingyu waved his phone and smiled at Meng Baizhou. We're all clever foxes, and I appreciate you playing the crazy person with me for 3 days. After saying that, Su Tingyu raised his juice in a toast to Meng Baizhou and drank it all. Su Tingyu, what are you two talking about? Qin Shuanglia noticed the subtle tension and asked. It's nothing. Su Tingyu replied with a relaxed smile. Teacher Meng is also looking forward to my results. The awkward meal ended quickly. Jiang Tiantian looked at Lin Xian and asked, Director Lin, besides exchanging letters tonight, is there anything else? Have everyone finished their letters? Lin Xian looked at the guests. They all nodded. All right, later you'll go upstairs and give the letters to the staff, then tell them who each letter is for. Not public. Jiang Tiantian hesitated for a moment and asked. If the letter exchange isn't public, how can she embarrass Su Tingyu or show her claim over Qiao Liyun? Jiang Tiantian was sure that Su Tingyu had been putting on a show these past few days. She thought changing her persona could make her steal Qiao Liyun's attention. No, it's not public. Tomorrow, in the last team formation, the two guests exchanging letters can enjoy a free day touring Jushi village. The other guests will stay in the villa, Lin Xian said with a smile. This plan was quite effective for the show. Wow, Director Lin really knows how to play. Su Tingyu is going to be left out. Who would like her? Meng Baizhou, don't you think they look like two sick friends meeting? This marriage arrangement is very kind to my eyes. I agree. It seems Tiantian and actor Qiao can enjoy their own world now. The barrage of comments flew quickly, but Jiu Luyun felt conflicted inside. Should I really give the letter to Su Tingyu? Tiantian would definitely choose him. If he and Su Tingyu went out together, what would Tiantian do? Do any of the teachers want to make changes? Lin Xian pretended not to see Jiang Tiantian's sad expression or Jiu Luyun's troubled face and asked. No one responded. All right, then now the staff will come upstairs to deliver the letters. Lin Xian signaled Feng Qi, who understood and took the staff and guests upstairs. Brother Luyun, where are we going to play tomorrow? Jiang Tiantian asked happily as she walked up the stairs, her eyes shining as she looked at Jiu Luyun. Let's talk about it later. Ju Luyun said, avoiding her gaze and hurriedly going upstairs. The part where they received the letters was not filmed or live-streamed. Seeing this, Fu Qingji said teasingly, "Look at how guilty brother Lu Yun looks. Maybe he did write it for you." Fu Qingji's teasing tone made Jiang Tiantian upset. If he didn't write it for me, did he write it for Su Tingyu? Su Tingyu, who was unexpectedly called out, said, "Don't bother me, I just finished eating." After handing the letter to the staff, everyone sat together in the living room. To show who was in charge, Jiang Tiantian pulled Ju Luyun to sit opposite Su Tingyu. Since our show is called A Moment of Heartbeat, then heartbeat is very important. Lin Xian took out 4 heart rate monitors and placed them in front of everyone. Wow, Lin Xian is up to something. Public punishment. Listen, this is the sound of a heartbeat. Ah, does everyone have to wear one? Zheng Wenxuan looked at the 4 watches on the table and asked. Male guests wear them. Lin Xian smiled. Then female guests will take turns interacting with the male guests. The male guest will plan the first date for the female guest with the highest heart rate. What if a female guest makes 2 male guests have the highest heart rates? Jiang Tiantian asked. Then the female guest will receive 2 gifts. Director Lin spoke. Similarly, in the next episode, the female guest will prepare the first date for the male guest with the highest heart rate. Meng Baizhou looked at the heart rate monitor, lost in thought. After Su Tingyu appeared, the storyline completely changed. Director Liu was replaced, and the show's direction shifted entirely. Okay, I haven't tried a heart rate monitor before, Zheng Wenxuan said, picking up the device in front of him and putting it on. The heart rate displayed 78. Seeing this, the other 3 also put on their monitors. Their initial heart rates were Meng Baizhou 62, Qiao Luyun 72, Bai Jin 68. Teacher Meng and Teacher Bai have lower heart rates. Maybe they exercise often, Jiang Tiantian said when she saw the heart rates recorded by Lin Xian. Yes, people who exercise regularly tend to have lower heart rates. I'm older now, so I can't do that, Zheng Wenxuan said with a smile, rubbing his finger over the monitor. Not at all. Teacher Zheng looks only 20, Qiao Lian quickly said, worried about offending Zheng Wenxuan. Sorry, Teacher Zheng, I didn't mean it that way. Jiang Tiantian quickly stood up, bowing to Zheng Wenxuan. Oh, I was just making an observation. No need to take it seriously. Zheng Wenxuan also stood up, patting Qiao Luyun on the shoulder. Since Teacher Zheng is already standing, let's start with him, Lin Xian said, stepping in to smooth things over. At this moment, staff brought in a single sofa and placed it in the middle. Zheng Wenxuan sat down with a smile. Who goes first? Lin Xian looked around at the female guests, finally focusing on Qin Shuangliu. Then I'll go first, Qin Shuangliu responded to Lin Xian's signal, standing up and walking toward Zheng Wenxuan. She wore a black dress, her curly hair loosely tied at the back, with a few strands hanging at her neck, gently swaying as she moved. Her earrings were rose-shaped, made of small diamonds, reflecting light onto her collarbone as she turned her face. Teacher Zheng, long time no see. Nice to meet you again. I am Qin Shuanglia from Class 2, Grade 15, of Qingyang No. 1 High School. Glad to meet you. Your eyes are so beautiful. Zheng Wenxuan instinctively clenched the small bear pendant in his pocket.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
It felt like the whole world was silent. Only his pounding heart was loud in his ears. On the big screen, his heart rate suddenly dropped to 50. Huh? Why did the heart rate go down? That shouldn't happen. Huh? I've always shipped the composer and singer pair before this variety show. No way. Look. Zheng Wenxuan's heart rate is skyrocketing. As the comments exploded, Zheng Wenxuan's heart rate started to rise rapidly, and the beeping alarm from his watch echoed in Qin Shuangliu's ears. Qin Shuangliu was stunned at first, then suddenly smiled. She guessed right. When they looked at each other, Zheng Wenxuan lost his composure for the first time on camera. He nervously stood up and hurriedly took off his watch. Wow, 160 beats per minute. What does that mean? Did Lu and Zheng Wenxuan know each other in high school? Don't you know? A couple of years ago, Lu's high school story was exposed, and Zheng Wenxuan came out to clarify and testify. Ah, I was a fan back then. Me too. Su Tingyu looked at the comments, with a big smile on her face. Honestly, Director Liu may not be the best person, but he's really good at choosing guests. Fu Qing's face showed a look of admiration. Director Lin, we don't need to try anymore, right? No one can beat Teacher Qin. Qin Shuangliu finally realized what had just happened, and her face turned bright red. Okay, who's next? Director Lin also smiled, looking at Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan, nodding with satisfaction. After so many years in the industry, his eyes are like a ruler. He can tell right away if something's wrong. I'll do it. Qiao Liyun stood up and sat on the single sofa. When Sweet Sweet appears later, will her bracelet also start to beep wildly? If Sweet Sweet goes first, does that mean the guests afterward won't have a chance to participate? Still, I really want to see the big chaos. By the 4th day of the show, are there already 2 couples formed? Jiang Tiantian stepped forward, blushing shyly as she stood in front of Qiao Liyun, her eyes moist as she looked at him. Brother Liyun, thank you. Through this show, I want to tell you something I've always wanted to say, but never dared to. Since I was young, my parents have disliked me because I am a girl, Jiang Tiantian said, her eyes already red. I want to study, to go to school, so you worked hard to earn money, to support my education. Because of you, I was able to leave the mountains and escape my original family. I'm very poor, but because of you, I feel rich. Brother Liyun, you gave me a second chance to choose my life. Tears fell from Jiang Tiantian's face. Feeling sorry for Tiantian. Wow, no wonder Jiang Tiantian cares so much about actor Qiao. He's her only light. Redemption stories are forever. Tiantian came out of the mountains, and all of this is thanks to actor Qiao's efforts. Stop being so unreasonable upstairs. Weren't you just scolded enough the other day? True fans follow the main character blindly, with no brains. The comments are split. Some feel sorry for Jiang Tiantian's situation and praise their almost fairy tale love story, while others criticize Qiao Liyun's previous comments, where he knew how much Jiang Tiantian had sacrificed to succeed, but still wanted her to become a housewife. After hearing Jiang Tiantian's words, Su Tingyu cursed under his breath. Before Qiao Liyun became a top actor, where did he get the money to support her studies? It was all from the original owner's earnings. Later, after Qiao Liyun became an actor, the original owner still occasionally gave him money and resources. The two of them, pretending not to want the original owner's charity, wanted to be independent, yet they still lived a carefree life using her money. Poor? After the original owner appeared, did the main characters really experience any truly hard times? As Jiang Tiantian spoke, Qiao Liyun's heartbeat quickened. He gently held Jiang Tiantian, who looked like she was about to cry, in his arms and patted her back to comfort her. This couple definitely caught everyone's attention. Qiao Liyun's heart rate rose from 72 to 106. It's not very high, but compared to Zheng Wenxuan's, it seemed a bit lacking. Who's next? Lin Xian looked at Su Tingyu and the others, thinking this score might have a chance to be surpassed. I think I won't go. Qin Shuangliu smiled and stepped back. I've already done my best to receive a gift from Teacher Zheng. I won't bother with gifts from Teacher Qiao, Teacher Bai, or Teacher Meng. Su Tingyu and Fu Qingji exchanged glances, both seeing some annoyance in each other's eyes. Wait, what kind of look is Su Biao giving? Please, what do you fans or shipper fans want? Before, Su Tingyu wanted to join in, but you didn't agree. Now no one is going, and you're starting to complain. It doesn't matter. Fu is the best. You Qiao, just focus on taking care of your little wife. Su Tingyu hasn't upset anyone. Can't you see how strained her relationship with Qiao Liyun is? What's wrong? Does your brother insist that everyone must like him? Fans of Fu Qingji were somewhat dissatisfied with Jiang Tiantian's actions on the first day and Qiao Liyun's behavior, naturally not happy about Fu Qingji being linked with Qiao Liyun. Meanwhile, by the story's changing plot, bystanders gradually lost their admiration for the main character's star power and began scrutinizing Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Liyun's bizarre behaviors. Seeing that Fu Qingji and Su Tingyu had no intention of stepping forward, Lin Xian helplessly spread his hands. It seems everyone thinks Jiang Tiantian and Teacher Qiao's scores are the best. Su Tingyu let out a breath of relief. If Director Liu had been here, he would definitely have pushed her to interact with Qiao Liyun for the sake of buzz and sensational moments. Jiang Tiantian was stunned for a moment. Did Su Tingyu really give up such a good chance to interact with Brother Lian? Xiao Liyun also couldn't believe it. He hadn't refused to interact with Su Tingyu, yet she dared to show such a look of disdain? Before Xiao Liyun could say anything, Meng Baizhou had already walked over to him. Teacher Qiao, it's my turn now. Xiao Liyun could only stand up and return to his seat with Jiang Tiantian. The scene fell into an awkward silence. I agree that these four can mix together. Yes, I agree. This is hilarious. Two young ladies and their suitor. Young people should take chances and be bold. Aren't you all curious about Meng Baizhou's background? He suddenly appeared in such a popular variety show. The comments section buzzed with discussion. Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou sitting on the sofa and studied him carefully for the first time. Meng Baizhou had very handsome features, and his casual manner made him seem natural and relaxed. Plus, he came from a top family background. Such a person shouldn't just be a minor character in a story. He should at least be the main female lead's loyal admirer. Thinking of this, Su Tingyu looked at her ally in the original story, Jiang Tiantian's #1 admirer, Bai Jin. Bai Jin still looked cheerful and innocent, and when Jiang Tiantian confessed her feelings just now, his expression didn't change at all. It seemed Bai Jin had also changed. Su Tingyu, Qingji, who wants to go first? Lin Xian asked. Su Tingyu stepped forward, bent down, and supported her knees with her hands, locking eyes with Meng Baizhou on the sofa. Wow, such a handsome face, and there are two of them. Why are you just standing there?
Kiss him already.
If I were nearby, I might accidentally push Su Tingyu. Show me. Meng Baizhou also looked up and met Su Tingyu's gaze. Your eyes are so beautiful. 40, more romantic than a kiss. Wow. Su Tingyu, your words with that face make my heart flutter. Your eyes are so beautiful. Oh my goodness. You bow, I want to have beautiful eyes too. Look at my eyes. At the moment her voice fell, Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu, who was so close that their faces almost touched. His dark pupils reflected only his own face. Only his face. Your eyes are so beautiful, she said. Su Tingyu's words hit Meng Baizhou like a thunderclap. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Su Tingyu just stared steadily into Meng Baizhou's eyes, smiling all the while. Suddenly, Su Tingyu leaned forward slightly, and with a curious look in her eyes, she raised her eyebrows gently. Ding 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 ding. Her watch suddenly blared loudly with an alarm. Meng Baizhou's heart rate shot up to 143 beats per minute with each breath. Su Tingyu smiled, took 2 steps back, straightened up, and winked at Meng Baizhou. Thanks for the gift, Teacher Meng. The comments online went wild. This is the kind of romance show we should be watching. I could act like that too. Can someone please act like this in real life? It feels more real than just a kiss. It looks like Teacher Fu is about to receive my gift, Bai Jin said as he stood up and approached Fu Qingji. Teacher Fu, I hope you won't mind my gift. Of course not. Fu Qingji sighed in relief. She and Bai Jin didn't have much chemistry, and their attempts at a heart-pounding challenge felt awkward for both. Lin Xian saw that the time was almost up and didn't make things difficult for them. All right, it's settled. Everyone go back to your rooms. Later, the staff will deliver the letters to each of the guests. The live broadcast ended. Su Tingyu returned to her room. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. She opened it to find a staff member handing her a letter.
Thank you, she said.
She closed the door and sat back on the bed, opening the letter. It contained only a simple sentence. Blue Star Tech Bidding Event. Will you attend? It was written by Meng Baizhou. The Su family wanted to expand into the inland market. Blue Star Tech is a new company specializing in chips, and participating in their bidding event is a good way to quickly make connections and grow their network.
Su Tingyu chúc cờ sốc ti.
No wonder it was so easy to find Meng Baizhou's identity. It was all his own doing. The Meng family doesn't have as much money as the Su family, and the chip industry needs a reliable partner to support it. So Meng Baizhou connected the dots and also brought together the Su family and Blue Star Technology. The Meng family could then earn a lot of profit from this. As expected of a businessman, Su Tingyu opened her phone and shared her plans for the bidding event with Su Minghan and Yao Yushu. Just after she put down her phone, there was a knock on the door again. "Teacher Sue, your letter," a staff member called out. Her letter? Didn't she already have a letter? Who else would write her a letter? Su Tingyu was a bit confused but still opened the door and took the letter inside. There were 2 letters. One from Bai Jin and the other from Xiao Liyun. Bai Jin's letter briefly expressed his thanks for her saving him and invited her to watch his comedy show next time. As for Xiao Liyun, Su Tingyu looked at the messy handwriting on the paper and felt a bit sick. She didn't want to read it. It was probably a scolding. She glanced at it and threw it directly into the trash can. "Yes, I have a girlfriend." "Don't worry," Meng Baizhou said confidently, sitting cross-legged, holding a letter in one hand and his phone in the other, in a good mood. "Really? You have a girlfriend? Is it that girl named Jiang Tiantian?" Meng Liyun, hearing his answer, was so shocked that he dropped the contract on the ground. "Jiang Tiantian? What are you talking about?" Meng Baizhou frowned, confused about why his father was asking that. "You've been watching that girl, Star? Do you like her?" Meng Liyun hesitated for a moment, but finally asked the question he had been wanting to ask. Meng Baizhou's face darkened. "That's because Jiang Tiantian is the main character. He has to keep an eye on her at all times to prevent anything from getting out of his control. Well, something already did."
Su Tingyu.
"Son, who do you like?" "Dad doesn't mind." Seeing Meng Baizhou hesitate and not speak, Meng Liyun thought his son had agreed. Although he didn't like Jiang Tiantian always crying, as long as his son didn't like boys, he could accept it. Why does he think this way? Because besides Jiang Tiantian, Meng Baizhou has been watching Xiao Liyun closely, and over the years, he hasn't been in a relationship. Compared to that, Meng Liyun prefers Jiang Tiantian. "It's not her, old man. Don't think too much," Meng Baizhou said quickly, interrupting Meng Liyun's thoughts. "Is it a girl?" Meng Liyun asked, feeling more worried. "Yes, a girl," Meng Baizhou replied. Hang up, he placed his phone face down on the table and touched the letter beside it, which was written in fancy handwriting. "I am Qin Shi Huang, send money." Picking up his phone again, he opened Su Tingyu's chat window. "Z. Send a transfer of 50,000 yuan to the other person." "Someone is transferring 50,000 yuan to you." Su Tingyu looked at the orange transfer notification on Meng Baizhou's screen and asked in surprise. Seeing Su Tingyu hesitate to accept, Meng Baizhou thought for a moment and smiled knowingly. Then, a long string of orange transfer messages appeared in the chat. "Xiu, stop. Don't transfer anymore." "Z, what? Not enough?" "Xiu, transfer again and I will block you." "Z, how about the bidding event? Are you going?" "Xiu, what's the benefit?" "Z, the development of the Su family in the inland." "Xiu, my family is rich. Developing it is just a matter of time." "Z, then what do you want?" "Xiu, I want to know all the future plots of the original story. Also, any investment your company needs in the future, my family will contribute. We're on the same boat." Meng Baizhou watched the messages Su Tingyu sent, thinking, such a clever book transmigrator. "See, deal. Who exactly did you give your letter to yesterday?" Jiang Tiantian sat on the sofa, separated from Xiao Liyun by a pillow. Yesterday, she didn't receive a letter from Xiao Liyun. When she asked him about it on WeChat, he was vague. "Tiantian, can I explain everything to you after the show ends?" Xiao Liyun also seemed a bit annoyed. Last night, he didn't get a letter from Su Tingyu. Who did Su Tingyu give the letter to? "Did you give the letter to Su Tingyu?" Seeing Xiao Liyun's expression, Jiang Tiantian understood everything.
Why?
Su Tingyu has everything she needs. Why is she still fighting for Xiao Liyun with her? Tiantian, noticing Jiang Tiantian's unusual tone, Xiao Liyun quickly shifted his focus. "I can't lose the help from the Su family now. Tiantian, you'll understand, right?" "Understand what?" Su Tingyu suddenly appeared from behind the sofa, her fluffy head peeking out between Jiang Tiantian and Xiao Liyun. 41, cute, isn't it? "Ah." Jiang Tiantian was startled and looked back at Su Tingyu with some annoyance. "What are you doing?" "Since you heard my name, I came to see what bad things you're saying about me behind my back." Su Tingyu sat down on the sofa next to them and casually took an apple to bite. "You're overthinking." Qiao Liyun cleared his throat and spoke a bit awkwardly. Oh, Su Tingyu replied perfunctorily, not sure if she believed him. Other guests gradually came downstairs. Meng Baizhou naturally sat next to Su Tingyu and also took an apple to eat. Lin Xian entered the villa, turned on the live broadcast, and had the guests greet the camera one by one. Now, we will announce the guest groups for today's outing, Lin Xian said mysteriously. Hearing this, Jiang Tiantian's face looked even worse. Whether they could go out on a date was known last night, since she knew whether she received the letter or not. First, congratulations to Teacher Qin and Teacher Zheng. Lin Xian handed an envelope to Qin Shuanglia and Zheng Wenxuan. This is your travel allowance for today. Haha, as expected. They both give off a parent-like feeling. I finally understand this feeling, like being a parent. Next group, congratulations to Teacher Su and Teacher Meng. Lin Xian handed the second envelope to Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou didn't take it. He turned to look at Su Tingyu. You handle the money. Is my wife in charge of the money? I don't care, I need to start fangirling now. What should I do? I already feel like Meng Baizhou is a caring husband. Su Tingyu glanced at Meng Baizhou, knowing he was getting back at him for teasing him yesterday. Alright then, from now on, everything is up to me, Su Tingyu said, waving the envelope in front of Meng Baizhou. Okay, that's all. Lin Xian clapped his hands. The remaining guests can only stay at the villa now. Why aren't Sweets and actor Qiao here? Director Lin, what's going on? Everyone's wondering why Bai Jin and Fu Qing haven't been mentioned. The comments are full of questions. If they can't go on dates, it means they didn't exchange letters yesterday. So, did Jiang Tiantian not give one to Qiao Liyun, or did Qiao Liyun not give one to Jiang Tiantian? Oh, some people's favorite is doomed. They were so confident a few days ago, but now they've been caught out in the simplest part. Everyone is begging Director Lin to reveal who the guests sent letters to. One person, then two, then many are pleading. Stop guessing, everyone. Jiang Tiantian saw the comments and forced a small smile. It's because I haven't been feeling well since yesterday, so Lu Yun and I decided not to exchange letters. Qiao Liyun, hearing this, felt even more guilty and directly held Jiang Tiantian's hand. Sorry for making everyone worry. Jiang Tiantian looked at Qiao Liyun holding her hand, but didn't pull away. TSK, Su Tingyu reached the door, heard Jiang Tiantian's words, and turned back again. I see. Your Qiao the actor's letter was sent to me last night, but I didn't read it. I threw it in the trash. You can ask the cleaning staff to help you find it. After saying that, Su Tingyu smiled broadly at Jiang Tiantian, with a look that said no need to thank her. Knowing it's Tiantian's letter but not returning it to her, Su Biao is really mean. Is the person upstairs speaking Chinese? Can't you tell she's being sarcastic? This is hilarious. Your boyfriend's letter was sent to me. I didn't realize yesterday that it was the wrong delivery. You can go look in the trash bin yourself. Trying to sow discord. But why would Xiao the actor send a letter to Su Tingyu? He could have sent it to any other female guest. Hearing this, Jiang Tiantian couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up, ready to go upstairs and find the letter. Tiantian, Qiao Liyun panicked. He tried to grab Jiang Tiantian's hand but missed. Following Su Tingyu's instructions, the staff was already waiting at the door with a letter for Jiang Tiantian. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Su asked me to give this to you. The staff held out a letter, quickly handing it to her when Jiang Tiantian came up. Tiantian. Qiao Liyun's eyes sharpened, and he tried to snatch the letter. Brother Liyun, didn't you say you didn't like Su Tingyu? What did you write to her? Why are you afraid for me to see? Jiang Tiantian rarely acted mature, stepping back to confront Qiao Liyun. Who said I don't like her anymore? Su Tingyu stood at the entrance of the jade shop, eagerly looking inside at various green stones. Director Lin only gave us 2,000 yuan. Meng Baizhou pointed to the envelope in Su Tingyu's hand. You can't like her, Su Tingyu. But it doesn't say you can't use your own money, she said, looking at the central piece of jade in the display case. She tilted her head at Meng Baizhou. I want this one. Just this one. Buy it for her. I insist on buying it for her. This is probably imperial green. And it looks very pure, with no cracks, complete. Although I haven't seen many, I know this stone is very expensive. Sir, would you like to come in and take a look? The shop owner came out and looked at Su Tingyu, who kept staring at the stone at the door, and asked. Yes, Su Tingyu nodded and followed the owner into the shop. Our shop mainly sells jadeite. You look young, so you can check out the Zhengyang green and Qing Shui green, the owner casually observed Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Their clothes had no logos, but they had a good aura, so they probably weren't short of money. Are you interested in that stone? Su Tingyu pointed at a dark green stone with one side cut in the display case at the door and asked. Well, the owner hesitated a bit. That's our treasure, and it's not cheap. How much? Su Tingyu nodded. 6 million. The owner stated the price. Wow, is it really that expensive? This stone looks very good quality now, but only one side is cut, so it's uncertain if it contains imperial green inside. Gambling on stones involves a lot of luck. If it doesn't have imperial green or has cracks, it would be a loss. But if it's a whole piece of imperial green, then it's a big win. All right, thank you. Su Tingyu nodded and pulled Meng Baizhou to leave the shop. Don't you like it? Meng Baizhou was stunned. He was about to pay, but Su Tingyu just walked away without hesitation.
Su Tingyu stood.
I have money, but I wouldn't spend millions gambling on a stone. Then why don't you go in and ask? Meng Baizhou looked a bit confused. Young master, it's normal to ask about the price when you like something, but it doesn't mean you have to buy it. Su Tingyu turned to look at Meng Baizhou. Buying and selling are based on mutual willingness. If I think it's not worth that price to me, I just won't buy it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After listening to Su Tingyu, she happily ran over to a small stall selling handmade crafts by the roadside. Oh my gosh, I understand now. Help! I used to feel shy to refuse when asked the price, worried it would seem rude not to buy. Me too, but I also felt it wasn't worth it. So not buying things is okay too. I get it now. Meng Baizhou. Just as Meng Baizhou was lost in thought, Su Tingyu's voice rang out. The girl squatted on the ground, holding a large handmade fabric tiger, bigger than her face, near her cheek, looking up at him. Is it cute? 42, Jing University Admissions Office? Yao Yushu, scam. What? Meng Baizhou was caught off guard. Not cute, Su Tingyu pouted, placing the little tiger back on the stall, then stood up. Such a cute little tiger. So cute. Little tiger, Meng Baizhou squatted down, picked up the small tiger Su Tingyu was holding, and placed it near her face again. Seeing Su Tingyu's slightly puzzled look, Meng Baizhou smiled. Yes, very cute. Yes. Just like this, I love watching the couple scenes. Is this part of a script? Please tell me it's not. Just film it like this, I love it. Is there a director handing out the script? Unlike the excited comments, Su Tingyu only felt regret for missing her move. The daily expenses in Jushi village are not high. The two of them spent the whole morning wandering around without spending much money, and even brought some small gifts for other guests. Since Su Tingyu needed to check her college entrance exam scores, they returned to the villa at 11:30. In the living room, Zhang Tiantian and 3 others were sitting on the sofa, interacting with fans in the comments. Why are you back so early? Su Biao just came back to compete for Director Qiao Ying's attention with Tiantian. But Meng Baizhou seems a bit more handsome than Qiao Lian, right? No. Didn't your Tiantian ask Su Tingyu to check the scores together yesterday? Laughing to death. Seeing Su Tingyu return, Zhang Tiantian forced a smile and said, Tingyu, you're back. Yes. Su Tingyu was in a good mood, placing various small items on the table. Meng and I saw these little things. They look pretty and interesting, so we bought some. Everyone can take a look and keep a souvenir if they like. What are you pretending? Unbelievable. If you buy something, you say you're pretending. If you don't, you call it selfish. People can criticize anything. Spending so much money on cheap things? To the person above, don't be so possessive about others' money. Fu Qingji's eyes swept over the small decorations on the table, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Such a beautiful bracelet, she said, picking up a crystal bracelet from the middle. Each amber-colored bead was round and full, sparkling with tiny golden glints under the light. Paired with delicate metal accessories, it looked even more refined. It suits your dress today, Su Tingyu smiled, then picked a wooden hairpin from the table and walked behind Fu Qingji. With one hand, she gathered Fu Qingji's long hair at the back of her head. She gently turned her wrist, inserted the pin at an angle near the hair swirl, then lightly adjusted and fixed it. The fluffy bun was securely in place. Fu Qingji was a bit surprised, reaching up to touch her hair. A few stray strands of hair hadn't been fully tucked into the bun, hanging by her ears and neck, swaying gently as she lowered her head. The carved flower on the top of the hairpin peeked out among her hair, matching her fair fingertips, slender neck, and amber beads on her wrist. Wow, Su Tingyu, are you a divine doctor? Who says these little things are cheap? Masterful healing, a divine doctor. No one understands. Fu's qipao today is stunning. Fu Qingji also saw the rapid stream of praise flying across the comments. She quickly took out her phone to take a picture. When she did, a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. Since debut, she had always played the wealthy young lady style. She had never tried such gentle makeup and styling before, but unexpectedly, it looked really good. I just found another activity I can do with a straight girl. My niece is quite rough when she helps out. If you say that, I might start arguing. All these are handmade by the elders in the village. They are very detailed and look nice when worn, Su Tingyu said as she picked out 2 more and handed them to Fu Qingji. Thank you. Thank you. Fu Qingji looked at the delicate hairpin in her hand, feeling a bit shy for the first time. No need to thank me. Su Tingyu waved her hand and smiled warmly. I should also thank the old folks selling these. With you wearing these, more people will come to buy them, and their hard work won't go unnoticed. I really want to buy them. And the quality is good, and the price is very cheap. I've been watching Su Tingyu's live stream. I already received the fruits I bought from Li Fugui. They are really sweet, fresh, and affordable. Is anyone interested in going to Jushi Village together?
Count me in.
Su Tingyu's efforts once again boosted the sales of Jushi Village's products. There are 15 minutes left before the exam results are announced. Yao Yushu, who is far away in Gangcheng, received a strange phone call. Hello. Yao Yushu popped a peeled pomelo into her mouth casually. May I ask if you are Su Tingyu's mother? The caller was a middle-aged woman, speaking urgently. I am. What's the matter? Yao Yushu asked, a bit confused.
She was working on a design sketch.
We are from the Beijing University admissions office. May I ask if Su Tingyu is at home? We want to discuss her application with her, the caller said, relieved. Beijing University? My daughter? Yao Yushu was puzzled. What's this about applying? Could it be a scam? What's wrong, dear? Su Minghan came over, sat beside Yao Yushu, and hugged her. A person claiming to be from Beijing University's admissions office called asking if Yu was home and wanted to discuss her application, Yao Yushu explained. Yes, we are from Beijing University. May I ask if classmate Su Tingyu is at home? If you have any requests, we can meet in person. The school will do its best to help. The woman on the other side sounded anxious. Our admissions team is already on a plane heading to Gangcheng. Please ask Su classmate to wait for us. Haha. Yao Yushu chuckled. What kind of new scam is this? The other side seemed a bit confused. Huh? Scam? You're probably one of our haters. Knowing the results are coming out and coming to cause trouble, Yao Yushu sneered. All right, we will keep a record of this call and take legal action if needed. After saying that, Yao Yushu hung up. What? Inside Beijing University's admissions office, AI Yueqing looked at the call screen that had just been disconnected and fell into thought. For the first time in her life, she was mistaken for a scammer and threatened with legal action. Before she could recover from her shock, the office phone rang. Hello. Why are you just standing there? Su Tingyu is filming in Jushi Village now. Hurry up and apply for a flight to go get her. The voice of President Qin Song from Beijing University was strong and commanding. Yes, and also hurry to Gangcheng to pick up her parents first. Huh? AI Yueqing was a bit stunned but quickly followed Qin Song's instructions to apply for a flight and prepare to find Su Tingyu. By the time AI Yueqing boarded the plane, she still hadn't fully processed what was happening. Filming? She never paid attention to the entertainment industry. Does this mean the top scorer in the country is also a celebrity? 43, classmate, You can bring your boyfriend to school. At exactly noon, Su Tingyu and Jiang Tiantian logged into the exam results website at the same time. Jiang Tiantian entered her personal information while constantly glancing at Su Tingyu, feeling a bit unsure. Could Su Tingyu really be studying secretly at home? It probably isn't as extreme as her being interviewed and scoring full marks, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Tiantian felt a little more at ease. As long as Su Tingyu didn't get full marks, she could still be criticized by netizens. Hey? Why can't I find the results? What does being blocked mean? Fu Qingji sat next to Su Tingyu, nervously staring at her phone screen, where a message appeared. Your results have been blocked. Please check again in 3 days. As soon as the message appeared, the room fell silent. Fu Qingji had never taken the college entrance exam. She went straight to a foreign university to study art. She didn't understand the significance of this message, but everyone else did. Blocked students are among the top 50 in the entire province. Jiang Tiantian looked at her score of 621 points, her knuckles turning white from gripping so tightly. Congratulations, blocked student. Meng Baizhou was the first to stand up and sincerely congratulate Su Tingyu. This villainous character had broken the plot at this moment. No matter the reason behind it, it was still worth celebrating. Wow, is being a blocked student really impressive? Fu Qingji, after hearing Lin Xian's explanation, widened her eyes in admiration and looked at Su Tingyu. You're so amazing. Wow, really? I saw the scene where the top 50 scores were checked live. My mom asked me what this page was. She's never seen it before. Isn't it said that you can get a perfect score? Why pretend? To the person above, I don't allow you to disrespect the blocked student. Only those who took the college entrance exam understand the value of being blocked. To the person above, even those who didn't take the exam know. I've already become a fan after seeing the results. Received. A clip of Su Tingyu checking her scores was quickly edited and posted by marketing accounts, and soon several related hashtags trended on the hot search. 2052 college entrance exam results released. Su Tingyu score check live. Results blocked explode. What does being blocked mean in exam results? Explode. The value of being top 50 in the province explode. Congratulations, Tingyu. Jiang Tiantian smiled as she approached Su Tingyu. I didn't expect your private tutor to be so impressive. Jiang Tiantian's words suddenly made the lively living room fall silent. First, I took the exam. The knowledge is in my mind. The time I spent studying is mine. I don't deny that other external help was involved, but the most capable person is myself, Su Tingyu said as she stood up, glancing at the score page in Jiang Tiantian's hand. A score of 621 is quite good, even considered very impressive. It places her within the top 3,000 students in the province. If I said that your score is because you attend Hongqing No. 1 high school, which has strong teachers, and that's why you scored this well, would you agree? Yeah, when someone does well, people say it's because of their private teachers. Come on, how many top scorers has Hongqing No. 1 produced? It's not the teacher's fault. That's why I felt so uncomfortable listening to that. Su Tingyu is too kind. If I got this score, and someone said that to me, I'd slap their mouth shut. The comments on the live chat were full of criticism of Jiang Tiantian. In Chinese culture, respect for education is deeply rooted, even in stories. In an instant, Su Tingyu's Weibo followers exceeded 10 million. People no longer cared about the negative comments about her previous TV roles. Because, first, Su Tingyu is a private person. Second, Su Tingyu is a private person. Finally, she was fully involved in the filming without affecting anyone's interests. Spending her own money to act when she was under pressure to study. What's wrong with that? In China, there is a kind of social hierarchy based on exam scores. Tiantian is different from you. You only need to focus on studying, but she has many other things to consider. Xiao Lian looked upset because her plan to have the live broadcast show Jiang Tiantian's college entrance exam scores and boost her reputation failed. Come on, what hardships has Jiang Tiantian faced? Su Tingyu rolled her eyes in disbelief. She's never lived away from home. Stays in a luxury house near Hongqing No. 1 high school worth 250,000 per square meter, has a nanny, and eats all kinds of delicious food most people haven't seen. How is that hard? Xiao Lian felt a bit guilty. It was true that she used Su Tingyu's money to support Jiang Tiantian. Always complaining about the hardships of your family, what's so hard about it? Seeing Qiao Luyun hesitate, Su Tingyu continued speaking. Sorry, it's all my fault. Su Tingyu, I didn't mean to target you. You're very talented, congratulations. Jiang Tiantian grabbed Qiao Luyun's sleeve, then cried as she ran upstairs. Although, the score of 621 isn't bad either. There's no need to be so harsh on a young girl. Hey, do you want to go sit by the big Buddha in Leshan? Isn't she always talking about how hard her life is and how others are better teachers because of her? Welcome to the live broadcast of the Unwise Ape speech. Whatever, I'll take it, I'll take the blame. If I were the scapegoat, I'd start writing a new page in my family tree for me. Exactly, Jiang Tiantian is a typical person who can't stand others being better than her. The comments defending Jiang Tiantian grew quieter and were soon drowned out. Feng Qi ran in from outside. Director Lin, there are people outside claiming to be from Tsinghua University admissions looking for teacher Su. In the next second, a group of people hurried in. The middle-aged man at the front fixed his gaze on Su Tingyu's face. Student Su Tingyu. Hello. We are from Tsinghua University admissions, led by Ma Wentao. We want to discuss your major interests and your application choices in more detail. Before Ma Wentao could say more, AI Yueqing also rushed in with her team. She pushed aside Ma Wentao standing in front of Su Tingyu and then grinned at her. Student Su Tingyu, I am AI Yueqing, the responsible teacher from Jing University admissions. We promise you that if you choose Jing University, you can select any major and any supervisor with a full scholarship. Choose Jing University, student. Tsinghua can offer you what we can at Jing University. AI Yueqing looked at Su Tingyu sincerely, shielding her from Ma Wentao's gaze. No, we arrived first. It's first come, first served, understand?
Ma Wentao pushed past Ai Yuking.
Last year's top scorer was from your school, but this year it should be ours, Tsinghua. Our school is quite good, isn't it? AI Yueqing nudged Ma Wentao, but didn't push him away. She then looked back at Su Tingyu and finally gritted her teeth, saying, Classmate, you can bring your boyfriend to school. 44, top scorer in the country? The nation is coming to recruit talent. Huh, Su Tingyu was confused, and everyone else was also stunned. It's just that AI Yueqing searched through the crowd and finally focused on Meng Baizhou's face. She had just studied the programs from yesterday and today carefully. Netizens said that Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou looked like a couple. Well, it doesn't matter. To get Su Tingyu, she allowed Meng Baizhou to come. Classmate Su, our Qingda has many excellent male students. Ma Wentao quickly stepped forward when AI Yueqing started her attack. Although they might not be as handsome as this young man, they're also quite talented. Meng Baizhou was momentarily stunned, then chuckled softly. Sorry, teacher, I am not classmate Su Tingyu's boyfriend. Huh. Both AI Yueqing and Ma Wentao looked embarrassed this time. Besides, I want to prove myself. Meng Baizhou stepped closer. I graduated from Zurich Business School, minored in law, and I was an outstanding graduate last year. Wow. Zurich, the school of dreams. Really? I can't believe it. Did you forget that the gift he prepared was a luxury apartment worth millions? This guy might be truly wealthy. What does it matter if there's another rich person in the world? Is this really a dating show, or is it the strongest brain competition? Amid the shock from the scene, only Qiao Luyun looked particularly displeased.
Why?
Su Tingyu stealing the spotlight was one thing, but why did Meng Baizhou have to step in? Classmate Su, have you considered our National Defense University? Old Chen's voice came from the door, behind him a group of people in military uniforms. Classmate Su, Academician Chen Weili from the National Academy of Sciences, representing the Chinese National Defense University, sincerely invites you to join the Young Cadet Program at the National Defense University. Old Mr. Chen saluted Su Tingyu, then someone behind him brought forward a wooden box. This is my school's admission invitation. If student Su wishes, you can come directly to register with this letter when school starts. Mr. Chen handed the box to Su Tingyu.
Wow, what is this?
Has the country come to recruit people? I think Su Tingyu might be the top scorer, even the national top scorer. Oh my goodness, I don't think anyone will dare to criticize Su Tingyu anymore. They already have a military rank just by getting admitted. As a fan of Su Tingyu, I just feel so excited. Su Tingyu, while you all are busy fighting over love and throwing dirt, I am already preparing to join the country. The comments were overwhelmed by this scene. Even the haters didn't dare to make trouble. You can think about it and decide later, Mr. Chen said when he saw Su Tingyu hesitating. He gently pushed the box forward again. Okay, I will seriously consider it. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Su Tingyu took the box and placed it in her arms, feeling a bit hesitant. Go. You must go. Yao Yushu's voice sounded at the door. Mom? Dad? Su Tingyu was stunned for a moment. Why were Yao Yushu and Su Minghan here? Go to the National Defense University, Yao Yushu said, walking over in high heels with a click. An hour earlier, Yao Yushu and Su Minghan, who had just hung up the phone, looked a bit angry. Their daughter didn't like studying, but they didn't think it was right to joke about it like this. Honey, do you think maybe you really did well on her exams? Su Minghan comforted Yao Yushu, feeling a bit hopeful. Remember after the first test, you said she could get full marks. Was that just to show off? Yao Yushu said annoyed, but then she remembered her daughter's recent strange maturity and felt uncertain. The couple looked at each other. Su Minghan took out his phone and searched for the Beijing University admissions office. When he compared the information, he was surprised to find it was true. Husband, our daughter might be a genius. Yao Yushu was a bit surprised and stammered for a moment. Since they were young, they had never seen their daughter study hard, nor had they ever forced her to do so. Always, whatever Su Tingyu wanted to do, her parents would support her unconditionally. Including paying for Qiao Luyun's expenses, they saw it as just caring for a beloved pet, which they could accept. But now, they thought their daughter, who had nothing to do with studying, was suddenly being recruited by top universities in the country. The happiness was so sudden that even Su Minghan, who had been through many ups and downs in the world of fame and fortune, found it hard to believe. It seems so, Yao Yushu nodded blankly. Before the couple could say more, Steward Zhao hurried in, saying, Master, Madam, outside the estate, there are two groups of people claiming to be from Beijing University and Tsinghua University's admissions offices. They want to speak with Miss about her application. At that moment, Su Minghan and his wife truly believed that their daughter was a genius. The admissions teams from Tsinghua and Beijing University, overwhelmed by the luxury of the Zhuangyuan family's home, didn't have time to be shocked. When they heard that Su Tingyu was filming a show, two groups of people each took a parent of a top student and flew to Zhuxi village. Yao Yushu explained the situation to Su Tingyu, then said, Daughter, go to the National Defense University. It's an honor for our family that you can serve the country. Yao Yushu hurried out, her gemstone ring still on her finger. She didn't have time to take it off. At this moment, she held Su Tingyu's hand, her 10 fingers covered with rings, the diamonds sparkling brightly. Su Tingyu's mom is so beautiful, wow. The magic of disappearing jewelry. When she first came in, I didn't even notice all the gems on her body.
Mom.
Casually showing off family background and genes. What's wrong with the young lady spending money to act in some dramas? It's not like she's ugly. Su Tingyu's hand was held too tightly by Yao Yushu. Mom, your ring is a bit poking me. Yao Yushu finally realized she had lost her composure, but her family had produced a top scorer, something like a blessing from the ancestors. She was so excited, even more than winning 500 million yuan. Can I ask about my college entrance exam score? Su Tingyu looked at Old Chen. You are the top scorer in the National College entrance exam, Old Chen said with a smile. Except for the Chinese and English essays, you scored full marks in all the other subjects, and your answers were very well written. Old Chen spoke with admiration for Su Tingyu. When I watched your live stream that day, I had a feeling you would do very well, but I didn't expect you to be this outstanding. Thank you, Old Chen, Su Tingyu said with a smile. I'm honored by your invitation. See you at the National Defense University. Wow, the National Defense University. Can a public figure like Su Tingyu still get into the National Defense University? Why not? The university also trains researchers, not just military personnel. Exactly. I can't believe I witnessed the country recruiting talented people. The teachers at Tsinghua and Peking University wouldn't dare say such things. It's hilarious. 45. Parents generously donate a building. Old Chen nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Meng Baizhou, but quickly looked away. All right, we're leaving now. Old Chen patted Su Tingyu on the shoulder and prepared to leave. Old Chen, please wait a moment. Su Tingyu handed a box to Yao Yushu and quickly caught up with Old Chen. What's the matter, student Su? Old Chen stopped, surprised. He wondered if the talented student was going to change her mind. Old Chen, I want to ask if the spots for the young class are fixed, Su Tingyu asked. Old Chen replied, yes, there are only 20 spots each year. I have a small request. Could you consider increasing the number of students this year? Su Tingyu organized her words in her mind. I heard there is an exam for the young class. Since I am applying directly, I think I qualify as a special recruit. I don't want to take someone else's spot. I don't want to take the spot that was originally meant for someone who should have entered the youth class but lost the chance because of her appearance. She knows how hard it is to get into the youth class, how difficult it is for ordinary people to succeed through studying, even if this person is a stranger she has never met or just a minor character in a novel. Everyone present was a bit confused. Surely, this doesn't count as taking someone else's spot, right? Only Meng Baizhou knew that Su Tingyu was right. If she got in, the life of the person who was originally 21st would change completely. Old Chen looked a bit hesitant. Hello, Old Chen. I am Su Tingyu's father. Our family is willing to donate a laboratory building to the National Defense University free of charge and purchase the most advanced equipment with full payment, said Su Minghan, seeing his daughter serious and exchanging a glance with his wife before speaking. Although they didn't understand why their daughter wanted to do this, they still chose to support her. I can't take it anymore. Does the young lady's family need a nanny? A laboratory building plus equipment, over 3 billion yuan. Oh my goodness, Mom and Dad are spending a fortune for you, Bao, but she could get into the National Defense University without all this. Oh my goodness, unconditional support for my daughter? Old Chen had already researched Su Tingyu's family and knew they were in business, with considerable wealth. He didn't expect her parents to be willing to donate tens of billions just for their daughter's words without hesitation. I can't decide alone. I need to go back and discuss with others. Old Chen nodded but didn't agree immediately. Then thank you very much. No matter the outcome, our donation will be fulfilled, Yao Yushu said, knowing this matter was almost settled, and quickly expressed her support. Meanwhile, many viewers in the comments section uncovered the identities of Su Minghan and Yao Yushu. Wow, I just used Baidu image search to look up Su Tingyu's parents' faces. Go on, don't keep us in suspense. Su Tingyu's mother is Yao Yushu, one of the earliest to start luxury brands in Hongqing. Do you know Engel? It's a top luxury brand, and it's her family. Su Tingyu's father is named Su Minghan. His family is involved in the internet and chip industries. His father truly provides top-quality equipment. Oh my goodness, what's wrong with having one more rich person in the world? After Old Chen left, Ai Yueqing and Ma Wentao also left, looking back several times as they went. Yao Yushu hesitated to speak. Mom and Dad will introduce you when I finish recording the show. Su Tingyu blinked. Although Su Minghan and Yao Yushu wanted to say something, they nodded and left because the camera was still filming. When Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenshen returned to the villa, they just happened to meet the couple coming out. Qin Shuangliu stared in shock at Yao Yushu, who was covered in jewelry, and asked with some confusion, "Who are you?" "I am Su Tingyu's mother," Yao Yushu smiled. She remembered that the girl in front of her had tried to speak up for Yu on the show the night before. She saw that she was a good kid. "Hello, Auntie," Qin Shuangliu politely greeted Yao Yushu. "You're a good kid. Since it's our first meeting, I don't have anything to give you. Thank you for helping our families, Su Tingyu, a few days ago," Yao Yushu said. She took a bracelet from her wrist and put it directly on Qin Shuangliu's hand. "It's very beautiful. If you have a chance, come visit our home. I need to go back now because my flight schedule is almost missed." Before Qin Shuangliu could react, Yao Yushu patted her hand, stepped into her high heels, and walked away quickly. Qin Shuangliu looked at the bracelet on her wrist. Is this a surprise gift from nowhere? Back inside the villa, except for Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian, everyone else was gathered around Su Tingyu, congratulating her. Congratulations, Yu. Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxin also pieced together the full story from the staff around them. Su Tingyu was the top scorer in the National College Entrance Exam and was exempted from testing at the National Defense University, where she was admitted directly into the youth class. Even old Chen personally invited her. We forgot to check the time when we went out and missed the moment you and Tiantian checked your scores. Sorry about that. Zheng Wenxuan took out 2 wooden boxes from his pocket. These are gifts for you, Qin, and I made them ourselves. Wishing you a bright future. Su Tingyu took the boxes and opened one to find a small pouch. It smells so good. Thank you. I like it very much. Su Tingyu looked at the pouch. The stitching was a bit rough, but it was clear that a lot of care went into it. Wow, Lulu and Zheng Wenxuan are so thoughtful, but still, it feels like they act like an old married couple whenever they go out. You notice that upstairs? Everyone is gathered around Su Tingyu, but only Lulu remembered to bring a gift for Tiantian too. Where are Tiantian and Teacher Qiao? Qin Shuangliu, though not very fond of Jiang Tiantian's behavior, still consider her a junior. Since the show was live, she also prepared a gift for her. She's upstairs. Su Tingyu pointed to the second floor. In the original story, Qin Shuangliu didn't ignore Su Tingyu just because she liked Jiang Tiantian more. Okay. Qin Shuangliu leaned close to Su Tingyu's ear and whispered so no one else could hear, I still like you the most. After saying that, Qin Shuangliu winked at Su Tingyu and went upstairs with Zheng Wenxuan. That's quite something, Meng Bio said as he walked over and looked down. You're not bad either, an excellent graduate from Zurich Business School, Su Tingyu teased him. No need to say that, Meng Bio chuckled softly. I just want to prove I'm not worse than students from Qingda or Jingda. Don't you think so, Su? 46. Public opinion shifts. Does the protagonist have power? Su Tingyu didn't want to bother with his arrogance and headed upstairs to see what was happening. When Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan went upstairs, Qiao Luyun was standing at Jiang Tiantian's door. Seeing them, Qiao Luyun forced a smile. Teacher Qin, Teacher Zheng. Qiao Luyun opened her mouth, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. A score of 621 is quite good, better than 99% of entertainers. With proper marketing, she could build a good image. Why compare herself to Su Tingyu? Now Jiang Tiantian ignores even her. She doesn't know how to explain to Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan. Tiantian, I brought you a gift. Congratulations on finishing the college entrance exam and starting a new chapter in your life. Qin Shuangliu knocked on Jiang Tiantian's door. At this moment, the cameraman had already followed. Tiantian, your fans are waiting for you to share your happiness. Zheng Wenxuan also stepped forward, blocking the camera lens and hinting with his words. Qiao Luyun nervously watched Jiang Tiantian's closed door, praying she would come out. The senior had come to invite her, and if she threw a tantrum, she might be scolded and leave the entertainment industry early. Fortunately, the door opened. Jiang Tiantian stood at the door, her makeup redone but still showing signs of crying. Thank you all for your concern. Jiang Tiantian stepped out, first smiling at Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan, then bowing deeply to the camera. She pursed her lips, and when she looked up, her eyes were already moist. Tiny tears clung to her eyelashes, but she deliberately kept them from falling. I'm from the countryside. With the help of kind-hearted people, I was able to attend Hongqing No. 1 high school, gaining better teachers than most of my peers. Jiang Tiantian's hair was simply tied in a low ponytail. Her cheeks had a gentle blush, and her eyes looked slightly red at the corners, as if she had suffered great injustice, but was trying to be strong. Honestly, when I saw the results, I was very scared. She looked at Qiao Luyun with a sad smile. Only Brother Luyun has been kind to me since I was young. He has done so much for me and provided a good environment, but I haven't been able to give him the best in return. I want to apologize to Tingyu first. It was my own inferiority and jealousy that made me say those things. Tingyu is very talented. I should sincerely congratulate her, Jiang Tiantian said as she looked at Su Tingyu walking over toward her. Su Tingyu paused, about to turn around and face her camera, then reached out to redirect it toward Jiang Tiantian. She took out her phone and started sending a message to her uncle. Maybe you don't know, my hometown is deep in the mountains. My parents are farmers, and we've never left the county. When I was a child, we didn't have electricity all the time. I had to do my homework by kerosene lamp, and the smell made my nose hurt. I also have a younger brother. I've always felt like the extra one in my family. I've wanted to change my fate through studying. As Tiantian spoke, a group of online accounts started editing and posting videos. Soon, several trending topics appeared on Weibo. I am a child from the countryside. Trending. Is it wrong to feel jealous because of insecurity? Trending. Reincarnation as an art studying is the only way out of the mountains. Trending. Thousands of viewers flooded into the live stream. If Tiantian had grown up in Su Tingyu's family, she might not be any worse than Su Tingyu. I don't understand. Su Tingyu has everything, so why does she target Tiantian? No, she earned her own grades. Why does Tiantian have to be criticized like this? Pity doesn't mean you're right. Please be aware. You bunch of tools of capitalism. The comments were lively and heated. Tiantian wiped her eyes and spoke with a trembling voice. In middle school, I had to walk 2 hours up a mountain to get to school in town. In winter, with heavy snow, I fell into ditches many times. The scars on my knees are still there. At that time, I decided I had to study hard, leave the mountains, not just for myself, but also to help more girls in the mountains when I had money. Tiantian lifted her skirt, and the camera shifted to her knees. Although the movement of her skirt made the scars hard to see clearly, her tense legs and sad expression made the viewers in the live stream feel sympathy. The comments flooded in with sympathy and praise. Fans left messages saying, "Tiantian, I celebrate your persistence and bravery with a fireworks display just for you." After a beautiful fireworks display, countless fireworks explode on the screen. Tiantian looks at the camera and says, "Some people said I was just pretending to be sad to get sympathy. Actually, I just want to share my real life with everyone, hoping to encourage girls like me." She walks back into her room and takes out a bank card and a piece of paper. "My family owes a lot of money. My dad is a gambler. Brother Lian gave my parents a lot of money to help me get out. This is an IOU." She shows the IOU to the camera, with some tears still on it, and her delicate handwriting blurred. With a look of concern from Xiao Liyun, she finally sheds a tear, quickly wipes it with her sleeve, and creates a strong contrast. "Now I have finally passed the exam and can go to a good university. This bank card has all the money I saved during this time. I will donate it all to a school in the mountains, giving girls like me a chance to study. Thank you to everyone who helped me, believed in me, and spoke up for me. Tiantian is so kind. Oh my." Xiao Liyun is also shining with kindness. If I were Tiantian, I would also be jealous of Su Tingyu. Why hasn't Su Tingyu donated money? With so much wealth, she could do better than Tiantian. Initially, some comments criticizing Tiantian appeared, but after she showed the bank card, they started to change. A large group of online trolls began to wildly spread rumors that Su Tingyu relied on her wealth to look down on others, that the Su family's money had unclear origins, and that the Su family was unkind to the poor. Within half an hour, public opinion quickly turned. Tiantian, Xiao Liyun tore up the IOU in front of everyone, then pulled her into a hug. "I've always known you are a strong, brave, optimistic, and kind girl. Even though you come from a not-so-rich family, you never gave up on yourself," Xiao Liyun said, her voice choked with emotion. "You have always had your own opinions and dreams. Before, I worried that you might give up because of others' doubts. Luckily, you didn't. You're stronger than I imagined." As he spoke, Xiao Liyun released Tiantian, who is now crying openly. "You're amazing. Very amazing. You've done very well. In my heart, you're the best. No matter what happens in the future, I will always stand by your side, just like before." Xiao Liyun gently placed a hand on Tiantian's shoulder and spoke sincerely. "In my heart, you are more precious than any jewelry. Never borrow from me and never push me away, okay?" 47. Public opinion turns around after Xiao Liyun finished speaking. The live stream's popularity soared again. Not only did the topic of Jiang Tiantian and Qiao Liyun's relationship grow hotter, but various marketing accounts also started sharing edited videos rapidly. In a private moment, Jiang Tiantian leaned into Qiao Liyun's embrace, a small smile forming on her lips. Huang Tingyu, you still lost to me. Such a wonderful story. Huang Tingyu couldn't help but applaud Jiang Tiantian. The heroine is truly remarkable. If not for meeting her, this turnaround might have really happened. Wait, does Huang Tingyu really have to cause trouble now? I don't understand. Why can't they just be happy for others? What if there's really a plot twist? I won't pick a side yet. Every time netizens turn against each other, I get left out. Only my mom is always watching from above. What do you mean? Qiao Liyun looked at Huang Tingyu, feeling a bit uncertain. The camera immediately shifted to Huang Tingyu when she spoke, showing her slim figure on the live screen. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans, with a smile in her eyes. She waved her phone and said, I just tuned in to hear your speech. It's really touching. A girl from the mountains overcoming hardships to help others, a top star openly expressing love, tch. However, when I hear about your childhood, I seem to remember things a little differently. By the way, every child our family sponsors is secretly recorded. Here is your information. Would you like to see it? Jiang Tiantian's heart tightened. What photos? How does she not know about them? Don't joke like that. Brother Liyun has always sponsored my education. What does that have to do with your family? Huh? Su Tingyu tilted his head in confusion, then looked at Qiao Liyun. Actor Qiao, didn't you tell Tiantian that not only did our family pay for her school fees, but we also bought her house? And even the money she took from her father, was that all paid for by us? Wow. Big plot twist. What? Qiao Liyun is doing what? Is he being generous? This is hilarious. From Jiang Tiantian's expression, she didn't know at all. No wonder Su Tingyu kept saying on the show that Qiao Liyun is a sugar daddy. That's it, Jiang Tiantian. Your benefactor isn't Qiao Liyun. Fans of Su, don't be so ridiculous. Just because she says something doesn't mean it's true. Let's all look together. These are memories from Tiantian's childhood. Su Tingyu happily pulled out the first photo. The first picture was a group photo of Su Tingyu and Jiang Tiantian in elementary school. Look at this one. When I was in 3rd grade, my grandmother came to your village to study crops suitable for your soil, hoping to help you escape poverty. That was also when I went there and met you and Qiao Liyun. The comments suddenly went quiet for a few seconds, then questions started to appear. Is this real? 10 years ago? And you still have the photo? Let's wait and see. Don't speak yet, or you'll scare the horse away. Jiang Tiantian's face turned pale. She quickly explained, so what? What does this photo prove? Don't be in a hurry. I said these are memories. We're just at the beginning. Su Tingyu flipped to the next photo, which was a contract. Zhou Liyun realized that our family was wealthy, so he begged my soft-hearted grandmother to help us take you away. If that didn't work, he wanted to give you a chance to study. At that time, you and Zhou Liyun were very innocent. My grandmother softened and agreed. Since Zhou Liyun was a boy, his family was eager to let him study. Su Tingyu sneered at Zhou Liyun, as if mocking the roles he played. You also need to think about where Zhou Liyun got the money to help your parents leave. Su Tingyu pushed her phone in front of the camera. Look carefully, the money was given by my grandmother, who even hired a lawyer to draft an agreement. Otherwise, do you think you've become successful? Why haven't your greedy parents come to find us? Oh, by the way, seeing Jiang Tiantian and Zhou Liyun's increasingly unhappy faces, Su Tingyu smiled. You spent a lot of money in Hongqing No. 1 school to avoid being looked down on. Half of Zhou Liyun's earnings, which he received as the promised reward from my grandmother when she took him away, was given to the company. The other half was spent by you. The remaining money was given by me. Su Tingyu paused, worried that Jiang Tiantian wouldn't believe her. She took out her phone and showed her the transfer screenshot, holding it in front of her. Look, it's all my money. And those clothes and bags you bought, TSK, those are all new from the store. Zhou Liyun's money couldn't have bought them. Every word Su Tingyu said was like a slap, hitting Jiang Tiantian's suffering character perfectly. Jiang Tiantian's lips trembled, tears falling more fiercely. But this time, it wasn't because of her previous sadness, but because she couldn't help feeling panicked. Are you doing this on purpose? Waiting for me to finish talking, then standing up to argue with me? You lie so much, slandering me and my family. Why didn't you think you'd be exposed? Su Tingyu's lips curled into a mocking smile as she crossed her arms and looked at Jiang Tiantian. I just want to show the effort I put in. I didn't lie. Jiang Tiantian ignored her image and tried to grab Su Tingyu's phone. Come on, how could I not have a backup for something so important? Su Tingyu's tone remained calm. A girl who comes from the mountains managing to get into university is not easy, but there's no need to exaggerate hardships to seek sympathy. Everyone supports you because they believe in you, not because of the false stories you made up. Our family has been donating a lot of money every year to help poor mountain villages since we started. My grandmother, an academician at the agricultural college, personally experiments in each village to grow food on barren land. Do you know about the Wish Project? It was created by my grandfather. Every year, he invests a large amount of money. The success of our family has been linked to this project for many years. At this point, Su Tingyu put away her phone, stood in front of the camera, and spoke clearly, word by word. My family has never wronged anyone, and we certainly didn't spread any false rumors online. Every penny we earn is legitimate, and everything we do is with a clear conscience. 48. Su Tingyu, your family deserves to be so wealthy. The sudden turn of events was so quick that everyone was caught off guard. Please check Weibo, Su Tingyu said, not giving anyone a chance to breathe as she waved her phone. The official account of the Wish Project and the Agricultural Research Institute have already issued statements. Everyone took out their phones upon hearing this. The verified official account of the Wish Project posted a video. The quality of the video improved from blurry to clear, showing the history of the project from its founding to now. Every child helped, every school built, and every person assisted by the Wish Project. Within the hundreds of gigabytes of footage, there are images of her grandparents, and recently appeared figures like Yao Yushu and Su Minghan. Wow, who just said Su Tingyu's family is rich, but inactive? Does anyone know if it's true? Such detailed videos, they can't be faked. I knew Sister Su had a big reason for making Jiang Tiantian perform today. It turns out there was a bigger plan all along, and it was time to prove everyone wrong. Honestly, I watched the video, and this is not just for show. If it were just for show, it would have been done for 4 generations, which is truly impressive. As public interest grew, many people who had previously benefited from the Yao family, the Su family, or the Wish Project started sharing their stories and posted evidence to support Su Tingyu. The most popular post was a video from a girl named Xiao Xie from Shanao. In the video, the girl has healthy, sun-kissed skin that shows her youth and smoothness. Her cheeks still have a bit of baby fat, but she looks mature, with bright eyes that seem pure and different from the noisy surroundings. Hello everyone, my name is Xiangdi. I come from a mountain village in Dingxi, Gansu, she said, standing and bowing to the camera. She isn't very tall but stands straight like a pine tree growing in the mountain valley. Even in a slightly worn white cotton shirt and jeans, her neatness stands out. 3 years ago, I was 17. My parents wanted to sell me to an old bachelor in a nearby village to exchange for bride price, saying girls don't need to go to school. I knelt at the village entrance and cried. It was a volunteer from the Wish Project who found me, she said, voice trembling. The volunteer not only convinced my parents, but also helped me get into a boarding school in the city, covering all my tuition and living expenses. They even send me books and clothes every month, she added, showing some old but well-kept books and clothes. I know some might ask if I was promised anything in return. I can confidently say no. The Wish Project never forced me to sign any agreement. The volunteers only told me, study hard and you'll have choices in the future. That year, I was accepted into a key high school in the city. The volunteer came to see me, bringing a suitcase filled with winter coats and practice books. As she spoke, Xiangdi took out an envelope containing 3 photos. The first shows her 3 years ago with Chengdu University, a small girl wearing a faded coat, standing at the grand school gate. The second photo contrasts with the shy girl. It shows her standing at her home door, holding her high school acceptance letter, with a bright, confident smile on her face. The third photo is her current appearance. Her skin is still a bit dark, and she is smiling while standing at Tingyu University's gate, holding her new patent. This time, Xia Yingdi's eyes no longer show hesitation. Her smile matches the confident look she had when she first entered high school. The majestic gate of Tingyu University is now her background. On the envelope, there are stamps sent by the Wish Project, along with a neat little note that says, "Never give up, be brave to move forward. This is your most valuable treasure." I don't know how the rumors online started, but I am sure that every volunteer involved in the Wish Project is a good person, not to mention the Su family, who founded the project and have been its main source of funding. This video on Weibo was initially shared within a small circle, but was soon reposted by many people who got the chance to continue studying thanks to the Wish Project. Among these people are talented individuals from all walks of life, from their 50s and 60s to their 20s and 30s. It shows that the Su family has never stopped doing charity work over the years. Oh my gosh, so many people. Tiantian really hit a jackpot this time. Am I the only one feeling touched? Every one of these people has suffered, but now they are all doing well. Not to offend, but anyone here could be used for marketing. Yet, the Su family has never done that in all these years. They say the Su family is fake, but what if they are fake their whole lives? I don't care. I declare that the crowd behind Su Tingyu is now huge. Su Tingyu, your family truly deserves to be so rich. Meanwhile, another verified account named Southeast University Zhu Ziming quickly posted a message on Weibo. Zhu Ziming was the top student in last year's college entrance exam. At that time, his mother was seriously ill, and they couldn't afford treatment or his tuition. His story of wanting to give up on school drew some attention. Now, his voice has shifted public opinion to support Su Tingyu. Hello everyone, I am Zhu Ziming. Last summer, my mom was diagnosed with colon cancer. Our family couldn't pay for her surgery, let alone my tuition. Although many people wanted to help because of my situation, most of their support came with various conditions. There's nothing wrong with these conditions. No one is obligated to help me for free. Just as I was about to give up on school and go find work, volunteers from the Wish Project approached me. They said they would fully cover my mom's medical bills and my university costs. Zhu Ziming described the scene in detail. The volunteers from the Wish Project not only helped him contact the best cancer hospital, but also visited his mother in the hospital. They eased his worries, so he could focus on studying and not stress about his mother's illness. I once said I wanted to work at the Su family after graduation to thank them. The volunteers smiled and told me this wasn't a deal. They hoped that when I am able, I would help others too. Tears appeared in Zhu Ziming's eyes as he spoke. Now, my mom's condition is stable. I have received a scholarship at university. Every month, I volunteer at the hospital and also save money through social media. I also donate some money to the Wish Project each month. At the end of the video, Zhu Ziming shared photos of his mother's hospital bill, a group photo with a volunteer visiting his mother, and their chat records. The many photos show volunteers caring about his studies and his mother's health, with no requests for anything in return. I don't want kind people to be slandered. The Su family and the Wish Project have helped more than just me. We all keep this in our hearts. 49. Don't let the main characters get hurt too badly. After Zhu Ziming's Weibo post, it quickly trended on the hot search list. His high school teacher and the chief doctor at the hospital have both spoken out in support, confirming that Zhu Ziming's statements are true. Oh my, who is really suffering here? The ones who are truly hurting haven't spoken yet. Who knows? Anyway, it's not me. Zhu Ziming is the top student, so some people want to help him because of that. But because of his status, those who want to help also have their own motives. Fortunately, there is the Wish Granting Project. I feel guilty now. I was just criticizing Su Tingyu earlier. I have never actually criticized Su Tingyu, and I've outperformed 99% of online users. Public opinion is starting to change widely. Xiangdi Zhu Ziming exposed little Xia from the mountain valley speaks out Wish Granting Project. How many people have you helped? Su Tingyu, your family deserves wealth. Several trending topics quickly rose to the top, surpassing all negative comments and dominating the trending list. The recording of the show was interrupted, and the reputation of Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian dropped sharply because of this incident. Within just a few hours, Qiao Luyun lost millions of followers, and her reputation among casual viewers was completely shattered. Jiang Tiantian's situation was even worse. Marketing accounts edited and posted clips criticizing her words, causing her reputation to collapse rapidly. What truly turned the tide of public opinion was the statement from Zhou Guang, a well-known domestic charity leader and founder of the Micro Light Foundation. Zhou Guang's foundation is well-respected in the inland region, being the largest private foundation there, and was officially recognized by the government 50 years ago. In his long post on Weibo, Zhou Guang said directly, "Without the Yao family, there would be no Micro Light Foundation today." 50 years ago, a global virus outbreak caused many deaths. Many people in our country lost their lives. At that time, the domestic charity network nearly collapsed. It was the Yao family in Port City who contacted me and provided a large sum of money, which I donated to the country in the name of the Micro Light Foundation. I never asked for any repayment afterward. They said it was their honor to contribute to the country. The honor of this foundation should belong to the Yao family. Oh my goodness! At that time, Hong Kong and the mainland were not fully unified, yet the Yao family managed to achieve this level. No wonder Su Tingyu's mother insisted that Su Tingyu attend the National Defense University. She truly has strong roots. I can't take it anymore. Who dares to criticize our fish baby? Our fish baby just used to act a little too much, but now, so what? According to Zhou Guang, back then, the Yao family continued to pour in large amounts of money and also provided internship positions for public welfare, giving many people jobs after the disaster. Mr. Yao Guodong has dedicated his life to charity, and Ms. Chen Xuehua has also spent her life serving the community. I won't allow their descendants to suffer such great humiliation. Zhou Guang showed the scholarship application forms received by the Micro Light Foundation over the years, photos of him with Yao Guodong and Chen Xuehua, and the foundation's registration documents, clearly marked with initial funds donated personally by Yao Guodong, anonymous and not public. Over the years, the Micro Light Foundation has helped more than 2,000 poor students, built 57 Micro Light elementary schools, and supported countless families. But I have always followed Mr. Yao Guodong's wishes and never promoted it actively. As an industry authority, Zhou Guang's words undoubtedly set the tone for this public opinion, and no one questioned the Su family or the Yao family online anymore. Soon after, a topic those who have been helped by us was trending on Weibo. The topic quickly hit the top searches, and the stocks of the Su family and Yao Guodong soared several times. That evening, Su Tingyu, back home, looked at her increasing balance and notices that several companies had announced breaking contracts with Qiao Luyun and demanding breach of contract fees. She happily turned over in bed. Why did it turn out like this? Why did it become like this? Jiang Tiantian sat on the ground, surrounded by chaos. Why did Su Tingyu suddenly become so sensible? How did things end up like this? The online malicious comments were overwhelming, making her feel breathless. According to Jiang Tiantian's expectations, Su Tingyu was supposed to be her contrast partner on the show, helping her gain many fans and then naturally announcing her relationship with Qiao Luyun. However, now Qiao Luyun has lost many followers and her endorsements are being cancelled. She hasn't even officially entered the industry yet and is afraid to go outside. Su Tingyu, Jiang Tiantian shouted, knocking a glass cup off the table. The glass shattered into pieces, and the sharp fragments cut her leg, causing blood to flow, but she seemed unaware of the pain. Tiantian, Qiao Luyun burst into the room and saw the scene, her pupils shrinking. Jiang Tiantian looked like she had gone mad, her eyes full of hatred. Brother Luyun, how could this happen? Jiang Tiantian's expression became clearer when she saw Qiao Luyun. It's okay, Tiantian. Let's go. I'll take you abroad, Qiao Luyun said, holding Jiang Tiantian carefully and helping her out of the mess. He couldn't afford the penalty fee, so he wanted to take Jiang Tiantian away. But I don't want to leave. There's still a chance, Tiantian. Let's go first, okay? Qiao Luyun took out their IDs and passports. Listen to me, let's go. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Xiao Yu. Has she already run away? Where did she go? Z. To M country. I've already sent someone to follow her. Xiao Yu. You must watch them carefully. Don't let anything happen to them. If they die, the world might disappear, and that would be so boring.
Got it.
Su Tingyu looked at the message on her phone and opened the picture sent by her uncle. In the picture, a man was holding a woman's hand, both wearing masks and hats tightly, looking around nervously. So awkward. So interesting. Thinking about Meng Baizhou's story and the fates of the main characters Yao Yushu and Su Minghan in the original book, Su Tingyu's eyes darkened. Yu, can Mom come in? There was a knock at the door. Yes, Mom. Come in. Su Tingyu adjusted her expression, sat up from the bed, and spoke. Yao Yushu heard this, gently pushed open the door, holding a cup of warm milk, and sat beside Su Tingyu. She hesitated before asking, Yu, can I ask you a few questions? Sigh. What was coming still came.
Of course, Mom.
What do you want to ask? 50. You wouldn't have a secret crush on me, would you? You. Is there something you're hiding from Mom? Yao Yushu looked worried and held Su Tingyu's hand. Why do you ask, Mom? Su Tingyu said, wanting to test Yao Yushu's attitude. You. I feel like you've changed a lot recently. Yao Yushu hesitated to speak, worried her words might upset her daughter. She quickly explained, I'm not trying to invade your privacy. I just hope you don't feel so much pressure. Su Tingyu looked into Yao Yushu's eyes, which showed care and worry but no suspicion. Mom, I had a very long dream. Su Tingyu lowered her head, sat forward, hugged Yao Yushu's waist, and buried her face in her neck. What kind of dream? Yao Yushu instinctively hugged her and gently stroked her hair. I dreamed I kept giving money and resources to Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian. I did some unforgivable things for Qiao Luyun, and in the end, my parents had to clean up the mess, making my honest parents ashamed for a lifetime. Su Tingyu left out some details from the original story to make her feelings seem more real and easier to accept. That dream felt so real. I'm very scared. I don't want Dad and Mom to become like in the dream, and I don't want our family to be like that. As she spoke, hot tears fell and dripped onto Yao Yushu's neck. It's okay, you. It's just a dream. Dad and Mom will always support you. Do whatever you want to do, Yao Yushu said, feeling relieved that it was only a dream. Really? Su Tingyu sat up, her eyes shining as she looked at Yao Yushu. This sudden change in attitude caught Yao Yushu off guard. Huh? Mom, can I do whatever I want? Su Tingyu asked again. She was worried about how to persuade her parents to invest in Blue Star Technologies' chip industry. After all, the Su family also works in chips. But because the Su family is in the chip business, and the boss of Blue Star Technology is one of the main people who later suppressed the Su family, they need to win over them now that Blue Star is openly seeking partners. Blue Star is currently short of money, and their family has plenty. As long as money can solve it, it's not a problem, Yao Yushu nodded, affectionately ruffling Su Tingyu's nose. I want to invest in a mainland chip company, Su Tingyu said. She organized her words. In my dream, this company's chips developed quickly and gradually monopolized the industry. I want to buy shares while the company is still small, as the only partner. Yao Yushu thought for a moment. Okay, when do you want to discuss the partnership? I'll have a professional go with you. Matters like investing and signing contracts should be handled by experts. The day after tomorrow, there's a bidding event for Blue Star Technology. Su Tingyu's eyes lit up. She wasn't good at negotiations, and Blue Star was just a small company in front of her. As long as they offer enough money, gaining influence is easy. All right, Yao Yushu agreed. She helped Su Tingyu tuck in the blanket and said, someone from the company will go with you the day after tomorrow. Rest well. These past few days of filming must have been exhausting. As expected of you, Meng Baizhou took off his sunglasses and looked at the group of people in professional suits behind Su Tingyu. No choice. Professional matters should be handled by professionals, you know, Su Tingyu shrugged. Then she looked at the group behind Meng Baizhou, a smile forming on her lips. You're not bad either. Mutual praise, Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu shook hands, both giving professional fake smiles. They entered the conference room, with Meng Baizhou sitting in the front row and Su Tingyu beside him. After taking a seat, Su Tingyu was carefully reviewing the bid documents. Just to confirm, after winning the bid, You will only invest as a shareholder to share profits, not participate in company decisions, and all your votes at shareholder meetings will be consistent with ours, right? Su Tingyu closed the bid file and looked at Meng Baizhou. Are you that clear about it? Meng Baizhou raised an eyebrow. Even close brothers need to be honest about money, let alone someone like you. A smart businessman, right? Su Tingyu raised an eyebrow, leaned close to Meng Baizhou's ear, and softly said, besides, this deal is a sure profit for you from the start. With the funds from the Su family and some mature technology, Blue Star Technology will develop better, faster, and reach higher levels than in the original plan. So, this deal guarantees Meng Baizhou a profit. Of course. So, how much can your family contribute at the beginning? Meng Baizhou listened to Su Tingyu and was not angry. Su Tingyu held up 5 fingers and waved them. 5 million, Su Tingyu shook his head. 50 million, Su Tingyu shook his head again. 500 million, Su Tingyu nodded. The Su family's team conducted market and development assessments for Blue Star and decided to invest 5 billion at the start, providing overseas market support for Blue Star Technology and demanding a 35% stake. Meng Baizhou had nothing to say. He was truly starting from scratch, unlike the Su family, which had been wealthy for over 100 years. Are you going to participate in your next show? Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu. The main characters had already gone abroad, and people were watching them, so there was no big trouble. Of course. Su Tingyu was scrolling through her phone without looking up. I invested quite a bit in this show. Before school starts, I can do 2 more episodes. My popularity is pretty high right now. TSK. Meng Baizhou felt a strange sense of relief hearing her say that. Makes sense. My family also invested a lot, so I'll go too. Hearing this, Su Tingyu put down her phone, turned around, and leaned close to Meng Baizhou. You wouldn't be secretly in love with me, would you? Wow, you found this out. It seems I didn't hide it well enough, Meng Baizhou said calmly, even teasing a little. Su Tingyu pouted, feeling bored. If only her face could turn red, that would be so pretty. Meng Baizhou turned his head, but all he could hear was his own pounding heart. The bidding event was ending soon. The Su family offered very generous terms, and Blue Star Technology agreed quickly. At home, Su Tingyu was also bored. Every afternoon, she would take some time to do live streams for her fans and talk about questions. The first episode of Heartfelt Moments had been edited and posted, and it received a good response. Plus, with Qiao Luyun and Jiang Tiantian leaving, many managers wanted to include their own artists. Yu Bao. When does the recording for the next Heartfelt Moments start? Yu Bao, who are the new guests? Yu Bao, are you and Meng Baizhou really together? Yu Bao, I heard Jian Ci is also going? Is that true? Jian Ci probably won't go. He's been in the industry for so many years and has no scandals. After finishing the last math problem, fans in the live chat started gossiping nonstop. The next live stream is the day after tomorrow. I don't know who the new guests will be. Su Tingyu answered 2 questions. It's true that Jian Ci will go. In the original story, Jian Ci only appeared in the 2nd episode. But this time, 1 pair of guests is missing. No one knows which artists will be added. Alright, that's all for today. Bye-bye, Su Tingyu said, seeing more and more questions about Meng Baizhou in the comments, and she quickly ended the stream. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2nd episode of Heartfelt Moments. Lin Xian's voice came from behind the monitor. In the live room, there was sunshine, a beach, and waves, with handsome men and beautiful women standing together. Ah, Lulu is so beautiful. Oh my god. Fu has been dressing more like a lady since the last episode. Haraha. Yu Bao, you are so white and shiny. Oh my goodness. Teacher Zheng looks so mature. White. You're so well-behaved. Meng Bai and Zhou Ling just stood there. What are they doing? Go stand next to Yu Bao. Today, our show has 4 new guests. Lin Xian made the show very lively. The 4 guests, wearing masks, came down from the van. Because there are new guests, the surprise first date will be saved for next episode. Also, to help the new guests fit in, today's team-up method is that the new guests choose the veteran guests. They will team up in pairs, male and female, and spend 3 days and 2 nights together. As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, Not only the guests on set, but also the viewers in the live stream were surprised. New guests choosing veteran guests. What about the pre-made couples fans were looking forward to? But some viewers liked the idea. The 4 celebrities on stage, even though their faces are hidden, their presence is obvious. They definitely won't be disappointing. A mixed-up group can be just as fun. Director, why is this episode only 3 days long? White Jean asked with some confusion. You'll find out soon, Lin Xian replied mysteriously, not giving a direct answer. The director is really good at stirring things up. I hope those 2 most attractive faces stay together. If Lulu could find a younger partner. Hey, Zheng Laoshi might write some lyrics about you. New guests, please choose your partner for this episode. The 4 new guests stepped forward and stood in front of Qin Shuangliu, Su Tingyu, Zheng Wenxuan, and White Jean. Wait. Are all my couples broken up? Is this against the rules? Wasn't there a couple from last episode? Now, they're gone? Meng Bai, Zhou Ling, and Fu Qing, are they all in one group? It's a mess. Then everyone should just enjoy it while it lasts. You can take off your masks now. Hello, Teacher Su, I am Jian Ci. Jian Ci took off her mask, revealing a sharp, striking face. It's Meng Bai Zhou again and Jian Ci. Dead girl, you're really lucky. Wow, and Wan Yun too. A female and male comedy duo. This should be interesting. I can watch that. Is Xiao Qinghua having a conflict with Fu Qingji? They seem to be on the same path. Teacher, how did Wang Xiaoqing accidentally enter the wrong place? Su Tingyu looked at the man standing in front of her, and for a moment, her mind went blank. No. Why did Jian Ci choose her? What's wrong? Teacher Su, you seem surprised that I chose you. Jian Ci slightly bent down to look her in the eye. Seeing her silent, she chuckled softly. Teacher Su, you look like you really don't want to team up with me?
No, Su Tingyu denied.
Any partner is fine, but Jian Ci choosing her feels a bit strange. Then, please give us your guidance over the next 2 days, Jian Ci said with a smile, standing beside Su Tingyu. The team assignments were announced. Qin Shuangliu and Wang Xiaoqing. Zheng Wenxuan and Xiao Qingyue. Su Tingyu and Jian Ci. Wan Yun and Bai Jin. Meng Bai Zhou and Fu Qingji. In short, one word, chaos. Can this show even end with couples? It's hard to say. I can't imagine how exciting this episode will be. Coward, I dare to think about it. It feels like Jian Ci and Su Tingyu are acting a bit strange. No one can oppose our daydream fish. Even if I go a step further, can't daydream fish be Bai Jin and Su Tingyu from our family? The comments are lively, and the guests are awkward as chickens. After a simple self-introduction, Director Lin asked the guests to hand over all their belongings. Director Lin, are you helping us by taking our luggage to the accommodation first? Xiao Qinghua playfully stuck out her tongue beside Zheng Wenxuan. Secret, Lin Xian smiled. After the guests handed over all their luggage and personal items, Lin Xian finally spoke slowly. Welcome everyone to the second episode of our heartbeat moment, Island Survival. Lin Xian's words hit like a thunderbolt into the water. Romance show, survival? No wonder there are hardly any people on this island. I thought the production team had booked the whole place. As expected of Director Lin. Su Tingyu, this rich girl, please don't hold us back. Zheng Wenxuan is definitely going to win this round. Our Orange is experienced in survival shows. Are you talking about that show where supplies are hung on trees so guests can see them? With more guests, the fan groups grew larger, and the comments became even more chaotic. Jian Ci and Xiao Liyun are both famous actors. Before this, they were mainly known as the second male leads, with Bai Jin being the main one. But judging by Bai Jin's attitude, he barely interacted with Jiang Tiantian in the first episode, so he's already out of the main storyline. Jian Ci's fans are very strong, even more numerous than Xiao Liyun's. Survival. Zheng Wenxuan looked at the supplies being taken away by the vehicle, sighed, and pretended to regret. If I had known, I would have secretly kept a little. Staff members approached and handed each person a phone and a bottle of water. This phone is a satellite phone. Don't worry about signal issues. If you're in danger, you can call for help. There are also drones filming on the island, so you can interact with the audience anytime. After Lin Xian finished speaking, the staff brought out 5 supply packs. Now, we'll have a small competition to win these supplies, Lin Xian said, pointing to the supply packs in front of him. The first step in outdoor survival is learning how to make fire. The person who lights the fire first can choose their supply pack. Is this really a romance show? Not sure, I'll keep watching. But this way, it really encourages interaction between male and female guests. The show lasts only 3 days to ensure the safety of the guests. Is it really safe? Su Tingyu looked around. This place was very remote, almost primitive, and she wondered how Lin Xian found such a place. 52. Fu Qingji. I keep stumbling over my words. The task begins. Jian Ci first looks at Su Tingyu, who is not moving, and then asks her, Teacher Su, do you have any ideas? Su Tingyu snaps out of her thoughts, looks around, and then responds. Qin Shuangliu and Wang Xiaocheng chose the most basic method of making fire, rubbing sticks together. Wang Xiaocheng found some dry softwood in the forest and started rubbing the wood with his hands. Zhang Wenxuan glanced at Wang Xiaocheng, who was kneeling on the ground rubbing sticks. Then he and Xiao Qingyue headed into the woods. Su Tingyu quickly thought of useful ideas and then looked at Jian Ci. Teacher Jian, could you please go into the forest and pick some dry leaves? Sure. Jian Ci didn't ask why, and turned to walk into the woods. Su Tingyu looked up at the bright sun, then took out her water bottle and twisted it open, planning to drink. Here you go. A pair of bony hands reached over, holding an empty plastic water bottle in front of Su Tingyu. She looked up and saw a pair of smiling eyes. I think you probably need this. Meng Baizhou also looked at the sunlight. I just washed it at the beach, it's clean. Hearing this, Su Tingyu took the bottle and saw that it still had some water stains. Water is important, don't waste it, Meng Baizhou said, then turned and left. Teacher Su, how do we use these dry leaves? Jian Ci returned with a bunch of dry leaves and saw Meng Baizhou handing Su Tingyu a plastic water bottle. Why does Jian Ci have to go get it alone? Are they just leaving Fufu aside? Didn't you see Fu Qingji already messing up everything? I don't understand why Jian Ci is participating in this show and working with Su Tingyu. Is it because Su Tingyu is pretty and rich?
Thank you, Teacher Jian.
Just put the dry leaves on the ground. Su Tingyu nodded, pinched the plastic bottle into a convex shape, then filled it with seawater at the beach. When Meng Baizhou returned after watering the plants, he was just holding dry leaves and coming out of the woods. He was squatting next to a pile of grass, constantly adjusting the angle of a bottle to let sunlight pass through and focus onto the dry leaves. What are you doing? I don't know. Just using this broken water bottle to pretend, which affects Jian Ci's grades. I give up. First, there's a group of mindless fans, now another one. Is this? Jian Ci squinted, then noticed the angle of the bottle and the sunlight, a convex lens focusing. Yes, Su Tingyu nodded. Right now, without a lighter or matches, focusing sunlight with a convex lens can quickly start a fire. It won't hurt you or waste too much energy. He then spoke to the camera. When facing danger, you can use this method to start a fire. Adding clean water to the bottle is also fine. If possible, using salt water is better because adding salt to pure water creates a salt solution. This changes the density and molecular structure, making light scatter and bend more strongly than in pure water, increasing the refractive index. In simple terms, the molecules in salt water are more crowded, so light bends more when passing through, making the focusing effect better. While talking, Su Tingyu kept adjusting the angle of the bottle, focusing the light onto the smallest point, aimed at the dry leaves.
See?
Take that, mindless fans. Did you see? Knowledge is powerful. They haven't succeeded yet, but they're already bragging. Who knows if they're just acting out a script? Stop being jealous. If you had money, you could act in a couple of episodes too. The guests on this episode couldn't see the fans' comments, so Su Tingyu was happily relaxed. She didn't care about others' opinions of her. By the way, speaking of this, Su Tingyu looked up, serious expression on her face. Everyone should be careful about fire safety when going into the forest. Don't leave plastic water bottles behind after drinking, as they can easily cause forest fires. This short educational live broadcast was quickly edited into a clip and shared by the official fire department. After holding the pose for a few minutes, a dry leaf started to smoke. Soon, sparks appeared, and a small red flame ignited. It worked. Wow, that's amazing. Team up with my sister. Just wait for the easy win at home, you know? Do you understand the power of knowledge? People who criticize speak up. Am I the only one excited? Meng Baizhou actually knows what Su Tingyu wants to do. That's because Meng Baizhou used the same method. Okay, I'm impressed. A couple of top students. Is there a director handing out scripts? Jian Xi looked at Su Tingyu kneeling on the ground, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Wang Xiaocheng, who was using a fire drill, and Zheng Wenxuan and Xiao Qingyue, who had just returned from the mountain holding some stones, stared in shock at the burning fire. In the next second, the fire in front of Meng Baizhou and Fu Qingji also lit up. Teacher Jian, Teacher Su, Wan Yun and Bai Jin hurried over, looking a bit shy. You guys are so amazing. We can't make fire ourselves. Can we borrow your bottle? Wan Yun carefully pointed to the bottle in Su Tingyu's hand. Jian Xi said, This isn't mine. I don't have the right to decide. You need to ask Teacher Su. Sorry. Wan Yun nodded, then squatted in front of Su Tingyu, her small eyes looking up. Teacher Su, may I? Here you go. Su Tingyu generously handed her the bottle before she finished speaking. Wow. Thank you, Teacher Su. Our Yun is very shy. If she gets rejected, she'll go home and cry secretly in her bed. I'm overwhelmed. So cute. Who understands Su Tingyu's actions as a form of redemption for herself? Wan Yun happily took the bottle, and even her ears didn't seem as red anymore. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyue squatted on the ground, took 2 stones with yellow patterns on their surface, and started rubbing them together to make a fire. Su Tingyu became popular because of her image as a top scorer in the college entrance exam, which elevated the show to a new level. Xiao Qingyue's manager put a lot of effort into getting her into the program. Before leaving, her manager advised her to learn from Su Tingyu's way of gaining popularity, subtly showing her knowledge to the audience and establishing a new image as a smart, talented newcomer, different from the innocent girl next door. This island is a volcanic island. Over there is a volcano crater, Xiao Qingyue explained to the live viewers. The area around the volcano produces sulfur or because of eruptions. Adding flammable materials to sulfur or is also a way to start a fire, Xiao Qingyue said, showing the yellow patterns on the stones to the camera. If you find 2 high sulfur content stones in the forest, you can quickly and vigorously rub them on dry grass, paper, or fine wood shavings. The sparks from rubbing can ignite the flammable material, making fire, she explained. Then, she squatted on the ground and started rubbing stones with Zheng Wenxuan. Ah, our Qingyue is amazing. She knows so much. I told you our Qingyue is different from some college students. Qingyue is both smart and talented at acting. A true winner in life. Unbelievable. So what if she's in college? Is this a breakdown? A few days ago, people were praising Su Tingyu so highly, but now it's not working for our Qingyue. Don't be ridiculous. Su Tingyu didn't criticize anyone. 53. People in the entertainment industry are still too decent. Su Tingyu's team got the first chance to choose supplies, and Meng Baizhou's team was second. The 2 teams took the 2 largest supply packs. Su Tingyu opened her pack, which contained 20 small packs of tissues, a simple fishing rod, a small knife, a flashlight with a powerful battery, and a 15-meter nylon rope. What kind of supplies do you have? Fu Qingji approached and stood beside Su Tingyu. The 2 groups looked at each other's supplies. Meng Baizhou and his team had a multi-purpose military knife, a small axe, an alcohol lamp, and a box of bandages. Can we go together later? You know, I am useless and can't survive alone. Fu Qingji looked eagerly at Su Tingyu. Meng Baizhou, he is also very capable. Before he finished speaking, Meng Baizhou said, Yes, it would be easier if you 2 girls go together. Some things are not convenient for us men, right? You agree, Teacher Jian? Yes. Jian Xi looked at Meng Baizhou, feeling reluctant but still nodded. I can't keep up anymore. The reason others are ahead is because Meng Baizhou keeps fighting and competing. Fu Qingji is really acting out. She's almost losing her mind. The young lady will say anything just to ship the couple. Fu is a bit wild in this show. GNCI gives me a feeling of being somewhat unwilling. After the team was formed, they planned to check on the progress of the other 3 groups. Qin Shuangliu stood next to Wang Xiaocheng, trying several times to help him, but was refused. Maybe I can try. Your hands are. Qin Shuangliu looked at Wang Xiaocheng's red hands and spoke again. No need. Wang Xiaocheng refused without hesitation. His manager told him that in this show, female guests should not do the work, and he must not appear useless. Most importantly, no male chauvinism, or else Su Tingyu would take care of him. Wang Xiaocheng has no other skills, only 2 words. Listen to advice. Seeing everyone coming over, Wang Xiaocheng, whose hands hurt badly, still pretended to be calm. Why are you here? Looking into Su Tingyu's eyes, Wang Xiaocheng even added, I didn't ask Teacher Qin to do it. I can't keep up anymore. Wang Xiaocheng, you're so funny. Good luck is bitter. Good laughter. Good luck is bitter. Good laughter. Teacher, is our Wang Xiaocheng being warned by his agent before being rejected from the show? Su Tingyu laughed about the crazy boomerang from the last episode. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Wang Xiaocheng asked, a bit confused. He's actually afraid of talking to people because he's not very emotionally smart, so he tends to offend others. When he first started, he played a cool character. Later, fans found out he's not shy, just simple and silly, so his agent told him to stay quiet. He never really considered doing reality shows, but the producers offered him too much money, so he agreed. Nothing, GNCI said, unable to hold back. Maybe you should try a different approach?
Huh? Why?
Because every breeze seems to blow on your wooden personality, Su Tingyu replied. Every single breeze. I can't stop laughing. Every time Qin Shuangliu tries to help block the wind when someone gets close, he insists he doesn't need help. Sister still cares too much about her brother's feelings. Who understands Qin Shuangliu's hesitant words every time? I really can't stop laughing, Su Tingyu straightforwardly said, and our Lulu was stunned. You people in the entertainment industry are still too proper.
You.
I know. Wang Xiaocheng's face turned red, but he couldn't say a word. Okay, we get it. We'll go over there and check, GNCI said to change the subject. Zheng Wenxuan's progress isn't going smoothly either. Sparks aren't flying. Xiao Qingyue's face looks worse and worse. If she ends up at the bottom, she'll be so embarrassed. Teacher Zheng, we have some dried leaves brought back by Teacher Jian. We didn't use them all, so I'll give some to you, Su Tingyu said, placing some dried leaves in front of them. Thank you, Xiao Su, Zheng Wenxuan nodded gratefully. Rocks that contain sulfur are hard to ignite just by rubbing them together because the heat generated from friction is usually not enough to reach sulfur's ignition point. Also, the sparks from normal stone rubbing are limited in temperature and duration. To start a fire using sulfur-containing rocks, you generally need to combine them with something flammable. However, Zheng Wenxuan hesitated several times, feeling shy to speak up when he saw Xiao Qingyue's confident face. Finally, after 10 minutes, the remaining 3 groups' fires were gradually lit. Qin Shuangliu's group received a pair of scissors, iodine swabs, and 2 lightweight raincoats. Zheng Wenxuan's group had 5 empty small metal cups and 2 large packs of sanitary pads. Bai Jin and Ruanyan only had 1 pack of supplies, but it was useful, 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Xiao Qinghua looked a bit upset when she received her supplies. Director, can we exchange supplies? Su Tingyu asked. Yes, the director nodded. I want to swap 1 small metal cup and 3 sanitary pads with Zheng Laosher's group. Do you agree? Su Tingyu asked, glancing at GNCI beside her, since they are in the same group and should discuss it. Okay, GNCI agreed without hesitation. Zheng Laosher, Xiao Laosher, can we exchange supplies? Su Tingyu asked as she approached them with the supplies. Xiao Qingyue's eyes fell on the tissue paper in Su Tingyu's hand. 5 packs of tissues for 1 cup and 3 sanitary pads, Su Tingyu said. Okay, Xiao Qingyue agreed. In her view, her own supplies were not very useful, so exchanging for 5 packs of tissues was a good deal. No one else exchanged supplies. All right, Lin Xian nodded. Our show lasts 3 days. Basically, the production team won't provide any food or other help. The guests must help each other. After saying this, the guests were all surprised. This means they have to find their own food and water for these 3 days. The production team will release tasks at irregular times. The group that completes the tasks can receive supply packs. Lin Xian spoke again, saying, but each task tests the contestants' teamwork. Director Lin is really good at creating fun moments. Director Lin, no contact?
Dream on.
Wow, although I think if I spent 3 days alone with someone in a place like this, supporting each other, I would really feel touched. What about my favorite couple? Change to a different couple to root for. No big deal. Teacher Su, for supplies, please give us your guidance, Jian Xi said while smiling at Su Tingyu. It's okay. Without the supplies from the production team, I wouldn't let you go hungry. 54. CP fan leader, Fu Qingji, I'll starve. I'll starve. Take me with you. Fu Qingji suddenly appeared from nowhere, rushing over to Su Tingyu and speaking quickly. Jian Xi, I really want to refuse. Teacher Bai, Teacher Wan, Su Tingyu called as he jogged to catch up with Bai Jin and Wan Yun, who were about to enter the forest. Are you planning to go into the woods to find fruit? Yes, Bai Jin said shyly, scratching his head. We don't have tools, so we can only try our luck in the forest. I can lend you a small knife, Su Tingyu offered, pulling out a small knife. And I'll give you a pack of paper. If you bring back some fruit, you can give me 3/10 of it. How does that sound? Seeing their hesitation, Su Tingyu continued, with a small knife, you can save a lot of effort and it will be more efficient. Picking by hand can also easily hurt yourself. Interesting, is this what a businessman is like? Using incentives. But this is truly a win-win situation. If it were me, I would agree. The director team probably won't really give nothing, right? Other directors might not, but Lin Xian really won't give anything. Okay. Bai Jin and Wan Yun exchanged glances and agreed. They took the small knife and the pack of paper from Su Tingyu and headed into the forest. Can you fish? Su Tingyu looked at the simple fishing rod and asked Jian Xi. Jian Xi replied, not really. Su Tingyu did not expect him to do so. After hearing this, she nodded, took her fishing rod, and walked toward Zheng Wenxuan. Teacher Zheng, I remember you like fishing. Would you like to try? Sure. Zheng Wenxuan's eyes lit up. He took the fishing rod, weighed it in his hand, then confidently said, if I catch anything, half of it is yours. Thank you, Teacher Zheng. On how capitalists are formed, I can't go on. Sister Su's few words made the fruit and fish appear. No wonder she said she wouldn't let Jian Xi go hungry. Even if we consider the worst, can't this pair really be together? No. Our Meng Bai Zhou said he prefers to be the main partner. Teacher Su, is there anything I can do? Jian Xi asked as Sister Su finished her task and approached her. Director Lin said, will they provide us with accommodation tonight? Su Tingyu didn't look up from rummaging in her pocket. They will provide tents, Jian Xi replied. Early July is very hot, and a tent is more than enough. But this is the seaside, where the temperature difference between day and night is quite large. Teacher Jian, could you please pick some dry leaves? We can lay them under the tent at night to keep contact with the ground minimal and reduce heat loss, Su Tingyu explained. It's so hot. I think the sand is warm too. We can set up the tent on the beach at night, Fu Qingji suggested. Sand cools quickly at night, and the temperature drops noticeably. Tents inside can become cold and damp, and the uneven sand makes sleeping uncomfortable. Also, high tide might reach us in the morning, Su Tingyu explained. Under the trees, the soil is protected by vegetation, which helps block the wind. The ground temperature is more stable, there's less moisture, and it's easier to level. Sleeping there is more comfortable and better for warmth than the beach, she added. Okay, I'll go now. Jian Xi agreed and headed into the woods. Teacher Jian, I'll go with you. Fu Qingji ran to catch up. Then she looked back and winked at Meng Bai Zhou. Teacher Meng, I'll find some leaves. Please take care of Teacher Su. Regarding the incident with Fu Qingji becoming a fan of CP, it all started after the first episode was recorded. What? Meng Bai Zhou is a show investor? Fu Qingji, sitting on her bed with her legs crossed, was surprised and sat up when she heard her agent on the phone. Her face mask slipped off, but she didn't care and simply removed it. Really? Fu Qingji thought about Meng Bai Zhou's laid-back attitude, which was somewhat similar to Su Tingyu's quirky personality. TSK. Does becoming rich have to be so ungraceful? Receiving a second confirmation from the other side, Fu Qingji felt a bit numb. Under her agent's repeated warnings not to offend Meng Baizhou, she hung up the phone. Sigh, it looks like she needs to remind her dad. At 50, he's at the age to take risks. If he doesn't work hard, her daughter will just be sad. Fu Qingji opened a social media app, and the first video was a clip of Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu. Honestly, modern netizens never hold back. If they want to see something, they'll make the edits themselves. The first video started with a slow-motion clip of Su Tingyu wearing a dress and walking downstairs for the first time. Then, it showed them applying lipstick to each other, Su Tingyu squatting on the ground holding a toy tiger and smiling at Meng Baizhou, and a quick montage of several intense eye contact moments between them. It ended with a heart rate challenge. In Su Tingyu's beautiful eyes, the background music gradually faded, ending with the sharp beeping of Meng Baizhou's heart rate monitor. Yes, the music was a heart full of despair. Fu Qingji's eyes widened in surprise. Then she scrolled to the next video. The next clip was made by Su Tingyu's fans. It started with scenes from her previous dramas, flashbacks from ancient times, the Republic era, and modern days, showing her character looking back. The final scene was her turning around on the show, then the screen switched to Meng Baizhou's smiling face. The background music was 1,000 years. The clips were edited with the lines, "If memories won't grow old, why fear the cycle of reincarnation?" The scene in the show cut back to a moment with the line, "1,000 years of waiting is not in vain, if I can regain your smile." Seeing this, Fu Qingji was so shocked that she started to doubt whether she and Su Tingyu were participating in the same show. It wasn't until the third video appeared. Thinking it was his unique taste, but actually it was his unspoken challenge. The background music played, showing Su Tingyu's rebellious actions in the show and the shocking things he said. Behind the surprised expressions of others and the director, Meng Bai and Zhou Yong always had smiling faces.
So handsome, so eccentric, so beautiful, so eccentric, so adorable, so eccentric.
After some inner struggle, the CP, couple pairing, brain awakened. No one could refuse to ship these two faces together. A good chef can turn one video into a meal. Before the second episode started, Fu Qingji made a big decision. She wanted her favorite CP to become real. When she returned to the show and saw that Su Tingyu was eliminated by the new guest Jian Ci, she didn't feel embarrassed about not being chosen. Instead, she felt a sense of crisis about her favorite CP possibly breaking up. Walking in the woods, Fu Qingji kept twisting her ankle and dropping the 2 leaves Jian Ci had just picked up. She would walk a few steps and then need to rest. What is this princess doing? Luckily, Jian Ci has a good temper and didn't throw her into the woods. It seems Fu Qingji has no desire for Jian Ci. She only has a firm resolve to stop him from completing his task. Could this be some hidden mission? Probably not. Our Fu isn't that clever. If she wanted to do something bad, she would show it on her face. 55. Knowledge enters the brain in a strange and overbearing way. The guests in this episode can't see the comments, or Fu Qingji would definitely ban this fan from the fan club. Teacher Fu. Finally, Jian Ci couldn't hold back anymore. He turned to look at Fu Qingji behind him and happened to see her dropping 2 leaves. The leaves fluttered and fell to the ground. They looked at each other. Silence filled the air. Silent awkwardness is more uncomfortable than loud awkwardness. Ha ha ha. Fu Qing quickly picked up the leaf and laughed nervously. Sorry, Teacher Jian, I just slipped and dropped the leaf. I can't handle this. Who understands the funny feeling of being caught in the act? But still, Jian Ci didn't provoke Fu Qing. They haven't even worked together, so why is she acting like this? This is the best acting moment for my dear Fu, and I can't even tell what she's trying to do. Are you a true fan or a hater? Jian Ci forced a smile. It's okay. If you're tired, we can stop and rest for a bit, or Teacher Fu can just give me the leaf. Rest for a bit? All right. Fu Qing was about to agree, but remembered she had been caught and dropped the leaf. No way. Haha, no need. I think we should head back now, or we'll miss dinner, Fu Qing said awkwardly, adjusting the leaf in her arms. Okay. Are you sure these fruits are safe to eat? Wanyan looked at the colorful, various-sized fruits in her and Bai Jinhuai's arms, hesitant to take a bite. I'm not sure, Bai Jinhuai admitted honestly. But these aren't mushrooms, so they should be fine, right? I suspect Bai Jinhuai is teasing us, the people from Yunnan. Red and bright, white and round. Eat and then relax. It should be red fruits, white fruits, then rest afterward. I'm competing with you talented players. Fans of Bai Jinhuai and Wan Yun, both easygoing, didn't argue over this. Instead, they laughed at the two. Maybe, Wan Yun tentatively suggested, meeting Bai Jinhuai's gaze. Teacher Su. They quickly agreed to take the fruits back and ask Teacher Su Tingyu if they are edible. After solving the biggest problem, the two of them threw the fruits into the backpacks prepared by the crew for everyone, then cheerfully continued searching for more fruits. They believed that as long as they found enough, there would always be something edible, which made them feel motivated to work harder. By the beach, Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu looked at each other. Meng Baizhou asked, Teacher Su, do you need any help? Su Tingyu replied, It doesn't seem like I do. I can't go on. After wandering around, these two still ended up together. Fate isn't something you can avoid just by staying indoors. Feeling down, but it's not the right time to be emo. Su Tingyu gathered some dry wood nearby, stacked it into several straight cone-shaped piles, ignited the bottom of the piles, leaving gaps in the middle to help the fire burn. When the wood turned red on the surface, she covered the pile completely with damp mud, leaves, or flat stones to cut off the air. Let's go see the sea, she said after finishing all this, heading toward the beach. Meng Baizhou naturally followed her. What are we going to do? Pick up trash? Just kidding. We're already at the beach. Shouldn't we go fishing? Seeing Meng Baizhou look confused, Su Tingyu couldn't help but laugh. The young master had never picked up trash before, which is understandable. The ocean's waves bring a lot of trash to the shore, but sometimes it's not trash. Sometimes it's useful stuff. Sure enough, when they reached the tidal flat, Su Tingyu immediately saw quite a bit of trash. Ugh, useful things. Su Tingyu crouched down, picked up a plastic bag, rinsed it in the seawater, and said, Plastic bags can be very useful, okay? Meng Baizhou nodded, and together they washed and collected the intact plastic bags with seawater. Suddenly, a wave crashed over, and a shiny silver object floated over gently. Oh my goodness! Su Tingyu's eyes lit up. She hurried over, picked it up and tapped it. Clear and loud. This is a stainless steel basin. It looks a bit old, but the whole basin has no cracks. It has a 3-centimeter high outer wall, which can hold water and be used for boiling things. With this basin, we can boil the filtered water, Su Tingyu said happily, shaking the basin with bright eyes. That's impressive. Meng Baizhou raised an eyebrow, not wanting to fall behind. He rolled up his sleeves and started searching through the water for any gifts from above. After finding many useful items, the two of them returned to the pile of firewood together. By now, the firewood pile had cooled completely. They uncovered the surface covering, revealing black, crispy charcoal inside. Huh? What's this for? Sister Su probably has her reasons for doing this. Just remember it. Watching Sister Su's live streams, I always feel knowledge enters my mind in a strange and powerful way. I miss her on the first day of her live lessons. Use the water from the program team. It's cleaner, so keep it for drinking, Su Tingyu said, taking out the items she had collected on the beach, then started sorting through them. You're going to replace activated charcoal with wood charcoal to filter muddy water, Meng Baizhou asked in surprise as he watched Su Tingyu start cutting a sanitary pad. Yes, Su Tingyu replied while working steadily. The director team won't give us water, and we need water for cooking, so we have to do it ourselves. Hearing this, Meng Baizhou took a plastic bottle, cut off the bottom, and poked a few small holes in the cap. Then, Su Tingyu tore a slit in a sanitary pad, inserted it into the open, inverted plastic bottle opening, added activated charcoal, and finally placed another sanitary pad on top. After finishing, they placed a small metal cup below the bottle opening, filling the upper plastic bottle with muddy water. Oh my goodness, how does she know so much? Didn't your high school teachers teach you? Cotton and gauze can remove solid impurities, and activated charcoal absorbs odors. Is this a romance show or real life? Note it down in my little notebook. Logging out now. Wait for me a moment. Su Tingyu ran over to Zheng Wenxuan and Xiao Qingyue. Teacher Zheng, Teacher Xiao, can we borrow your small iron cups? Su Tingyu asked. We want to filter some usable water for the evening. After getting the small iron cups, Su Tingyu went back to Meng Baizhou. At that moment, Meng Baizhou was already building a fire, preparing to boil the filtered water to kill germs, so it would be safe to drink. Then I'll leave it to you. Seeing Meng Baizhou so capable, Su Tingyu placed the cups on the ground, patted his shoulder, and looked at the darkening sky. It's time. 56. Fu Qingji. Coolest person on the reef, Zheng Wenxuan sat all day with his fishing rod. Teacher Zheng Yu. Xiao Qingyue looked at Zheng Wenxuan's empty fishing bucket, hesitating to speak. I can't take it anymore. When Su Tingyu asked to borrow the cups, Zheng Wenxuan blocked the bucket. It seems Zheng Wenxuan looks calm on the outside, but inside he's panicking. It's so funny. My dad does the same when he doesn't catch any fish. Sure, don't worry. Zheng Wenxuan quickly wiped his forehead, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat. We'll catch fish. Teacher Zheng, Teacher Xiao, Su Tingyu appeared from behind the reef. Zheng Wenxuan hurriedly tried to block the bucket. Xiao teacher, I think the tide will come in or go out soon. Let's go to the beach and catch some sea creatures. Su Tingyu originally wanted to go alone, but she couldn't do much by herself. Catch sea creatures? Xiao Qingyue's eyes lit up. She lives inland and has rarely been to the seaside. Watching others catch sea creatures made her very envious. Yes, Su Tingyu nodded and handed her a bag. Use this to carry what you catch. Xiao Qingyue had forgotten her usual role and showed only her longing for catching sea creatures. Zheng Wenxuan watched their figures disappear, then looked at his empty bucket. Oh no! Can you catch sea creatures? Two people arrived at the shore. Su Tingyu started to take off her shoes, saying, Take off your shoes and roll up your pant legs. Okay? Xiao Qingyue obediently followed her instructions. Observe the small bubbling holes in the sand. There's a high chance that clams are hiding underneath. Just use a shovel to gently dig, Su Tingyu said, pointing to a bubbling hole she saw. She gently dug through the fine sand and uncovered half of a patterned shell. Xiao Qingyue's eyes lit up. Carefully, she reached out and picked up the clam, holding it high. I found a clam. Hurry and put it away, or some clams might. Su Tingyu was about to warn her that clams can spray water, but Xiao Qingyue had already been splashed. She paused, then looked up and was splashed again, her face covered in salty seawater that made her blink from the tickling sensation. Su Tingyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? It's not funny at all, Xiao Qingyue said, feeling a bit annoyed. It's not funny, it's not funny. Su Tingyu quickly shut her mouth and then took out a tissue from her pocket, handing it to Xiao Qingyue. Maybe you can stand over there and hold some things for me. I'll try to catch more, Su Tingyu suggested while Xiao Qingyue was wiping her face. She managed to catch another clam. No need. Xiao Qingyue refused. All right then, I'll leave this patch to you. Su Tingyu nodded and walked ahead with a plastic bag. Really no need, Teacher Jian, Fu Qingji said, holding a big bag of dry leaves. She smiled awkwardly. I can carry it myself. I'll help you carry it so we can go faster, Jian Ci said, looking at the darkening sky. Fu Qingji looked at the sky after hearing that. It was indeed getting dark. When the wind blew, she felt a bit chilly. The shadows of the trees stretched on the ground, looking a little scary. It's okay. I suddenly feel energetic. Let's go quickly, Fu Qingji said, shivering. All right. Jian Ci looked at Fu Qingji and couldn't help but smile. Fu Qingji walked ahead and heard Jian Ci laughing behind her. She muttered, Can't you laugh more quietly? How can someone be so rude? When they came out of the forest, they saw Meng Baizhou squatting on the ground. Why are you here? Fu Qingji looked around but didn't see Su Tingyu, feeling a bit puzzled. Meng Baizhou said, She's over there by the shore. Then go to her. Fu Qingji widened her eyes. What are you doing here? I'm watching the water and the fire. Meng Baizhou pointed at the muddy water being filtered and the pot boiling over the fire. How do you do this? Fu Qingji put the leaves down and squatted beside him. After filling this small metal cup with water, put it in the big pot to boil, then pour it into the bottle, Meng Baizhou demonstrated. All right. Fu Qingji squatted down and called out, Teacher Jian, come here. Teacher Fu. I think you're teamed up with Teacher Meng, Jian Ci said as he poked the fire with a stick.
Fu Qingzi.
Haha. Fu probably wants to drag Meng Baizhou straight to Su Tingyu. Fu's face says, you really can't read the room. Haha. Fu Bao's expression is priceless. I like Fu Qingji, Su Tingyu, Meng Baizhou, and Jian Ci, all of them. Are you a monk or something? Teacher Jian, do you think I'm slowing you down? It's fine. You can say it. I know. It's fine. Fu Qingji bit her lip, remembering how Jiang Tiantian looked in the last episode. She couldn't make her eyes turn red on command, so she lowered her head to hide her expression from Jian Ci.
Janchi. Punto wota enful.
Teacher Fu, you're joking, Jian Ci said. Then I'll trouble Teacher Meng to take care of my teammate. Hearing that, Meng Baizhou's wide grin instantly disappeared. TSK. It's okay, Teacher Jian. If you can't come, it was originally going to be me and Teacher Su in a team. Meng Baizhou stood up and sighed. I don't mean anything else by this. I just want to take good care of Teacher Su. Do you smell a fresh scent? It seems like green tea. This makes me laugh. Teacher Su isn't even here. What is Meng Baizhou pretending to do? That line reminds me of last episode's comment, I still prefer to be the main wife. I give you both permission to serve one wife together. Teacher Jian, why aren't you fighting for it? That confident attitude during team formation. We want this sister-in-law. Looking at Su Tingyu now, I feel like she might drop her gold bricks with every step. Haha, Teacher Jian, you're really kind. Fu Qingji happily watched Meng Baizhou walk away, then turned to Jian Ci with an awkward smile, who hadn't said anything.
Janchi.
Maybe you should just keep quiet. 57. The couple on opposite paths, Su Tingyu's bag was already full of clams and razor shells. She decided to try her luck at a place with more rocks. What is treasure fish going to do? There might be crabs, shrimps, or sea snails among the rocks. Honestly, I think finding clams and razor shells while beachcombing is already impressive. My family lives by the sea, but I've never found anything useful in all my years. I support that. I've never found anything either. It's not because I'm bad at it or unlucky. Su Tingyu couldn't see the comments and was focused on searching intently. When Meng Baizhou arrived at the beach, he saw this scene. A girl with her shorts rolled up, revealing a slender calf, her hair blown by the sea breeze with a warm orange glow. A crab's leg was sticking out from under the rocks. Su Tingyu's eyes lit up. She stared at the crab's position, her gestures almost a blur. Be careful. Meng Baizhou tried to stop her, but couldn't. Soft. Su Tingyu looked up blankly at Meng Baizhou, who suddenly appeared, then pinched the crab in her hand right in front of him. The crab had just shed its shell. At this moment, the entire crab was soft and harmless, completely unable to defend itself. It was helplessly caught by Su Tingyu, who was holding it by the back of its neck. It's so soft. Is Meng Baizhou worried that Su Tingyu is trying to catch the crab with her bare hands? Let's see those two who grew up by the sea to prove it. Soft shell crab, transparent and looks delicious. Why do I feel a bit embarrassed? Okay, Meng Baizhou took the bag from Su Tingyu, looking a bit surprised. Teacher Su is so skilled, you've had a good harvest. Do you know the periodic table? Hearing this, Su Tingyu looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, hands behind her back, with a slight smile. What? Meng Baizhou's brow twitched. His intuition told him not to ask, but his mouth moved faster than his brain, and he spoke anyway. Arsenic isn't lead, and erbium, cerium, rhodium, tellurium, and niobium need to be refined. Su Tingyu's smile seemed to reach the outer space.
Haha.
She's teasing him again. Meng Baizhou, I really shouldn't have asked. The university, the Analects, Mencius, and what's the other one? You're missing the doctrine of the mean. Your QQ farm rang and your crops are dead. Your QQ farm rang again. I know, my cows are dead. Do you know what's inside the washing machine? Your quilt. Stop, slow down, I can't keep up. Are you secretly studying with me tonight? Meng Baizhou chuckled angrily. Su Tingyu was happy. The online friends were happy too. Wait a moment, don't move, Meng Baizhou suddenly said. Su Tingyu stopped and looked at Meng Baizhou with her eyes, asking what was happening. Nothing, I just want to see if you will move. Meng Baizhou smiled and leaned closer to Su Tingyu. You trust me so much?
Su Tingyu.
The smile shifted from Su Tingyu's face to Meng Baizhou's. I can't take it anymore. Why are they so funny? I need to focus on my videos. Are you going to feed the fish, Laws? I can't do it anymore, smile conservation law. A couple fighting on the front line. Su Tingyu raised her hand, ready to give Meng Baizhou a lesson in love. Wait, Meng Baizhou spoke again. You think I would still? Su Tingyu thought Meng Baizhou was teasing her again. Look at this. Meng Baizhou suddenly squatted down and pulled out an octopus from under a nearby reef.
Su Tingyu.
Live viewers. Where is the person who said they couldn't find it? Meng Baizhou, aren't we on the same team? Sometimes not teasing me is also a way of teasing me. Where is morality? Where is conscience? Where are manners and integrity? Where is the address? The beads of his abacus seemed to have burst on my face.
Wow.
Seeing the big octopus in Meng Baizhou's hand, she forgot about settling scores with him. Wow, that's a big one. So, considering how helpful I am, can you forgive me? Meng Baizhou put the octopus into a bag and smiled innocently. His handsome face, which everyone envies, seemed to say, praise me, Su Tingyu. Is this another test for officials? At this moment, a wave hit her feet. It was a bit cold. Suddenly, her mind cleared. Evil capitalists, trying to use seduction tricks. Then you stay here and pick up the stuff. I'll go help Teacher Xiao. Su Tingyu turned to leave. Yes, sir. Teacher Zheng, are you sitting here? Fishing? Qin Shuangliu and Wang Xiaocheng, who had just picked fruit from the woods, saw Zheng Wenxuan sitting alone on a reef. Looking closer, the bucket was empty. Wang Xiaocheng, lacking awareness, stepped forward and asked, Teacher Zheng, have you been fishing here all day? Zheng Wenxuan turned around and saw Wang Xiaocheng and Qin Shuangliu behind him, with Qin trying hard to suppress a smile that wouldn't go away. Zheng Wenxuan, let it all end. Child, would you like to practice your focus? Where is your manager? Hurry and take child home. Let's go home, kid. Is that okay? Just choose Qin Shuangliu and leave, but you also went up to provoke Zheng Wenxuan. Zheng Wenxuan, I already said the first time I saw him, he was in pieces. Teacher Zheng, thank you for your hard work, Qin Shuangliu said with a forced smile as he stepped forward and handed Zheng Wenxuan a fruit. Thank you, Zheng Wenxuan said, moving the empty bucket behind him, hoping Qin Shuangliu didn't see. Seeing this, Qin Shuangliu squinted his eyes. Teacher Qin, that fruit might not be safe to eat. Wang Xiaocheng's head peeked out, breaking the awkward silence between the two. Silence. A strange silence. Please, can you go home? Wang Xiaocheng? You need to wait in line. Why hasn't your manager silenced you yet? Fine, I'll handle it. All right, I'll send him some medicine to make him quiet later. It's okay, haha, Zheng Wenxuan said as he took the fruit and opened his mouth to bite. Wait, Qin Shuangliu stopped him. Maybe we should ask Teacher Su first. Zheng Wenxuan, who was about to try the fruit himself, nodded. Okay, I trust you. Teacher Qin, you're back. Xiao Qingyue's voice broke the awkward atmosphere. Everyone looked over. Xiao Qingyue's hair was a bit messy. She was holding a bag, and behind her was Su Tingyu walking confidently. Yes, Wang Xiaocheng waved the fruit in his hand. We went fruit picking today, but we're not sure if it's safe to eat. How about you? Zheng Wenxuan looked at the fruit in his hand. Why bring up that topic now? We went to the beach. Xiao Qingyue opened her bag. Tonight, we can have a seafood feast. Wow. Wang Xiaocheng leaned closer to the bag, which was filled with razor clams, mussels, small crabs, and some small sea snails and oysters. I haven't seen a real one before. As the sky darkened, Wang Xiaocheng tried to get closer to see better, but unexpectedly, the clams in the bag suddenly opened and sprayed water all over Wang Xiaocheng's face. Ha ha ha, Xiao Qingyue, after an hour of beachcombing, let loose and forgot her usual image, laughing without mercy. Zheng Wenxuan, nice clam.
Listen, fish.
Sorry, I didn't catch any fish today, Zheng Wenxuan said after laughing, looking at Su Tingyu with a bit of embarrassment. It's okay. Teacher Xiao said we're having a seafood feast tonight. Su Tingyu smiled and waved the plastic bag. Not far away, Fu Qingji suddenly screamed loudly. 58, Even bugs won't eat it, but you do. The group exchanged glances and ran over. Fu Qingji sat on the ground without caring about her image, holding her ankle. What's wrong? Su Tingyu stepped forward and pulled away Fu Qingji's hand. There were 2 small bites on her ankle from a snake. Su Tingyu's pupils shrank. The crew members also rushed over, and the comments on the live stream exploded. Isn't this a show? Aren't the guests supposed to be safe? Something happened to Fu Fu. Maybe the show will be cancelled. Oh my god, how did she get bitten by a snake all of a sudden? I don't know. When it popped up on the screen just now, I was so scared I dropped my phone. Quick, contact rescue services. Lin Xian saw the situation and hurriedly told Feng Qi to call for help. Check the time, Su Tingyu said without turning around, starting to tear her jacket. 7:10, Meng Baizhou answered. The jacket was too good quality, so Su Tingyu couldn't tear it off. Seeing this, Meng Baizhou immediately took off his shirt and tore off a strip, handing it to Su Tingyu. Find out if that snake is still nearby. Su Tingyu took the cloth strip and quickly wrapped it above Fu Qingji's leg wound. I just looked, it's not there. It ran away too fast, Jian Xi said with some guilt. Sorry, what should I do? Su Tingyu, am I going to die? At this moment, Chu Qing was already so scared that she was dumbfounded, tears and snot covering her face, completely ignoring her appearance. She won't die. The rescue team is coming too slowly. Since we're close to the port city, I asked my uncle to come. As he spoke, Su Tingyu reached out to Lin Xian. Director, my phone. The staff quickly handed Su Tingyu's phone to him. He unlocked the phone and quickly found Yao Yuan's number to call. Hello, uncle, Su Tingyu said briefly. Can you apply for a flight as fast as possible? Bring medical experts. My friend was bitten by a snake. Can we get the anti-venom? Bitten by a snake? On the other end, Yao Yuan, who had just signed a contract, suddenly stood up. What kind of snake? Do you have a photo? Send me the location. Are you okay? I've sent you the location, uncle. I'm fine, Su Tingyu replied, holding his phone in one hand and pressing on Chu Qing's wound with the other, starting to rinse it with water. Should I disinfect it with alcohol or iodine? Xiao Qinghua was already so frightened she was stunned. No, that could make the tissue damage worse if it's a venomous snake, Su Tingyu said, finishing his water and speaking to Xiao Qinghua. You come and rinse the wound surface with clean water. Hearing this, Xiao Qinghua quickly squatted down to help rinse Chu Qing's wound. Director, show me the live playback, Su Tingyu asked Lin Xian. Okay. Lin Xian led Su Tingyu to the monitor. The footage was rewound to 7:05. Zoom in. Lin Xian enlarged the view to Chu Qing's feet. The footage played at double speed. This is it, Su Tingyu said. In the video, a dark brown snake with narrow red stripes was crawling out of the grass. Su Tingyu took out his phone, took a photo of the monitor, and sent it to Yao Yuan. Little fish. Uncle, this is a photo of the snake. I think it might be a redling snake, but I'm not sure. Have the experts take a look. It's a redling snake. No need to worry. This snake isn't very venomous. Oh my goodness, Fish Treasure is so brave and calm. When everyone else didn't know what to do, Fish Treasure was already treating Fu Qingji's wound. Help! I never thought I could check the surveillance cameras to identify the snake. Following Fish Treasure really helps me learn a lot. Is the show about to stop filming? How do you feel now? Su Tingyu squatted down and gently touched Fu Qingji's hand. Everyone relaxed when they saw Su Tingyu come back. I've sent the snake's photo to my uncle, so don't worry, said Su Tingyu, looking at her phone. Yao Yuan replied that it was a red-banded snake. It's okay now, it's just a red-banded snake. Su Tingyu showed Fu Qingji the message from Yao Yuan. Really? You're not just comforting me, right? Fu Qingji sniffled, her makeup smudged. I probably wouldn't be that kind. Su Tingyu was silent for a moment. I can't take it anymore. Fish Treasure is always so sharp-tongued. Sigh, but saying it like that makes me feel more at ease. Su Tingyu, we little Fu fans will always support you. Sob sob. Thanks to Su Tingyu for saving Fu Fu's life. After confirming that Fu Qingji wasn't in serious danger, the comments also relaxed. I'm a little hungry. Fu Qingji rubbed her stomach. She had already prepared her last words and was too exhausted to cry anymore. Everyone. Fu Qingji eagerly looked at the bags filled with seafood nearby. You can't eat. Su Tingyu squatted down and blocked her view. Why? Fu Qingji was shocked. She was injured and still wanted to eat seafood, but they wouldn't give her any. It's not that you can't eat, Su Tingyu said softly, leaning closer with a smile, but your face might develop a lot of red rashes and swell into a funny pig's head because of an allergic reaction. As she spoke, Su Tingyu gently touched Fu Qingji's face, with a tone full of regret. And now your fans don't like you anymore, you can't act in your shows, and you have to pay a lot of penalty fees. Also, stop, Fu Qingji interrupted Su Tingyu. Isn't it okay if I stop eating? The live comments were already laughing uncontrollably. A cow has its own way of being tied. Training manual for fans. Do you guys feel? Stop it. Maybe you should eat some fruit. Bai Jin and Qinyan returned from the woods and saw Fu Qingji sitting on the ground after being bitten by a snake.
Now they finally had a chance to speak.
I'm hungry, Fu Qingji said sincerely. Bai Jin took out all the fruit he picked from the woods. But I'm not sure which ones are safe to eat. Su Tingyu was silent for a moment, then started picking through the fruit on the ground. All right, eat them, she said. She threw away half of the fruit and handed the rest to Fu Qingji. He chose a smooth-looking green fruit and took a bite. Spit it out. Spit it out. The moment he bit into it, Fu Qingji immediately spat it out. What's wrong? Qinyan looked confused. It's so sour. Fu Qingji's face turned green. He kept spitting and said, It still tastes sour in my mouth. Don't eat bugs, you do. Su Tingyu couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why there are no bug holes in this fruit? Because it's sour, bugs won't eat it. 50 is the perfect age to enjoy life. I'm done for. Su Tingyu is treating our Fu like a Japanese person, but she's really good at livening up the atmosphere. At first, no one dared to speak. When you find someone comfortable to be around, it means that person is more knowledgeable than you. That's crazy. With a strong sense of indifference, Wang Xiaocheng found a fruit with the most bug holes, rinsed it with water, and handed it to Fu Qingji. Teacher Fu, this one has many holes and isn't sour. Try it. Watching Wang Xiaocheng's face full of praise, the scene suddenly fell into strange silence. Let's go home, kid. Wang Xiaocheng's manager watched the live broadcast, almost gasping for breath. She shouldn't have been so greedy to let Wang Xiaocheng appear on that show. Are there any statements about quitting the industry? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. An hour later, a loud roar tore through the clouds. 3 silver-gray helicopters hovered low and then landed steadily on the ground. The rotor blades stirred the air, causing the surrounding dry leaves to rustle loudly. Uncle, Su Tingyu's excited voice rang out. The camera shifted to the 3 helicopters on the open ground. The cabin doors opened first. Black custom-made leather shoes stepped on the dry leaves, making crisp sounds. Yao Yerwan bent down and stepped out. At 35 years old, she exuded a powerful mix of sharpness and calmness. Her eyebrows arched sharply into her temples, with high cheekbones casting faint shadows. Her deep black eyes looked around with a commanding presence. Earlier, someone said Su Tingyu's face looks like a plastic surgery job and should be criticized. Wow, does everyone in that family look like this? You bow, I've been with you since I was little. Where's Uncle's contact info? Genetic testing. Oh my gosh, he's a total heartthrob. She hadn't yet changed out of her deep gray suit, which fit her like a fortress, her shoulders broad as cliffs, her waist cinched neatly with a belt, every cut emphasizing her broad shoulders and narrow waist. You bow, Uncle is here. In just 3 seconds, Yao Yerwan's tone was commanding, but she couldn't help but smile. It's hard for their family to speak loudly. They all tend to speak softly and gently, and they can't change that quickly. Su Tingyu was used to it, and didn't think it was strange. Uncle, please have the doctor check on my friend. Everyone quickly moved aside, revealing Fu Qingji sitting on the ground. A few experts received instructions and hurried over to examine her. Miss Su, how long has your friend been bitten? The oldest, Professor Zhou, crouched down to look at Fu Qingji's wound and asked. It's been about 2 hours now. Mengbai Zhou looked at his watch and replied. So far, there haven't been any allergic reactions, Professor Zhou said, feeling a bit relieved. Did you guys eat seafood? Suddenly, he saw several large bags of seafood on the ground. "No, Teacher Su didn't let us eat," Wang Yun said. "That's good," Professor Zhou said while treating Fu Qingji's wound and explaining to everyone, seafood is high in protein and can cause allergies. After a snake bite, the body is under stress and the immune system is sensitive. Eating seafood might trigger or worsen allergies and could interfere with healing. Okay, Su Tingyu took out her phone. Is her condition serious? As she spoke, everyone looked at Professor Zhou. This was their main concern. Even Fu Qingji became nervous. Currently, it's not serious. The red-banded snake isn't highly venomous, but we can't take it lightly. The show can't continue filming for now. We'll go back together soon, do a blood test, and keep her under observation in the hospital, Professor Zhou reassured Fu Qingji with a comforting look. All right. Are there any other precautions? Su Tingyu nodded and started typing on her phone. Like diet restrictions. Haha, I can't handle it anymore. Fu can't keep her mouth shut. Even Su Tingyu noticed. Yu Bao is so attentive, I love it. Is Su Tingyu recording this on her phone?
Fu.
Take down Meng Bai Zhou. Rise to the top. After defeating the ship by ship, I rise to the top. Teacher, pass me the pen, let's start the story. Don't eat spicy, greasy, or irritating foods. Avoid foods that cause allergies, and don't touch alcohol or similar substances. Professor Zhou stood up. Help her up, and let's go to the hospital for blood tests. Okay, Su Tingyu sent the notes she just took to Fu Qingji. I've sent you the precautions. Be careful. I'll carry you. Jian Ci squatted down, with his back facing Fu Qingji. Sorry I didn't protect you well. Fu Qingji awkwardly leaned on Jian Ci's back. It's okay. This cannot be blamed on Jian Ci. If she hadn't insisted that Meng Baizhou go find Su Tingyu, none of this would have happened. No one is at fault here. It's just bad luck for her. Wah wah wah. For the sake of a shipping couple, she almost risked her life. Thinking of this, Fu Qingji turned to look at Meng Baizhou standing behind Su Tingyu. Yes, they look good together. Ugh, such an unworthy thing. After boarding the plane without cameras around, Fu Qingji shyly spoke to Jian Ci. Sorry, Teacher Jian. It's okay. Jian Ci understood that Fu Qingji was apologizing for what happened earlier. Well, when we get back, I'll ask my company to give you a big IP adaptation project, Fu Qingji whispered to Jian Ci before the cabin door closed. Watching the helicopter fly away, Jian Ci said nothing and returned to the group of guests. After seeing Fu Qingji off, everyone started preparing ingredients for a seafood feast. Director Lin, your filming crew must have brought a lot of seasonings, right? Su Tingyu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Xian. Our director team generally doesn't provide. Lin Xian rubbed his nose, trying to use the show's rules to dodge the question. Director, we've already worked hard to gather the ingredients, but we really can't provide the seasonings. Su Tingyu pointed to the large bags of seafood. And with so much, we can't finish it all ourselves. Can't we all just share and enjoy together? Seeing Lin Xian about to say something, Su Tingyu quickly added, look at how fresh these seafood are. Can you find such fresh seafood inland? She then signaled Feng Qi with a look, and the staff have worked hard all day. They also want to taste it, right? As the best director, you must care about your team, right? Feng Qi caught the signal and quickly agreed. Director Lin, you see, the guests are exhausted and even a bit scared today. Shouldn't we comfort them properly? Other staff members also nodded in agreement. Exactly, Director Lin. Director Lin, it's not that we want to eat, but you've been filming all day. These fresh seafood treats are a little reward for yourself, don't you think? Director Lin, you're 50 now. It's the perfect time to enjoy life. Before GZ could finish speaking, Lin Xian pretended to be helpless and waved his hand dismissively. Eat, just eat already. I'm really done with you guys. 60. Is it the wind moving or the heart fluttering? Extra. The sea breeze carried a hint of salty chill. Su Tingli and Meng Baizhou were squatting in front of a simple barbecue grill they just set up. The former had a bit of charcoal ash on her nose and was focused on turning skewered octopus tentacles. The oil sizzled, and the aroma spread quickly. Didn't expect that, miss, Meng Baizhou teased as he watched Su Tingli concentrate. Did you feed the tomato and egg noodles to the dog? Su Tingli rolled her eyes at Meng Baizhou.
Whoop whoop, Su Tingli.
No. What are you barking at?
Mom.
The ship I ship is real.
Where is Fufu?
Come back. The ship I ship is real. Oh my gosh. Who can resist this? Sorry, GNCI. This couple is really adorable. Can you please leave the show? The flames flickered on the grill, casting a red glow on Su Tingli's face, her eyelashes creating tiny shadows. Meng Baizhou turned the skewers, oil splattering, and his gaze was direct and intense as he looked at her. Their eyes met. Su Tingli felt a jolt of electricity, her heart suddenly racing. A sea breeze brushed her hair, and Meng Baizhou heard his own heartbeat. Both quickly looked down to avoid each other's gaze. Meng Baizhou, tell me, was it the wind or the heart? A scene so amazing even professional directors can't film it. I can't tell if it's the script or real feelings, oh my gosh. I think Yubao really felt her heart flutter in that moment. 1. Yubao immediately teased back every time she spoke to Meng Baizhou before. Did you notice that Meng Baizhou also acts the same way? The two of them have always teased each other without feeling shy. A spark from the fire landed on Meng Baizhou's hand. At that moment, the intense heat of the charcoal and the salty smell of the seawater became blurry background sounds. Teacher Su, Teacher Meng, please use less chili. The makeup artist's sister can't handle spicy food. Wanyun hurried over, beads of sweat on her forehead, but she smiled with her eyes. Smells so good. You two are really amazing, Wanyun said, not noticing the strange atmosphere between them. She squatted down, eagerly looking at the octopus on the grill. Meng Baizhou raised his hand and casually took the cooked seafood from Su Tingyu's hand, placing it on the edge of the grill. His fingertips accidentally touched her warm hand, and he paused for a moment. Okay, Meng Baizhou said, adjusting his expression. He used a plate provided by the crew to hold the cooked seafood. Please, Teacher Wan, take this. We didn't add chili, so everyone can adjust to their taste. Thanks, Wanyun said, taking the plate and walking away again. Not far away, Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan were helping staff lay out a picnic mat, whispering to each other. Family, my favorite couple is back. Lulu and Zheng Wenxuan look so natural together. Oh my goodness. You guys didn't see what Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu did just now. You missed a lot. What happened? I'll send you the recording privately. I want to see too. Zheng Wenxuan turned around and saw Qin Shuanglia's hands covered in dirt. He took out a damp wipe and said, "Let me help you clean that." As he spoke, he gently took her hand, holding her wrist naturally, as if they had practiced this many times. He pinched the wipe, feeling the coolness on his fingertips as he carefully wiped from her finger roots to her fingertips. Qin Shuanglia froze in place, clearly feeling the warmth of his palm through her thin skin. Zheng Wenxuan lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes casting small shadows under his eyes. All done, he said in a slightly husky voice. 61. I like you. Teacher Qin, Teacher Zheng. Wang Xiaocheng carried a plate of seafood and came over, saying, "It's ready to eat now." Qin Shuangliu quickly stood up and asked Wang Xiaocheng to place the food on the picnic mat. Wanyun approached with a pack of wet wipes, looking at Qin Shuangliu's clean hands. Teacher Qin, I was just about to give you a wipe, and you've already cleaned yourself. I want a wipe too. Wang Xiaocheng put down the plate and stood up. Wanyun looked surprised. You didn't wash your hands, but still went to carry the plate? All three of them looked at him in shock. Wang Xiaocheng, this is the third time. Can you go home now? Empress Wang, how many foolish things do I not know about you? Fortunately, Su Tingyu isn't here. This is so funny. It's just a plate. Wang Xiaocheng looked a bit guilty and rubbed his nose, then looked around to change the subject. Wang Xiaocheng's eyes fell on Zheng Wenxuan's hand, and he suddenly looked like he discovered something new. Teacher Zheng, weren't you fishing? How come your tissue is so dirty? He took a few steps forward and reached out to grab the tissue in Zheng Wenxuan's hand. Teacher Zheng, let me throw this away for you. Wang Xiaocheng, do you really think Zheng Wenxuan's tissue is dirtier than yours? Can you be a bit more clever? Teacher, can Wang Xiaocheng quit the show? If Wang Xiaocheng doesn't leave soon, this show will have 0 couples. Can someone tell me what happened? That tissue was used by Zheng Wenxuan to wipe Qin Shuanglia's hands. The comments were speechless. Wang Xiaoqing's fans didn't dare say a word. Wang Yun sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly stopped Wang Xiaoqing from grabbing Zheng Wenxuan's tissue. Let's call them over here. Oh, okay. Wang Xiaoqing happily ran to call the others. Haha, Teacher Zheng, Teacher Qin, you two rest here first, Wang Yun said with an awkward smile, then hurriedly ran away. Fortunately, the new guest is not paired with the other new guest. Meng Baizhou wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Su Tingyu looked up, busy with her hands. How much longer will this take? Meng Baizhou pointed to the seafood in front of her. Su Tingyu replied, just 3 more minutes, okay? Meng Baizhou packed up the seafood in front of him, then stood up to tidy up the surroundings. What exactly do you want to say? Su Tingyu watched Meng Baizhou pack everything away, pretending to be busy. Meng Baizhou, do you really like me? Su Tingyu put down what she was holding, sat on a rock, propped her chin up, and looked at Meng Baizhou. Her confident attitude made Meng Baizhou seem like a young boy. I know I am very attractive. Su Tingyu lightly tapped her face with her fingers. I'm beautiful, rich, and I will have a great education in the future. Meng Baizhou didn't speak. He just watched the girl sitting on the rock, counting her strengths one by one, occasionally smiling proudly. So, you like me, and it's not embarrassing. Before she finished speaking, Su Tingyu heard the young man's firm and serious voice. Meng Baizhou squatted down to face her and then reached out to turn off the live stream camera aimed at both of them. Yes, I like you. Su Tingyu's smile froze. You forgot to mention one thing. To me, you are lively and vivid. Meng Baizhou's pleasant voice was like a gentle cat's paw, tickling Su Tingyu's heart. Because this world is like a book, and everyone seems to be programmed with set roles, Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu with bright eyes. Until you appeared, it felt like the world truly started to turn. The people whose lives were scripted from the beginning began to follow different paths. Meng Baizhou started recounting the events of the past month. Starting from when you liked my Weibo with your account. After saying this, Meng Baizhou looked like a little dog seeking praise. Do you remember liking a comment that said Qiao Lian was pretending? That person was me. You didn't choose to avoid the spotlight on the main characters, but instead made them a stepping stone to help your family, which was originally destined to be in the background, move up. The thing with the teddy bear doll was that you told Qin Shuangliu, right? Seeing this, Meng Baizhou glanced at Qin Shuangliu and Zheng Wenxuan nearby. So I couldn't help but get close to you, wanting to see if you're different, not just set up. Fortunately, I was right. You are special. You are the only real person I've seen in this world all these years. This originally black and white world has started to gain color because of you. Do you understand? Meng Baizhou looked serious, and Su Tingyu started to feel a bit afraid to look into his eyes. And since you're asking, if I hide and deny, wouldn't that make me seem irresponsible? Seeing Su Tingyu's reaction, Meng Baizhou couldn't help but smile. I admit, I came on this show because of you. I fell in love with you at first sight. I like you. I'm not trying to pressure you. I just hope you can pay more attention to me. Su Tingyu stood up nervously. The seafood is burning. Inside, Su Tingyu was panicking like a mouse constantly squeaking. Oh my, Meng Baizhou, this scheming man, confessing on the beach with that face, saying such cheesy things. What does he want to do? He hurriedly packed the grilled seafood into a plate. When he looked back, Meng Baizhou was leaning against a half-height reef with his arms crossed, smiling at her. 62. You and he are in sync. When they returned with the seafood, the others had already pressed the fruit into juice. You're back. Xiao Qinghua handed over 2 glasses of juice. Your skills are so good. There's not a hint of seafood smell, only a nice aroma. Right, haha. Su Tingli smiled awkwardly, her mind full of the scene on the beach, where Meng Baizhou and Zhou Ming were secretly trying to flirt with her. Yes, that's correct. They were trying to flirt. Teacher Su, Xiao Qinghua noticed Su Tingli seemed bored and distracted, so she waved her hand in front of her face. Family members, do you know what just happened? Don't keep us in suspense. Their live stream suddenly cut off just now. I suspect Meng Baizhou and Zhou Ming confessed their feelings. Really? Yes, really. Lin Xian walked over, glanced at Meng Baizhou and Zhou Ming, cleared his throat, but didn't say anything. Everyone, please sit down. Lin Xian said as he stepped forward, inviting everyone to sit in a circle. Today, I want to apologize. Due to our team's mistake, the safety of our guests was not properly protected. Lin Xian raised his juice cup towards the guests and took a sip. The guests looked at each other, then Zheng Wenxuan spoke first. Director Lin, that was a bit too serious. Other guests agreed, but Su Tingli still seemed distracted. Tingli, Qin Shuangliu, sitting nearby, noticed her unusual mood. Usually, even if she wasn't chatting, she was busy with her own things. But today, from the moment she returned, Su Tingli had been holding a skewer of grilled food, eating for 5 minutes straight. Huh. Su Tingli snapped out of her thoughts and saw Qin Shuanglia looking at her with concern. What's wrong? You don't seem yourself, Qin Shuanglia said worriedly, glancing at Meng Baizhou. Did he upset you? That obvious? Qin Shuanglia nodded, handing her an oyster. Didn't you notice? Meng Baizhou came after you in the last episode, because he isn't interested in any of the program segments, but as long as you participate, he will agree with you, pay attention to you, and spend time with you. Joking around. Qin Shuangliu said this while observing Su Tingyu's expression. And he's just an ordinary person. He can be on the show, so he probably isn't lacking money. Maybe he's wealthy and influential and a top student. What do you think he's after? Qin Shuangliu, like an older sister, gently guided Su Tingyu step by step. But Su Tingyu wanted to say that several times she felt Meng Baizhou was provoking her. Feelings, she thought, are not something others can decide. Qin Shuanglia leaned close to Su Tingyu's ear, with a mischievous smile in her voice. Have you ever thought about why you only tease Meng Baizhou? Could it be that you are doing the same with Zheng Wenxin, Baijin, or Qiao Lian? No, Su Tingyu instinctively denied it. Could it be because Meng Baizhou is handsome? Did I develop feelings because of his looks? Su Tingyu thought of that face that everyone admired. Among the male performers here, who isn't handsome? Qin Shuanglia smiled. Look at Jian Xi, isn't he handsome? So, are you happy being paired with him today, instead of Meng Baizhou? Su Tingyu fell silent, because Qin Shuangliu was right. No, when she was with Jian Xi, she was more guarded and distrustful. But when she was with Meng Baizhou always knew what she wanted, could cooperate with her, and do things others wouldn't understand. Qin Shuanglia nudged Su Tingyu's hand with her arm. You're not after looks, you and Meng Baizhou are. Resonating at the same frequency, Qin Shuangliu finally thought of a phrase.
Su Tingui panic.
Stop. All right, Qin Shuanglia smiled happily. Yes, she had successfully confused the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Teacher Su, Jian Xi circled around the crowd and came to Su Tingyu's side. Su Tingyu was startled and looked back. It was Jian Xi. She let out a breath. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask Teacher Su for some advice. Jian Xi still wore a gentle, warm smile on his face. Ask me then, Jianingdi, Meng Baizhou's voice sounded. He had somehow already moved behind Su Tingyu and pushed Jian Xi aside a bit. Teacher Meng, Jian Xi wasn't angry. After all, it wasn't the first time Meng Baizhou had pushed him away. This episode, Teacher Su is my teammate. It's reasonable for me to ask Teacher Su some questions, right? Not reasonable, Meng Baizhou replied without hesitation. Why isn't it reasonable? Jian Xi raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on his lips. Teacher Meng, Teacher Su, and you are just former partners. Now I am Teacher Su's teammate. Jian Xi looked at Meng Baizhou as if to say, you're already a thing of the past, teasing him. What's really going on over there? Move the camera closer, I can't see. Why does Jian Xi go to find Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou follows?
Yeah, Jian likes Meng Baizhou.
Alright, I'll handle this. I'll go marry Teacher Su later. Not only did the barrage of comments make everyone eager to know what was happening, but all the people present also cast subtle glances in this direction. Teacher Su, tell me, whose teammate are you? 63, Heartbeat Duet? Su Tingyu, can you stop smiling? Su Tingyu looked up and met Meng Baizhou's resentful and aggrieved gaze. Next to him, Jian Xi's face was filled with a mischievous, triumphant smile. Stop, stop, stop. Su Tingyu shoved the barbecue into his mouth, chewed a few times, then stood up and pretended to stretch lazily. He took out his phone from his pocket. Hello? Uncle what? Teacher Fu Qingji needs me? Okay, I'm coming. As he spoke, Su Tingyu prepared to leave this place full of drama. I can't take it anymore. Yu Bao is retreating. What kind of battlefield is this? That girl really has good luck. Let me act in 2 episodes. Looks good, I love it, applause. Teacher Su. Director Lin called out to Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu tried to pretend she didn't hear. Teacher Su, Meng Baizhou tugged at her sleeve innocently. Director Lin is calling you. Ha, I didn't hear just now. What's wrong, Director Lin? Su Tingyu reluctantly turned around, forcing a smile that looked more like crying. We still have the last part today. Lin Xian smiled happily, his eyes full of anticipation. I'll pay the penalty for breaking the rules. Su Tingyu wanted to leave. Lin Xian cut her off mercilessly. No. Reluctantly, Su Tingyu sat back down. Ha, Teacher Xiao, I want to eat clams. Can I sit next to you? Wang Yun cleverly moved to the other side of Su Tingyu. Seeing this, Meng Baizhou sat down directly. Meng Baizhou, you're not even trying anymore. Wang Yun is paying attention. What do you mean? Meng Baizhou is also very rich, and Wang Yun has good judgment. I can't take it anymore. Our Yun was just so nervous a moment ago. Wang Xiaocheng, who had no idea what was happening, was tapped on the shoulder. Puffing out his cheeks, he turned around and mumbled, Don't take what's in my hand. There's more over there. Wang Yun was speechless. She only wanted Wang Xiaocheng to move over a bit, not to steal his food. Oh, sorry. Wang Xiaocheng saw no one responded and suddenly remembered they were on a show. He looked up at Wang Yun, who was about to scold him but hesitated, then quickly moved aside. This small interruption quickly passed. Wang Yun and Xiao Qingyue, sitting next to each other, hit it off immediately and started chatting happily. All right, everyone has eaten enough. Now let's move on to the last part. Lin Xian stood up, and the staff behind him began packing up. The guests walked onto the beach. At some point, a bonfire had been set up here, with 2 large speakers nearby. What is Director Lin going to do? Wang Xiaocheng, full and satisfied, finally started to think. Bai Jin shook his head. Everyone sat back around the campfire, waiting for Director Lin to give the next instruction. Today's final part is heartbeat and performance. Lin Xian pointed to the 2 speakers. Each pair of guests will choose a song to perform, then we will post a poll on Weibo. The ranking will decide how many supplies they get tomorrow. Lu and Wang Xiaocheng. I remember Wang Xiaocheng is famously tone-deaf.
Wow.
Are we going to hear Teacher Zheng's first solo performance? I remember Zheng Wenxuan usually only writes lyrics, not sings. Everyone knows, this is Lu's chance to shine. Director Lin, I don't have a partner now. What should I do? Meng Baizhou asked, looking pitifully at Su Tingyu. Then ask if any other female guest is willing to partner with you. Lin Xian pretended to be troubled, then spoke. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Su Tingyu again. I can't take it anymore. Su Tingyu looks like she's about to break. Since Meng Baizhou turned off the camera, he's been like a peacock showing off. Su Tingyu isn't stumped by advanced math. Meng Baizhou has got her stuck. Su Tingyu's smooth life has only one surprise. Teacher Su, Meng Baizhou opened his mouth to complain. Stop. Su Tingyu quickly interrupted, afraid he'd say something shocking.
I'm willing. Director la nanood da pili.
All right, Teacher Su. It'll be hard for you to sing 2 songs. Su Tingyu. I dare not open my eyes, hoping it's just a dream. The first to perform were Bai Jin and Wang Yun. Although it wasn't their specialty, they performed confidently. Wang Xiaocheng went on stage very confidently. His mouth moved, but no one could tell what song he was singing. I've already forgotten the original singer. Help, Lu's hands are constantly tapping the beat. She looks like she's about to break. Wang Xiaocheng, can you shut up? Someone get him muted. Where's his manager? Where is the agent? Fish Bao. Ban him. My ears keep experiencing pregnancy and miscarriage. After the song ended, Qin Shuanglia's normally composed expression started to crack. Ha. Su Tingyu was already laughing so hard she fell over. I I can't take it anymore, haraha. The laughter, which was previously hidden by the background music, was now openly exposed to everyone. The few who wanted to laugh but dared not also started to laugh uncontrollably under Su Tingyu's influence, turning from suppressed giggles to full-blown laughter. Su Tingyu, are you joking? Sitting on the sand, Xiao Qingyue asked, why is your laugh so funny? Even Zheng Wenxuan, who usually doesn't show strong emotions, couldn't help but laugh.
Sorry. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Ha ha ha.
It's just too funny.
Ha ha ha.
Su Tingyu really couldn't stop. She was completely overwhelmed by laughter. If it had just been her, she might have stopped out of embarrassment. But why did everyone else start laughing too? By the end, Su Tingyu was exhausted, her laughter turning into gaga gaga ha 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 he 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 he. The sound of ducks fills the chat. What was probably not that funny, but once Su Tingyu started laughing, I couldn't hold back. My mom told me to go out and stop laughing. I analyzed the laughter patterns of these people. Su Tingyu is like a duck. Meng Baizhou is like a loudspeaker. Wan Yun is like cleaning windows. Baijin is like a boiling kettle. And the rest are all quiet.
Brupe.
Our Baijin just got too tired from laughing. Actually, you forgot one. Xiao Qingyue is like a haha sound because her laughter is wahahahaha, comma, the comments are also filled with laughter. After a while, everyone got tired from laughing. Wan Yun covered her stomach and walked over to Su Tingyu. Teacher Su, I think your laughter has reached the point where it needs an exorcism. Su Tingyu. Simi Ma Sai Wadashur was not intentional. Only Su Tingyu was happily singing at 64 centimeters tall. The next group was Zheng Wenxuan and Xiao Qingyue. They sang a popular TV theme song written by Zheng Wenxuan. It was standard, with no mistakes. After singing, everyone's eyes turned to Su Tingyu and the two others. How about this? You two go sing, and I'll step back. I don't need any supplies, Su Tingyu suggested, trying to keep going. No, you can't. Lin Xian refused, then added, but you can sing together. Who said Lin Xian was old-fashioned? Lin Xian, are you done directing the show? Not really, I think. Maybe the upstairs will pause, but I'll do it. Meng Baizhou suddenly turned to look at Su Tingyu. Jian Xi's smile couldn't stay hidden anymore. Teacher Su, I'm fine. You've sung twice, that's enough. Meng Baizhou. The little troublemaker is daring. I can do it too. I don't want to make things difficult for you, Meng Baizhou thought, stabbing Jian Xi in his mind. Lin Xian asked, then, Teacher Su, choose a song to sing? Any song. Su Tingyu's eyes lit up. Yes. Lin Xian recalled what he had said, then looked a bit worried. Teacher Su, what do you want to sing? Sing. Two tigers, run fast, run fast. Su Tingyu stood by the campfire, found a stick somewhere, and sang one line while pointing at Meng Baizhou, then pointed at Jian Xi on the next line. Loud children's songs blared from two speakers. Su Tingyu looked at the two with a threatening gaze. Hurry up and run. So, amid everyone's complicated looks, the two handsome guys started running around the fire. One has no eyes, the stick pointed at Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou resigned himself and covered his eyes. One has no ears, the stick pointed at Jian Xi. Jian Xi covered his ears. Strange, so strange, branches waving. Meng Baizhou and Jian Xi started spinning in place. Comments. Live viewers. Please, Su Tingyu. Su Tingyu, our Jian Xi isn't acting like a little puppy. Are you training a dog? Holding that broken branch. What about my heartfelt duet? My moment of excitement? My romantic atmosphere? Only those studying early childhood education know how good Su Tingyu really is. Those studying animal care also know. After singing 3 times, only Su Tingyu was happy, while Meng Baizhou and Jian Xi remained silent. Alright, haha. Lin Xian, who was enjoying the show, clapped as he walked over to Su Tingyu and patted her shoulder. You've got ideas, huh, little Su? Thank you, Director Lin. Su Tingyu proudly raised the branch in her hand. After the recording ended, Lin Xian posted a poll on Weibo and then turned off the live stream. That night, everyone set up tents on the grass near the woods. The tents were covered with dry leaves collected by Jian Xi and Fu Qing. Qin Shuangliu and Su Tingyu were in the same tent. Tingyu, Qin Shuangliu called her name. Su Tingyu didn't dare respond. She was afraid Qin Shuangliu wanted to talk about Meng Baizhou. Are you asleep? Qin Shuangliu asked again, when she saw she wasn't moving or speaking. Su Tingyu pretended to be asleep. All right, I won't bother you then, Qin Shuangliu sighed, turned over, and was about to close her eyes. A hand grabbed her blanket. I want to ask. Su Tingyu's voice was very soft, like a mosquito. Matching. Qin Shuangliu's lips curled into a victorious smile. She turned to look at Su Tingyu, her tone full of excitement she couldn't hide.
No.
Then what do you want to ask? Qin Shuangliu looked a bit confused. Just, do you think I like him? Su Tingyu finally voiced her doubt. Don't you know if you like him? Qin Shuangliu's eyes widened. You have to feel that yourself. I don't know, Su Tingyu said with some frustration. No one taught her, so how could she know what liking someone means? Like, for example, if you see someone else with him, would you feel unhappy? Qin Shuangliu tried hard to think of an example. Who? Someone else, like another girl, Qin Shuangliu said, speechless. No one gets close to him. Su Tingyu thought for a moment and replied. Qin Shuangliu wanted to ask her about her reaction when she saw Fu Qingji and Meng Baizhou teaming up today, but when he thought about Fu Qingji, he almost visualized the expressions on those two people's faces, so he decided to stop that topic. You. Qin Shuangliu looked at Su Tingyu's eager eyes, unsure how to start. Me? Su Tingyu looked confused. Did you like anyone in high school? Qin Shuangliu asked. The original owner liked Qiao Luyun in high school, but that was her own feelings. During her high school years, she was busy studying hard, trying to get the first-place scholarship from the school, or she wouldn't survive. There was no time to think about other things. Don't forget, I didn't go to school, Su Tingyu replied. All right, I was just being nosy, Qin Shuangliu said with a shrug. Anyway, liking someone means you feel comfortable being with them, you trust them a lot, you like everything about them, and you naturally pay attention to everything they do, wanting to get close to them. Get close to him? Su Tingyu's mind flashed back to the moment she leaned forward during the heartbeat challenge. Was she really trying to win? Back then, was the only one whose heart was racing Meng Baizhou? I really like her. Meng Baizhou sat in the tent, rubbing his forehead. Like her? Because she's pretty? Jian Ci, with his arms crossed behind his head, leaned on a pillow, squinting as if pretending to sleep. Are you crazy? Meng Baizhou frowned and threw a pillow at Jian Ci's face. Young master, what are you doing? Jian Ci opened his eyes to the pillow attack. I see you're really free. Meng Baizhou pulled the blanket over. Are you sick? Are you determined to choose her? Should I see if the person who makes the young master lose his mind is okay? Jian Ci changed his gentle image in front of others, leaning in mischievously towards Meng Baizhou. Who has been urging me all these years to focus on my career? Meng Baizhou remained silent. Since he was reborn into this world, he had tried every way to establish himself here. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of Jian Ci, who could rival Qiao Luyun. Jian Ci was signed by him right after debut. In these years, the story hadn't yet reached the main plot. He kept telling Jian Ci not to be obsessed with love and to aim for becoming a top movie star. These efforts helped Jian Ci stay on the right track. Unexpectedly, Jian Ci immediately chose Su Tingyu and didn't even tell him beforehand about this part. No wonder he's a villain. Bad habits die hard. Thinking of this, Meng Baizhou only regretted that he should have eliminated Jian Ci when he was still a baby. Hey. I'm still a cash cow for your entertainment company. What are you looking at me like that for? Jian Ci noticed Meng Baizhou's sharp gaze and nervously took a step back. Meng Baizhou suddenly smiled slyly. Nothing much, cash cow. For tomorrow's show, do me a favor. Tell your manager to give you 3 months off. 65. Not worse than the person you last saw on your phone the next morning. Director Lin announced the voting results. As expected, the top spot went to Su Tingyu and his team, with a huge lead over the other 4 groups. Second place was by Jin and Ruan Yun. Third place was Zheng Wenxuan and Xiao Qingyue. Fourth place was Qin Shuangliu and Wang Xiaocheng. Huh? Why? Was my singing really that bad? Wang Xiaocheng looked at the results, his face falling. You better not speak. If it weren't for Lu, you wouldn't have any votes at all. Can't you tell when someone is off-key? Actually, I can't hear it, but I did notice that Su Tingyu was laughing really loudly yesterday. Forget it. Our family's Wang Xiaocheng probably didn't realize that Su Tingyu was laughing at him and even thought he was good at livening up the atmosphere. The comments were right. Last night, when he returned to the tent, Wang Xiaocheng was still grinning foolishly, showing his big teeth. He believed his talent for making others laugh was unmatched, even considering switching careers to become a singer or a variety show host. Just as he was happily imagining this, his manager, Wen Fong, started making a series of urgent calls. When he answered the phone, Wang Xiaocheng rarely kept the phone close, expecting to hear praise from his manager.
Wang Xiaocheng.
Wen Fong's loud voice echoed inside the tent. Not only was Wang Xiaocheng startled, but Bai Jin, who had just laid down nearby, also jumped up suddenly, eyes wide with surprise. What happened? Wang Xiaocheng didn't get the praise he expected and felt a bit wronged. Sister Wen, look, I made everyone laugh. Isn't that perfect for a variety show? Wen Fong. On the other end of the call, Wen Fong was listing friendly comparisons between Wang Xiaocheng and pigs and sincerely wishing Wang Xiaocheng would become mute. Finally, through Wen Fong's persistent efforts, Wang Xiaocheng agreed to watch his words, hands, and feet the next day and not act like a silly fool. But the next day, he still couldn't help but hope that everyone might like him very much. However, the result was disappointing. Haha, it's okay. Qin Shuangliu patted Wang Xiaocheng and looked at his defeated face, offering comfort. Someone still voted for us. I know. Those votes are for Teacher Qin. Wang Xiaocheng finally showed some cleverness. Qin Shuangliu.
Not smart when it mattered.
All right, everyone, come get the supplies, Lin Xian said, placing 4 packs of supplies in front of him, then looked at Su Tingyu. Teacher Su, your group has 3 people, so there are 3 sets of supplies. Lin Xian opened the first supply pack, which contained 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 packs of compressed biscuits. Is this the first place prize? Su Tingyu was shocked. This supply pack is considered a reward. Overall, everyone still needs to help each other and rely on ourselves, Lin Xian said as he opened the second supply pack. The second pack contained 2 pieces of chocolate. To everyone's surprise, the third pack only had a bottle of water, and the fourth was completely empty. Everyone, last night, we worked so hard just for this. All right, today's task is for everyone to cross the jungle and reach the foot of the volcano, Lin Xian announced today's mission. Are there going to be snakes again? Wanyan looked a bit scared. Don't worry, our filming crew will monitor everything from behind the cameras. Plus, we've brought in a wilderness survival expert. If anything happens, they can notice it quickly and keep everyone safe, Lin Xian reassured, patting Wanyan's shoulder. With Lin's reassurance, everyone seemed a lot more at ease. Everyone packed their backpacks and prepared to leave. Su Tingyu ran to the place where they filtered water yesterday. There, 3 bottles of water had already been collected, but they hadn't been boiled yet. She tightened the caps on the water bottles and returned to the group. The water here can be used after boiling. Except for Meng Baizhou and Jian Xi, everyone else had never seen this water before. They didn't know last night that the water used for cooking seafood was from this source, and they accepted it well. Today, after seeing how this water was produced, the big stars looked a bit hesitant. I'll carry it, Meng Baizhou said, turning around and squatting on the ground, signaling Su Tingyu to put the water bottles into his bag. Su Tingyu hesitated for a moment, but still put the 3 bottles of mineral water into Meng Baizhou's bag. Besides the supplies given out today, everyone also put the supplies they received yesterday morning into their bags. Is it heavy? Or maybe? Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou's bulging backpack and then at her own, which only had 1 bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits. She felt it wasn't right and thought she should at least ask. I'm used to working out regularly.
This isn't much for me.
Do you want to see? It's not worse than what you saw on your last phone. Meng Baizhou chuckled softly and made a move to lift his clothes to prove himself. No, are you crazy? Su Tingyu's face suddenly turned red. It was already embarrassing enough that the previous episode's content was leaked online and even tagged by a small streamer to thank him. Unexpectedly, Meng Baizhou brought it up again. Are you really not going to watch? Meng Baizhou asked regretfully. Yes, I will watch. You go ahead. Su Tingyu suddenly smiled, took a step back, made a gesture inviting him, then crossed her arms and looked at him with interest. The camera caught this movement and finally flew over, huffing and puffing. Can the director send a drone to follow Su Tingyu? I saw something happening here, but couldn't see clearly. Why are you Bao and Meng Baizhou not talking? Are they done? I won't forgive you, director. I'm going to send a knife to Lin Xian. Seeing the approaching drone, Meng Baizhou's smile froze. He was careless. Su Tingyu raised an eyebrow at his expression, her eyes playful, as if saying, Go ahead. You wanted to lift earlier. Why not now? Teacher Meng, why aren't you talking? Jian Xi approached again with a smile. 3 months. Meng Baizhou also smiled and looked at Jian Xi. Just as Su Tingyu thought Jian Xi was going to say more, Jian Xi turned and walked away, seeming to have made a firm decision. But, despite everything, director, right now I want to know more about what happened between Jian Xi and Meng Baizhou last night. Seeing them live together makes me wonder if Meng Baizhou is crazy. Don't you think Jian Xi has been provoking Meng Baizhou several times? Yes, that's true. Hey, Su Tingyu wanted to call Jian Xi to stop him from leaving. She didn't have the courage to be alone with Meng Baizhou right now. Zheng Wenxuan looked at the volcano in the distance and spoke. Let's go straight through the forest. The shortest distance is a straight line. Xiao Qingyue remembered her goal of appearing knowledgeable this morning and immediately responded after Zheng Wenxuan finished speaking. Would crossing the forest directly be too dangerous? Bai Jin hesitated and asked. Yesterday, when teacher Zheng and I went to pick up stones, we entered the woods. Plus, experts are watching us all the time, so it shouldn't be too risky, Xiao Qingyue replied. Or we could walk along the beach to the closest point to the volcano, then cross the forest. This way, we can spend less time in the woods and resupply if needed, Su Tingyu suggested, looking at the forest and then the beach. In the end, everyone raised their hands to vote, deciding to follow the beach first. The vegetation near the beach was not very thick. Under the direct sunlight, everyone initially joked and talked. But as it approached 1 p.m., almost everyone started feeling dry-mouthed and exhausted. Let's take a break. Wang Yun gathered her courage to speak. She couldn't hold on anymore. Her lips had cracked from dryness, and her condition was rapidly declining. Okay, someone suggested resting, and the others, afraid of being scolded or seen as weak for speaking first, quickly agreed. They found a large tree to sit under and started sharing supplies. 2 pieces of chocolate were given to the 4 girls to restore energy, while the remaining male guests shared 4 packs of compressed biscuits. Su Tingyu took out filtered water and a small iron pot from Meng Baizhou's bag. I'll go pick some fruit for everyone, Meng Baizhou said, stuffing a piece of compressed biscuit into his mouth. He took 2 more and put them in his pocket, then jogged into the woods. You're going alone. Su Tingyu wanted to follow, worried it was dangerous for him to go into the forest alone. It's fine. The camera is with me. I won't go far, and will be back soon, Meng Baizhou replied, stopping and turning to smile at her before rushing into the woods. Watching the drone follow Meng Baizhou into the forest, Su Tingyu always felt something was a bit strange. Because this act of selflessness seemed a bit unusual for Meng Baizhou, it didn't seem like something he would do. Even the viewers in the live stream felt something was off. Did Meng Baizhou really just go in? No, Meng Baizhou. What kind of person are you today? But still, Meng Baizhou, are you really doing this for everyone? Can those 4 words really go together? This is the first time I see a look of surprise on Su Tingyu's face.
Huh?
Wang Xiaocheng was eating a cookie. When he looked up, Meng Baizhou had already run far away. What did he say he was going to do? Pick dry leaves and gather some fruit for everyone? Darn it. Why didn't I think of that? I'll go pick some fruit for everyone too. Wang Xiaocheng immediately ignored the advice from Wenfang about not being too eager and stood up to prove himself. But his reaction was different from everyone else's when they found out Meng Baizhou was going into the forest. Bai Jin quickly grabbed him. Then, all 8 pairs of eyes on the scene stared at him without blinking. Teacher Wang, you should. Wang Yun remembered Wang Xiaocheng's actions yesterday and quickly tried to find the right words. Meng Baizhou going is enough, Su Tingyu said. Did you forget that you lost half of the fruit you picked yesterday? Wang Xiaocheng. No need to be so direct. Yeah, Teacher Meng is very capable too. Let's wait for him to come back. Wan Yun tried to smooth things over. All right, Wang Xiaocheng sat down again. If I say he's listening to advice, I don't believe his manager didn't warn him last night. If I say he didn't listen, then he really shouldn't go. Forget it. At least he's honest. Sorry, am I praising his honesty or criticizing him? You should also learn to be more clever. At this moment, Su Tingyu started the fire. He poured a bottle of mineral water into a small iron pot, and soon the water boiled. Su Tingyu pointed at the water in the pot, asking everyone who wanted some. Wang Xiaocheng swallowed hard but still waved his hand. Bai Jin said, "Girls, you go ahead and drink first. I can still hold on a little longer." The others also politely pushed the water around. Su Tingyu understood. They were hesitant because the water was filtered from sanitary pads. They felt a bit disgusted but couldn't say it openly, so they just declined, claiming they could still wait. Su Tingyu didn't push them. After all, it's normal to find it hard the first time. If they got really thirsty later, they would drink. Not drinking now meant they weren't that thirsty yet. Su Tingyu poured the cooled water into his empty bottle, took a sip, and started boiling a second pot of water. Xiao Qingyue was the first to give in. Teacher Su, I can't hold on anymore. Can I? Her lips were a bit dry, and she looked at Su Tingyu with some embarrassment, especially since she had just refused him not long ago. Of course, Su Tingyu handed her the water bottle. Xiao Qingyue took it without hesitation and drank several big sips. Huh? It actually tastes normal. Her eyes lit up, and she drank a few more sips eagerly. There are no factories, farms, or garbage dumps around here. Plus, the plants are growing well, so the water quality is good, Su Tingyu said, leaning on his chin and looking at the others with a teasing smile. Sanitary pads are very clean. They are sterilized at high temperatures, and the cotton inside is made of high polymer materials with strong filtering ability. They're safe, he explained. Moreover, we don't have female guests on their period here. Can you guess why the crew gave us sanitary pads and the supplies? His frankness made everyone forget their initial embarrassment and awkwardness. They all eagerly waited for the second pot of water to boil. Teacher Su is so impressive, Wan Yun said, taking small sips of the water Su Tingyu poured for her, still praising him. I feel like the female guests are all falling for Su Tingyu. This is so funny. Makes the male guests look so useless. I feel that Lin Xian originally wanted the male guest to take care of the female guest to strengthen their bond, but in the end, Su Tingyu ended up caring for everyone. However, why hasn't Meng Baizhou returned yet? After boiling and cooling the second pot of water, Su Tingyu also noticed this problem. Seeing that Su Tingyu was starting to look distracted and frequently glancing into the woods, Jian Ci spoke up. Hey? It's been so long. Why hasn't Teacher Meng come back? As he spoke, Jian Ci watched Su Tingyu's expression change. Yeah, why isn't Xiaoming back yet? Zheng Wenxuan looked at his watch. It's been 40 minutes. Everyone started to feel worried. Teacher Meng is very capable, but he's alone. Could something have happened? The woods are quite dangerous. Maybe. Seeing that Su Tingyu was beginning to waver, Jian Ci took the opportunity to speak quickly, like a rapid fire. Why is Jian Ci suddenly talking so much? Yu Bao is nervous. Mom, the couple I like is real. But could Meng Baizhou really be in trouble? Oh no. The live stream over at Meng Baizhou's side suddenly cut out. I'll go find him. Are you worried about me? Extra update. Su Tingyu stood up quickly, packed her bag, and was about to head into the woods. I'll go with you. Qin Shuangliu grabbed Su Tingyu's sleeve, about to stand up. It's okay, no need. Su Tingyu smiled at Qin Shuangliu, took out the last bottle of filtered water, and handed it to her. Teacher Qin, after boiling and cooling, it's safe to drink.
You can share it among yourselves.
By the way, if we don't come back within an hour, you should leave first. Don't worry about us. Su Tingyu slung her backpack over her shoulder and waved to everyone. Can you handle going alone? Jian Ci suddenly asked. I can. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Tingyu carried her bag and resolutely headed into the woods. A drone hovered along behind her. Qian stood still, silently watching Su Tingyu's back, lost in thought. What's allowed? Lin Xian suddenly stood up from his seat. In the surveillance footage, Meng Baizhou was the first to decisively shoot down the drone, cutting off the live broadcast. Finally, Su Tingyu entered the forest alone to find Meng Baizhou. Lin Xian was at a loss. Shouldn't everyone stay together, with the male guest helping the female guest and then safely reaching the finish line along the planned route? He asked the experts, and Su Tingyu said that the route was the safest. With Su Tingyu there, as long as everyone stayed together, there wouldn't be any danger.
But now,
Meng Baizhou ran away. Su Tingyu went after him, leaving a group of 7 people who could only scream and had no survival skills. Who should he worry about first? Quick, export the drone footage from Su Tingyu's side. Lin Xian pinched his finger, then immediately called Feng Qi. Tell the drone operator to be more careful, fly higher, and avoid being shot down by Su Tingyu. Divide the experts into 4 teams. 1 stays behind, and the other 3 go to find Su Tingyu, Meng Baizhou, and the remaining 7 guests. After speaking, Lin Xian sat heavily in his chair, deciding that once he finished this task, he would leave the show and never be a director again. Su Tingyu followed the trail left by Meng Baizhou on the road. She wasn't worried about whether Meng Baizhou would encounter danger here. She trusted his ability. She was worried that the story might have gone off course or some other uncontrollable factor caused Meng Baizhou to lose contact. Looking up at the drone flying above her, Su Tingyu stopped. Yu Bao, where are you going? Yu Bao, you won't also shoot down the drone, will you? No, we're worried about you. Yu Bao, come back to the main group quickly. Meng Baizhou's team will find him.
Yu Bao.
Come back quickly. Su Tingyu naturally couldn't see the comments in the live broadcast chat. Only the traces of Meng Baizhou passing by disappeared before her eyes.
She didn't know where to go next.
Director Lin, can you hear me? Su Tingyu spoke to the drone. If you can hear me, just make the drone circle around. The staff quickly controlled the drone to fly in a circle. Su Tingyu let out a breath of relief. Director Lin, you should have a recording of Meng Baizhou's broadcast. Please have the drone take me to find him. Lin Xian wanted to say that the live stream had cut off but didn't know how to say it. Take her to where Meng Baizhou finished his broadcast first. Upon hearing this, the staff used the recorded footage to control the drone, guiding Su Tingyu through the forest. Soon, the drone stopped. Why did it stop? What's going on? Su Tingyu asked with confusion. The drone shook from side to side, as if shaking its head. You mean, the live broadcast from Meng Baizhou's side has ended? The drone nodded up and down. Suddenly, a stone flew over and hit the drone's camera precisely. The live feed went black. A figure appeared from the bushes.
Meng
Baizhou. Su Tingyu couldn't bear it anymore. She took off her backpack and threw it at Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou caught her bag with a smile and didn't step back. He just let her vent. Are you okay? After a few hits, Su Tingyu stopped and looked him over carefully. Do I look like I'm hurt? Meng Baizhou spun around naturally and slung Su Tingyu's backpack onto his own back. Are you crazy? Running out alone? Turning off the live stream? What if you get into danger? Su Tingyu's face darkened. She was truly angry. How could Meng Baizhou joke about his own safety? Are you worried about me? Meng Baizhou's eyes showed no sign of being scolded. Instead, he looked excited, wanting to see if she cared about him.
Su Tingyu said nothing.
She just stared into Meng Baizhou's eyes. Her appearance here already answered this question. Go back, Su Tingyu said, withdrawing her gaze and turning to leave, her tone cold. She didn't like this way. Meng Baizhou shouldn't use such methods to see if she cared about him. Wait a moment, Meng Baizhou said, crossing his long legs and catching up to Su Tingyu, grabbing her wrist. Su Tingyu didn't speak, but stopped walking. Don't be angry, Meng Baizhou said softly, leaning in close to her ear. I'll take you somewhere. 68 if you like it, then it's yours. Where are you taking me? Su Tingyu let Meng Baizhou pull her as they moved through the forest. You'll find out soon, Meng Baizhou said mysteriously. After a while, they stopped at the foot of a mountain range. What's special here? Su Tingyu looked around but saw nothing different. Look again at your feet, Meng Baizhou indicated. Under their feet was red clay, winding forward and covering the entire mountain range. This is a fault zone with a volcano nearby. Around it, there's a large area of green rock, Meng Baizhou explained briefly. Su Tingyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly stepped into a cave. On the surrounding rocks, large veins of quartz spread out in fine, or net-like patterns. Is this pyrite? Su Tingyu became more excited, touching the increasing yellow on the rocks, forgetting her anger at Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou followed her footsteps slowly, hands in his pockets, a smile barely hidden on his lips. Watching her reach out and touch here and there, even her loose hair seemed lively and full of energy. When Su Tingyu turned around to find him, she bumped into his smiling eyes. Do you like it? Teacher Su. Meng Baizhou leaned casually against the rock wall, arms crossed, looking at her. Why, if I like Teacher Meng, you'll give it to me. This is a gold mine. Before she finished, she heard Meng Baizhou reply. You like it, then it's yours, Meng Baizhou said confidently, looking directly at Su Tingyu. I'll give it to you. The stone you liked in the last show was too small. It's okay if you don't want it. Meng Baizhou stood straight and lowered himself to eye level with Su Tingyu. Is this bigger stone enough? Do you like it? Su Tingyu's pupils widened in shock. Such a large mountain range, even a gold mine was just this bigger stone in Meng Baizhou's words? She still hasn't been a rich person long enough. You're just giving this to me. Su Tingyu took a step back, watching Meng Baizhou cautiously. Yes, Meng Baizhou nodded. Then he added, if you're feeling generous and want to accept me, that's fine too. You're just saying that casually? Su Tingyu crossed her arms, not answering his second question. Unless there's an accident, your uncle and aunt should have already received the gift agreement at home, Meng Baizhou said with a smirk, knowing Su Tingyu would ask this. Gift agreement. Yao Yushu looked at the contract in her hand, feeling confused. When did her family become so poor that someone needed to give her daughter something as a gift? Did her family go bankrupt? She didn't know about it? She tremblingly opened the contract and let out a sigh of relief. It's just a gold mine, so it's fine. Then she saw the parties involved. The giver, Meng Baizhou. Yao Yushu remembered him as the handsome young man who often appeared with her daughter on the show. TSK. He's a bit poor, but acceptable. Poverty is only temporary, but good looks last a lifetime. Her daughter has good taste. Let her decide. Is this real? Su Tingyu asked, a little in disbelief. Just go home after filming and see for yourself, Meng Baizhou said, grabbing her wrist. We should head back now, or Director Lin will go crazy. Su Tingyu followed Meng Baizhou out, unable to help but ask, so, you just wanted to bring me here to see this? But what if I didn't come to find you? You wouldn't. Meng Baizhou walks ahead with his back turned to Su Tingyu. The cave is dark, but Su Tingyu still seems to see the confident smile on Meng Baizhou's face. Gift, of course, you need to see it with your own eyes to make it more interesting. Don't you think? After leaving the cave, Meng Baizhou releases Su Tingyu's hand. I know these don't mean much to you, but I really want to give you this. Su Tingyu feels a bit overwhelmed by the test. Teacher Su. Teacher Meng. Feng Qi's surprised voice comes from the woods. Oh my, I finally found you too. Feng Qi wipes sweat from his face, looks at the two of them, and quickly notices the bag on Meng Baizhou's back, which contains Su Tingyu. Cough, cough. Feng Qi coughs twice, points to the drone in the staff member's arms, which is no longer working, and says, next time, don't damage the drones like that. These two drones need to be paid for. Okay, we'll pay. Meng Baizhou grins widely, looking very happy. Why is he so happy? He's happy even after paying. They probably aren't short of money. Isn't the main point that he's carrying our fish treasures bag on his back? It's over. If fish treasure.
No, no, no.
Tonight, let's go to the Dark Shark with Meng Baizhou. Although, these two faces are really cool. Su Tingyu notices Feng Qi's gaze and, giving up on explaining, chooses not to say anything. If Meng Baizhou likes carrying it, let him carry it. They walk out of the woods with the experts, and the atmosphere is strangely quiet. Oh my god, I was so scared when I saw the live broadcast. I thought my fish treasure was attacked. Let's take a step back. Was he really attacked by Meng Baizhou? Unbelievable. Why is the atmosphere so strange? No one is talking. Meng Baizhou is just carrying 2 bags like that. TSK, TSK. Teacher Su, Feng Qi suddenly speaks. What's up? Su Tingyu looks up, a bit confused. Well, Feng Qi hesitated, and the staff around him didn't dare to speak. Okay, I promise to finish filming the show properly and won't cause you trouble. Su Tingyu raised 3 fingers. I understand the struggles of workers. The staff around them sighed in relief. Teacher Meng. Alright, I will take good care of Teacher Su. Meng Baizhou also mimicked Su Tingyu by raising 3 fingers. I will take good care of Teacher Su. The tense atmosphere finally eased. Everyone chatted and laughed, and soon they returned to the beach. Teacher Su. Teacher Meng. Wang Yun saw Su Tingyu and waved happily. Aren't you guys leaving yet? Su Tingyu was a bit surprised. It had definitely been over an hour since she left. After the staff found us, they wanted us to go ahead first, but after everyone discussed, since we're in the same group, we decided to wait here for you to come back. Zheng Wenxuan smiled and handed a pack of compressed biscuits to Meng Baizhou. You only ate 2 pieces and left. You must be hungry now. Eat some before we leave. Meng Baizhou took the compressed biscuits, then took out a plastic bag of fruit from his backpack. These are edible, very refreshing and not sour. Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou with some surprise. Meeting her gaze, Meng Baizhou proudly raised an eyebrow, as if to say, how about that? Am I impressive or not? 69. Wang Xiaocheng. When people cause trouble, they don't mind being a bother. Finally, as it was getting dark, everyone reached the foot of the volcano. The crew members were already waiting there. Seeing all the guests arrive one after another, Lin Xian finally relaxed. Thanks everyone for your hard work today. As a reward, dinner is provided by our show team. Lin Xian called the staff to bring out the dinner. Although it was all instant meals, for the guests who hadn't eaten rice in 2 days, it was simply delicious. Director Lin, what is the task for tomorrow? Exhausted Wang Xiaocheng just finished a meal and immediately became lively. Director Lin, he asked, what's everyone's task for tomorrow? Everyone will climb to the volcano's edge and then choose to invite another guest to take photos and post on Weibo. Are we forming teams? Zheng Wenxuan asked. Teams are free to form, and you can choose your own routes. The number of people is unlimited. After some discussion, everyone agreed that no matter what, they would follow Su Tingyu tomorrow.
Meng Baizhou, no yoking.
By the way, Lin Xian changed the subject. Group photos can only be 2 people. After the show ends, there will be a vote. The team with the most votes will win a big prize from the director team. Is it a good or bad prize? Su Tingyu asked cautiously. Of course it's good. Lin Xian smiled. If the prize were bad, no guests would want to join my show in the future. Lin Xian had completely forgotten that a few hours ago he planned to leave the show after finishing this episode. Oh, Su Tingyu nodded, not very interested in the prize. As the atmosphere became lively, everyone's curiosity grew. Encouraged by others, Bai Jin hesitated but finally asked, Teacher Su, we're all very curious. What did you and Teacher Meng do today? As soon as he finished, curious eyes seemed to want to pierce through the 2 of them. Even the viewers in the live stream, who were a bit sleepy at first, suddenly became alert. Jin, Mom loves you. Hurry up and tell us. I'm so anxious. Ask how Su's bag ended up with Meng Baizhou. It's nothing special. During the second departure, male guests usually carry the female guests' bags voluntarily. That's different. Kids are playing, you wouldn't understand. Cough, cough. Yes, Teacher Meng. Do you know how worried Teacher Su is about you today? Jian Si's teasing is always late but never absent. Teacher Su noticed you hadn't come back for a long time and picked up her bag to come find you. After finishing her brief speech, she didn't forget to add one more thing. And we didn't hesitate at all. The 7 of us were left here just to come find you, Wang Xiaocheng said, adding chaos everywhere. He suddenly took a big bite of food, stood up, and wanted to demonstrate Su Tingyu's moves today, trying to prove that people don't mind trouble when they are causing chaos. Xiao Qingyue quickly grabbed him, forcing him to sit back on the stone with a forced smile. Teacher Wang, you've worked hard today. Eat more. Say less. Listening fish, did you encounter any danger today? Qin Shuanglia asked politely, organizing his words. No, Meng Baizhou replied, continuing the conversation. Thanks to teacher Su coming to find me, or I would have definitely gotten lost. I heard the director say your live broadcast was interrupted. What happened? Zheng Wenxuan asked worriedly. Oh, that. Meng Baizhou stretched lazily as Su Tingyu also looked at him, revealing a faint glimpse of his waist and abs. Haha, my skills aren't great. I tried to pick fruit from the tree. Guess what happened? Everyone looked curious. I missed and hit the camera instead. 70. The cost of ruining the plot. The heartbeat of shared excitement. Extra, everyone nervous. Thanks, Teacher Meng, for taking the time to humor us. Laughing all the way to the bank. Just thinking about how everyone worked so hard for such an answer makes me want to laugh. After a long day of physical exertion, everyone returned to their tents to sleep. No dreams that night. Early the next morning, a deafening thunderclap shattered the peace on the island. What's going on? Qin Shuangliu was the first to wake up. Su Tingyu opened her eyes, instinct telling her something was wrong. Quick, put on your clothes. They quickly dressed, unzipped the tent, and looked into two worried eyes. It was Meng Baizhou and Zheng Wenxuan. Come. Meng Baizhou reached out and pulled Su Tingyu out. Su Tingyu looked around and saw that the guests were all confused as they came out of the tents. The staff were hurriedly packing up, and the experts looked a bit panicked. Storm at sea, Meng Baizhou said with a worried look. As they exchanged glances, they understood the meaning behind it. This was a punishment that deviated from the usual rules. The first was Bai Jin, who almost drowned after falling into the water. The second was Fu Qingji, who was bitten by a snake. Now, this storm was targeting Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. Director, Su Tingyu called Lin Xian. Quick, use the drone to see if there's a safe place nearby. Lin Xian was also a little nervous because the experts told him that the storm was very dangerous and could be deadly. And now, it was too late to ask for help from outside. After 2 minutes, the drone operator told Su Tingyu, there's a cave on the hillside 500 meters northeast. It should fit everyone. Before they could feel relieved, large drops of rain started falling, and strong winds blew, knocking over many tents that hadn't been taken down yet. Forget the equipment, run. Someone shouted, probably an expert. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Meng Baizhou used the drone to check the terrain, confirmed the direction, and started shouting, everyone follow us. Forget the equipment. We don't need you to risk it. Run. Su Tingyu saw several staff members still trying to carry cameras. The storm could be deadly. Your equipment isn't more important than your lives. Run. Finally, under the threat to their lives, everyone dropped what they were holding and started running after Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou. The professional staff who were brought along were quite dedicated. Besides the two leading the team, the rest stayed at the back to make sure no one was left behind. The hillside was already difficult to walk on, and with a strong wind pushing against them, everyone soon started panting heavily. Male performers all need to manage their bodies, so they usually exercise regularly. Several male guests took turns helping the female guests, and the weaker ones also kept up with the group. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the back of the group. Keep running, Su Tingyu told the others without hesitation and stopped walking. Without discussing or planning, Meng Baizhou and she turned around and went back. A girl from the filming crew had fallen. Su Tingyu remembered her. The girl was Deng Min, the youngest intern in the crew. She looked thin and fragile, but she was always the first to work and was well-liked. Now others had also stopped to help her. Deng Min was sitting on the ground, looking pained, with blood flowing from her leg. Go ahead without me, Deng Min said desperately as the rain poured harder. Tell my mom. Stop talking nonsense. Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou arrived just in time to hear Deng Min trying to say her last words. Get on quickly. I'll carry you. Meng Baizhou knelt down, turning his back to her. Everyone was stunned. Hurry up, stop wasting time, Su Tingyu said, pulling Deng Min onto Meng Baizhou's back. Hold on tight if you don't want to get hurt. Meng Baizhou stood steadily. Facing danger, Deng Min stopped being timid and held tightly around his neck. Everyone started running again. Su Tingyu couldn't help but look at Meng Baizhou. Large drops of water, probably sweat or rain, slid down his face. There were only 80 meters left, and Meng Baizhou's movements slowed a little. I'll do it, Su Tingyu said, grabbing Meng Baizhou's sleeve. They looked at each other. Meng Baizhou stopped and quickly helped Su Tingyu lift Deng Min onto her back. Finally, just before the storm hit, everyone entered the cave. Su Tingyu felt very lucky that she didn't inherit the fragile body of the wealthy young lady from the original story. Otherwise, she would definitely have been left behind here. There was no time to rest. An expert shouted, "Hurry! Hug each other! Hold on tight!" At this moment, everyone no longer cared about who was around them. All hurriedly hugged each other tightly. In the chaos, Su Tingyu was pulled away by a pair of large hands and then crashed into a strong embrace. Immediately, she felt the pressure of being squeezed, but the person in front of her kept her tightly held in their arms. It was Meng Baizhou. He used his body to block the crowd's pushing, and the external force made him stagger a few steps before he steadied himself. It felt as if the world had been muted at this moment. The howling wind, deafening rain, suppressed crying and frantic shouts. All became blurry. Instead, a calm and strong voice entered her ears clearly, hitting her eardrum and her heart. Thump, thump, thump. It was Meng Baizhou's heartbeat. She could clearly feel his chest rising and falling, and sense his strong heartbeat passing through his thin clothes, gradually syncing with her own. It was a mix of shock, confusion, dependence, and a subtle fluttering of feelings she hadn't even noticed before. Is this a life-and-death bond? At this moment, in the Su family estate, Yao Yushu and Su Minghan learned the news and immediately wanted to fly over. But the weather was too bad, and for safety reasons, their flight request had not been approved. The live broadcast had been interrupted, and no one knew how things were on the island now. Yao Yushu's phone rang. "Hello, is this Su Tingyu's mother?" Came a slightly older man's voice from the other end. "I am. Who is this?" Yao Yushu quickly thought through her mind, confirming she didn't recognize the caller. Another scam call? Su Minghan, sitting beside her, frowned. "No," the other person hurriedly explained. "I am Song Lianming, former commander of the Chinese army base. I want to contact Miss Su Tingyu. Is she at home? If you're not here, when will you go home?" Song Lianming doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry and doesn't watch live streams. After the show, Lin Chunxing asked to meet him to clear the past. He was willing to return to Kyoto to accept the country's support and also to retrieve the small girl's gold bracelet that was left under the candied hawthorn cart. Song Lianming wanted to return this kindness. However, on the phone, Yao Yushu suddenly started crying, saying, "Why is someone calling me at such a time to hurt me? Go away. Go away. Our Yubao is safe and will return home safely." After saying that, Yao Yushu hung up. She had thought about risking everything to find her daughter, but the weather there was too extreme. Even with a high price, no rescue team was willing to go. "It's okay. Our Yu is smart and will be fine," Su Minghan said strongly, holding his wife in his arms and gently patting her back to comfort her. When the live stream was interrupted, Yu Bao was already running toward the cave. And Meng Baizhou, although he doesn't seem very reliable on the surface, has been in the entertainment world for many years. Deep down, he's dependable and will protect Yu. Dust was flying, stones rolling. Where the storm passed, even trees were uprooted. Everyone was grateful they had already hidden in this small cave. If they had stayed outside, they would have been blown away by the storm, and falling would have turned them into a pile of meat. Meng Baizhou clenched Su Tingley's hand tightly. After the storm subsided a little, everyone could hear each other speak. Someone asked how long the storm would last. An expert shouted that it might be about 20 minutes, so they should hold on a little longer. After 20 minutes, the storm stopped, and the whole island became quiet. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and everyone collapsed on the ground, exhausted and unkempt. "It's over." Meng Baizhou released Su Tingley's hand, but she grabbed his hand back. "You are hurt." The girl's eyes looked worried, with a few rain-dampened strands of hair sticking to her face, and her eyes were red. She looked like a little rabbit. Meng Baizhou thought. "You're still smiling," Su Tingyu said softly, carefully examining Meng Baizhou's wounds in the light coming through the hole. The wounds were from running wildly in the woods, caused by branches or other things brushing against him while carrying Dengmin. Does it hurt? Su Tingyu asked, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, Meng Baizhou replied with a gentle smile, pulling the person in front of him into a hug and burying his face in her neck. You're amazing, Meng Baizhou, Su Tingyu said, hugging him back. You're really amazing. Without hesitation, you turned around and carried Dengmin on your back. Someone who was once just a character in a book, completely unrelated and never mentioned before. But now, because of your turn, everyone here started to mean something different. You're also very brave. Meng Baizhou's voice was muffled, but carried a hidden smile. Are we now, in a way, sharing life and death? Su Tingyu didn't reply, only holding him tightly, supporting Meng Baizhou as he swayed. Everyone, quickly tell your families you're safe. Lin Xian's voice echoed in the cave. Everyone finally reacted from their relief, hurriedly taking out their phones to call their families. Su Tingyu took out her phone. Luckily, her phone was expensive and of good quality. After all the trouble, it still worked. Hello? Mom, she whispered softly after connecting the call.
Yi Bao? Yi Bao?
Wait there. Dad and Mom are coming to pick you up. Yao Yushu cried happily when she answered. Don't be afraid. Dad and Mom will be there soon. Hearing the sound of airplane engines from the other end of the line, a new sense of safety filled Su Tingyu's heart.
Okay.
After hanging up, she turned her head to Meng Baizhou. Do you want to call your family? No, I won't. Meng Baizhou spoke without hesitation. They know I wouldn't be happy if I were alive. Su Tingyu was surprised to hear this and opened her mouth to say something. She suddenly realized she knew nothing about Meng Baizhou. Feeling sorry for me, Meng Baizhou noticed her emotions and smiled softly. I'll tell you more about it later. Afterward, Meng Baizhou took out his phone and took a picture of himself and Su Tingyu, both looking disheveled. Seeing her confused look, Meng Baizhou gently smiled. Since we didn't get a photo at the mountaintop, let's take one in the cave. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter came from outside the cave. Great, it's the military. Someone cheered first, and soon everyone inside the cave was excited, sharing the same happy feeling. Recently, after learning about the storm on the island, the military quickly gathered their forces and flew over as soon as the storm stopped. Su Tingyu and Meng Baizhou were the last to leave. Everyone else had already boarded the helicopter and left. Master Meng Baizhou, a deep, strong male voice called out. Su Tingyu felt she recognized that voice and looked up. It was Song Lianming. Does Song Lianming know Meng Baizhou? Grandpa Song, old man Song. Song Lianming snorted coldly, looked Meng Baizhou over to make sure he was okay, then turned his gaze to Su Tingyu's face. Young girl, you're quite impressive. His compliment was sincere. Grandpa Song, Meng Baizhou's wound needs to be treated quickly, Su Tingyu said politely, forcing a smile. Don't worry, he's tough, Song Lianming said, glancing at Meng Baizhou leaning on Su Tingyu. He snorted but couldn't help but smile slightly. Yao Yushu and Su Minghan arrived at this moment. Ignoring their appearance, they hurried down from the helicopter and ran towards Su Tingyu with open arms. Mom, Dad. Su Tingyu's nose stung, her lips pouted, and tears fell heavily. She is the best, the very best, the #1 in the world. Su Tingyu let go of Meng Baizhou and rushed into the arms of Yao Yushu and Su Minghan. It felt just like being with parents, so nice. Let's go. Song Lianming smiled and didn't want to disturb the family of 3 at this moment. He patted Meng Baizhou on the shoulder. Okay. Meng Baizhou glanced at Su Tingyu, who was nestled in Yao Yushu and Su Minghan's arms, with a big smile in his eyes. The 3 of them boarded a military helicopter. The family didn't stay long and quickly returned to Gangcheng. Soon, the heartfelt moment, show team posted a statement, first explaining that some guests and staff were injured, but in no life-threatening danger. They also apologized to the artists and fans and promised that future recordings would avoid such outdoor activities, ensuring everyone's safety. The storm came suddenly without warning. Even the Weather Bureau's staff issued statements. No matter how they simulated, they couldn't predict the storm. Plus, the director team showed a good attitude, taking responsibility without blame, so the fans could only accept it. When Su Tingyu returned home, the family doctor gave her a full checkup. Besides some skin injuries, she was fine, which finally eased Yao Yushu's worries. "Mom and Dad, my daughter has survived a big danger and will have good luck," Su Tingyu said happily, sitting on the bed with a bandage on her forehead. "And our stock market has doubled again." Dengmin immediately posted a long Weibo message describing the emergency situation during the rescue and how Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu didn't abandon her, but carried her all the way. The storm had already attracted public attention, and this long post quickly became trending. Both the Su and Meng family stocks rose rapidly, doubling in value. Su Tingyu, who was feeling proud, suddenly saw her parents' red eyes and felt deflated. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad." She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything this time. "Apologize? Will that help?" Song Lianming looked at Meng Baizhou lying on the hospital bed and felt very angry. After thinking for a long time in front of the bed, he kicked the nearby cabinet. "TSK." Meng Baizhou rubbed his ear. "Old Song, why are you so angry?" Seeing the indifferent look on the other person's face, Song Lianming really wanted to hit him. "Why am I angry? Meng Baizhou, do you know how much effort the organization put into training you? If you just die in a broken variety show, who would you be letting down?" His rough hands pounded on the table repeatedly, showing how angry he was. Meng Baizhou didn't speak. He just looked at Song Lianming silently. "Forget it." Song Lianming gave up and gently patted Meng Baizhou's head.
Good job.
"You're truly one of my people." Meng Baizhou smiled. He knew Song Lianming was talking about him going back to save Dengmin. Old Song was always stubborn but kind-hearted. If he hadn't gone back to save Dengmin, Song Lianming probably wouldn't be standing here now. He might be angry and give him a big scolding, telling him to get lost and not show up again.
Ah, this little old man.
You still smile. Seeing Meng Baizhou's mischievous grin, Song Lianming couldn't help but laugh. "That girl is great." He pulled up a chair, sat down, took a sip of tea, and his eyes were full of happiness. Capable, ambitious, strong, and with principles. Hearing this, Meng Baizhou suddenly sat up, even pulling at his freshly stitched wound, but he didn't care. "She's more than good. She's the best, the very best, the top of all," Gigi burst out. "I didn't mean to worry you, I was just asking." Gigi burst out. "Are you not replying?" Gigi burst out. "I don't really want to know if you're okay, and you're really acting all fake." The next second, the other person replied. "Little fish you." Gigi burst out. Finally, Su Tingyu broke the silence and gave Fu Qingji a way out. "Little fish you. I'm fine, everyone is fine. I just didn't check my phone earlier. Are you feeling better?" After receiving the reply, Fu Qingji's bad mood disappeared instantly. Gigi burst out. "TCH, who cares if you're okay? I sent messages to everyone, okay?" Gigi burst out. "I'm feeling better now. I can join the next show." "Little fish you, okay?" Fu Qingji was overwhelmed. "Just one, okay? Just one, okay?" Gigi burst out. "I won't forgive you. Little fish you." Su Tingyu lay on the bed, looking completely confused, but there was no more message from that side. At this moment, Meng Baizhou's message popped up. "Z. Are you busy?" "Little fish you, not busy." "Z. The other person is inviting you to a video call." Su Tingyu pressed to answer, and Meng Baizhou's face appeared enlarged on the screen. "Why are you holding your phone so close?" Su Tingyu asked with some confusion. "Because I'm using a phone stand. It's hard to adjust," Meng Baizhou said lazily, then pushed the small table on the bed further away to make sure his upper body was in the shot. "Professor Su, you look in a good mood." In Meng Baizhou's screen, Su Tingyu's long hair was casually tied back, with a few strands falling on her cheeks, making her eyes look even brighter. She was leaning slightly on the bed, with a lamp on the table beside her.
Mama, Su Tingyu diblit happily.
"Our stock price is still rising." She leaned closer to the screen and asked, "Why are you calling me via video? Are you seriously hurt?" Meng Baizhou shook his unbandaged hand, speaking casually as if talking about the weather. "Look, I'm fine." "Show me the other hand," Su Tingyu said. "Haha." Old man Song insisted on calling a doctor to bandage it. "It's nothing, haha." Meng Baizhou chuckled awkwardly. "Really?" Su Tingyu looked at him with suspicion, but didn't press further. She shifted her position, resting her chin on her crossed arms. Meng Baizhou, she suddenly called his name softly but with a firm tone. Look at me. Meng Baizhou obediently turned his head and met her gaze again. What's going on? He felt like a child who had done something wrong. Your hand is a bit serious, right? Su Tingyu's voice was gentle. Your face looks bad. You still have that playful smile, but the dark circles under your eyes are almost to your chin. Your lips are so dry. No one is taking care of you, is there? Every word she said felt like a gentle hammer tapping on Meng Baizhou's heart. You've noticed that. Meng Baizhou lowered his head and gave a soft smile. Old Man Song was very busy. He flew back to Kyoto early in the morning and couldn't always take care of him. He also disliked meeting strangers, so except when he needed a drip, he didn't let anyone else come. Anyway, he had always been like this since he was a child. But today, for some reason, he suddenly wanted to hear Su Tingyu's voice, to see her. So he called her via video. Where are you? A girl's voice asked from the other side. First military hospital in Gangcheng, Meng Baizhou replied, teasing and tentative. Wanna come keep me company? The video call on Su Tingyu's side ended, switching to just an audio call. Hello, Meng Baizhou asked cautiously when she turned off the video and didn't speak. Putting on shoes, perhaps because the phone was a bit far away, Su Tingyu's voice sounded quieter than before, but the 3 words still clearly reached Meng Baizhou's ears. Are you coming to see me? Otherwise, Su Tingyu picked up her phone again, and her voice became much clearer. Meng Baizhou could hear her footsteps. Soon, her steps sounded hurried and urgent. Thank you. Meng Baizhou had been silent until he heard the sound of the door opening on Su Tingyu's side. Then he spoke. All-powerful teacher Meng, why aren't you avoiding this visit today? Because I really need you right now. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples in the originally calm surface of Su Tingyu's heart. A single stone, but it stirred a great storm. The call ended, and the driver was already waiting at the door. Miss, where are we going? To the first military district hospital in Gangcheng, in a single room. Meng Baizhou looked at the light on the screen, the only warm color in this room filled with the smell of disinfectant. Will she really come? This is the place. A nurse's voice came from the door. Then, the door was pushed open. Why is it so dark? Su Tingyu's familiar voice reached Meng Baizhou's ears. With a click, the ceiling light turned on. Su Tingyu naturally walked in, pulled over a stool, and sat beside Meng Baizhou's bed, reaching out to feel his forehead. Looking through the phone didn't seem so obvious, but when she was right in front of him, Meng Baizhou's face looked very pale. But it also had a kind of charming, sickly beauty. Su Tingyu thought to herself. Why are you staring at me like that? She asked, meeting Meng Baizhou's gaze. Could she be teasing him again? If only she hadn't been so impulsive. Seeing Meng Baizhou's pitiful look, she couldn't help but soften her heart. Her head got hot, and she ended up sitting here. Beauty can be a dangerous thing. Seeing her like this, Meng Baizhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he exaggerated his tone and said, Professor Su, your visit is a great honor. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. When I get discharged, I will treat you to a meal to thank you for your unwavering support. Su Tingyu rolled her eyes at him and asked, Just one meal? Whatever you want to eat. Meng Baizhou leaned back against the pillow. Meng, still have a little money. 74. Su Tingyu finally pulled off a big act. If I can eat a lot and want the most expensive and best food, Su teased. The best and most expensive are only fit for you. Meng Baizhou spread his unwrapped hand. And what if I make you broke? Su asked again. Then I haven't worked hard enough. I will try harder, he replied. If you like money, I will give you lots and lots of it. He didn't say the last part out loud. Su was silent. You're so crazy. Meng Baizhou stayed in the hospital for 2 weeks. Whenever Su was free, she would come to see him. Even though he was hospitalized, many times when she visited, Meng Baizhou was working. On the day before he was discharged, Su hadn't even entered the ward when she heard the sound of typing on a keyboard. Meng Baizhou was leaning against the bed, the collar of his hospital gown loose, with his sleeves rolled up, revealing scars on his arms. His hands moved quickly over his laptop, with a slight frown. He looked at the screen, his voice calm and steady, without any sign of illness. This plan is too risky. Stop it immediately. With a swipe of his fingertips, he issued a series of commands. Notify the legal department to hold a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I want to see analysis reports on all contract flaws. Also, ask the marketing department to redo the budget for the development plan of the Qingxi land. The current figures are too unrealistic. Don't give me such superficial numbers. Sue stood at the door, waiting quietly until he finished his video call, then gently knocked on the door. In these 2 weeks, she had seen a completely different Meng Baizhou, decisive and efficient. She was finally convinced of the reputation of Meng Baizhou, the influential business figure mentioned on the encyclopedia. Meng Baizhou looked up when he heard her voice and saw Su Tingyu. His tense jawline softened a little. You're here? Wait for me 2 minutes. He quickly finished his work and said to Su Tingyu, thank you for coming to accompany me for the discharge process. Su Tingyu sat down and noticed he still looked a bit worried. She asked, what's wrong? Has Mr. Meng encountered some difficult problems? Meng Baizhou rubbed his forehead and, with a rare hint of tiredness in his voice, replied, yes, this piece of land has a good location, but the terrain is very complicated. Half of it is a steep slope, and there's an old residential area. Demolition is very difficult. Several plans are not ideal, either too costly or not efficient enough. Can I take a look? Su Tingyu asked. Of course. Meng Baizhou opened his laptop and handed it to her. On the screen was detailed information about the land in the west of a city. Su Tingyu's fingers moved over the screen, carefully examining the drawings and data. After a while, she pointed to one of the topographical maps. The steep slope here can actually be used. Instead of trying to level it all, we could make layered landscape platforms. This would save on earthwork costs and create a unique visual effect. Meng Baizhou's eyes lit up slightly. Go on, and that old residential area, demolition is indeed a big problem. Su Tingyu zoomed in and scrolled on her phone, searching for information about the old neighborhood. Look, the buildings there have a very vintage style and are quite well preserved. Maybe we don't need to demolish? Instead, we could upgrade and renovate it, turning it into a retro-style village. This way, we preserve the city's historical memory, attract tourists, and add cultural value to the project, but the residents have lived there for generations. I'm more worried about whether we can get the demolition contract signed, Meng Baizhou said with some worry. His team had tried several times, but the negotiations had not gone well. Su Tingyu's lips began to curl into a slight smile. If I help you solve this problem and get this project going, our family wants to invest. Can Mr. Meng give us a chance? Meng Baizhou looked at Su Tingyu's clever expression and realized she had been waiting here all along. All right. Didn't I just say? We can keep the original culture here. So, after restoring the village, we can bring back the original residents and have them act as NPCs in this village, creating an immersive real-life experience. This way, they can live in better houses without leaving their ancestral homes, maintaining their way of life while earning money. Why not? This idea is bold and very feasible. Previously, Meng Baizhou only thought about the business value, but overlooked the cultural and tourism aspects. What about funding? Renovating old buildings isn't cheap. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Baizhou smiled. Money, after all, the young lady in front of him was not lacking. Although the renovation requires a large investment, the returns will surely be significant. Su Tingyu is the real investor here. I need a basic plan, Meng Baizhou said. Su Tingyu knew this, meant the plan was almost ready. She happily started typing on Meng Baizhou's computer. After 3 hours, she handed Meng Baizhou a preliminary proposal. I've prepared a rough budget plan. We can attract social capital, cooperate with local cultural organizations, and apply for cultural preservation subsidies. We'll divide the village into accommodation, tourism, and commercial areas. Some shops in the commercial zone can be leased or have brand partners and collaborators invest, helping us recover costs early. With this approach, the initial investment can be significantly reduced. Meng Baizhou took the tablet and carefully examined her budget plan. The plan was very detailed, with clear data, logical structure, and even some minor details considered. Although there were some flaws in the first draft, it was enough to impress Meng Baizhou. She is much more impressive than he imagined. You're He looked up at Su Tingyu, his eyes full of amazement. Come on, my parents only have me as their daughter, and they are so talented. Am I not talented too? Su Tingyu proudly lifted her chin. Actually, that wasn't true. When she first arrived, she didn't understand much about the business world. It was when she wasn't filming that she followed her father to the company during the day, starting to learn about investing and management. Then, at night, she would quietly study in bed. Finally, today, she pulled off a big move. Send your plan to the person in charge of this project at your company. My plan isn't perfect and has many flaws, Su Tingyu said, clapping her hands as she stood up. Once the plan is finalized, my company will send a professional team to Beijing to discuss the details with you. Okay, Meng Baizhou nodded, sending the plan to his subordinate before closing his laptop. When will you return to Beijing? Su Tingyu suddenly asked. Tomorrow afternoon, Meng Baizhou replied. Are you reluctant to leave me? Meng Baizhou suddenly leaned closer to Su Tingyu, staring at her without blinking. During these few days together, Su Tingyu admitted she was a little reluctant to leave Meng Baizhou. But she swore. It was only a little. Just a tiny bit. Not at all. But I will miss you. Teacher Su, how about coming back to Beijing with me for a few days? Now you can tell me, what exactly are you here for? Su Tingyu handed Lin Shuangxue her suitcase. Uncle and Auntie came here many times to talk about business, and you never came. I'm meeting my online boyfriend, Lin Shuangxue said happily, not planning to hide it from Su Tingyu. Online boyfriend? Su Tingyu looked surprised. How did you meet him? Not long ago, I was obsessed with playing games, Lin Shuangxue explained while replying to someone on her phone. He's really good, so I sent him a skin and asked if we could play together. Hearing this, Su Tingyu could understand. Spending money to have fun is normal. Then I played badly, and the random players kept criticizing me, Lin Shuangxue said excitedly. Just as I was about to teach the random player some manners, he unmuted his microphone. Wow, do you know how nice his voice is? Lin Shuangxue clasped her hands together, full of admiration. That was the first time I heard him speak. So, you fell for him? Su Tingyu looked annoyed. People with nice voices often have a high chance of being trouble. Why? Lin Shuangxue couldn't believe it. Because thin people don't have fat pressing on their vocal cords, so their voices sound like spicy snack sounds, Su Tingyu said bluntly, criticizing Lin Shuangxue. Lin Shuangxue froze in place. Did you arrange to meet him? Su Tingyu asked. Yes, Lin Shuangxue's mood dropped a bit. I told him I came to Kyoto and we agreed to meet on Friday. That's in 4 days, Su Tingyu sighed. I'll go with you then. You're the best, Lin Shuangxue waved Su Tingyu's hand and looked past the crowd. Where's Meng Baizhou from your family? What do you mean your family? Su Tingyu looked annoyed. Since Lin Shuangxue watched the show's replay, she had become a huge fan of the CP pairing, comparable to Fu Qingji. Now, a clear smile appeared in Lin Shuangxue's eyes. If someone dares to make our fish wait at the airport for more than 10 minutes, we won't want him anymore. She deliberately raised her chin, making Su Tingyu smile slightly. All right, I think there are handsome guys everywhere in the city. I want to find something new. Without comparisons, how can I tell? Without comparisons, what? Meng Baizhou suddenly appeared, took out a cap, and placed it on Su Tingyu's head. Naturally, he also took their suitcases, speaking in a teasing tone. Su Tingyu wasn't embarrassed by Meng Baizhou's appearance. Instead, she crossed her arms and looked up at him. Only the best deserve me. Teacher Meng, you'd better work hard. All right, I got it. Meng Baizhou lightly tapped her hat. Hey. Lin Shuangxue watched the scene and playfully imitated Meng Baizhou, tapping Su Tingyu's hat. They went to the underground parking lot. Meng Baizhou put the 2 suitcases into the trunk, then walked to the passenger side, opened the door, and looked at Su Tingyu. Okay, I shouldn't be in the car. I should be under the car. Lin Shuangxue opened the back door, sat in willingly, and closed the door. Hurry up, I'm starving. Lin Shuangxue rolled down the window and winked at Su Tingyu. The car started. Lin Shuangxue watched the interaction between the two in front, her cheeks never losing their fullness. While they weren't paying attention, she quietly took out her camera, snapped a photo of the two, and quickly sent it to Su Tingyu with the caption, "Secretly happy brother," along with a cheeky emoji. The notification sounded. Su Tingyu opened her phone and saw Lin Shuangxue's message. The photo was cleverly taken. Meng Baizhou's hand rested lightly on the steering wheel, the other hand naturally near the gear shift. Since they were waiting at a red light, he tilted his head slightly, looking at Su Tingyu beside him. "What are you looking at?" Meng Baizhou asked. "Looking at secretly happy brother," Su Tingyu replied. "Let me see," Meng Baizhou said, turning his head to look at her phone as they stopped at the red light. Su Tingyu confidently showed him. Meng Baizhou said, "Nice shot. Send it to me later." Su Tingyu refused. "No. Come on. Even the dark happy brother can't have it." The car started, and Meng Baizhou chuckled softly, clearly in a good mood. The car entered a quiet tree-lined street and finally stopped in front of a modest, yet luxurious building. There was no flashy sign, only 2 vintage wall lamps emitting warm yellow light. The heavy wooden door blocked out all the noise from outside. The waiter clearly recognized Meng Baizhou's car and quickly ran over. "Mr. Meng, your private courtyard has already been cleaned," the waiter said respectfully, taking the car keys. "Let's go," Meng Baizhou said. Su Tingyu looked around at the staff. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and no one showed curiosity or even glanced at them. They crossed a long corridor and stopped in a small courtyard. The waiter took out the key, opened the door, and pushed open a wooden door to reveal a courtyard paved with blue stones. In the center of the courtyard was a small pond, clear and transparent, with a few red koi swimming peacefully. The pond was decorated with oddly shaped taihu stones. A winding stone path led inside to the dining area. The interior was in a traditional Chinese style, with gray tiles and white walls. Under the eaves hung a few antique-style lanterns, their shadows gently swaying in the dusk. The doors and windows were carved wooden frames. Through the half-open window, they could see the faint glow of warm light and delicate decorations inside. Every detail showed exquisite luxury. The waiter, dressed in a neat black uniform, led the 3 to their seats and handed Su Tingyu a gold-embossed menu. Clearly, Meng Baizhou had given instructions in advance. "Sweetheart, do you want to order anything?" Su Tingyu handed the menu to Lin Shuangxue. "I can eat anything. You know, I have a high tolerance for food," Lin Shuangxue said with a cheerful smile. "We're both visiting Kyoto for the first time. Mr. Meng, you decide the dishes." Su Tingyu handed the menu to Meng Baizhou. "All right." Meng Baizhou took the menu, skillfully ordered the dishes, and handed the menu back while giving the waiter instructions. "Please make sure all the dishes do not contain cilantro. Use less vinegar and don't make the sour taste too strong." "Understood, Mr. Meng." The waiter nodded respectfully and left. "How do you know my tastes?" Su Tingyu asked in surprise. Only close people knew her preferences. "Because we've eaten together several times. I noticed you don't like cilantro and avoid dishes with it, and you also don't like very sour flavors," Meng Baizhou said proudly with a smile, looking at Su Tingyu as if to say, "You should praise me." 76 Su Tingyu. A poor, stingy person?
Me?
At Su Tingyu's request, after dinner, Meng Baizhou took them back to Yunding Villa. Yunding Villa lives up to its name. The residents are all important and wealthy figures from the capital. Both the Meng and Zhou families' homes are on the top of Yunding Villa. The orange garden arranged for Su Tingyu is the last of the 3 on the mountaintop. "I won't go inside," Meng Baizhou said at the gate of the garden. "The butler and servants inside are very discreet and clever. If you need anything, just tell me." "This is Butler N," Meng Baizhou introduced. The old man with half-white hair smiled warmly and nodded at Su Tingyu and Lin Shuangxue. "Hello, young ladies. I am Butler N." While the servants were packing their luggage, Lin Shuangxue started to feel bored and suggested they go for a walk. The capital is very lively, and many things are different from those in Port City. After a short while, both of them were carrying large and small bags. The accompanying bodyguards took all the items back to the car. "You." Suddenly, Lin Shuangxue's eyes lit up as she pointed at a handbag in a nearby display case. "I want it. Buy it." Su Tingyu looked in the direction Lin Shuangxue was pointing. It features a rare deep-sea blue crocodile-patterned leather, shimmering with a subtle, delicate shine in the light. Each scale has a clear texture but blends seamlessly, showing a wild yet elegant mix of style. "All right, I'll buy it. It really looks great." The store clerk at the door was busy on her phone. When she saw the two come in, she just glanced briefly and continued to look at her phone. "Hello, ladies. Is there anything you'd like to see?" A young girl hurried over, offering a polite smile. Su Tingyu looked at her name tag. The girl was called Shin Mingming. "That bag," Lin Shuangxue pointed at the one she just liked. "Good eye, ladies. This bag is a new arrival called Starlight. There are only 3 in the mainland," Shin Mingming said as she led them to the counter. "How much is it?" "This one costs 26 million, Shin Mingming replied. "If you want this one, you need to buy other items of the same value." This implied that to take this bag, you would need 50 million. "Can I buy other things of the same value in the store?" Lin Shuangxue nodded, already looking around for what else to buy. "Yes," Shin Mingming nodded. Seeing Su Tingyu silent, she added, "Maybe you want to look at other bags. There are many others that don't require buying so much." Liu, who had been playing on her phone, slowly approached. She crossed her arms and looked at Lin Shuangxue with a clear gaze of scrutiny. Her tone carried a slight hint of mockery, with a long, disdainful ending sound, clearly looking down on them. Su Tingyu felt speechless. Usually at home, brands sent new products for them to choose from, so they rarely went to stores to buy. The crisp sound of high heels hitting the floor came closer. A young girl entered. She had wavy hair, wore a dazzling diamond necklace, and carried the latest Hermes bag. When Chen and I entered, Liu, who had just been cold to Su Tingyu and Lin Shuangxue, immediately changed to a flattering smile. She quickly approached and spoke politely, as if she were a different person. "Miss Chen, which bag would you like to see today?" Chen and I is the second daughter of the Chen family, a branch of the Meng family, which is a major company in Kyoto and is considered a top-tier wealthy family thanks to Grandpa Chen's influence. The news about Meng Baizhou and Su Tingyu was causing a lot of talk in Kyoto's social circles. Each family warned their young members to be careful around Su Tingyu. Everyone was told to be respectful, hide their arrogance, and avoid provoking her. Chen and I, usually proud and bossy, was also warned. But since Su Tingyu was from a top wealthy family in Gangcheng, Chen and I didn't think anyone would leave their own territory to come to someone else's place. However, Su Tingyu was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, so Chen and I didn't recognize her. Chen and I glanced at the shop assistant lazily and said, "You're smart." Her eyes casually swept over the display case and landed on Su Tingyu and Lin Shuangxue. Her gaze lingered a bit longer on Su Tingyu. She thought the person looked familiar but couldn't see her clearly because only her eyes were visible. "Miss Chen, this is our new arrival, the Starlight bag." Liu stepped forward to block Chen's view of her, leading her to the bag Lin Shuangxue had just liked. She also added a bit of disdain. "This bag was just looked at by some poor person from nowhere, but they can't afford it. It's only suitable for someone like you." Chen and I was clearly pleased by the compliment, and her smile deepened. "Of course. Not everyone can afford to compete with me for things." Su Tingyu. "Poor person? Me?" Such a strange phrase. Since coming here, she rarely heard it. "Haha," Lin Shuangxue couldn't help but laugh. Su Tingyu also smiled and looked at the young girl standing nearby. "Shen Mingming, right?" "Yes." Shen Mingming looked a bit confused, but immediately stepped forward. "Wrap up that bag for me." Su Tingyu spoke up. But Shen Ming wanted to say that she still needed to buy things of the same price. "Buy it. Take my friend to pick out whatever she likes. Don't worry about the price. Whatever she chooses, just get it for her," Su Tingyu said. After thinking for a moment, she added, "If it's not enough, you can pick something else yourself. Just add it in. Consider it a gift from me." Everyone present was stunned by Su Tingyu's words. Many customers in the store looked over here with curiosity. Chen and I felt challenged and angrily walked up to Su Tingyu, raising her hand to point at her. As her hand was raised, Su Tingyu pinched it and pushed it up. A loud, pig-like scream echoed in the store. "Still not taking my friend to pick out things." Su Tingyu glanced at Shin Mingming, who quickly took Lin Shuangxue to choose. People who shop in luxury stores are usually sharp. Seeing Su Tingyu's calm demeanor and not feeling any worry or guilt about hurting Chen and I, no one dared to step forward to stop her. Seeing this, Su Tingyu let go. Chen and I immediately covered her hand in pain. "Sorry, I forgot I am a civilized person." Su Tingyu said, clapping her hands. She sat down on a sofa. You call me a poor loser? Then you must be very rich, right? Before Chen and I could answer, Su Tingyu waved the card in her hand. Want to compare? Who can first max out their card? 77. Which card should I use? Chen and I looked at the girl sitting on the sofa, only showing her eyes, in disbelief. She felt a bit scared, but the whispers and curious looks around told her she couldn't lose this person. If she backed down now, it wouldn't be long before everyone knew about this. Do you know who I am? Chen and I wanted Su Tingyu to back off on her own. Su Tingyu said, I don't know, and I don't need to know. Her bold attitude made everyone gasp inwardly. You. Chen Ni's eyes turned fierce. Our Chen family is backed by the Meng family of Kyoto. Do you understand? Su Tingyu smiled. Meng Baizhou is outside, still able to be a support for others?
So what?
Can't pay? Want to rely on your owner to pressure me? Su Tingyu crossed her legs again, showing clear disdain in her words. You, the proud young lady, the eldest daughter, was never insulted like this before. She couldn't hold back anymore and turned to Li Yu standing nearby. Go. Whatever that woman wants, I want it too. Pack everything for me. TSK, Su Tingyu chuckled inwardly. Her family has a partnership with Xi's family, and she would also get some of Chen Ni's money. Thinking of this, she felt much better. Why are you so arrogant? Seeing Su Tingyu's indifferent attitude, Chen and I stepped forward. Why should I compare myself to you for no reason? Well, if you can't afford it, don't buy. I look down on you anyway. Su Tingyu continued to scroll through her phone without looking up. Loser has to kneel and crawl out of the small. Do you dare? Chen and I placed her hands on her hips, looking down at Su Tingyu, trying to overpower her with her presence. Su Tingyu said, You have food in your teeth. At this, a suppressed laugh spread around. You. Chen and I knew she was being deliberately provoked. Are you afraid to admit it? Su Tingyu replied, I'm afraid you'll skip out on the bill. Chen and I was furious. She took a card from her bag and turned to Li Yu. Go, follow her and buy. Who knows if there's money in that bank card? This seemed to restore some confidence in Chen and I. She flicked her hair and looked back at Su Tingyu sitting on the sofa. You're probably just pretending to be rich, and when it's time to pay, you'll be broke, right? Just then, Shen Mingming and Lin Shuangxue returned. This young lady, your friend, has selected items worth 21 million. They're already being packed for you, Shen Mingming said, facing Chen and I and Li Yu with sharp, almost tangible, gazes. She was a new intern. Li Yu, as the store manager, often snatched the new intern's orders and exploited them everywhere. Last month, something happened at my home, and I urgently needed money. I wanted to get an advance on my salary, but because I didn't give the receipt to Li Yu, my request was repeatedly rejected. In Kyoto's elite circles, things have been quite stable in recent years. She has no steady clients and no other connections. Today, she just wants to take a gamble. How much more do you need? Go pick it out, I'll send it to you, Su Tingyu said, handing her the card. She took the bank card and went with Shen Mingming to the payment counter. Don't wait until it can't be processed, Li Yu said, giving Shen Mingming a side glance. Shen Mingming said nothing, took the POS machine, entered the amount, swiped the card, and then handed it back to Su Tingyu. Am I the only one paying? Su Tingyu asked, looking at Chen and I. Bring it here. Chen and I reached out to Li Yu, who quickly input the amount on another POS machine, swiped her card, and handed it over. The total was 28 million. Go ahead, Su Tingyu said with a nonchalant smile, starting to enter her password. After entering the 5-digit password, she paused, looking at Chen and I, who was hesitating to press the last number. Why not press it? Chen and I felt nervous. 28 million was not a small amount. But the total was over 50 million. If she didn't lose face for the Chen family, she could buy it. She could afford it. However, if the girl on the other side could also pay, and even offer more than she could give, then she would be finished today. Alright, I'll pay first this time. You pay next time. Chen and I gritted her teeth and pressed the last key. She was gambling, betting that Su Tingyu also didn't have enough money to continue. Lin Shuangxue sat next to Su Tingyu, crossing her legs in the same way, You don't think she can only pay 2 million, right? The bag my friend wants isn't over 20 million? Let's split it, Su Tingyu said, handing the POS machine to Shen Mingming. This time, after changing the amount, Su Tingyu entered her password without hesitation. The payment was successful, and the card didn't get blocked. Everyone present gasped in surprise. This Xingmang only has one. The money's gone. Who does it belong to now? Chen and I crossed her arms and looked at Su Tingyu. Of course, it's Miss Chen's turn. You are our top VIP. Liu quickly came forward to flatter her, not forgetting to criticize Su Tingyu. This woman has probably spent all her money just to pretend.
Shen yes festifend.
She actually wanted to say she could be generous and give the bag to Lin Shuangxue. After all, when she swiped her card just now, she showed no signs of regret or worry about being scolded by elders at home. But Li Yu's words put her on the spot. Chen and I shot a sharp look at Li Yu, such an insensitive person. What's wrong? Miss Chen has run out of money. Lin Shuangxue smiled, imitating Chen Ni's earlier expression, full of disdain and contempt. Just swiping my card. Seeing other customers taking out their phones to record, Chen and I shouted at Li Yu. Li Yu quickly handed her the POS machine to complete the payment. Under everyone's sharp gazes, Chen and I clenched her teeth and paid. The payment was successful, but Chen and I felt like her heart was bleeding. It's not over yet, Su Tingyu smiled. The game isn't finished. Don't push your luck, Li Yu. Realizing she had just said something wrong, hurriedly stepped in to defend Chen and I. Manager Li, this young lady and her friends have spent enough to qualify as VIP customers. Shen Mingming stepped forward, smiling as she spoke, giving Li Yu a hard time. Anyway, the commission from this sale was enough to cover her mother's medical expenses, so she didn't mind. Our Miss Chen is a supreme VIP, Li Yu immediately countered. Supreme VIP? How much did you spend? Su Tingyu nodded, resting her chin on her hand, lightly tapping her fingertips on her face. 200 million, Shen Mingming replied. 200 million. Su Tingyu deliberately stretched the tone, then, in the hopeful look Shen and I had when she thought she was about to back down, she rummaged through her bag, took out a stack of bank cards, and said with a very troubled tone, which card should I use? 78, 10 million. Su Tingyu was carefully choosing from a pile of cards, then picked one. It was a limited edition black card, with tiny diamonds embedded on the surface, shining subtly and luxuriously under the light. Not only Chen and I, but everyone in the shop saw this card, and their faces instantly changed, filled with shock and disbelief. Especially Li Yu, who had worked in the luxury goods industry for many years, knew exactly what this black card represented. This was a black card issued by Xiangrui Bank, with only 10 in the world, truly unlimited in amount. This card was not just a symbol of wealth, but also a sign of status. Chun Ni's face turned pale. Li Yu suddenly sank to the ground, realizing she had offended the most untouchable person. Just use this card. Su Tingyu handed the black card to Shen Mingming. It's perfect for giving the staff some New Year benefits. Wrap up all the in-store stock and also the nearby stores. I really like the style your shop uses. Su Tingyu wrote the address of Orange Garden on a piece of paper and handed it to Shen Mingming. Okay, what's your surname? Shen Mingming asked, trying to hide her excitement. My surname is Su. Su Tingyu stood up. As she passed by Chen and I, she leaned in and whispered in her ear, Go complain to the Meng family. Better yet, find Meng Baizhou and tell him. Su Tingyu is waiting for him to settle the score. She lowered her voice, so only the two of them could hear. The name Su Tingyu hit Chen and I like a thunderclap. All she could think of now was 2 words, it's over. Remember to crawl out of the mall. Our Miss Su likes people who keep their promises. Lin Shuangxue cheerfully skipped out, patting Chen and I on the shoulder. Outside the mall, Lin Shuangxue still felt excited. You are so cool. Are you happy now? Su Tingyu poked Lin Shuangxue's waist. I spent a fortune for Miss Lin. How would you like to thank me? Lin Shuangxue held Su Tingyu's arm and gently rubbed her face against it. Decline politely, Su Tingyu said without hesitation. Life is beautiful, and I haven't enjoyed it enough. Don't be like that, you bow. My cooking has improved a lot recently. I won't mistake daffodils for garlic sprouts anymore. You bow, don't run away. Back at Chengyuan, after a comfortable bath, Su Tingyu lay on her bed. Meng Baizhou's video call came through. Hello, Su Tingyu answered, seeing that he was still in the office. Still working so late? Yes, I'm worried I might get cut in line in France if I don't work hard, Meng Baizhou said with a smile, pinching his forehead. He placed his phone on his desk and relaxed back in his chair. I see. Su Tingyu nodded happily. Then, Mr. Meng, keep up the good work. Okay. Meng Baizhou took off his glasses and leaned closer to the screen. Did you go shopping this afternoon? Su Tingyu shifted to lean on the soft cushion by the bed. So, Mr. Meng, are you here to scold me? How could I dare? Meng Baizhou chuckled softly at her expression. I just wanted to apologize for the little princess being upset today. So, how are you going to apologize? Su Tingyu became interested. Although Meng Baizhou often teased her, she had to admit he was good at apologizing. Go to the balcony, he said with a stretch. Huh. Su Tingyu hesitated, lifted the blanket, and walked toward the window. The night breeze, carrying a hint of early autumn coolness, tousled a strand of her hair, and then quietly settled down again. Standing at the edge of the balcony, Su Tingyu rested her hands on the railing and held her phone. What are you looking at? There's nothing there. Just a moment, Meng Baizhou's voice came from the phone. At the same time, whoosh, a soft sound and a firework rocket shot into the night sky with a faint whistle. It suddenly exploded at the highest point of the mountain villa, transforming into countless sparkling lights, like a spilled jewelry box, instantly illuminating half the sky. It was a beautiful fireworks show. There were no crowds or festive noise, only at the top of the city, enjoying this moment of brilliance alone. The glow of the fireworks reflected in Su Tingyu's eyes and also through her phone screen, shining in Meng Baizhou's eyes. Is it beautiful? He asked softly, his voice almost drowned out by the next burst of fireworks. Yes. Just as Meng Baizhou thought Su Tingyu hadn't heard him, she responded from her phone. On the other side of the city, Meng Baizhou sat in his office on the top floor, looking toward Yunding Villa. After the fireworks show ended, he spoke again. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the auction. What auction? Su Tingyu pulled the curtains back and got into bed. You'll find out tomorrow, Meng Baizhou said with a gentle smile. As a reward, I'll take photos of everything you want tomorrow. How about that? Deal. The auction was very large. The organizers arranged a private room for Meng Baizhou on the second floor. Su Tingyu still wore her baseball cap and mask. She wasn't in a hurry to appear in front of everyone in Kyoto. Everyone go out, Meng Baizhou said, and the waiters left. You can take off your mask, it's stuffy, he added, gently removing her mask and placing it aside. The first item for auction tonight was a French antique pocket watch from the late 19th century. Its dial was embedded with tiny sapphires, shimmering faintly under the lights. Su Tingyu had just seen it in the auction catalog. Do you like it? Meng Baizhou accurately caught her gaze lingering on the item. Just SOSO, she replied honestly. She thought the style was rare and looked at it a bit longer, but she had no intention of bidding. The auctioneer's voice came through the microphone clearly, with a professional tone and rhythm. After the formal warm-up, the auction officially began. First item today, the auctioneer announced as the lights shone on the display table. Produced in Paris, France, in 1890, a platinum pocket watch with a sapphire. Starting bid, 800,000. Each bid increases by at least 50,000. People continued to bid one after another. 850,000, 900,000, 1.7 million. The price rose quickly. 2 million, a deep male voice from the next room said. The speaker was Zhou Mingyuan, a member of Meng Baizhou's family. Meng Baizhou slightly frowned, but quickly regained his calm. Do you know him? Su Tingyu noticed that Meng Baizhou seemed a bit upset and asked. Someone from the Zhou family. With that, Su Tingyu understood everything. In the next room, Zhou Mingyuan was leaning lazily on his chair, a playful smile on his face. His good cousin was also here. 3 million. Meng Baizhou raised his paddle. 350,000. Zhou Mingyuan raised his paddle again. A waiter knocked and entered, saying, Mr. Meng, young Master Zhou says this pocket watch is quite unique. Would you be willing to let it go to him? Su Tingyu also heard this and smiled. Give it to me, she signaled Meng Baizhou with her eyes to hand her the paddle. In the next second, a cool, beautiful female voice rang out in the auction hall. 10 million, 79, young Master Zhou, don't you understand the rules? Everyone was stunned. The starting bid of 800,000 for the pocket watch was now bid up to an astonishing 10 million. No one else bid. 10 million far exceeded the estimated value of the watch. Clearly, the bidder was determined to win. A faint smile appeared on Su Tingyu's lips as she spoke to the nearby waiter. Go tell the person next door not to bid. The waiter quickly responded and hurried over. Everyone present was sharp-eyed. The sound was coming from room 8, the exclusive suite of Meng Baizhou. 11 million. The next room responded. Everyone gasped. Su Tingyu took a sip of water and raised the paddle again. 16 million. In the next private room. The waiter finished speaking and immediately left, afraid of becoming the punching bag for young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou. The female companion looked nervously at Zhou Mingyuan. The master said this pocket watch is optional. Today, the main focus is on winning the final auction item. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan chuckled softly.
Why?
I like it. Is that a problem? Then, Zhou Mingyuan raised his paddle again. 17 million. Young Master Zhou, the female companion exclaimed in fear. But that's young Master Meng. Do you also think I'm not as good as him? Zhou Mingyuan suddenly slammed his cup onto the table, then grabbed her chin roughly. His voice was cold and cruel. You can leave now. As he finished speaking, 2 black-clad bodyguards entered the room, covered her mouth, and dragged her out. 202 million, Su Tingyu continued. Every time, he bid 5 million more. It was a clear insult. When an item's auction price far exceeds its real value, winning it is about more than just collecting. Seeing that no one in room 9 was bidding further, the auctioneer quickly called out loudly. 202 million, first call. 202 million, second call. 202 million, third call.
Sold.
Congratulations to the buyer in room 8. The hammer in the auctioneer's hand fell heavily. Outside, colorful fireworks burst in the sky. Inside, the crystal chandelier reflected tiny golden rays, shining on the elegantly dressed guests. At this moment, every inch of the air was filled with the scent of money and power. Su Tingyu listened to the fireworks outside, casually rubbing the cold glass of his tall drink with his fingertips. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Meng Baizhou. Not impressive. The auction continued. Everything that Zhou Mingyuan wanted, Su Tingyu bid on without missing a single item. Finally, the auction was nearing its end. The auctioneer's voice came through the microphone again, clear and with just the right amount of excitement. Next is the highlight of this auction, the Tear of the Stars sapphire necklace, originating from Sri Lanka. It is flawless in clarity, perfectly cut, with a starting bid of 8 million. Each bid must increase by at least 500,000. As the auctioneer finishes speaking, the bidding voices rise and fall, with many people aiming for this item. Su Tingyu remains calm and has not bid yet. There's no point in bidding now. She will wait until others stop bidding before she makes her move. This way, she can avoid saying more words. She is lazy. Meng Baizhou tries to speak several times, but doesn't know how. He feels like he has become a little gigolo. What do you want to say? Su Tingyu puts down her cup and looks at him sideways. Teacher Su, do you know? The way you raise your paddle looks very handsome. Meng Baizhou grins and leans his body toward her, resting his hands on the table between them. And if I asked you to pay for it? Su Tingyu props her chin with one hand, teasing Meng Baizhou. Sure. Meng Baizhou nods without hesitation. I was brought here to apologize to you. Whatever Teacher Su wants, I can get it. As long as you like it, it's worth it, he adds, worried he isn't sincere enough. All right. Su Tingyu can't help but laugh. I just want to vent my anger for you. Be tougher, understand? Yes, ma'am. Just then, a waiter knocks on the door. Mr. Meng, young Master Zhou wants to see you. Meng Baizhou looks at Su Tingyu for permission, and after she nods, he says, let him in. Zhou Mingyuan enters the room, his gaze falling on Su Tingyu. The girl is dressed casually but exudes luxury in every detail. The ring on her finger is the Phantom Eye, which recently sold at auction in Port City for 180 million. The gemstone on her hairpin sparkles so brightly it could blind him. Her dress is custom-fitted, and her watch is the Reincarnation Star, a masterpiece by Master Kaisu, made before his death. She sits here, and her entire presence is worth more than all the auction items combined. Cousin, what do you mean? Zhou Mingyuan held back his urge to curse, forcing a smile that couldn't hide the sharpness in his voice. Meng Baizhou ignored him, lazily leaning on the sofa as if he couldn't hear or understand, acting indifferent. Su Tingyu turned her head, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, her tone calm and steady. At the auction, the highest bidder wins. Young Master Zhou, don't you understand the rules? Her voice was soft but carried a natural sense of superiority and pressure, leaving Zhou Mingyuan speechless. Yes, auctions are about strength. His earlier questioning now seemed petty. Zhou Mingyuan took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and forced another smile. Miss Su, would you be willing to part with this necklace? My father has always wanted it for my aunt. How you know my surname is Su? Su Tingyu pretended to be surprised. Miss Su has been making waves in the mainland recently, Zhou Mingyuan said with a fake smile. So, you know I have money and still want to compete with me? Su Tingyu looked at Zhou Mingyuan as if he were a fool. In an auction, the highest bid wins. We're not related, so why should I give it to you? She laughed. Is it just because you're broke? Her laughter was particularly sharp to Zhou Mingyuan. He said nothing, just glanced at Su Tingyu and turned to leave. It's just a necklace. Could it really be worth endless bidding? After all, the items Su Tingyu had already bought exceeded 100 million, and all his money was just enough to buy this necklace. Zhou Mingyuan, 40 million. But as soon as he finished speaking, Su Tingyu's voice rang out again, still calm and composed. 45 million. Huh. The crowd gasped in surprise. Another 5 million increase. Even the dullest person could see that the girl in booth 8 and young Master Zhou in booth 9 clearly had a grudge. But that's just family secrets. Everyone who knows, knows. Su Tingyu said, 51 million. With her 2 words, the price of the necklace increased by 10 million. Darn it! Zhou Mingyuan slammed the table hard. Who exactly is Su Tingyu? She spent over 200 million in one night without blinking? 200 million. That's the working capital of a medium-sized company for a year. 53 million. Zhou Mingyuan was betting, hoping Su Tingyu didn't have that much money. Haha. Su Tingyu's laughter reached everyone's ears, clearly showing disdain. 80 million. There was no response from Zhou Mingyuan. 8 million first time. 8 million second time. 8 million third time.
Sold.
Congratulations to the guest in box 8 for winning the last item of this auction. The auction is now over. Thank you all for coming. The staff will deliver the contracts to you shortly. The auction ended. Zhou Mingyuan, who hadn't won a single item, left the auction house. Facing the gazes of others, his face turned pale like pig liver. The door to box 8 was gently pushed open. Auction assistant Chun Mo entered respectfully and said, President Meng, the items are all packed. The total is 246.2 million. The contract is here. Chun Mo paused, then looked at Meng Baizhou hesitantly and said, the value of these items is actually around 80 million. Spending over 200 million to buy them might be. Meng Baizhou was a regular customer at the auction house. Too wasteful. Su Tingyu reached out, took the contract Chun Mo handed over, checked it, and signed her name after confirming there were no issues. You. Chun Mo was surprised. The person signing was the pair. The girl in front of him was wearing a baseball cap and mask, only revealing her eyes. Hearing this, she frowned and asked, Is there a problem? How will you pay? Chun Mo organized his words. Since the signer is the buyer as the payer, should I prepare a new contract and show it to President Meng? I'm the one paying. Su Tingyu took out a card and handed it to Chun Mo. This time, Chun Mo truly fell silent. Is General Manager Meng now dating a wealthy woman? Okay, please wait a moment. Chun Mo took the black card and left the private room. Teacher Su, how am I supposed to return this to you? Meng Baizhou chuckled softly, stood up, and helped Su Tingyu fix her hair under her hat. He picked up her bag. It's not paid off yet, so I guess I can only offer myself. Teacher Meng, you finished talking about the benefits. What about the drawbacks? Su Tingyu rolled her eyes at Meng Baizhou. When Chun and Mo returned to the private room, his attitude was much more respectful. Miss, the payment has been settled. Would you like us to arrange for the auction house to deliver it to your home? I'll give you an address. Su Tingyu picked up a piece of paper on the table and wrote down the address of Qingyuan. Do you know where Zhou Mingyuan lives? Huh? Yes, I do. Chen and Mo looked a bit confused. What do you need? Oh, it's like this. I was excited because I bought so many things for the first time. Su Tingyu pulled at her mask and stood up. I just want everyone to be happy for me. Hey, I remember passing by the Zhou family when I go to Qingyuan, right? Su Tingyu looked at Meng Baizhou. Meng Baizhou understood her meaning. Yes, we definitely need to pass by the Zhou house. All right. Su Tingyu nodded happily, then looked at Chen and Mo. Then I'll leave it to the organizer. Chen and Mo, a real boss. Understood. Chen and Mo nodded and saw the two off from the auction house. Sitting in the car, Su Tingyu was scrolling through her phone while Meng Baizhou fastened her seatbelt. We originally said today was to buy you something to make up for it. Meng Baizhou started the car and asked the person beside him. Is there anything else you want recently? I haven't decided yet, Su Tingyu honestly replied. Okay. Meng Baizhou was not in a hurry. Just tell me when you decide what you want. Can I ask for anything? Su Tingyu inquired. Of course. 2 billion, Lin Shuangxue, applying a face mask, sat up from the sofa. You came to Kyoto for 2 days and spent 4 billion. Su Tingyu remained silent. Forget it, you have money. Lin Shuangxue curled back onto the sofa. By the way, what's the name of your online crush? Su Tingyu picked up a cherry and put it in her mouth. Pei Yunqi, Lin Shuangxue replied. Nice name, right? Su Tingyu nodded casually and then sent the name to Meng Baizhou. Little fish. Does this name appear in the original story? They were probably busy and didn't reply immediately. Su Tingyu wasn't in a hurry and looked back at Lin Shuangxue. Do you have a photo of him? You said he's in Kyoto. Is he a student or working? He said he's still a student here in Kyoto for a competition, Lin Shuangxue honestly answered. What kind of competition? Su Tingyu asked curiously. I don't know. I asked, but he didn't tell me, Lin Shuangxue shrugged. Whatever, if he makes me happy, even if he doesn't win the prize, I'll organize a contest for him and give him a reward, Su Tingyu. Friday arrived quickly. Lin Shuangxue and Su Tingyu sat in a coffee shop, waiting for Pei Yunqi to arrive. What if he's really ugly? Lin Shuangxue suddenly got nervous. Then just close your eyes. Su Tingyu stirred her juice. That might be rude, Lin Shuangxue said in shock. Wouldn't that be impolite? Su Tingyu said, then open your eyes. Wouldn't that scare me? Lin Shuangxue asked. Shall we leave? Su Tingyu suggested. Don't pretend I didn't say anything, Lin Shuangxue replied. Outside the coffee shop, Pei Yunqi wore a mask. He was dressed in a light gray t-shirt with a beige linen shirt over it, sleeves casually rolled up to his forearms, showing clean, defined wrists. He wore only a simple black quartz watch. I'm almost there. How about you? I'm already inside the coffee shop. I'm wearing a light yellow dress, sitting by the window. You'll see me when you come in. Okay. I'm in a gray t-shirt and a white jacket. Lin Shuangxue received the message, excitedly waving Su Tingyu's hand. This is my first online date in real life. I'm so nervous. You seem more nervous about meeting your online friend than about opening a surprise box, Su Tingyu bluntly pointed out. Despite that, both of them stared nervously at the coffee shop door. A few minutes later, a man wearing a gray t-shirt and holding a white jacket appeared at the door. The man's skin looked greasy and shiny, especially on his forehead and around his nose. His pores were large, and faint red pimples were visible. His hair was messy and stuck to his scalp, as if he hadn't washed it in a long time. Just looking at him, you could smell a faint sweat scent. Lin Shuangxue froze in place. This surprise box turned out to be a mess. The man entered the coffee shop, looking around as if searching for something. Su Tingyu and Lin Shuangxue exchanged a quick look, grabbed their bags, put on masks, and slipped out through the back door of the coffee shop. The back door led to a small alley. Pei Yunqi stood at the alley entrance, hesitating about how to start a conversation when he went in. Suddenly, someone bumped into him from behind. Sorry. A girl who bumped into him lowered her head, covering her face with her handbag, and hurriedly apologized along with her friend, then quickly disappeared. Pei Yunqi,